The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company. What avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail?
This is James Boyd speaking for the Free Company. Last Sunday it was announced in error that today Paul Muni would be heard in a drama by Maxwell Anderson. Mr. Muni will be heard in Maxwell Anderson's The Miracle of the Danube on April 27th. This afternoon we're going to hear A Start in Life, an original radio play by Paul Green, author of In Abraham's Bosom, a Pulitzer Prize play, as well as Johnny Johnson, and the current Broadway success, Native Son. Canada Lee, star of Native Son, plays our lead today. The Free Company is a group of writers, actors, and radio workers who have come together voluntarily to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of their plays have been about freedom in general, some about one or another of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Mr. Green shows us a scene where no legal right of a certain old colored man is violated, but where an attitude toward him and toward his race works against him and against his loyal, hopeful son, just as much as though his rights had been destroyed under the law. The Free Company presents A Start in Life. Our play today is in and around a great American university in the southern part of the United States. The college sits aloft on a hill. Its observatory, library, science buildings, museum, dormitories, and church spires shining in the first rays of the morning sun. This, like 100 others, is our temple of learning, the interpreter and guardian of democratic truth. A mile away, in a little field below the hill, is a Negro cabin. A cabin like thousands of other Negro cabins and dwelling shacks throughout the land.
Yet, Mammy?
Ain't called him yet, Pappy.
No, the day near about broke already. And ain't it cold out there? Whew, that ground's froze like a bull's horn.
Feed the mules?
I has. Hey, Bobo, get out in that bed.
Watch that fatback fine, honey. I'll go get him up. Better get up in there, boy, if you was going with your pappy. Oh, get up, get up. Breakfast is all done fixed and got you some hot coffee, too.
Let me alone.
What about all your proud bragging about how soon you was going to be up this morning? Get out of that bed, boy.
Is it time to get up, Mammy?
Sure is. And if you was going to haul wood for that fest up at the big college, you better rise and shine. Come on now. Come on, bring your shoes into the kitchen.
Well, I done fixed everything on the table for you, honey. You sure look pretty this morning.
Oh, Pappy, ain't you ashamed?
I reckon I can give you a big hug, too, on a morning like this. Yeah, what's the matter, gal?
Just thinking about that wagon wheel.
That right back wheel?
It's all dished out and crooked and it rattles so.
That old wheel gonna hold up. Ain't it held up so far?
Oh, if you could just get you a good new wheel.
Honey, I'm gonna. When the professor paid me for hauling the wood, that's what I'm gonna do.
Look out how you drive 'em, honey. Don't load 'em up too heavy.
You know me, gal. I'm careful.
This is the best job we ever have had. Don't lose it.
Watch out, here come Bobo. No use to fret him. Come on, son, eat.
Ooh, fat back and coffee.
Wash that face first.
These here taters and backbone coming mighty good for your dinner.
Yeah, and don't forget them collards. Collards give a man muscle power to handle them big pieces of wood. Sit down, boy. Lord, make us thankful for what we're about to receive and be with us in time to come. Amen.
Now, Bobo, this is your big start in life. Today you begins. You start hauling for the white folks with your daddy.
And I'm going to save my money. Ain't I, Pappy?
Sure. We're all going to save our money. Ain't I got a new wagon wheel to pay for? And there's that Mary mule. Ain't paid out on her yet.
I'm going to help you pay for him, Pappy.
Sure, we're all going to help, honey. And you and me, we'll be out every morning hauling away. Wood for the fessers, carrying off their trash. And with our 2 mules and maybe someday a brand new spanking wagon. Yes, sir. We're making a new start now. Come on, let's hurry and finish here and hitch up them mules. No, you can't whistle, boy.
I learned mighty fast.
I mean, it's too cold for you to whistle. Getting light enough to see the frost everywhere. Boy, there is a frost. How's your feet?
Oh, they all right. Look at that big star over there.
Yeah, that's in the east. The morning star. That old red sun soon be coming up there.
Look how big is that star that sets across the river at sundown.
That's the same star. The morning star and the evening star is the same star, the good books say.
How come that? One of them's on the right hand and one of them's over there on the left hand. How come they be on the same 2 sides of you?
Well, that's 'cause it goes around under the earth and rises again. God's power.
Does God make all that happen?
He sure do. He's smart and all-powerful. Knows everything. Does everything.
White folks powerful, too. They knows heaps.
Yeah, but they ain't God.
But they's next to God, ain't they?
Well, now, maybe you might say that. Mostly they act like it.
I bet old Professor's near about next to God.
Huh?
You know, Professor Johnson, the man we're going to haul the wood for. Mammy said he about the biggest man at the university.
He's a smart man, all right, and he's going to pay us good for this hauling.
Gosh, I feel like a grown-up man today.
You do, huh? Yeah, I'll break you off a chew of tobacco.
Oh, thanks, Pappy. Yeah, it's kind of funny, though. You know who the smartest man in the world is, Pappy?
God, I done told you.
Maybe.
Sure.
But you next to him.
Oh, well, dog my cat.
And you is, too. You about the biggest man in them all.
Not Bridget. And all here at the first commencement. See, can you drive? You're starting up that long hill into town now. I don't reckon these mules will run away with you. They sure mighty smart-spirited, though.
Here, let me take that whip. Get on there, mule. Get up there. Got a big day's work. Get light down so we can see everything.
Yeah. And look up there at the white folks' town. See the church spires. Old sun touching them off with fire.
Ain't that a high one? I mean, that one's sticking way up.
That's them shouting white folks Methodists. They built that, pointing their finger way up in the face of God. Morning, Sister Lucy.
Morning, Brother Jody. Morning, ma'am.
How is you, Lucy?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're all up early.
Sure, anybody cooks for the white folks got to be up early. Scrumptious tea you got there, Brother Jody. No pot of corn wouldn't help none.
I guess not. Wish I had more. See you later.
Yes, sir. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye, Miss Lucy. Gee, Miss Lucy looks mighty cold, all bundled up.
Sure, she's cold. That's why she walks so fast.
The white folks sleep late, don't they?
Sure, but the good book say be up and doing. That's how to get ahead. We's up and doing, ain't we?
We sure is.
He that rises with the sun, the man that gets the most work done. But the white folks twist and turn in their bed heavy with their deep thinking.
Gee, everything sure looks funny. All them buildings all shut up and so early in the morning. And look, that bank building over there. I bet they just got a bushel of dollars in there.
So they have. Yellow dollars and white dollars and great big piles of greenbacks. That's where you and me gonna put our money. Yes, sir, when we get it saved up.
How much you reckon we're gonna make, Pappy?
We'll make something every day. And you get your 10 cents. Every day you get it.
And then, look at that hardware window. Them fishing hooks and poles. I get me one of them, ain't I?
Sure.
And then I go up to the creek and catch Mammy a mess of yellow bellies anytime I want them, can I?
You sure can do that, too.
And then someday, who knows? Someday maybe I'll get me a bicycle.
Lord help my life. Done spent that money long before you earned it. Want all cream and no milk.
Just an old bicycle. Second-hand, maybe. And then I could come uptown and get things when you and Mammy wanted them.
You were peddling your guts out trying to get up that long hill. You wait till you make some money before you spend it. Now remember, boy, him that buys what he don't need is going to need what he can't buy. That's an old saying my daddy taught me. You know, them old sayings come in handy. That's how come I got along the way I have, with a team and a wagon of my own. Now remember that.
Yes, sir.
Well, here he is. Whoa!
Oh.
Well, now let's begin.
Look at all that wood.
Ain't it true? Mergings of it. Professor had them CC boys down here cleaning up and piling away. Gonna have him a big hillside garden down here. And see right over there, between them sweet gums? Well, that's where the swimming pool's gonna be for the children. Splashing and ducking about in the hot dog days.
That sure be nice. And look at that house up there shining. It looks just like a mansion.
That is a mansion. We got 10 rooms in it.
Sure is a rich man.
Yeah, Professor Johnson, he make the money. Well, now, let's get busy so we can make some, too. Here goes.
See, Pappy? See up there?
Huh?
Them bicycles on the porch. Those brand new ones.
Yeah, they children's. Now, turn your eyes on this here wood and let's load. That's it. That's it. Now, right over here. That's right. Give me that other.
That old blind Mary mule sure love them dead leaves.
She ain't never had enough of nothing. I give her 3 big ears of corn and a whole 2 hands of fodder this morning. Can't fill her nose. Say he makes plenty money selling them books.
Do the color folks buy 'em?
Now, how can us poor colored folks buy any books? Hush your mouth. Whoa! Ho, I tell you! Ho!
She wants some more of them leaves.
Well, she ain't gonna get them.
Is that the professor over there on the porch?
Hey, what are you boys doing down there?
Take off your cap, son. We thought we'd get up and get an early start, sir.
Well, you have. You're waking up the whole neighborhood.
Well, we'll be right quiet, sir. Yes, sir, right quiet and easy.
I hope so. Now put the wood around in the cellar, and I'll be out later.
He's kind of sore about something.
Well, that's just his way. Come on, we got a load now. Let's untie old Mary. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Stand back now. We're going to drive out of here. Get up! Just Suki, get up from there. Pull your part.
Look out! That hamstring broke. Look out!
I tell you. Ain't that'll come off. Now that hamstring was cut from Ben Cate's bull hide. Said it could hold an elephant. That's all right, Joe. I'll fix it in a minute.
There's the professor man, Pappy. He's coming this way.
What's the trouble?
Nothing, sir, nothing. I was just getting ready to ride out.
What the devil you beating your mules for?
Well, old Suki's kind of lazy sometimes, but we'll be right along, Professor.
For the last time, I tell you, don't make so much noise. Mrs. Johnson's not gotten up.
Yes, sir. Now we go out of here. Get up. Get up. We'll drive this up to the house.
Watch out, Pappy. Watch out. He's going to hit a tree.
Watch out, mule. That dod-rotten hussy, sprat-legged fool, the stump-sucking ditchwater animal. Now pull your jaw. Come here. Gee! You better push. I'll push, too.
Gee whiz, maybe we ought not put such a big load in next time.
That's all right. Everything fine now. We'll take this load round to the back door. Get up. Whoa! Whoa! Well, here we is.
Look, old Mary's biting them strubs.
Dang old hook. Hold the head, son. I'll throw the wood out. Then we'll take it inside the cellar. Give me that.
Well, I see you got one load around here.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
And see that your mules don't eat Mrs. Johnson's spirea bushes, these here.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
I hope they haven't been eating them already.
No, sir. No, sir.
Well, all right. Is that your boy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he seems smart. What's your name, son?
They calls me Bobo.
Bobo, eh? How old are you?
About 9 or 10.
Yes, sir. That's right. He'll be 10 the next coming 5th of July.
Huh? Does he go to school?
Well, no, sir. He ain't,
Well, you ought to have that boy in school. Now, how do you ever expect him to grow up to be anything?
His mammy teaches him some at night. He can read a little.
Well, you still ought to have that boy in school. Now, how do you expect... What have you got in your mouth, boy? Don't tell me you're chewing tobacco.
Yes, sir. He takes a little mite now and then to curtain him up.
And barefooted. Now, what's the matter with you, letting a boy go around like that?
Oh, he don't mind the cold much. You see, the sun done come up and everything's getting warm. He don't mind the cold.
Heavens above, barefooted in this weather.
So I got shoes, Mr. White folks.
That's right. Some of Judge Markham's wife gave them to him.
Well, then he ought to wear them.
But they's too small for him, being they's white woman's shoes, see? But his feet's like wet leather. He don't mind the cold.
Hey, what have you got there? You realize one of your wheels there's about to cave in?
Well, we want to drive some wedges over that tire. They need a bit might shrink.
They sure do. That's no outfit to come hauling wood with. Oh, well, do the best you can.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, breakfast is ready. Breakfast is ready.
I'll be right in, Martha. Oh, all right, now, but be as quiet as you can, please.
What's the matter, Bobo? Bet you swallowed that backer down, didn't you?
I couldn't help it. That man, he scared me.
No, he won't hurt you. He's a good man.
How many children you got?
Well, they got about 4. All little girls, they say. Yeah, all them little girls. Mm-hmm.
All them little girls and their bicycle. I see all their wheels on the porch over there. See them red wheels?
Yeah, that's right. Nothing but girls. I've been knowing Fessel for a long time. Fact is, I helped dig the foundation for this house. From 7 in the morning till 6 at night. 7 to 6. Swinging that old pick in the pipe clay.
But that was before you got your mules and wagons, wasn't it, Pappy?
Sure. I was like all the other Negroes down in the ditch. Digging.
But Pappy didn't stay there. He come out of that ditch.
That's right. All the time I was going to save my money and get in business for myself.
And now we in.
And everything's smooth sailing. Come on, we get another load. Reckon that'll hold that old wheel.
Don't know. It stands mighty crankside.
We ain't got much of a load on this time. Sure, it'll stand. Get up, Mary. You Snooky? What in the name of time ails that mule?
Here's that man again.
What in the name of mercy is the trouble this time?
One of the wheels got a little cantankerous, but we done fixed it.
Well, it doesn't look like it. Still, it ought to hold up that handful of wood.
Yes, sir. We's loaded light this time.
I'll say you are. Won't your mules pull?
Seems like the old Scratch himself got into Blind Mary.
From the looks of things, she needs something to eat. Maybe she's too weak to pull.
She could pull all right if she just would, sir.
Why in the name of mercy did you come here trying to haul wood with such a turnout as this?
Yes, sir, but...
But nothing. Leading your poor mules that way won't make them pull. Here, son. You hold her head a minute. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Right now. Back. That's it, girl. Now. Right, easy.
You sure you know your stuff about mules, Professor?
Well, I know enough not to starve them to death. Not to try to haul wood with a harness and wagon falling to bits. What's the matter, son?
Nothing, sir.
You're shaking with a cold.
But no, sir, I ain't cold.
All right. Here goes. Get up there. Get up. Yep.
Yeah, he sure can drive, can't he, son?
Look out. That wheel's going to fall off.
Whoa. Well, I reckon there won't be any more wood hauling. Here, take your mules and your rattle trap and clear out.
We'll fix that up, sir. In a jiffy.
Here, we're getting a new wheel, huh? Well, you need 4 new wheels. Here's $1, though you haven't earned even 50 cents. I'll get somebody else to haul my wood. Good Lord, heavens above.
What is it, Marvin?
Oh, these Negroes, these Negroes. You needn't come back tomorrow. Just forget it.
Don't let it fret you, sir.
Well, how can I help it? There are millions like them. Hopeless, helpless.
Oh, come on. Finish your breakfast, Marvin.
What do you say, Pap?
Reckon that's the end of our job. We got to get this thing home. What are you looking at?
Nothing.
Yeah, well, why are you looking at me like that?
Nothing.
I'm a mind to get a switch and fail you. Quit looking at me.
I ain't done nothing.
You ain't done nothing. Nobody done nothing. Mule's done nothing. You done nothing. That professor talking to me. Abuses me like a dog. You hold your head up! I reckon that'll hold you for a while, you... Here. Help me get one of these limbs and stick on this axle. Got to drag this thing back home. Hear me? You hear me?
Yes.
Catch hold of that side of the wheel and lift it up. Got to put a limb on it and drag home. What business is it yours, woman?
Well, I ain't got your dinner ready yet.
We don't want no dinner.
What's the matter, son?
Nothing.
What in the world's happened, boy?
Stop! Stop, I tell you!
What's happened?
Nothing.
Did your wagon break down, son?
Yes, it did. Had to haul the wagon home ourselves.
Don't worry about it, son. We'll get us a new wagon. Maybe. Sometime.
It ain't that.
Oh, what is it, baby?
It's Pappy. The way that man treated him.
What man?
Shut up, Bobo.
He talked rough to Pappy.
What?
And Pappy couldn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing.
Shut up, I tell you.
Don't hit that boy.
Lay your hands on him, I'll beat him black and blue.
Don't you do it. Don't you. Don't look like that. Oh, honey, never mind. Please, Pappy, please.
Yeah, that white man. You ought to get my gun and go back and kill him.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
And the way he look at me, abuse me. They put out the light, make the day dark like a cloud. Stomp on me, squash me. Give me no chance. Yeah, taking your life away, take all. Put a fence around the world and leave you no room. Now I'm down at the bottom. Oh.
Look at your poor face. In your eyes. Don't cry. I got my arms about you. All safe about you, honey. I'll hold you tighter.
I ain't crying, Gala. Ain't no use to cry. Ain't no use.
Come on. I'll get you dinner.
In our Bill of Rights, we say that no man shall be deprived of his vote by reason of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. We say that under the law all men are equal. We do not always observe even the letter of our law. And if we did, it would not suffice. For freedom is a faith, and laws alone will never save us if we lose faith. Faith in equal justice and equal freedom for all.
This afternoon's Columbia presentation of the Free Company's drama by Paul Green starred Canada Lee as Pappy, with Georgette Harvey as Mammy, Edna May Harris as Bobo, Louis Van Rooten as the Professor, and Marietta Canty. Music was arranged and conducted by Len Murray, and the production was under the direction of Norman Corwin. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive a copy of this broadcast. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York. Next Sunday, April 20th, at this same time, you will hear a verse drama by Archibald MacLeish, starring Burgess Meredith, titled The State's Talking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The name George Washington has become a symbol of liberty and freedom wherever man has read the records of history. In man's long and bitter struggle for the right to be free, for the right to govern himself, George Washington is a guiding beacon as enduring as history itself. 209 years ago today, George Washington, American, was born. To him, to his principles of freedom, of unity, of tolerance, of democracy itself, this program is dedicated.
The unity of government, which constitutes you one people, is also now dear to you. It is justly so, for it is a main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, the support of your tranquility at home, your peace abroad, of your safety, of your prosperity, in every shape of that very liberty which is so highly prized. The name of American, which belongs to you in your national capacity, must always exalt the just pride of patriotism more than any appellation derived from local discriminations. With slight shades of difference, you have the same religion, manners, habits, and political principles. you have in a common cause fought and triumphed together. The independence and liberty you possess are the work of joint councils and joint efforts, of common dangers, sufferings, and successes.
This is a decisive hour in American history. What George Washington said almost 200 years ago is pertinent and meaningful today. For this reason, we have restored with faithful accuracy, from documents, letters, and other historical records, the wisdom, the ideals, the thoughts, and the hopes of George Washington for America. Playing George Washington will be the distinguished actor, writer, director, Orson Welles.
I want you to hear a story of America. A story of a people who came here to find a refuge of hope and security. I want you who live today to hear facts from an historical diary of one who faced a world as difficult and as troubled as your own. I want you, my countrymen, to know how we met those problems, how we faced them, and how we overcame them. It is April 19th, 1775. A fateful day in American history. First blood is shed in the American War of the Revolution.
Who is it? Courier from the Continental Congress.
Just a minute.
What is it?
Important dispatch, sir.
Let me see it. You are hereby requested to attend the special meeting of the Second Continental Congress, which will sit in Philadelphia in May this year, 1775, for the purpose, among others, choosing a commander-in-chief of the Continental Armed Forces. Signed, John Hancock, President of the Congress.
Order, gentlemen, please. Mr. President. The gentleman from Massachusetts, John Adams.
Mr. President, members of the Congress, I believe that the Commander-in-Chief of the American Army should be a man satisfactory to all. We want Virginia to support our New England cause. Therefore, we should give our suffrage to a Commander-in-Chief from Virginia.
Mr. President! The gentleman from Virginia, Edmund Randolph.
I propose Colonel William Byrd,
commander of the Virginia forces.
No! I nominate General Andrew Lewis, that gallant soldier from Virginia.
No! He has neither the experience nor the ability.
I protest, sir.
And so do I, your
Order!
Mr. President, the gentleman from Massachusetts, John Adams.
Mr. President, I propose we end this bickering. I name for your consideration Colonel George Washington as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army.
Mr. President, the gentleman from Virginia, Patrick Henry. If you speak of eloquence, there are others more experienced. If you speak of solid information and sound judgment, Colonel Washington is unquestionably the greatest man on the floor. I propose we take a vote. Order. All in favor? Aye! Opposed? Then it is carried. Colonel Washington, this Congress has nominated you to be General and Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the United Colonies. Will you accept the position tendered you?
Yes, gentlemen, I accept it. Though I'm truly sensible of the high honor done me in this appointment, yet I feel a great distress from a consciousness that my abilities and military experience may not be equal to the important trust. However, if the Congress desire it, I will enter upon the momentous duty. and exert every power I possess in the service and for the support of this glorious cause. Philadelphia, June 18th, 1775. My dearest Martha, I'm now set down to write you on a subject which fills me with inexpressible concern. I've used every endeavor in my power to avoid it, not only from my unwillingness to part with you and the family, but from a consciousness of its being a trust too great for my capacity, and that I should enjoy more real happiness in 1 month with you at home than I have the most distant prospect of finding abroad, if my stay here were to be 7 times 7 years. But as it has been a kind of destiny that has thrown me upon this service, I shall hope that my undertaking it is designed to answer some good purpose. Your affectionate husband. Last Thursday, the Continental Congress of our nation drafted the document which I hold here in my hands. The Declaration of Independence. I'll read it to you. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Our numbers were quite inadequate to the task of opposing General Howe, being reduced by sickness, desertion, and political death. We're obliged to retire before the enemy. New York, north into White Plains. We retreat across the river to New Jersey. Across New Jersey to the Delaware. Few people knew the predicament we're in. On 1,000 accounts. Fewer still would believe if any disaster happened to these lines, from what cause it flowed. I've often thought how much happier I should have been if, instead of accepting a command under such circumstances, I'd taken my musket on my shoulder and entered the ranks, or if I could have justified the measure to posterity, my own conscience, and retired to the back country and lived in a wigwam. So I shall be able to rise superior to these and many other difficulties. I shall most religiously believe that the finger of divine providence is in it. The hand of Providence would seem to be in it indeed. For on Christmas Eve we attacked Trenton, capturing 23 officers and 866 men. Justice to the officers and men, I must add that their behavior reflected the highest honor among them. Princeton, too, we established ourselves more firmly on the Delaware. The odds soon told. For at Brandywine, our small army was beaten and forced into retreat. Through the want of shoes and stockings, the hard frozen ground, you might have tracked the army from White Marsh to Valley Forge by the blood of their feet. Strong symptoms of discontent appeared in particular instances. Nothing but the most active efforts everywhere could avert a shocking catastrophe. Come in.
General Washington.
Yes, Colonel?
General Washington. The men are in a bad way, sir. 10,000 starving, frozen men. What you're asking them to do is impossible.
And what do you propose?
Surrender on whatever terms we can get, sir.
Mm-hmm. Are you cold, sir?
Of course.
Hungry?
Yes.
And discouraged?
Discouraged and beaten, too, sir.
Beaten? Huh. I'm cold. My home's a shelter like yours. I'm hungry. My food's no better than yours. I'm discouraged. What man wouldn't be? But beaten when we've nothing but a few wooden buildings to lose. Man, there's freedom to be gained.
The price is so great, sir.
We've fought long and hard together, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
And won sometimes, too. Haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Why can't we win again? And if we should win again, would the price then be too great? Would any price be too great for freedom? For liberty?
General Washington, tell me, do you really think we have a chance? Do you really believe that after this sort of sacrifice, that we can hold out?
Before God, before the men who entrusted me with this command, before all that I love, I do believe it, Colonel.
I'll tell the men that, sir.
Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Shadow of the Wings.
Over there, Mommy.
Yes, dear, of course. Of course you saw him.
Not his face, though.
Of course not, darling.
I wish there was some nice medicine.
I know it tastes awful, honey, but it's medicine.
It doesn't make me well.
It will, dear. Open your mouth.
I've been taking it ever so long. There. Have you got to go away, Mommy?
Dr. Sam says you must have your rest, Carol Sue.
I just rest all the time.
I know, dear. Mummy doesn't like to leave you all alone so much, but...
I wish he'd talk to me.
Shall I put your dolly on the bed beside you, dear?
She doesn't talk either. Besides, aren't I getting too big for dollies now?
Do you feel all right, dear?
I hurt.
Oh, darling.
I always hurt, Mommy. It doesn't make any difference. I just get lonesome.
Mummy's right in the next room all the time, dear.
I know.
Maybe the medicine will stop the hurt.
Wouldn't you tell me a story, please?
Honey, it just breaks Mummy's heart. She can't stay and tell you a story, but Dr. Sam says you mustn't get excited, don't you see?
I wouldn't get excited, Mommy.
I have to do what Dr. Sam says, Carol Sue.
I wouldn't get very excited.
And you try to sleep now, dear. Will you?
I do try.
And have nice dreams.
He's not a dream, Mommy.
I know, dear.
He just stands there by the window, and he never says anything to me.
Of course, dear.
I wish he'd talk to me or tell me a story.
Maybe he will, dear, if you go right to sleep.
He never says anything.
Where is he now, dear?
He goes away whenever you come in or anybody comes in.
And where does he go?
Just away.
What's he look like, dear? Won't you drink the rest of the medicine?
I drank ever so much, Mother. Like, I don't know.
Don't know what, Carol Sue?
What he looks like. I don't really see him. He's always there by the window, and when I look real hard...
Just another little drop, dear.
Look real hard, I don't see him.
Of course.
But he's there, Mother.
Of course. Now, Mommy must go, dear.
Just another little minute, Mommy.
Darling.
Mommy.
What, dear?
He really is here. And he's thinking about me all the time, Mommy.
Yes, darling.
I can hear him thinking. Carol Sue, all the time. I wish he'd talk to me.
Michael, put up your sword. It is only I, your brother. Why, I am no demon, Michael. I am no plotter against the throne. I am your brother. Why, you'd have run me through with that great shining sword, Michael, if I'd not spoken. And then what of the world? Be not so ready with the sword, Michael. Are you grown testy these latter days? Are you grown a little proud, a little vainglorious in your old age? Remember our brother that grew proud, Michael, and vaunt not yourself. Oh, no, I will not say his name. I know the law, and his name is forgotten amongst us. Nay, Michael, I jested with you. Be not angry, for it is not often that I jest, Michael. Is all well? Is it well with my brothers? Is it well with you? Yes, I am well. I am always well. Too well, Michael? Oh, now you jest. Farewell a while. There is one who waits on me, and her I must attend.
You did come back. I was so lonesome all by myself. Mommy says she can't stay here with me. Mommy says I have to be alone so I won't get excited, and she won't stay with me. But you did come back. I knew you'd come back. I'm so sick. But I'm not so lonesome now. Why do you stand by the window where I can't see you? I won't get excited, really. Wouldn't you come and sit on the bed and talk to me? Tell me a story? Please. Mommy doesn't think you really come to see me. Wouldn't you come away from over there in the shadows so I can see you? Oh, please. If you'd only just talk to me, I wouldn't get excited. I promise I won't get excited, because I know what'll happen if I do. I heard Mommy talking to Dr. Sam. Dr. Sam says if I get excited, I'll die. Won't you come and talk to me, please, mister? Are you a ghost? I don't think you're a ghost because I'm not afraid of you. Please come and talk to me. Please.
Carol Sue.
Carol Sue, are you awake, dear?
He's gone away, Mommy.
Darling, I thought you must go to sleep.
I can't sleep, Mommy.
You mustn't talk to yourself, dear. You must...
I wasn't talking to myself. I was talking to him.
Oh, darling, you were asleep. You were dreaming.
No, Mommy. He was right there by the window.
There's nobody here, dear. You were having a dream.
No.
Honey, there couldn't be. Carol Sue?
Yes, Mommy?
Carol Sue, have you been over here by the window?
No, Mommy.
Are you sure, honey? Are you sure?
No, Mommy. I've been right here in bed all the time. Why, Mommy?
Somebody's been there by the window, dear.
Mommy, I told you. He stands there by the window.
Well met, Raphael. Well met, my brother. It is not too often that we two meet here in the high place, Raphael. We must win of the world, you and I, and there is no rest for either of us, is there? How goes the pathfinding, brother? Yeah, it's a sad and thankless task, this labor of yours. Well, I know. For many a time in the night I've heard the lost ones cry, Raphael, come and lead us. We have gone astray. Then sometime I have answered their pleas in your behalf. And little enough thanks do I get when I take their hands, saying, come with me. Yeah, no. Michael and the other brother, Michael with his flashing shield and great gleaming sword, he and the young one, they need never walk the ways of the world seeking as you and I do. Tell me, are you ever weary? Yeah, there is no rest, is there? Well then, good speed, Raphael. Go about your wayfaring. I return to mine.
Tell me, Dr. Sam.
I can't understand it, Margaret. I simply can't understand it at all.
She's not getting better.
I can't understand it.
She's taking the medicine that you prescribed, Dr. Sam. Every day, just as you said, I stand right there beside her bed and watch her drink it.
I know, Margaret. I can tell she's taking the medicine.
Well, what are we going to do then, Dr. Sam?
Margaret, the child simply must be kept quiet at all costs.
She is being kept quiet.
Look, Margaret, I know a little about mothers myself. I know how you feel. Margaret, you've got to stay out of Carol Sue's room.
I do stay out.
Then who goes in her room?
What did she tell you, Dr. Sam?
Who goes in there?
Dr. Sam, what did she tell you?
Has she mentioned it to you?
Did she tell you about by the window?
She did.
It wasn't I, Dr. Sam.
It was an extraordinarily vivid dream then, Margaret.
It wasn't a dream, Sam.
Well, Margaret?
There was somebody there.
I know there was, Margaret.
Who?
You don't know?
I don't know.
Cross your heart, Margaret?
I don't know, Sam. Maybe...
Well?
Maybe it was... death.
Still waiting, Gabriel? A long, long time. Eternity, brother. A long, long time since the black darkness lay upon the face of the waters and there was no light. Aye, and a long, long time of waiting till darkness descend again at the sound of yonder great golden trumpet.
How long since you have looked upon the fair green hills of the world, Gabriel? How long since your eyes have beheld the blue of the waters and felt the winds of the west upon your cheek? So many countless years, Gabriel, and yet it's fair and beautiful as first we saw it that day so very long ago. No day goes by, Gabriel, that I do not walk upon the earth, nor any night. Would you change places with me, Gabriel, and walk as I do among men? You would not. You would not have my task? Well, fortunate, Gabriel, for there is no choice. Though I weary of the hills and the mountains and the long, sweet plains of earth, I have my task, and my task I must perform. Michael with his sword, Michael the captain of the host, Raphael the seeker out who walks the earth on a gentler task than mine, and you who wait the word, as we four waited it before the evening and the morning with the first day. Wait, Gabriel. Eternity may not be so very long. Farewell, my brother. There is a vigil to keep.
I will go in. I'll stay with her and watch, Dr. Sam.
Is she asleep?
She's very quiet.
Don't wake her, Mother.
No. I'll watch. I'll stay awake, and if...
Be very quiet.
I'll be very quiet. Good night, Dr. Sam.
Good night, Margaret. You'll call me.
I'll call you. Carol Sue. Carol Sue. Carol Sue, darling. Oh, sleep, dear. Mommy will watch over you.
I'm not asleep, Mommy.
Oh. Dear, did I wake you?
No, I was awake, Mommy.
Shall Mommy give you the medicine?
No, Mommy, I don't hurt much. I was just lying here, waiting.
Waiting?
I thought he was here, but he wasn't.
Who is he, dear?
I don't know.
Do you dream him, dear?
Oh, no, Mommy.
Mommy will be very quiet, dear, so you can sleep.
All right.
Go to sleep, dear.
Mommy. Mommy. Mommy.
Mommy is asleep, Carol Sue.
Why, you're talking to me.
I cannot forever keep silent, child.
I can't see you.
And yet I am with thee.
You talk strange.
Well,
Won't you come over here where I can see you?
perhaps you would not like what you would see, Carol Sue.
Why? Are you ugly?
No man has ever seen my face
Why?
and lived.
I can see your shadow on the floor.
Yes.
It looks as if you have wings. Do you have wings?
Yes, Carol Sue.
Tell me about them. What's your name?
Great dark wings that cast a shadow when there is no light. Great black wings, Carol Sue. The color of the deepest midnight.
Are you an angel? Come sit by me, angel.
I have been at your side, little Carol Sue, for all your life.
You're my guardian angel, then. I knew you couldn't be a ghost because I wasn't afraid of you.
You do not fear me then, Carol Sue?
Why, no. Of course not. Come and sit by me. Be careful. Don't wake Mommy.
No.
Mommy's tired. She takes such good care of me. seeing, Dr. Sam.
I know, little Carol Sue.
Will you tell me a story?
I will tell you a story of a little girl who lies in a great bed in a room by herself and dreams while she is awake. A patient little girl who has never known what it is to walk like other little girls, who must lie in bed alone and always be in pain.
I am always in pain, but I've learned not to mind it.
Who has learned many, many things in the great white bed, in the lonely room.
I have learned many, many things.
A little girl who knows that death will come for her very soon. Who knows and does not fear.
What's the little girl's name?
You know her name.
Carol
Sue.
What's it like to die? What's it like to die?
That I cannot tell you, Carol Sue.
Don't you know? Don't you?
Yes. I know.
Is it like going to sleep? Is it... will I go to heaven? Is it like nothing, Angel?
Do not ask me, Carol Sue. It is forbidden that I tell.
Won't you tell me anything about dying?
I will say to you, be not afraid.
I don't think I'm afraid, Angel. But I'll be sorry for Mommy. Mommy loves me.
Yes.
And I love Mommy.
Yes.
Oh, I hurt.
If you take my hand, Carol Sue.
If I take your hand, I'll die. Won't I, Angel?
Yes, Carol Sue.
Will you tell me a story before you take my hand, Angel? It's been so long since anybody told me a story.
There is so little time, Carol Sue.
Just a little story, then. Please.
Well, there are so many stories, and they all end the same way.
Tell me a story about other little boys and girls, Angel.
I remember a story.
Tell me. Please.
It is written that every living thing must one day face me, and having faced me, come with me.
Die, you mean?
Aye, it is so written.
Don't you ever let somebody go on living?
No mortal man, Carol Sue.
But little boys and girls.
There was a time, and it was long years ago, and it was in a place called Egypt. Now, in this place called Egypt, there was a great people held in captivity by the dreadful Pharaoh of Egypt.
Did he die, the Pharaoh?
His time came at last, and he came away with me. But in this time of which I speak, when the people of Egypt held these others in bondage, so that they must labor under the whips and lashes of the overseers, there rose a great man who was appointed to lead his people out of that bondage. And through his faith he worked many miracles against the Egyptians. Yet did the wicked Pharaoh never remember his promises, and still held the men and the women.
And the boys and girls?
All the people he held in captivity. And so there came a night, and well I remember, for it was this very time of the year. And in Egypt the nights were hot, and the people suffered so. And the leader prayed, and behold, the word was in him. And he went to his people and spoke to them. Woe to the Egyptian host, he said. Woe unto them and their children.
Even the children, Angel?
Hearken to me. Now came the long night, and the moon was darkened, and the heat lay upon the land and in the houses like a fell spirit. And in the night I was bidden go forth and slay the children of all the land, even the firstborn of the Egyptians.
All the little children, Angel?
But the houses of the people who were in bondage, in each of those houses, the people took a lamb and slew it. And with the lamb's blood did they mark the lintels of their doors. Therefore, I, having the bidding, did descend upon the land of Egypt, and I did take away all the firstborn of the Egyptians. But in the houses where the blood of the lamb was set upon the lintels, I entered not. And their firstborn I spared, that they lived.
Lived forever, Angel?
No mortal lives forever, my child. At that time I passed them over, but when their time came, I laid my hand on their shoulders and said, Come with me to thy long home, for it is finished.
And they died too.
As all must die. Now, you have heard your story of how I spared the lives of the children for a time, and in a good cause. Now will you take my hand?
They all died.
Yes.
I thought it was going to be a happy story, and it's all about dying.
My stories all have the same end, Carol Sue. Come. Take my hand.
Can I say goodbye to Mommy first? Mommy? Mommy? Mommy?
Carol Sue.
Mommy?
Was I asleep?
Yes, Mommy. Mommy,
There's someone in this room. Carol Sue.
Yes, Mommy.
There's someone. Who is it? Who is it?
Tell her, Angel.
Where is he? I can't see it. It's so dark.
No, Mommy. You mustn't see him.
The shadow on the floor.
It's his shadow, Mommy.
Carol. No, the shadow of wings.
His wings, Mommy.
Who are you? Answer me.
My name is Azrael.
Azrael.
Azrael. The black winged of the archangels. Azrael of the veiled face. I am Azrael.
The angel of death.
No. Where are you? Where? Carol Sue, where?
I am here.
You'll not take her.
I will take her.
You can't, you won't.
She cannot stop me. I am Azrael.
Oh, no, Azrael. Not my child. Not my own Carol Sue, no.
I have stood at her bedside for these many nights, and she has known I was here. The time of waiting is over. Come, child, take my hand.
Mommy.
No. Give her back to me. Give her back.
No.
I'll fight you. Dr. Sam, help. Dr. Sam.
He knows it is useless to call him. He has done his best, and he did not prevail over me.
Oh, where are you? I'll fight you. I'll stop you.
Look not on me, mortal.
I'll fight.
You fight me to no avail, woman. For I am always the winner. I am the unconquerable.
Carol Sue.
No, Mommy. It's too late. I've seen his face.
Azrael, have mercy.
I'm not afraid, Mommy.
Where are you, Carol Sue? Where are you?
She has taken my hand. Say your goodbyes, Mother.
Azrael, have pity on me. Have mercy.
It may not be.
Take me.
No.
Take me and spare her, Azrael.
No, Mommy.
Have you no pity? Must you snatch her away from
Mommy, I love you.
Azrael.
I have my duty. I may not falter. Come, child. We must go.
Azrael, listen to me.
I dare not.
Haven't you ever spared a child? Haven't you?
He told me about the children in Egypt, Mother. He spared them.
Yes, Azrael. You spared the children of Passover. Spare my daughter.
But they all died, Mother, when their time came.
It is time.
Have you always been so merciless? Can no one escape your hand and your black wings? Azrael.
Hearken to me, woman.
Will you?
Hearken. Not one has ever escaped my hand. Chaste woman. I may not let her stay. Never have I.
Remember.
Remember?
Remember.
I remember. Why, well, I remember.
Gabriel.
A certain high hill, shaped like to a man's skull, and a great clamorous crowd and the Roman soldiers casting dice for a cloak, and 3 tall crosses high about the heads of the multitude. 2 thieves in agony crying out from my hand and the shadow of my dark wings, and a voice saying, "Today thou shalt be with me in paradise." And so they came away with me.
And the other.
And his torments were 1,000-fold what they had suffered. And I shall never in all eternity forget the look on his face, so that I turned my face away from his. And I, the angel of death, knew pity. I, the very angel of death. And the lightnings flashed, and the very earth was rent asunder, and I could not. And I, the merciless messenger, I, Azrael, I but laid the tip of my finger upon his shoulder. In 3 days. Why, this is the day itself. This is the day he arose. Take thy daughter, woman. Keep her to cherish her, and bend thy knee in thanksgiving to the Most High. Michael! Michael! Raphael, Gabriel! Archangel brothers! Behold! Death himself is conquered!
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Shadow of the Wings. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke for you was Ernest Chappell.
And Carol Stew was played by Cecile Roy. Dr. Sam was William Marshall, and the mother was Bess Johnson. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now, about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, I have a Scottish story for you called The Vale of Glen Cove.
And so, until next week at this same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Stay tuned to this ABC station for Drew Pearson, who follows immediately over most of these same ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a man who held a high government office in a country of freedom-loving people. John McIntyre plays the part of Governor John Goodwin in Suicide by Order.
Yes?
Dr. Shea is here.
Oh, good. Send him right in. Well, come in, Wayne. What brings you here so early today?
John, what in the world are you trying to do?
Well, that's a fine greeting. What do you mean?
You know very well what I mean. A speech on the radio last night. I'd be perfectly willing to wager that the remarks you made were not in the approved copy of your speech.
You'd win your bet. You don't know the things they wanted me to say. They're outrageous. I wouldn't even consider following that line.
That can cause a lot of trouble, John, even though you're still governor.
Still governor. That's a big help. And as for my powers, I haven't originated one piece of approved legislation since they took over. All they do is push bills at me to sign.
Now, that's another thing, your refusal to sign their edicts. John, the governors of almost every other state have been removed from office. You know that. And each state has become a separate province with its own commissar. Now, that can happen here, too.
Wayne, do I hear right? Are you implying that I cooperate with these people, carry out their edicts without any reference to the people or our legislature?
Well, call it what you want. You can't fight this thing by being bullheaded. As far as the legislature is concerned, it may as well adjourn. Everything pertaining to law is coming from the Action Committee anyhow. If we can bide our time, maybe someday...
Bide our time someday? I'm doing my fighting now. Do you think they can walk in and trample all over us? Am I supposed to sign my name while I'm blindfolded?
The bills will go into effect anyhow.
That's exactly what I mean. They write a law, put it into effect, and then come to me for a signature. Why do they bother? Anyone with half a brain would know that I would never condone the issuance of such orders if I didn't have to.
That's just the point. You do have to.
Yes, I do. They started with the threats.
Threats?
Yes. If I don't sign this or that law, they say they'll make it more stringent and put it into effect anyhow. Oh, good morning, Mr. Collin. Or rather, Comrade Collin. Do come in.
Goodwin, you've done a very serious thing. Your speech last night, I warned you.
Governor Goodwin, if you please.
Governor Goodwin, if I please? Well, I don't please. You've caused a great deal of trouble for me and yourself. Your original speech had been approved by the Ministry of Information. Why did you deviate from it?
Did I deviate?
I warn you to watch your step, Goodwin. Those remarks you made, proud to be an American citizen, react in a democratic manner. You have been told, as have your people, communism is the only democracy. History has proved it.
Perhaps you have some testimonials to that claim from Siberia?
Dr. Shea, you're a man of fair intelligence. I suggest that you try to impress upon your friend the importance of cooperating with us. The consequences of resistance can be very unpleasant.
He was pretty upset.
Yes, he was. How far do you think you can go with him?
I'm going to fight him every step of the way. I will not be a party. Yes?
The Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Wilson is here, sir.
Show him in.
That's strange. Wonder what Wilson wants.
Good morning, Wayne. Doctor?
Morning. What can I do for you, Tom?
I'll come right to the point. It's about those bills you've been signing. You know, of course, that they've been a direct cause of trouble for the citizens.
Go on.
One freedom after another is being trampled underfoot. Now I understand you have a new law. Something about the newspapers.
Yes, I have. It's here on my desk now.
If you will both excuse me, I'd like to say something. Now, Tom, you're going to cause trouble for yourself and for John by coming here. It was because of your idiotic behavior that you were removed from the office of Lieutenant Governor.
That's exactly what I mean. One morning I walk into my office and I've learned that I've resigned. What kind of methods are those? That is why I'm opposed to cooperating with these people in any manner whatsoever. What is this new bill?
The Ministry of Information has taken over all newspapers, or rather it allocates the newsprint supply.
You're not going to sign it.
Of course he's going to sign it. Why do you persist in knocking your head against the wall? What else can he do?
He mustn't sign it. It's treason. Freedom of the press is periled.
Tom, do you think for 1 minute it would make any difference whether or not I signed this order or any of the orders? It would mean trouble for me, my staff, even you and Wayne.
You're a traitor. A traitor to the American people.
Tom, you're out of your mind.
You're a disgrace to your office. I'm ashamed of my association with you.
Good evening.
Hello, Clara.
Good evening.
Thanks a lot for inviting us over, Clara. Nice to see you again.
Well, I thought you two old bachelors might like a home-cooked dinner. You're late.
Well, we just came from Tom Wilson. He's in pretty bad shape. After he got the news that John had signed the new labor bill, he almost went out of his mind. I had to give him a couple of shots to quiet him.
Oh, that poor man.
Oh, it's his own fault. I think he'll pull out of it.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, he's here. Just a moment. John, it's for you.
Hello? What?
Why, no, come to think of it, I haven't seen him all day. Yes, I think I know why. I'm trying to find out what I can. Yes, I'll call you as soon as I get any information. Bye. Well, getting close to home now.
What is it?
Jeffrey, Speaker of the House, he was at the meeting yesterday when we were presented to that labor bill. He's the only one who refused to sign it.
What happened to him?
I don't know. That was his wife. He hasn't been seen since he left the meeting yesterday afternoon.
And I refuse to discuss the subject anymore. Good day. I beg your pardon.
Oh, hello, Wayne. Sit down.
Colin was certainly leaving in a hurry. What'd you find out?
Not a thing.
You think Jeffries is dead?
What else? Missing for over a week. No letter, no phone call, didn't take any clothes. He was on the way home from his office and just disappeared. Yes? Wilson? Send him in.
That fool. I specifically told him to remain in bed. Why, the man's on the verge of a nervous collapse. Wait till I...
Come in, Tom.
Well, you fixed things up beautifully, haven't you?
Sit down, Tom.
Where's Jeffries? Where is he? Tommy, you shouldn't be out of bed.
He's dead. That's where he is. He's dead. And it's all your fault if you stood by him. But no, you signed everything. Bowed down to them.
Tom, you're a sick man. Now, come on.
Don't touch me. Traitors, all of you. Why don't you fight them? Why don't you...
Well, I warned him. Better call an ambulance.
What a terrible, terrible thing.
Yes, it's pretty bad. Wayne had him moved to the hospital. The way he was raving...
I hope you know that ordinarily he wouldn't say those things.
Yes, of course. Ever since they moved him out of office, he's been getting worse. He hasn't had to cope with them day after day as I have. All he's had time to do is to think of the injustice of it all. He wants to fight. What is there to fight, and what good?
I know. Wayne should be here soon. I'll go fix him.
Wait a minute, Clara. There's something else.
Yes, John?
Clara, we've postponed, or rather, I've postponed our wedding 3-4 times now.
Yes, I know.
The reason for that has nothing to do with how I feel about you. In fact, it's because I love you that I haven't married you.
I'm afraid I don't understand, John.
Well, there have been cases you haven't heard about them. People who resisted Colin and the government. Why do you suppose some of them finally gave in?
I think I begin to see.
Sometimes only a threat against a wife or children has been necessary. In other cases, there have been disappearances.
You think they'd take it out on me for something you did or didn't do?
I know they would. I don't even want them to know we're engaged.
Oh, John, why can't we get out of here? Go to some country that's still free. You could fly from there and I could... I'm sorry, John.
I'm going to stay here as long as it's humanly possible to put up with these demons. I think I can do more here than I could anyplace else. At least that's the way I feel for the present. Maybe something will...
That must be the doctor.
Oh, hello, Clara.
Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, John. You look pretty low.
How's Wilson?
He'll pull through nerves. Pretty much unstrung, but physically he's all right.
Well, you better stick pretty close to him. He may have a turn for the worse by tomorrow.
You anticipating trouble?
Yes, I don't know what's up, but I meet with Colin in the morning, and I'll wager it isn't going to be good.
Order, I say. Quiet, please, gentlemen. We'll never get anywhere this way. We have only a few minutes before Colleen gets here. Let's take these things one at a time. I don't even know what this meeting has been called for.
I'll tell you why. I reported to my office this morning and found a stranger sitting at my desk in my office. He had the effrontery to ask me if I had an appointment.
I think I know what this means. Go on.
He said he was the new Minister of Agriculture, that the people had demanded my removal because of my activity against the interests of the state. When I protested, I was thrown out bodily picked up by two policemen and physically ejected from the Capitol building.
Same thing happened to me. Gentlemen, please, order. I'm afraid there's not much we can do about this. I've protested every single bill and every appointment that's come through here, but it's always the same thing. action against your families or against your friends, and if that fails, well, we all know what happened to Jeffries, or rather, we don't know. I suggest you... won't you come in, Mr. Collins?
What are you people doing here? You're without official standing in this state. Get out. Get out before I have you arrested for trespassing. Traitors, saboteurs.
You'd better leave, gentlemen.
Apparently, you already know what's happened.
Yes, I know, but I'm not sure I believe it.
I suggest you learn to believe. Here, sign this.
What is it this time?
It's a certification of the new cabinet for the state. It announces the successors to office.
Mr. Collins, while I know I'm wasting my time talking
Watch
to you...
yourself, Mr. Goodman.
I would nevertheless like to point out that almost all of these offices are elective. Do you understand what that means? Elective? Elected by the people. Not appointed by you or me or anyone else. My signature on this paper would mean absolutely nothing to the people.
You'll sign it anyhow. Besides, the men whose names are there as replacements are already in office.
I was about to mention that myself.
You know, of course, that we will have admissions of guilt from the former office holders very soon. Even now, we're preparing a formal list of charges for release to the citizens.
I thought it was the citizens who had demanded the removal of these men.
When the confessions of malfeasance of office have been signed, and rest assured they will be signed, we'll post them with this official announcement. And if you don't sign...
If I don't sign, there will be bloodshed. My friends will suffer because they will come into conflict with the police. If I do sign, there will be those who will say I succumbed to threats, that I betrayed my people.
You're thinking too much of your former aide, Wilson. He's insane. He's the only person in the whole state structure who has had any real objection to the new government. And don't be affected by the opinion of a crazy man.
Why do you even bother to bring these things to me for signature at all?
Sign.
No.
What?
I said no. I won't sign it.
Perhaps I can change your mind. Give me police headquarters?
There's going to be bloodshed anyhow. I can no longer be a party to...
Yes? Collins speak. Have you picked them up yet? You have both Dr. Shea and Miss Lyons in custody. Good. Hold them until you hear from me.
Ella and Wayne in jail?
Yes.
Why? Why? What have they done?
We haven't decided yet. We'll think of something. We've heard they've been guilty of action inimical to the interests of the state. Right now, our evidence is shaky. It is possible we could even be wrong. You could convince me.
How?
Sign.
You are listening to Suicide by Order, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
And confessions are expected momentarily from the remaining criminals. Meanwhile, the new officers have taken office by order of Governor John Goodwin. The governor, who early today signed the affidavit accusing the former office holders of malfeasance of office, indicated that he is very confident that the affairs of state under the new members will herald a new day of freedom and a...
I think they've distorted the facts a bit.
We all know that, John.
But nevertheless, the bill bears my signature.
You shouldn't have let them threaten you. I mean, with Wayne and me. We'd have been all right.
How did they find out about us, you and me? I've tried to conceal our relationship in every possible manner. Only you and I and Wayne knew.
And Earl Parnas.
Earl Parnas? You mean the one who was in our motor vehicle department?
Yes. You remember he was removed because of his activity report by the Un-American Committee.
Well, yes, but...
He's working for them now. He was down at the police station, one of their agents. He was gloating about his new position in the state police setup, the MVD.
If this weren't so outrageous, it would be funny.
What do you mean?
Police, MVD, motor vehicle department.
Have you heard from Wayne yet?
Oh, he called this morning. I don't know where he is. Have you got your instructions straight for tonight?
Yes, I'm all packed. One small suitcase, as you told me.
Well, tell me what you're to do.
You will go home early tonight. I will put out all the lights as though going to bed. At 1:30 in the morning, a car will pull into the driveway. I will go to wherever the driver takes me. Oh, John, can't you tell me where it is?
No. Go on.
Oh, John, they found out.
Answer it.
Doctor, pounding on the door.
John, Wilson just tried to commit suicide.
What?
Yeah, he heard the report over the radio about the bill you signed. He jumped out of a window in his apartment building. He's badly hurt.
That fool, that stupid, idiotic fool, jumping out of a window is an act of a neurotic. Only a demented person would try such a thing.
It appeared he was recovering, too.
Suicide doesn't absolve one of his responsibilities. It's a very poor escape. Besides, he chose a stupid way to go about it. There's no guarantee of success. If a person feels he must do away with himself, he should use a gun or poison.
John, what a peculiar way to talk.
Don't mind what John says. I've been his doctor for more than 20 years. He's always been afraid of pain. John would naturally think of a painless way to die. If he was thinking of dying, which I don't think he is.
It's getting late.
Yes, of course. Would you drive me home, Wayne?
Sure, glad to. See you tomorrow, Clara.
Yes, I'll see you tomorrow.
This is the first time in the history of the state police that a person has disappeared without their knowledge. Now, how is it possible? Have you been asleep?
Oh, they've been watched every minute. We know she was home the night before last. Both Dr. Shea and the governor were there. They left together when the girl retired.
How do you know?
Why, she put out all the lights. As always, my man watched the house for an hour afterwards.
Then what did he do?
Why, he went home, I guess.
Parnas, you have committed a terrible blunder. There is no room here for guessing. You'll find out what happened to the girl and bring me a report on Goodwin and Shea within the next 24 hours.
I'll try, sir.
You'll succeed. And if you should by some chance fail...
I understand. I will find out.
Where are they now?
The governor and the doctor started out in the car this morning. They're being followed.
Where are they going?
The governor's secretary, one of my employees, said they were just going for a short ride to relax.
I suppose you noticed we're being followed.
Of course.
What was so urgent? Why couldn't we meet in your office? And where in the world is Clara?
No. She's safe, thank God.
Safe where?
The other night when you were with us, the night Wilson tried to kill himself, I arranged for her to fly out of the country. I just got word this morning. She made it safely.
I'm surprised she'd go without you.
I told her I'd join her as soon as I could. That's what I want to talk to you about.
But why here?
Well, I can't risk using the office. I think they're after me now. I've served my purpose. I can do no more good, either for them or for our own people. I'm leaving the country tomorrow. I want you to go with me.
But how? You're watched every minute.
I have a plan. But we must work fast. No packing, no change in routine. This afternoon, I'm going downstate to welcome some new official. I probably won't be back tonight. Now, tomorrow morning, I'll phone you at your office at 7 o'clock and ask you to come over to examine me for some illness.
Yeah.
But don't come to my house. That will be your signal to get into your car and drive to a field outside of the city. Here. I've drawn out the route. Now, memorize it and then burn it.
Then what?
When you get there, I'll be waiting with a plane. Don't contact me anymore from now on, even by telephone. Should the plan fail and I don't bring you tomorrow, come and see me as usual later in the morning.
What is it you have to do this afternoon?
Oh, it's some new commissar or something. I'm driving to Midland with Colin. It's only about 70 miles from here. It's almost time to get started. You better head back toward the capital. Remember, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning at your office.
Good morning, Dr. Shea. You startled me. You're here early.
Yes, good morning, nurse. I had some case histories to check. Do you have the time? I think our office clock is fast.
No, it's the same time I have. 5 minutes to 8.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Something wrong, Doctor?
No,
We have an early patient. Come in.
Nurse, what do you want?
Oh, nothing. Just wondered if you'd heard the news.
Well, don't be cryptic. What do you want?
Oh, you haven't heard then. Your friend, Governor Goodwin. He committed suicide last night, jumped from a window.
You're insane.
Now you'll find that I'm perfectly normal. You ought to come with me to party headquarters. Now.
I still don't believe it. It's impossible.
Are you inferring that something else caused the death? That can be very dangerous, you know.
Dangerous? What else can they do? What can you do that hasn't already been done?
If you want to find out, try once more to escape from this country.
Escape? When? How did you know?
Oh, we know. We have ways. So you better watch your step, Dr. Shea.
And in the face of that, you still expect me to believe Governor Goodwin committed suicide?
Frankly, I don't care what you think. As long as my duties are satisfactory, Yes? Oh, yes, Mr. Collins. Yes, he's here. For you, Dr. Shea.
Yes? Oh, hello. Yeah, Mr. Knapp's informed me. Terrible thing. And I may as well tell you, too, that I don't believe he committed suicide. And I have several reasons for thinking what I think. As his doctor, I'd like to attend the post-mortem. And I understand I need your permission. Thank you. When will it be? 15 minutes. But you're 70 miles away from here. I could never... Oh, yes. That's up to me. I understand. Perfectly.
Come in. Good evening, Dr. Shea.
Good evening.
Dr. Shea, we noticed you were missing from Governor Goodwin's funeral yesterday. How do you explain this?
I have no explanation. I just didn't go.
Many of your countrymen are talking. It seems that you're misinformed about the cause of his death. Whether or not there is doubt in your mind, you must not contradict the findings of the State Commission. After all, you weren't even at the post-mortem.
And you know why I wasn't there.
Now, although we are certain of our findings, there is one thing we would like to ask you, Dr. Shea. Do you think he committed suicide because his cabinet resigned, because of their lack of faith in him?
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm stupid enough to be trapped by a question like that?
What do you mean?
I mean that Governor Goodwin did not commit suicide.
Then, of course, you think his death was accidental.
No.
Then?
Murder. Cold, calculated murder.
By whom?
That is something I don't think I will ever know.
Dr. Shea, I've given you credit for being a sensible man. Your actions up to now have been harmless to the state. However, you have been spreading many of these lies to the people. Your stupid assumption that Goodwin was murdered is without foundation.
It's odd you don't ask me my reasons. Are you afraid?
What are these reasons, Dr. Shea?
Well, first of all, there's one thing we've already touched upon, the post-mortem. The police, the servants, everybody knew I was Goodwin's physician. Yet not only was I not called to the scene of his death, but I was prevented from attending the post-mortem examination. I was not even asked to sign his death certificate. Your Dr. Hayjack did that.
The first lie. You were called for the post-mortem.
Yes, 15 minutes before it took place, 75 miles from here.
Is that all?
3 days before his death, John had Caroline sent out of the country. He told her that he would follow as soon as he could. They were to be married immediately. I ask you, would a man as deeply in love as he was, a man who was going to get married, want to kill himself?
These reasons are without any found...
Also know that Goodwin planned to leave the country with me. The night he was killed, he was still making plans to go. He told me to be ready at 7 o'clock the next morning. It is not logical he should kill himself the same night.
Perhaps something happened to make him...
Something did happen, but he didn't change his mind. You see, another reason I know that he would not commit suicide by jumping from a window is that he was deathly afraid of pain.
Afraid of pain?
Last week, when Wilson tried to commit suicide by jumping out of a window, John was horrified. I recall he said it would be preferable to use poison or a gun. He carried a gun with him. Why didn't he use it?
Stupid reasoning.
I was Goodwin's doctor for more than 20 years. The simple pain of a hypodermic needle terrified him. Many years ago, he was scalded by hot water and has since had an abnormal fear of it. He had an automobile accident once and was hurt. He refused ever again to ride in the same car. And at his request, I've been furnishing him with sleeping tablets for over a year. He always carried a supply with him, 50 or 60. Surely he would use these if he'd wanted to.
Dr. Shea, if you're finished...
I'm not finished. Normally, people who commit suicide leave letters behind. He had 2 sisters living outside this country. A woman whom he loved and was to marry, many close friends, including myself. And yet not a single letter or note has been found.
You have witnesses to all this, of course.
As a matter of fact, there are witnesses. But you'll never know who they are. Isn't it true that his body was clad only in pajamas? He wore no slippers or robe? Wouldn't he have been more fully dressed? Unless he had been dragged from his bed.
Who told you this?
Isn't it true that shots were heard during the night? And isn't it true that four, Comrade Collins, 4 coffins were removed from the house before the Communist Medical Commission arrived? Is it possible that Goodwin managed to do some eliminating of his own before he committed suicide? And isn't it also true...
Stop, that's enough. Tell us!
Yes, comrade.
This man is under arrest. Take him away.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a man of state under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American statesman if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Czechoslovakia. It did happen to Prime Minister Jan Masaryk. On March 10th, 1948, Jan Masaryk died. The communist of Czechoslovakia declared his death suicide. Dr. Oskar Klinger, personal physician to Jan Masaryk, escaped to tell the true story. Dr. Klinger says Masaryk was murdered. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring John McIntyre as Governor Goodwin in Suicide by Order. Charlie Lung was Dr. Shea and Jack Crucian Mr. Callan. Completing the cast were Donald Morrison, Virginia Agnello, Bob Bruce, Eddie Marr, Lamont Johnson, and Donna Hayner. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Suicide by Order was written for If Freedom Failed by Henry Covell, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is John Daly at Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. On this 25th day of June, 1788, the Virginia Ratifying Convention has been taken completely by surprise. Mr. Edmund Randolph, present governor of Virginia, has come out publicly in favor of the proposed federal constitution for the United States of America. As a delegate to this crucial convention, and up to now an avowed enemy of the Constitution, Governor Randolph has been a leader in the campaign against ratification. But he has just told reporters that he will speak and vote for ratification when the convention reconvenes to vote a few minutes from now. Thus, the Constitution, which would unite the 13 American states under a strong central government, has found a powerful friend in an unexpected quarter.
June 25th, 1788, the Convention Hall,
Richmond, Virginia. You are there.
Virginia, key state in the plan to form the 13 original states into a united America, stands undecided, torn by dissension, and the Constitution hangs in the balance. CBS takes you back 160 years to the day that determined whether Americans could go forward from revolution and establish a stable central government. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
Virginia, the Richmond Convention Hall, and John Daly.
For a group of reporters hurriedly summoned to the governor's executive chamber a few minutes ago. Asked why he is turning from the party of Patrick Henry to the party of James Madison, Governor Randolph would not amplify his statement, saying only that he will give the reasons which prompted his move on the floor of the convention. And we hurried from that news conference to this microphone here on the convention floor to bring you this news. There's Mr. James Monroe, one of Mr. Patrick Henry's chief lieutenants, in the fight against ratification. Mr. Monroe.
Sir?
Sir, are you aware that Governor Randolph has gone over to the Federalist Party?
I am indeed.
Would you care to comment on it, Mr. Monroe?
Any remarks on Governor Randolph's strange conduct will come from Mr. Henry, the leader of our party.
But how do you think Governor Randolph's action will affect the vote on ratification, sir?
No comment, sir. No comment.
Mr. Monroe has turned away from the microphone. Our brief conversation, a mark of the confusion Governor Randolph's change of mind has produced here. Ned Calmer's been analyzing the possibilities inherent in Governor Randolph's action and is ready now with his report. So over to our CBS headquarters booth here in Convention Hall and Ned Calmer.
Governor Randolph's sudden allegiance to the Federalists may have a decisive effect on this convention. Roughly half of the delegates represent the cities, towns, and the tidewater planters, and the other half come from the rural districts. Generally speaking, the planters and the businessmen are in favor of a national constitution. They are haunted by memories of Daniel Shays' rebellion in Massachusetts last year, and they want the Constitution as an instrument to end social chaos. On the other hand, the rural delegates, by and large, oppose the Constitution. At present, they're paying their debts with cheap state paper money, and they fear that national currency reforms would work to their disadvantage. But Governor Randolph has much influence and prestige among the country delegates. His change of position may very well swing the necessary votes from among them to carry the ratification. Thus, what happens here in Virginia today may decide the destiny of America. As you know, 9 states must ratify the proposed Constitution if it's to supplant the Articles of Confederation. 8 states have already ratified, and 4 others probably will not. If Virginia fails to ratify, the Constitution is likely to be doomed. And in that case, just a moment, Governor Randolph, at his executive mansion, has consented to grant our reporter, Don Hollenbeck, a brief interview before departing for this convention hall. So over to Don Hollenbeck at the governor's mansion.
Governor Randolph, sir, will you tell us why you've made this last-minute turn from the anti-Constitution party to the Federalists?
I have joined the Federalists because the anti-Constitution party has caused far too much delay on the pressing issue of a strong central government.
Why do you feel that we need a strong central government such as the proposed Constitution outlines?
It is imperative. The union of the states sags apart for want of it. Mr. Henry fails to see the danger. He occupies himself with legalistic assaults on various phases of the Constitution without realizing that the measure as a whole is desperately needed.
Well, Governor, do you endorse the proposed Constitution in toto without amendments?
No, I do not. I hope and trust that certain amendments will subsequently be adopted, such as a Bill of Rights and a clause absolutely forbidding the importation of Negro slaves. But all that can come later. Time is running out, and we cannot go on under the Articles of Confederation.
Thank you, Governor Randolph. This is Don Hollenbeck returning you now to John Daly on the floor of Convention Hall.
About 80 delegates are here now, and among them is Mr. Patrick Henry, former governor of Virginia, leader of the anti-Constitution party. He's wearing the ill-fitting wig and shabby black coat for which he is famous, and his hawk-like face is grim and forbidding. Mr. Henry! Sir, would you care to comment on Governor Randolph's repudiation of the anti-Constitution party?
Governor Randolph, bah! My opponents are welcome to him. He, like they, has turned his back on the revolution. He's divorced himself from the common people and embraced that hydra-headed monster property.
Well, do you mean to suggest, sir, that the Constitution favors the property-holding classes of the nation?
Yes. Nay, I charge you. The worship of private property is implicit in every article of that infamous document. 1 year ago, sir, at Philadelphia, the Constitution stank so noisomely that Governor Randolph refused to sign it. Does it smell any sweeter now? No. The Constitution remains unchanged. It is Edmund Randolph who has changed. Randolph. An empty sail billowing with the wind from the tidewater.
Are you implying, Mr. Henry, that Governor Randolph has yielded to pressure from the Tidewater plantation?
No. Randolph was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He is rich. He has many slaves. He is also a politician, and as such, he flirted briefly with the ideas of liberty and equality. But the governor has seen the light. Property is the thing that counts.
Well, wouldn't you say, sir, that the protection of private property is important for the welfare of the country?
Important, yes. But human rights are equally important. And where, I ask you, where do you find one single mention of human rights in this Constitution that we are asked to ratify today?
But if that is so, Mr. Henry, how do you explain that 8 states have already ratified the Constitution?
Citizens of those 8 states would bargain away their heritage of freedom for a mess of pot. For my part, give me liberty, greatest of all earthly blessings. Give me that precious jewel, and you may take everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Here comes Mr. Madison. He's a small man and quiet of voice, but Mr. Madison yields to no man in intellectual capacity. Indeed, he is as famous for the logic of his arguments as Mr. Patrick Henry is for the brilliance of his oratory. Mr. Madison! Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry has just charged that the Constitution places property rights above human rights.
An interesting phrase. But then Patrick Henry is a master of interesting phrases. One of them helped to start our revolution. The trouble is, Mr. Henry is in a constant state of revolution. He should remember that the war is over and that his antagonists in this hall are not redcoats.
Yes, Mr. Madison, but what about his argument, sir?
Yes. Property rights above human rights. Well, now, suppose we examine that without the benefit of oratory, shall we? Mr. Henry would give you the impression that this is a struggle between the rich and the poor, the strong and the weak. The fact is, sir, that there are wealthy men who hate the Constitution and poor men who love it. The point is that all Americans, rich and poor, are in dire straits today because we have no strong central government. Mr. Henry poses as the shining knight of liberty. But where, sir, is liberty without order? Order is what we need, not at the expense of human rights, but precisely to render them secure.
Well, Mr. Madison, it's been reported that Mr. Thomas Jefferson, our ambassador to France, is against the Constitution.
That, sir, is a distortion. Mr. Jefferson is a friend of mine. I'm in constant correspondence with him. It is true that he disagrees with some aspects of the Constitution, but on the whole, he favors it. As a matter of fact, it would be well for Mr. Henry to remember there are other patriots of the war for independence who stand behind the Constitution. Not only Thomas Jefferson, but General Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Dickinson, and a host of others.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
A pleasure, sir.
Well, you've heard that the Constitution would be of great benefit to all Americans, and you've also heard that it will benefit only the rich. Outside this Virginia hall, there's a representative crowd waiting for the result of the vote, and Ken Roberts is out there. So let's switch to him and find out how these people feel about the Constitution. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
In this crowd, judging by their dress, are people from every section and class of Virginia. I see men who are obviously planters, others who must be tradesmen, and a large number of farming folk. Some of them must have come a long way to be in Richmond at this fateful hour. Here, for instance, is a tall man wearing a fringed shirt and a coonskin cap. Where are you from, sir?
I be from Pineville, in the western district.
You're a delegate, sir?
Nay. I come here to watch all the delegates.
Oh?
I want to be sure they vote the way they're supposed to.
And how are the delegates in the Western District supposed to vote, Mr.
Holloway, Thomas Holloway, and they're still supposed to vote against the Constitution when Governor Randolph will be paying for turning his coat on us come next election.
Would you mind telling us why you're against the Constitution, Mr. Holloway?
See this bullet wound in my left arm? I received it 10 years ago, come September. I received it fighting to free Virginia from the rule of King George.
Don't you mean that you were fighting to free the United States?
Nay, to free Virginia.
But aren't you a citizen of the United States?
Nay, I'm a citizen of Virginia. We fought to be rid of the third George, and we want no fourth to take his place.
Then you think the Constitution would result in a king being imposed on the American state?
Aye.
What makes you think so?
If there be a Constitution, there'll be a president. If there be a president, he'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
But, Mr. Holloway, it's generally agreed that if the Constitution is ratified, the first president of the United States will be General George Washington.
Aye. He'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
You think that General Washington, if elected, will establish a monarchy?
Aye. There'll be nothing in the Constitution to stop him if he's a mind to. And I reckon he'll have a mind to. Power would be spoiling a man, say I. There's always that.
That's a ridiculous statement.
Mr. Holloway has just been interrupted by a well-dressed man in the crowd.
Trapped in the jail for talking that way about General Washington.
Would you have the mind to be crying at me, fine bucko?
Touching the reputation of the best kind of
Gentlemen, just a moment. Sir, we'll be glad to have your opinions on General Washington and the Constitution after Mr. Holloway has
Speak for himself. I have no
Now,
pleasure
Mr. Holloway, you were just saying General Washington will make himself king if the Constitution is ratified.
Aye, and he could do it. According to the Constitution, the President would have his own standing army.
Yes, but wouldn't the army be subject to the decisions of the Federal Congress?
With a gun at its throat, what could the Congress do? He'll be making himself monarch, Congress or no.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Now, sir, now you have your opportunity.
He'll tell you now, he's an empty head, that.
Empty head. There you see, abuse, canard, that's the way with you rascals. You impute the most dastardly motives to the patriots who frame the Constitution. You don't want the truth.
Don't want the truth.
You're a rival, troublemaker, that's all you are. The scum of the backwoods.
Be holding your tongue now, you value that empty head.
Please, gentlemen, we were discussing something else. Let's get back to the Constitution.
Yes, indeed, the Constitution. I predict, sir, that unless the Constitution is ratified, the merchants of this country will be ruined, wiped out utterly.
Are you a merchant, sir?
Yes, sir, I am. I am a merchant, sir. I trade in tobacco, fine Virginia leaf, sir. Ask anyone in Richmond, you'll find that Ralph Barker handles only the best.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would be a boon to business?
Absolutely, sir. Business is bad today. Oh, bad, very bad. And my warehouse is bursting with unsold tobacco. The country is in a depression. And it's because of the money situation. It's scandalous. Absolutely.
Would you explain that, please, Mr. Barker?
Yes, you explain. I will if you will only give me a chance. My word, there are so many different kinds of money in circulation. It drives a man insane. Doubloons, pistoles, gold, Johannes's, English, French crowns, English guineas, Spanish dollars. Yes, and to cap it all, the states are issuing money that isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Now, how on earth can a merchant do business under such conditions?
It must be difficult.
Difficult? Why, it's impossible. It's confusion compounded into an unholy mess.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would restore order in interstate commerce and regulate the currency?
Yes, sir, I do. Of course I do. The Constitution specifically...
This is John Daly in Convention Hall. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because Governor Randolph has just come in. He entered by a side door to avoid the crowd outside. Now he is walking down the aisle, and the tension here is so thick one can literally feel it. Mr. Henry has just snubbed Governor Randolph, and the snub was unmistakable. His face pale, the governor has walked to his seat, sits down, shakes hands with Mr. Madison. Now the gavel sounds. Mr. Pendleton, president of the convention, is calling the delegates to order. The final debate will begin in a few moments. As you know, the resolution embodying the Constitution has already been debated clause by clause in the 3 weeks this convention has been in session. And now, Mr. Pendleton.
The ratifying convention is hereby declared to be officially convened. By previous agreement, the final speech in opposition to ratification will be made by Mr. Patrick Henry. And he will be followed by Mr. James Madison, who will speak in favor of ratification of the proposed federal Constitution. I now recognize the first speaker, Mr. Henry.
And Patrick Henry rises, walking slowly up the aisle. He's moving toward the front of the hall. Now he's mounting the rostrum. His hawk-like eyes under that ragged wig look out piercingly around the room, and they have come to rest on Governor Randolph. Mr. Henry stares at the governor now with an expression of, well, you might almost call it contempt. And now Mr. Henry is about to speak.
My concluding remarks in behalf of the Anti-Constitution Party, the Party of Liberty, will be brief. But I would first make a few observations on the conduct of one of the delegates. I am referring to none other than Governor Edmund Randolph. Last year in Philadelphia, Governor Randolph denounced the Constitution. It seems to me very strange that which was then the subject of his denunciation should today become the object of his praise. Something extraordinary must have happened to operate so great a change in his opinion.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
Governor Randolph is calling for the floor. He's been ruled out of order. Now, Mr. Henry.
I yield to the member. Let us hear what the honorable member has to say.
The honorable speaker hints that I have changed my opinions for some hidden and therefore discreditable reason.
I have no personal intention of offending anyone. I merely do my duty.
The gentleman smiles when he says that. His conduct is malicious, and it is not compatible with the least shadow of friendship. Very well. If our friendship must fall, let it fall like Lucifer, never to rise again.
Does the member accuse me of malicious behavior?
I believe the meaning of my words is clear.
Is the member prepared to back up his remarks with deeds?
If the gentleman seeks satisfaction, he will find my seconds ready.
I thank the gentleman for his willingness to render satisfaction. Mr. President, I request a short recess in order to arrange the details of a matter of honor.
This is unprecedented. However, due to the member's request is granted, I hereby declare a 5-minute recess.
Mr. Randolph and Mr. Henry are leaving the hall, no doubt to choose and confer with their seconds as is traditional in these affairs of honor among gentlemen. This is a startling turn of events, and we'll try and bring you the developments just as fast as we can. The floor here is a scene of confusion. The delegates are milling about, shouting and arguing, shaking their fists at each other, and from the look of things here, it would almost seem that there will be more affairs of honor out there on the floor of this convention hall unless this convention is called back into order, and very soon. And there's Mr. Pendleton. Mr. Pendleton, sir, will the session resume in spite of this conflict between Mr. Henry and Mr. Randolph?
Yes, I will reconvene in 5 minutes.
And the vote will be taken as scheduled, sir? Do you have anything to say on that?
Not now, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pendleton. The debate will continue. The vote will be taken despite this dramatic interruption. As you know, Mr. Henry is one of the principal speakers, and he must be back before the convention can properly be reconvened. As I said before, the floor is a scene of confusion, and there is a chance there will be more of these affairs of honor unless the convention is indeed called back into session, and very soon. But now I've seen Ned Kelmer out there circulating quickly among the delegates to learn how Mr. Henry's attack on Governor Randolph will affect the vote. So let's go over to our CBS headquarters booth and Ned Kelmer.
Thanks. Well, on the basis of my brief conversations with the delegates just now, it's safe to say that Mr. Henry, by his open attack on Mr. Randolph, has restored the situation to what it was before the governor came out in favor of the Constitution. Yes, I'd say there's no doubt about that. The delegates from the rural districts admire forceful speech and prompt action. They saw it today, and no matter what outsiders may think of Mr. Henry's conduct, well, his action sits well with the country people. These rural delegates who might have been shaken by Governor Randolph's new allegiance to the Federalists now seem to be back in the anti-Constitution fold, definitely. And it does look as if the Constitution may fail of ratification. And now Mr. Pendleton has called the convention to order again, so back to John Daly on the convention floor.
The Republic itself.
The delegates are again seated. The convention has reconvened, and Mr. Henry has resumed the floor and is speaking on the resolution embodying the proposed federal constitution of the United States of America. Now let's listen to Mr. Patrick Henry.
Exclusion of the 4 remaining states. Congress, under this proposed constitution, would have a tyrant power and more. It could lay whatever taxes it chooses. With a standing army, it could keep the people in submission. The president, if he should be ruthless and able, could make himself an absolute ruler. I would rather have a king, lords, and a House of Commons than a government replete with such insupportable evils. Gentlemen, my opponents ask you to surrender not only the sword and the purse, but the very scales of justice. Ratify this Constitution, and you place our state courts at the mercy of federal courts. A monstrous creation. I dread popular resistance to this proposed government. So vague, so indefinite, so ambiguous in its assurances of liberty and human rights. Let me warn you in the most emphatic terms of the dreadful effects which must ensue should the people resist. I beg, I beseech the delegates to search their consciences and vote nay on this resolution, lest they rouse the people to rebellion in defense of their God-given liberties.
Mr. Henry has left the rostrum, and Mr. Madison is coming up now to speak. He carries his hat in his hand. Now he's taking some slips of paper out of the hat. They are the notes for his address, and he's waiting for the convention to come to order.
Order. The chair recognizes Mr. James Madison.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, I yield to no man in my respect for the previous speaker. Yet in these brief concluding remarks, I would point out that his objections to the Constitution arise out of misunderstanding. This is not strange because the form of government we are proposing is new, unique in the history of the world. Let the delegates, therefore, not measure it by outmoded standards. Mr. President, the American states have stirred the admiration of the world by setting up free governments under the pressure of war. How much more will they win admiration if they should be able peaceably to establish one central government when not cemented by common danger? But will the states achieve that goal? Suppose only 8 states ratify and Virginia refuses to become the 9th except on her own terms. Then even if the others agree to our terms, which is doubtful, every state must call new conventions to consider the amendments. There will be endless disagreements. Every state will be encouraged to offer its own amendments. Agreement will be even more difficult to reach than it was in Philadelphia. In short, Mr. President, if Virginia holds out today, the United States may never have a functioning central government. But if Virginia ratifies the Constitution, it may bring the most fortunate event in the history of mankind. I therefore respectfully submit that the honorable delegates vote yea on the resolution before us, the resolution containing the Constitution of the United States of America.
Mr. Madison replaces his notes in his hat and leaves the rostrum, and from the floor, many voices calling the question. Mr. Pendleton is raising his gavel.
The convention will now vote on the resolution embodying the proposed Constitution for the United States of America. The vote will be by a show of hands. A simple majority will decide. Those delegates who are in favor, those who wish to vote aye on the proposition, will raise their right hand.
Hands are going up all over the hall, and the tellers are moving about counting. A total of 166 votes will be cast. 84 are necessary to carry or defeat the resolution. And it seems now as if half the number of delegates here have their hands up, but it's impossible to tell exactly. However, it's going to be close. You can be sure of that. Very close. We'll know the result in a moment from the aye count. If it's 84 or over, the ayes will have it, and the Constitution will be ratified here in the Virginia Convention and will become the law of the land. The tellers have completed their count now and are moving up to report to the rostrum. They're at the rostrum. Mr. Pendleton is receiving their reports, checking the totals, and we'll know in a moment. Mr. Pendleton.
The tellers report in favor of the resolution 89 votes.
The resolution carried by 89 votes. 5 votes more than necessary. The United States is now committed to a strong central government. We're to have a president, a Congress, a federal judiciary, a national army under the Constitution. I have a copy here in my hand, and its preamble begins, "We, the people of the United States, in order..."
June 25th, 1788. Virginia ratifies the Constitution and government of, by, and for the people begins.
The ratification of the Constitution was another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The program was written by Michael Sklar. Thomas Chalmers played Patrick Henry, Richard Waring was James Madison, Eric Dressler played Governor Randolph, and the cast included Carl Swenson, Chester Stratton, Bernard Lenroe, Guy Sorrell, and others. Footnote: the Virginia Convention debated and voted under the impression that it was the 9th necessary ratifying state. The 9th necessary state was actually New Hampshire. It had ratified 4 days earlier. Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry, and their colleagues did not know this because in those days news traveled slowly. Beginning next week, You Are There will be broadcast regularly over most of these stations at a new time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for You Are There next week and thereafter. Next week,
November 7th, 1637, Puritan, New England. The trial of Anne Hutchinson. You Are There.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom, but all the while he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims, but free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized, and if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, George Washington Slept Here. The starring players, this is Jack Carson.
And this is Carol Landis.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in a radio adaptation of Warner Brothers' rollicking comedy, George Washington Slept Here, by George S. Kaufman and Moss Hart. It stars Jack Carson as Bill Fuller and Carol Landis as his wife, Connie. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in George Washington Slept Here.
Here we are, Bill, miles from the city. Isn't it wonderful? No noise, no smoke.
Well, I like this city. I even like smoke. Smoke makes a city seem so lived in.
Ah, just smell that air.
Smells like a damp dog.
No, Bill, look, that's our new house.
Our new house? Connie, are you telling me that moth-eaten, termite-ridden pile of rotten boards is our house? You mean without saying a word, you've taken our hard-earned money and bought that rabbit hutch?
Oh, Bill.
Connie, I think you've lost your mind.
Ah, Bill, you're going to love this. It's hundreds of years old. Think of it, darling. George Washington actually slept in this very house.
Yeah? With all those cracks in the walls, it's a wonder the wind didn't blow him out of bed.
Ah, and look at this living room. 200 years ago, it was full of colonial soldiers. If only these walls could talk.
Well, I can, and I want to go back to town.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kemper. This is my husband.
Howdy.
I've been showing him to the house.
Be careful of the upstairs floors, ma'am. One of them caved in last month. Just up and gave away.
Well, Mr. Kemper is the caretaker.
I see. Have you been here 200 years, too, Mr. Kemper?
Let's see now. I came here in, no, it was, no, yeah. No, I haven't.
Come along, Bill. Upstairs is the bedroom George Washington slept in just before going to Yorktown.
Can't you just buy me a book on American history and let me read it on West 27th Street? Right now I'm hot and thirsty.
Oh, Bill, I believe you're really angry.
Angry? I could spit from here to Mount Vernon. Look at this goat's nest. Looks like half the battles of the Revolution were fought down there in the living room.
Just wait till you see this place a month from now. We're going to remodel the whole thing, and Mr. Kemper is going to superintend it.
I'm thirsty. I want a drink of water.
Oh, Mr. Kemper.
Yes, Miss Fuller.
Where's the water faucet? Mr. Fuller wants a drink.
No faucets in the house, ma'am.
Isn't there any water at all anywhere?
Well, there's the brook.
Well, who's going to drink brook water?
Fished you right good on it.
I can understand that. This is a great spot for suckers.
Look, Mr. Kemper, couldn't we just dig a well and find water?
Nothing to stop you doing that. Only takes 30 to 60 days.
Oh, goody. I'll just put the drink off a month or two. I really wasn't thirsty anyhow. It's a fine thing. A guy's either got to be a fish and drink in the brook or a camel and never touch the stuff. I think...
Oh, Bill, look. Shame on you. You fell right through the ceiling.
Just up and gave away, didn't she? Are you hot, Mr. Fuller?
No, I loved it. George Washington slept here. I know now what drove him to Valley Forge. Firing line is less dangerous than this 7-room booby trap.
Your name, Fuller?
That's right.
My name is Prescott. I own the house next door. This road you're using to drive up to your house is my road.
Your road? There must be some mistake. You see, I own this house. My wife and I just bought it.
Did you buy the road?
Well, no, of course not. But don't roads usually go with houses?
Not this road, Mr. Fuller. I built this road with my own money, and you, sir, are trespassing.
Well, how are we supposed to get to our house? Parachute in?
How you manage it is no concern of mine. All I can say is you'll have to build your own road. Good day, Mr. Fuller.
Who was it, Bill?
Our neighbor, Mr. Prescott. Nice guy. Owns roads and things. Says the road leading to our property belongs to him and we can't use it. We're trapped. I'm a man without a road.
But, dear, there's another road to the woods back of the house.
Yeah? Maybe we ought to trade our car in for a pack mule and an Indian guide.
Now, Bill, I'll check with the real estate agent in the morning.
By all means do. Maybe the house doesn't belong to us either. That'll be the best news I've had all week.
Oh, here, Bill. Help me unpack the rest of these cooking utensils. We'll never get dinner if Hester doesn't get the rest of her pots and pans.
For the love of Mike, listen to that noise. Is Mr. Kimber going to be drilling for water all summer? There's so many holes in the backyard now, it looks like an army of gophers were working a swing shift.
Well, Mr. Kemper says the new well looks very promising. He thinks we're going to strike it this time.
Yeah? He'll strike gold before he strikes water.
Miss Fuller, I'm quitting. I can't work in that kitchen.
What's the matter this time, Hester?
That animal of Mr. Kimber's walked right through the wall that ain't got no door.
Well, it's only a horse.
Only a horse?
Bill, help Hester get the poor animal out of the kitchen.
A horse must be out of its head to walk into a kitchen in times like these. Scram, dog biscuit. Go on back to Crosby.
There. There you are, Hester. Now, once that wall gets up, it won't happen again. The poor horse is probably just as scared as you are.
Oh, I ain't scared. I'm just not used to cooking and riding side saddle at the same time.
Look, Connie, we've been in this country jail 30 days. No road, wall in the kitchen still out, floors that may turn into trapdoors any moment, and even the OPA couldn't put a ceiling on this house.
But, Bill, it takes a little time to get everything all fixed up.
Pardon me, Mrs. Fuller, but I ordered the gravel. Going to need another load, too. We figured $42, but the bill says around $135. Price of lime's gone up, too. Then there's the trees, you know.
Trees? What do we have to do about the trees? Pay them for standing there?
No, but you got to spray them, Mr. Fuller.
Oh.
If we don't, they're liable to get elm blight or oak borer.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are caterpillars and the measuring worm.
Is that all, Mr. Kimber?
Well, there's the Japanese beetle.
Japanese... Does Mr. Prescott have Japanese beetles?
No, just you.
You mean all the way from Japan they came to pick on me?
Was there anything else, Mr. Kemper?
Well, we need a couple of truckloads of fertilizer. It's $45 a load now.
45... You know, when fertilizer costs more than sirloin steak, it makes you stop and think.
Then let's see. We're going to need 6 truckloads of dirt.
Dirt? Connie, first we got no water, then we got no road, but now a farm and no dirt. That's too much.
Bill, sometimes I just don't understand you. Here you are, face to face with the most wonderful thing in the world, nature. And all you see are a few insignificant trivialities.
That's all very fine. I love it here, Connie. Just us and the insects. But where's the money coming from to pay for all of this? Look at this little note from the county. Extra assessment county poorhouse, $21.30. I suggest we pay that and move right in.
Oh, Bill, at least you should feel better now that we have water. Just think, ever since early this morning, 40 gallons a minute.
Mr. Fuller.
Oh, hello, Mr. Prescott. What can I do for you?
Mr. Fuller, you have just put a well down on my property. You're drawing my water.
You know something, Mr. Prescott? I breathed some of your air today, too. Go on, sue me.
Why, Mr. Prescott,
See here, Prescott, we put no well down on your property.
Don't tell me. Your property ends at the brook. Why don't you look at your deed first instead of having a man go out and dig wells wherever he wants to? You can't go around punching holes in other people's property.
Well, even if the well is on your property, couldn't you, well, sort of allow us to use it?
Mr. Fuller, this well you put down has tapped my spring. I just tried to fill my bathtub and nothing comes out of the faucets.
Maybe it just runs on Saturday.
There is no water anywhere in my house.
You mean...
Yes.
Oh, no wonder we get 40 gallons to the minute.
Well, Mr. Fuller, do you plug it up or do I have my men do it and send you the bill? I'll give you an hour to decide.
Look, I'll pull the well out of the ground, saw it up, and stack it right in the middle of your road. Goodbye. Mr. Kimber, you've been drilling holes in this backyard long enough. I haven't seen anything but the top of your head for weeks. Don't go down to the mine today, Kimber. Don't.
The more I drill, the closer we get to water.
Well, please stop for a while. You're beginning to get that cave dweller look.
Yes, sir. But you know, the water isn't looking for us. We're looking for the water.
Mr. Prescott has probably drained all the water to stay away from this place. Just forget it.
Oh, Mrs. Fuller, Mr. Fuller.
Hello, Mr. Kimmer. Come right in. I suppose the Japanese beetles are coming?
3 months too early for them.
Oh.
Afraid the new well is no good, Mrs. Fuller. Just struck a cemetery.
A cemetery?
Anybody we know?
Well, you better keep trying, Mr. Kimber. We've got to have water.
Look, Kimber.
Yeah.
Dig.
Zoot, Mr. Fuller, zoot.
Connie, we've got to do something about Raymond. I refuse to have that 12-year-old package of dynamite running around this house any longer.
But, Bill, he's my nephew. Besides, Raymond's only been here 2 weeks, and after all, he's only a small boy. Couldn't you try to get to really know him better?
Know him? He bit his initials in my leg, didn't he? He's not the type to know better. The only way he can know that brat is worse.
But, Bill, it's just until my sister gets a divorce. That's the only thing that's holding it up now is the custody of Raymond.
You mean neither one of his parents will take him?
Hey, Aunt Connie, here comes that old flat-faced Mr. Prescott. The old jerk looks like he's got a push on.
Oh.
Mr. Fuller, this boy just threw a dead skunk in my swimming pool.
I did not. It was a lie.
No. And this morning he put a sign, nudist camp, right in front of my gate.
Oh, Raymond, if you don't behave, your Uncle Bill is going to have to do something about you.
I know what I'd like to do, but it means the chair in this state.
Why, I'd turn my dogs loose on you if you weren't leaving tomorrow.
Leaving? Well, we're not going anywhere, Mr. Prescott.
Oh, that's what you think. Mr. Fuller, it may interest you to know that your property is being foreclosed on Tuesday.
Foreclosed?
Exactly. I'm on the board of directors at the bank. At 12 o'clock Tuesday morning, Mr. Fuller, I'm buying your place.
Connie, what does he mean?
I don't know, Bill. We have the deed.
You may have your deed, but you haven't got $5,000. Good day.
Well, there was a letter from the bank, Bill, but I didn't want to bother you.
Bother me? Just a letter of foreclosure, that's all.
Oh.
We seem to have paid for everything except the house.
Oh, it's all my fault. What are we going to do?
Sometimes if you write to Mrs. Roosevelt, the darndest things happen. You know, Connie, I was just beginning to like this place.
Were you, Bill?
Yeah.
Were you really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, $5,000. It doesn't sound like so much.
It does when you haven't got it. Maybe we could hock Raymond for $5,000.
So ends Act One of George Washington Slept Here, starring Carol Landis and Jack Carson. Before we hear Act Two, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
I believe there's nothing that can do more to dramatize a woman's appearance than a fresh, lovely skin. For I've seen living proof of it so many times. I remember, for example, a rather plain, mousy little woman I met once at a dinner party. She had such a blemished, unattractive skin that it made her very self-conscious among people, and she begged me to help her, to tell her what to do. Well, I said, millions of women use my four-purpose face cream and seem to find it very helpful. You mean that's all I need, she said, just one cream? She seemed surprised, as though one cream couldn't possibly help her long-neglected skin. Well, I left the party soon after, never expecting to see her again. But I did see her just a few weeks later, and I could hardly believe my eyes. For she had taken my advice, had used Lady Esther face cream morning and night, and she had become positively radiant. Her skin looked so much smoother and fresher that she seemed years younger than when I last saw her. And now that she was no longer self-conscious about her skin, she had acquired new poise, new confidence. It was reflected even in the way she walked and talked. Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream had helped make her a very attractive woman indeed. So why don't you try Lady Esther Face Cream? It thoroughly cleans your skin, it softens your skin, it helps nature refine the pores, and it leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. Millions of lovely women now use no other cream for their skin than Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream.
And now the curtain rises on Act Two of George Washington Slept Here, starring Jack Carson as Bill Fuller and Carol Landis as his wife, Connie.
forgot to give you this telegram.
Only a telegram, Mr. Kimber? No locusts? No worms? No beetles?
Oh. Bill!
Huh?
Guess what? Uncle Stanley is coming.
Uncle, when?
Now. He must be on his way from the station.
Of all the times.
Oh, Bill, it'll only be for a couple of days.
Oh, sure, just for the weekend. There isn't going to be any weekend, Connie. Don't you remember? We're leaving tomorrow. Uncle Stanley, the old windbag. Well, all I can say is if we ever get his money, we've earned it.
Money? Oh, money. Say, that's a wonderful idea. Don't you get it, Bill? We'll borrow the $5,000 from him.
That tight old buzzard. Do you realize he's never given us so much as a handkerchief? Just pictures. Pictures of himself.
Now, Bill, that one in the guest room came in very handy. It covered a very bad place in the plaster.
Tell you, I'm sick of them. Pictures of Uncle Stanley grinning at you in the living room, the dining room, the front hall, or even the bed, everywhere. I'd like to find just one peaceful corner in this house where the old goat couldn't leer down at me.
Hey, Bill, look out the window. Here he is now. It's Uncle Stanley.
The old buzzard.
Hello, children.
Why, Uncle Stanley. Hello, you old buzzard. Welcome.
Are we glad to see you?
Constance, my dear. Hello there, Bill.
Oh, Uncle Stanley, you look wonderful.
Come in and sit down in this nice easy chair, Uncle Stanley. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Bill. Now, let me see. Where's that little package I brought? Oh, yes, there it is. A little something for the house with my compliments.
Oh, look, Bill. A picture of Uncle Stanley.
Well, isn't that wonderful?
Nice little place you have here, Constance.
Yeah, George Washington actually slept here. You should have seen this place before we took it over. You wouldn't have believed anybody could have slept here. This place would have given Robinson Crusoe insomnia. Draw your chair closer to the fire, Uncle Stanley.
Yes, here, let me get a cushion for your back, Uncle Stanley.
Thank you.
Are you sure you're comfortable, Uncle Stanley?
Yes.
Ah, swell. Well, by the way, Uncle Stanley, there was a fellow in our office, and he had an aunt that was going to leave him a whole lot of money, and this fella got into some trouble or other or something, and he finally had to go to this aunt and ask her if she'd give him some money.
She was a darn fool if she did.
Bill is trying to tell you something, Uncle Stanley. We're going to lose this house if we don't get $5,000 tomorrow.
$5,000?
Oh, we wouldn't ask if we weren't desperate. You see, we both felt that if Connie could have just that much of her inheritance now, why...
You see, Uncle Stanley, this house means so much to both of us.
That's all very well, Constance, but people shouldn't go about buying things they can't afford to pay for.
Surely, Uncle Stanley, a man of your means...
That has nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, Uncle Stanley. It was my fault, not Bill's. But $5,000 can't mean very much to you, and it means an awfully lot to us.
It's quite a shock to me, Constance. You're the first one in the family that's ever asked for money. As a lesson to you, I'm afraid I've got to say no.
Uncle Stanley, I'm not going to let you say no. Please say yes, Uncle Stanley.
Bill, Constance, I'm going to tell you something. I haven't got a plug nickel. Not a cent.
What?
I haven't got a cent. Went broke in 1929, clean broke.
Oh, you're joking.
No, I'm not.
I just don't get it.
I get $100 a month from an annuity, the only thing I have left.
Well, why did you go on fooling everybody all these years?
Well, children, I'll tell you. When I found I was broke, I didn't like the idea a bit, so I said to myself, if you don't let your nephews and nieces find out, you can still have a wonderful life just visiting around. It'll be a cinch.
This is the dirtiest trick I ever heard of in my life. A professional homesteader.
Oh, Bill, I'm going to miss this place terribly. Just little things. Walking upstairs to bed at night, putting around the place. Oh, I don't know, the whole feeling that it's yours, inside and out.
Yes, our little place in the country. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of the Japanese beetle.
Say, Bill, I just want you and Constance to know that I'm very sorry I didn't have the money to give you.
Oh, that's all right, Uncle Stanley. Don't give it a thought. It doesn't matter now anyway.
Oh, all right. Take it easy, Hester. Your pie isn't so hot anyway.
You bring that piece of pie back here.
I can't now. I took a bite out.
Huckleberry Capone.
I suppose we'll have to give Hester notice.
With that kid Commando around, she'll probably be glad to retire to a boiler factory.
Raymond, come on out in the yard with me. I want to have a talk with you.
Okay.
Excuse us a minute, children.
Okay, I'm listening.
Well, you know that Aunt Connie and Uncle Bill are going to lose their house.
Yeah, I heard about it. They aren't losing much when they lose that fire trap. Say, now there's an idea.
Yeah, but I got an idea how to help them. And I need your assistance.
Yeah? What's in it for me?
How about $5?
The fire'd be worth that. Make it 10 in cash.
All right, 10. Now listen, I want you to get Mr. Prescott over here. Do you think you could do something to make him chase you back here?
Do I think? Say it's a cinch. Now, where's the $10?
When the job's over, I'll pay you. Now run along and bring Prescott back.
Well, okay.
Raymond, on your way. George Washington may have crossed up the Delaware, but here's where your Uncle Stanley crosses up Mr. Prescott.
When you leave, where are you going to live, Mr. Fuller?
Under a newspaper in Central Park. Look us up.
Got a whole wheelbarrow of fertilizer out by the front door. What had better do with it?
Oh, just leave it there, Mr. Kemper. Maybe Mr. Prescott can take it home for his roses.
Well, it's paid for. Seems just a shame not to...
Help, he's just behind me.
For heaven's sakes, who's just behind you?
Mr. Fuller, I've stood all that I'm going to stand. That boy threw mud in my face.
Why, Raymond.
And all that fertilizer out there are paid for.
I tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you're leaving tomorrow, I'd have you thrown out now.
Mr. Prescott, until tomorrow, this property is ours, and I'll thank you to get off of it. In other words, you've got your road out there. Hit it.
It'll be a pleasure. I shall put the matter of personal damages in the hands of my lawyer.
Raymond, you may go to your room.
Oh, gee.
You heard me.
Oh, whoever said it was peaceful in the country?
Hello there. Where is everybody? Surprise, surprise. A visit from your old Uncle Stanley.
Hey, what in the...
What's going on here, Constance? Is something wrong? Don't tell me I'm late. I brought the check with me.
Check? The check?
Yes, the $5,000 you phoned me about.
Oh, yes, the check. Yes, I see.
Beg your pardon. I don't believe I've met this gentleman.
This is Mr. Prescott.
How do you do? I'm Stanley J. Menninger.
Well, Mr. Prescott, it seems the property will still be ours, eh?
You mean your uncle here is paying off the mortgage?
Hey, Mr. Manager, he has the $5, but they wouldn't give me a dime for your cufflinks. The man at the pawn shop said they're phony.
Oh, so... Mr. Menninger is reduced to pawning cufflinks, but says you pay the bank $5,000.
Why, Uncle Stanley.
Well, it almost worked.
There's a jail for people like you, Mr. Menninger.
Now, Mr. Prescott, where's your sense of humor? It was all in fun.
Well, possibly you won't think it's so funny tomorrow. I'll see that my dogs escort you out of here personally.
Oh, Mr. Fuller, look what I found. We were digging, and I brought up this old boot. It had an old letter in it, too. Fell out when we dug it up.
An old letter? Who's it addressed to?
Let me see. Nobody. It says, notes on a speech to the armed forces.
Armed forces? Why, that must be...
What does it say, Bill? Read it.
Gentlemen, we are facing a time of peril so grave in our brief national history that there is now only the choice of serving the country a little longer or having tomorrow no country to serve. Under the favor of Almighty God, we have become a nation. Let me say to you that I hate war. But if we remain one nation, one people, that time is not far distant when we may choose war or peace as our national interest, guided by justice. In the words of Tom Paine, these are the times that try men's souls. Tyranny like hell is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. 'Tis dearness alone that gives everything its value. And it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. George Washington.
George Washington?
Gosh. What's the date on that?
November 10th, 1777.
This document is priceless.
Well, think we can get $5,000 for it?
10 times that. Why, I know a half a dozen people who would buy it in 2 minutes.
Well, Mr. Prescott.
Well, what if it isn't genuine?
I assure you, Mr. Prescott, it is genuine. This will more than pay the bank back tomorrow. Goodbye, Mr. Prescott.
Look out for that wheelbarrow.
There's none left for his roses.
Oh, Mr. Fuller! Mr. Fuller!
What?
Close the door. They're here.
Who's here?
The Japanese beetles. Millions of them.
Japanese beetles?
Yeah, what'll we do with them, Mr. Fuller?
Let General MacArthur take care of them. Come on, Connie. This is the end.
Thank you, Mr. Carson and Miss Landis, for bringing us the story of George Washington Slept Here. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players are indeed grateful that you could be our guests tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. We're all aware of what fine work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and Clinic. And to know that the benefits from this program support that work makes our annual appearance with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players a real pleasure. We'll be back soon. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Landis. Ladies, can you look in your mirror and say, my skin is just the way I want it to be, smooth, fresh, and youthful looking? Or are there telltale signs of age around your eyes and mouth? Does your skin seem dry and rough to your fingers? Do you have a tiny blackhead here and there, perhaps a few big pores? Well, you can have the kind of skin you dream about. You can have a radiantly clean, fresh-looking skin that everyone admires. And all you need is just one cream, Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. Many women say it's the most beautifying face cream they've ever used. All I ask you to do is try Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. See how the dry flakes of skin are loosened and absorbed, how the very texture of your skin seems suddenly a lot finer and softer. Notice how much smoother face powder looks on your skin after you've removed those dry, clinging flakes. Remember, Lady Esther Face Cream is all you need, for it thoroughly cleans your skin, softens your skin, helps nature refine the pores, and leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. Many women say their skin looks a lot younger and lovelier after the very first application of Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Design for Scandal. It will star Olivia de Havilland and Walter Pidgeon. Be sure to listen. Carol Landis is currently working in the 20th Century Fox production, 4 Jills in a Jeep. Jack Carson can now be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Princess O'Rourke, and he can also be heard Wednesday evenings on this network in his own Campbell Soup radio program. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hetch. For economy's sake, get the largest size of Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream and the larger sizes of Lady Esther Face Powder. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Menjou in Morning Glory. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The odds were 10,000 to 1 against a certain 13-year-old girl who came to a certain Hollywood studio looking for a job. But the theater was in her blood. Her mother and father were vaudevillians. She herself had worked in a singing act with her sisters. And like every other trooper the world over, Judy Garland wanted to be a star. 7 years have passed, and the dreams of our little 10,000 to 1 shot have come true. Judy is a star. The latest evidence of that is the new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, For Me and My Gal. Because she's lived so much of tonight's story herself, we've cast her as one of the stars in Zoe Aiken's great drama of the footlights, the RKO motion picture, Morning Glory. And starring with her are 2 leading men, John Payne and Adolphe Menjou. Morning Glory is the saga of one stage-struck girl who had talent and a fighting heart.
And because it's written in such warm and human terms, it becomes the story of all those girls who flocked to Broadway and Hollywood through the years. But with each girl, the story has a different ending. And here's another story that's developed an unusual twist. Some time ago, I told you about my adventures in washing my own woolen socks. Later, a newspaper cartoon gave a very graphic picture of the same activity. And consequently, my mail has been full of letters from men all over the country who turn out to be brothers under the skin. They use Lux Flakes, too. I thought at the time I took over the job that I was really some sort of domestic hero. But it appears that I have many companions at the wash tub, and all seem anxious to give advice to a fellow member of the club. Some insist that wire drying frames are the best. Others vote for wooden ones. I'm a wooden frame man myself. But the main point is, plenty of those suds that come only from Lux Flakes. And now the thrill that comes with the curtain going up as we present the first act of Morning Glory, starring Judy Garland as Eva Lovelace, John Payne as Joseph Sheridan, and Adolphe Menjou as Louis Easton.
May I see him now, please? I've been waiting here for 3 years.
But I did have an appointment. Please, quiet. Mr. Easton can't see everybody. Come back at 3 o'clock. Quiet!
Louis Easton, the famous theatrical producer, is casting a new play. Up and down Broadway, the tidings have spread like a flame. And his outer office is jammed with actors and actresses, young and old, good and bad, well-dressed and shabby. Among them, and obviously out of place, is Eva Lovelace. Eva is the product of a small college town and looks as though she might have won school honors in dramatics. She smiles brightly at the besieged secretary and speaks in her finest stage English.
How do you do? My name is Eva Lovelace, and I'd like to see Mr. Easton, please.
So would a lot of people. Did you get a call?
Well, no, I didn't. You see, I've never met Mr. Easton.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? What experience, please?
Well, I haven't had any. That is not on Broadway.
No experience? I see.
Yes. That's why I'd like to meet Mr. Easton. Because if he's never seen me, then he doesn't know what I'm like. And that's rather important when you're casting to type, isn't it?
Yes, rather. I'll put your name on the list.
Thank you.
Have a seat if you can find one.
Thank you very much.
I hear Rita Burnham's going to do the lead in this opus.
That's a break.
For her, Louis Easton.
Well, she has a box office draw. Why, I don't know.
What's the name of the play? Anyone know? Blue Skies. Joseph Sheridan wrote it.
Look, there's Sheridan now.
Quiet, please, quiet. There are only a few parts. Just a moment, please. Is Vivian Hall here?
Yes, Mr. Sheridan.
Will you wait, please, and Mr. Hedges?
Right here, sir.
Mr. Easton will see you in a moment, Hedges.
Thank you.
Now, we won't have time to see anyone else today. Sorry.
Miss Hall.
Oh, yes?
May I congratulate you on obtaining a part? It must be thrilling to work for the great Mr. Easton.
Thank you. I don't believe I've met you.
My name is Eva Lovelace. You've probably never heard of me because I'm just starting. If Mr. Easton takes me, this will be my New York debut. Oh, but I've acted ever since I was a child.
Really?
Oh, yes, just little theaters, of course. Amateur, but good. I suppose you've had a great deal of experience.
Yes, I have. Aren't you cold in that suit? It's hardly warm enough for a day like this.
Oh, well, I like to feel cold. It makes me feel strong.
Oh, Miss Hall.
Yes?
You won't have to stay any longer. Come in tomorrow and we'll give you the part.
Thank you.
Mr. Hedges, do you mind waiting a few more minutes?
Not at all. I'm used to waiting.
Thanks.
Mr. Hedges, did anyone ever tell you you have an absolutely exquisite voice?
Well, thank you, young lady.
I could tell you were the real thing right off. I'm taken for English sometimes, too. That is, at home in Franklin, Vermont. May I sit beside you?
Why, certainly.
Thank you. Of course, I know your name is Hedges, but won't you tell me your full name? Because I want you to be my very first friend in New York.
Well, it's Robert Harley Hedges.
My, it's impressive. Mine's Eva Lovelace.
And that's a nice name.
It's partly made up and partly real. It was Ada Love. Love is my family name. I added the lace. Do you like it? A shorter name would be much more convenient on a sign. Still, Eva Lovelace in Camille, for instance, or Eva Lovelace in Romeo and Juliet. Sounds very distinguished, doesn't it?
Oh, yes.
You see, I don't want to keep my family's name because I shall probably have several scandals while I live, and I don't want to cause them any trouble until I'm famous. Then they won't mind.
Yes, of course. You said something about my becoming your first friend.
Yes. My friend And, teacher, you speak so beautifully, and I know I speak so nondescriptly, but I wanted to ask you if you'll give me a lesson every day right off.
Well...
Oh, I want to pay. Not at once, because I have only enough money for a certain length of time. I've got to succeed before it's gone. But I had planned to go to the best teacher I could find and arrange to pay later. Of course, I should have to find someone who believed in me unequivocally.
How?
Unequivocally.
Do you mean unequivocally?
Yes, that's it. Merci, monsieur. You see, those are the things I've got to learn. Won't you give me a lesson every day and let me pay you later when I find a good part?
But I live way uptown, and, well, my place isn't exactly a studio.
Oh, that doesn't matter so long as it's quiet. And we can sit and smoke. Oh, I smoke, of course. Though in Franklin it still isn't done in the best of families.
Really?
Oh, isn't that a picture of Ellen Terry up there on the wall?
Yes, I played with her many years ago.
Was she very lovely?
Very.
You've been in the theater a long time, haven't you? Did you know Sarah Bernhardt?
Yes.
She was the most wonderful of all, wasn't she?
They were both wonderful. Bernhardt broke your heart. Ellen Terry mended it.
I suppose I'll never be wonderful. Not wonderful like them. But I've got something wonderful in me, too. You'll see. You'll help me with all the great parts, won't you? Juliet, Lady Macbeth, Cleopatra. Someday my picture will be on that wall.
Why not? You see that picture next to the door?
Oh, yes, that's Rita Vernon.
Rita Vernon. A few years ago, she was young and ambitious and unknown, like you. She made a hit in a small part and...
And now she's a star. She's in Mr. Easton's office now, isn't she? I heard someone say so. Oh, I'd love to meet her. I saw her once. She was so sweet.
Yes, at times she's very sweet. She has a lovely disposition. Very lovely indeed.
You might as well know it and know it right now, Louis Easton. I'm sick of the whole thing. Sick of it, do you hear? I wouldn't care if I never played another part for you again.
Rita, please. Stop throwing my vases around. Now sit down and calm yourself. You're giving me a headache.
What do you suppose you give me? 3 trashy plays in the last 2 years, and now another one.
Rita, that's not very complimentary to Mr. Sheridan.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just the author.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, Joseph. You have written me a couple of hits.
Well, thanks.
But I don't want light things anymore. I want drama, something I can get my teeth into.
But Joseph wrote Blue Skies especially for you.
I wouldn't know it from reading it. The man's part hogs the whole show. Oh, Louis, why can't you get me something by what's-his-name? You know, the man who wrote the thing Catherine Cornell did last season.
Molnar?
Yes. Didn't you take an option on a play by him because Joseph was crazy about it?
Yes, but then...
Yes, he did. It'll be a great play when we find the right woman for the part, Rita.
Right woman for the part? Why haven't you sent this play to me to read?
Well, it isn't translated yet, Rita. I'm working on it now.
That's right.
I don't think you'll like it, Rita.
I'll decide that for myself. What's the name of it?
The Golden Bough.
Now listen, Rita. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make you a proposition. You play Blue Skies for me. After that, you can pick your own play. Any play you like.
All right. When can I see a script?
Louis,
We'll send it to your department tomorrow, Rita. Tomorrow morning.
But I tell you she won't like it. It's all wrong for her.
Joseph, please. Rita isn't silly enough to play something she isn't right for. Are you, Rita?
Certainly not. But I have an idea, Louis, that I'll be just right for Golden Bough. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, sweet.
Louis, are you crazy?
Now, wait.
Vernon can't play that part. It's sacrilege.
I know, but I had to do something to get her to play Blue Skies.
Well, you didn't have to ruin the Molnar piece.
Quiet. Come in.
Mr. Easton?
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Hedges, sir. He's been waiting quite a while.
Oh, yes, send him in.
Good morning, Mr. Easton.
Hello there, Bob. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Quite all right.
Have a seat. Now, the part's right up your street. You play...
How do you do, Mr. Easton? I'm so happy to meet you.
What? How did you get in here?
Oh, this is Eva Lovelace, Mr. Easton. She was waiting outside, and we were talking, and...
Well, I just made Mr. Hedges bring me in. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Easton, but if there's one person I've wanted to meet, it's you. I just reverence your work.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Miss Lovelace is, she's rather anxious to become an actress.
Well, that's fine. Now, Bob, about the part. It's not long, but it's good.
The father again?
That's right. How about it?
Delighted.
Well, go and tell Seymour to make up a contract.
Thanks very much, Mr. Easton.
May I sit down here and wait, Mr. Easton?
Wait for what?
Well, until you're not busy so you can interview me.
Well, I'm very busy right this minute.
Oh, it's all right, Louis. I'm all through now.
Oh.
Sit down, miss.
Oh, thank you.
What did you say your name was, Miss...
Lovelace. Eva Lovelace. Do you like it? I could change it if you don't.
No, it's all right.
Oh, I'm glad.
Have you been on the stage long, Miss Lovelace?
Well, not on the regular stage, but I was in a lot of plays the Franklin Theater Guild gave at the Little Theater.
The Little Theater?
Yes, in Franklin, Vermont. You know the Franklin Players.
Franklin Players. Oh, yes, of course, of course.
Franklin's where I lived until some time ago. The Franklin newspaper seemed quite sure I had a future. I play all sorts of parts. Hedda. You know Ibsen's Hedda, of course. The old woman in Riders to the Sea, and Kitty, and You Never Can Tell by Shaw. And then I play...
Shaw?
Oh, yes. Bernard Shaw, the one and only.
You think Shaw's clever, Miss Lovelace?
He's our greatest living dramatist.
Is that so?
Oh, yes. By the way, I had a charming letter from him the other day. I wrote him a letter and told him I was coming to New York and expected to be very famous and have a theater of my own, so I could act his Cleopatra. I have his answer right here with me. It's never left me a moment since I received it. I even sleep with it under my pillow.
Well, that's fine. Well, suppose you come back next week or so.
Wait, Louis. May I see the letter, Miss Lovelace?
Of course. I think it was charming of him to write, don't you, Miss Easton?
Oh, yes, charming.
Louis, this is very interesting. He's very happy Miss Lovelace is going to see he's properly recognized when she has her own repertory theater. He hopes Miss Lovelace won't forget him.
Oh, I won't. I've sworn it. There will always be a Shaw play in my repertoire as long as I remain in the theater. Of course, I expect to die at my zenith. My star shall never set. I've sworn that, too. And when the time comes when I feel I've done my best, I shall really die. By my own hand. Some night at the end of the play on the stage.
The producer will love that, I'm sure. Miss Lovelace, I hope you'll excuse me, but I have a few appointments waiting.
Of course, I know. And you don't think there's anything for me in your new production?
Well, I'm afraid not. There aren't any young girl parts in this play.
Well, perhaps an old woman then, or a middle-aged one. I can do both.
There really isn't anything, Miss Lovelace.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, money is no object with me. I'll play any part that appeals to me for $20. Oh, but I'll never, under any circumstances, play a part for which I do not feel a sincere congeniality.
Well, that's very creditable. Now, Miss...
No, money's nothing to me, absolutely nothing. I could have married for money if I'd wanted to. Edwin Talbot, the son of W.E. Talbot, one of the richest men in Franklin, wanted to marry me. You've heard of W.E. Talbot, the Chow Chow King.
No, I don't believe I have.
Funny. Why, Talbot's Chow Chow is famous, of course. Practically owns Franklin. But I think artists should be free. Free to live, free to love, free to...
Miss Lovelace, please, Joseph, that appointment. We're late, very late. Sorry, Miss Lovelace.
Well, I won't hold you any longer. Good day, Mr. Easton.
Good day, good day. Just leave your number with my secretary.
I will. And good day to you, Mr...
Sheridan.
Of course. I'll see you again, I hope. And you, Mr. Easton.
Yes. Come in when you get another letter from Bernard Shaw.
Thank you. You've been so kind. Au revoir.
Au revoir, au revoir.
Oh, excuse me, just one more thing, Mr. Easton.
Yes?
I've had voice training, too, singing, you know. I've never taken it very seriously because acting, straight dramatic acting, is my strong point.
Yes, I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Au revoir.
Au revoir, au revoir. Oh, Joseph, I wish you'd show a little more respect for my valuable time.
What's the matter?
But why encourage those people? I thought she was going to spend the day.
You know, Louis, I think that kid's got something.
Well, she's got nerve, if that's what you mean.
Say, don't you think she might do the bit we had in the last act?
What bit? The maid?
Sure. Doesn't have to be acted. If she'll just get up there and speak, that's all we need. Why don't you let her try?
Are you crazy?
Why not? The girl's looking for a break.
But she's a nut. She's wacky.
Oh, no, she isn't. She's just trying to make an impression. Go on, give her the part.
All right. I'll think it over.
Drop that teaser. Hey, where are those steps?
5 minutes. 5 minutes to curtain. 5 minutes.
Come in.
Hello, Eva.
Why, Mr. Hedges.
Well, my dear, how do you feel on your first opening night? Nervous?
Oh, dear, no. I feel as if at last I'm in my rightful sphere. Of course, I know I'm just a small cog in bringing a creation to life.
I wouldn't say that, my dear.
Oh, well, I only have 3 lines.
That's true, but those 3 lines are very important to the plot.
Yes. I realize the responsibility entrusted to me. And then I practically have the last line in the play, haven't I? Where I say to Miss Vernon, Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Will you take it here, ma'am? Well, then there's only one more short speech, so it's really the finish of the play, isn't it?
That's right.
On stage, curtain. On stage, please.
Well, here we go. Good luck, my dear.
Good luck to you, Mr. Hedges, and thank you so much.
Nonsense. What for?
For helping an actress get started on her career.
Let's hope it's a good long one, my dear. See you later.
Yes, Mr. Hedges. Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Will you take it here, ma'am? No. Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Oh, Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Will you take it here, ma'am?
Who is it?
It's the maid, ma'am.
Well, what do you want?
Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Will you take it here, ma'am?
You may tell Mr. Frederick that I've just gone to bed.
All right. Take it up again. Take up the curtain. That's enough. Take it down.
Well, Lewis, it's over.
It's over, all right. It came right next to being over for good. What happened to that girl?
You mean Eva?
Yes, that Lovelace nut.
Oh, I just think she was a little nervous.
She was not. She got out there and hammed all over the place. Who does she think she is, Bernhardt?
Louis, you'll have to do something about that maid. It was horrible.
Oh, all right, Rita, all right.
She simply ruined the tags.
Miss Vernon, I'm terribly sorry, terribly. I don't know what happened to me.
Don't speak to me. Oh, my nerves.
Curtain call, Miss Vernon.
Shut up. Louis, you've got to do something. Do you hear?
Now, listen, Rita, I tell you I'll do...
Don't tell me. Do it.
Oh, Mr. Easton, I'm so sorry. When I got out there, I know it was bad, but the lights and the people...
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, too.
Don't worry, Eva. You'll be all right tomorrow night.
No, she won't, I'm afraid.
Oh, yes, I will, Mr. Easton. I'll work on it all day, and tomorrow night
There won't be any tomorrow night, Miss Lovelace. Not for you. I have my star to think of. We'll have to replace you.
Replace me, but Mr. Easton...
So, Charlie, what happened to those boarders in the last scene?
Fuse blew on
Oh,
it.
Mr.
Well, watch
Easton.
it tomorrow.
Yes, sir, I will.
Where's Jim Blaine?
Oh, Mr. Easton.
Tell him I want to see him, will you?
Eva, don't cry. Here, wait. Come here.
No, please. Please don't say anything.
Eva.
Let her go, Joseph. There's nothing you can do about it. She's just an amateur, and not a very good one at that.
Blue Skies by Joseph Sheridan, starring Rita Vernon, with John Hamilton, Cora Blake, Robert Head.
All right. Move along, please.
Oh, good evening, officer.
Out kind of late, aren't you, miss?
Yes, I was just standing in the lobby looking at the pictures.
Well, suppose you stand somewhere else off my beat. I wouldn't want to run you in, miss.
Oh, well, it's all right, really. You see there on the sign? That's my name at the bottom there. I'm Eva Lovelace.
Oh, are you?
Yes. You see, I'm an actress.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Morning Glory, starring Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Menjou. You recognize that sound? Well, it's Mrs. Brown washing up the dinner dishes. And right next door... Yes, that's Mrs. Allen doing dishes in her kitchen. It sounds just about the same, doesn't it? And that's too bad, because there's really a big difference in what those two women are doing. You see, one of them is using Lux Flakes for her dishes, and the other one is using, well, any one of a number of strong dishwashing soaps. One look at those two pair of hands tells the story. The Lux hands are soft and smooth. The others are rough and red and unattractive, typical dishpan hands. Yet those soft, smooth Lux hands do just as much dishwashing as the rough, unattractive ones. It's the soap that makes the difference. And changing soaps, changing from strong suds to gentle Lux Flakes, can change those rough red hands back to their natural loveliness. That has been proved by actual tests. It's worth a lot to any woman to have hands she's proud of. But do you know how little it costs to change from strong soaps to gentle Lux? You can do it for less than a penny a day. Get the thrifty big box of Lux Flakes first thing tomorrow and use it for your dishes every day. After Act Two, we've got a special bargain for all flower lovers. Have a pencil and paper ready. You'll want to make a note of this. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Morning Glory, starring Judy Garland as Eva Lovelace, John Payne as Joseph Sheridan, and Adolphe Menjou as Louis Easton. Six months have passed since Eva Lovelace failed in her Broadway debut. 6 long months of hopeful waiting. haunting producers' offices by day, tossing sleeplessly in her boarding-house bed at night, her heart aching with disappointment and despair. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. Across the street from the theater where Blue Skies is playing, Eva sits at the counter with a cup of coffee.
You want anything else, miss?
No, thank you.
Just coffee?
That's all, thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Oh.
Isn't this my old pupil?
Oh, Mr. Hedges, how nice to see you.
I was just passing the window. I thought it was you. It's been a long time since you came for a lesson, Eva.
Well, I've been so frightfully busy. You know how it is.
Yes. Let me see. The last time I ran into you, you were...
Oh, yes, I was rehearsing for the frolics. Of course, it was only chorus work, but I took the job for experience. One needs all sorts of experience, and besides, there was a lull in the drama.
Yes. Are you working now?
Well, no, not at the moment, anyhow.
Here's your check, miss.
Here, I'll take that.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
How much is it, please?
5 cents.
5 cents? Is that all?
Yes, I had coffee. After dinner coffee.
Of course. Here you are. Come along, Eva. I'll take you home.
Oh, but really, Mr. Hedges, you mustn't go out of your way, really.
I'll get a cab. And by the way, where do you live?
Oh, well, isn't that stupid of me? I can't remember the address. You see, I just moved. I didn't like the place I was in.
I see. Well, until you remember, you just come along with me. I'm on my way to a party.
Oh, I'd love to, but I don't feel like meeting strangers.
Our host isn't exactly a stranger. It's Louis Easton.
Are you sure you won't have any supper?
Not just now, please. Perhaps later, Mr. Sheridan.
All right. You know, it's nice seeing you again. You sort of dropped out of things, didn't you? I've often wondered about you.
Well, I've been rather busy. Isn't this a delightful room, Mr. Sheridan? I like that etching. It looks like a whistler.
Why, yes, it is.
And that's a lovely pen and ink of Mr. Easton. He's very attractive, isn't he?
Yes, very.
I've thought of him often. I was sorry on his account I wasn't good in that part.
Well, it's always rather hard getting started.
Eva, my dear, I brought you some food.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hedges, but who cares about prosaic things like food? Oh, no, don't take it away.
There you are, my dear.
Looks awfully nice.
Here, I'm taking care of this little lady. Am I right, little lady?
Go away, Charlie.
Go away. No. I discovered this little lady when she first came in. Here, little lady, champagne.
Oh, another? Do you think I should?
Sure, go on.
I've never had champagne until tonight.
Go on, drink up.
Oh, it tickles, doesn't it?
Tickles? She says it tickles.
Hey, Charlie, beat it. Go on,
Here,
will
my
you?
boy, you come along with me. We'll have a bite to eat.
Tickles. She says it tickles.
What were we talking about?
I don't know. How long is Blue Skies going to run?
Oh, about another month. Then we're going to take it on tour.
And after that?
Well, after that, Rita Vernon is going to play the Molnar part.
Golden Bough? Oh, she could never do justice to that part.
Well, what makes you so sure of that?
Because she couldn't. Don't you see? She just couldn't. I know. I read the play.
Well, of course, it hasn't been translated yet.
Well, I read it in the original.
Oh, sorry.
Do you mind, please? Some more champagne.
More?
Well, don't you think I ought to?
Well, that depends, I'd say, on what time you had dinner.
What about lunch?
Oh, lunch helps, too.
Oh, look, there's Mr. Easton. Do you suppose he'd mind if I went over and spoke to him?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Easton. Oh, Mr. Easton.
Yes?
Mr. Easton, do you mind if I sit here beside you?
Not at all, Miss Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Easton. I've got something to tell you. Mr. Easton, I shouldn't be surprised if I am a great actress.
Oh, you think so?
I shouldn't be surprised. Either I'm a rotten actress or I'm a great actress. I'm not just a pretty good actress. Sometimes I think I'm very, very bad. No good at all. But tonight I think I'm wrong when I think that. I feel wonderful, Mr. Easton. Not afraid anymore.
Well, I'm glad of that.
You see, I wasn't afraid, not for a long time. When I lost that part, I thought it must be because I was a genius. And geniuses always have a hard time. Then I began to get afraid. Maybe I'm crazy, I got thinking. Maybe I'm not a genius. And then I said it's better not to think. In this world where but to think is to be full of sorrow, it's better not to think because I'm almost thoroughly convinced I'm a genius again.
Miss Lovelace, don't you think you'd better have some supper?
No, please, listen, I want to tell you. I love your party, Mr. Easton. I love New York, except that Broadway is too commercial. But isn't New York a beautiful city? I love it. I love to walk and walk and look and look. In Franklin, if you walk very far, you're out on a country road with nothing but cornfields everywhere. Still, there's something about it, about those cornfields, that gives you a feeling of being great and lonely. I feel it now right here in my heart. I tell you, I know. I know I'm a great actress. I'm the greatest young actress living. And I'm going to go on getting greater and greater.
Miss Lovelace,
You're making a fool of yourself.
A fool? That shows how much you know. You're talking to the greatest actress in the world, and I'm going to prove it. Listen to this. Listen. To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune.
Eva, come outside, please.
What are they laughing at? Hamlet's not a comedy, it's a tragedy. Keep quiet, do you hear?
Eva.
If you think that's so funny, maybe you think Romeo and Juliet's funny, too. Give me that shawl from the piano and everybody sit still. You're going to hear some acting. Now listen. Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, be but my sworn love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet. 'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owes without that title. Romeo, doff thy name, and for that name, which is no part of thee, take all myself.
Hey, the girl's all right. Child,
what's the matter? Eva, what is it?
It's my head. I feel so funny. I feel as if I'm going to...
Hey, what happened? She's fainted.
Get some water, somebody. Water, here.
Well, that's one way of getting attention.
Come on, Joseph, give me a hand. We'll carry her into the library. Put her down over here, that's it. She'll be all right. I'll have the maid come in and look after her. Come on.
Poor kid, she probably hasn't had a square meal in a month.
Or perhaps she's had just too much champagne. That time sometimes happens to people. Well, how do you feel, Miss Lovelace?
Oh, I feel... Oh.
Here, take another swallow of this.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I just...
Here, it's only coffee. Good for you.
Oh, thank you. My head feels a little funny. I'm sorry I spoiled your party, Mr. Easton.
Now, don't be silly. You didn't spoil it.
But where is everybody?
They've gone home. You've been asleep for a couple of hours.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But you've nothing to be sorry for. I mean it.
Did you like my Juliet?
Your Juliet. I thought it was charming.
Oh, I'm glad. I did want to prove it to you that I could really act. When I flopped in Blue Skies, I didn't mind so much for myself, but I did mind failing you. I'd worshipped you from afar for such a long time.
I beg your pardon?
I'd worshipped you. I did. I'm like that, I think. You've done such beautiful things in the theater, and you can't do beautiful things unless you think beautiful thoughts. That's why I liked you. Because I knew you'd be like this. Kind and sweet.
No one has ever said that to me before. You almost make me believe it. You're very sweet, Eva.
Thank you.
Now, don't you think I'd better take you home?
Oh, no, please, not yet. Just let me sit here and talk. There's so much I want to talk to you about.
All right, we'll talk. Go ahead.
You think I'm worth talking to, don't you? I hope you do. It means so much to speak to someone who understands things as you do.
Don't you think you give me a little too much credit? Most people think of me as being pretty hard-boiled.
Oh, you're not, though. You may think you are, too, but down underneath you're like a boy. You bluster as if you're so very sure of things, and you're not. Except your love of the theater. That's why I've never been afraid of you.
You're much too young and much too pretty to be afraid of anything.
I am, though. Mr. Easton, did you ever want anything with all your heart and have a horrible feeling inside of you that you were never going to get it?
Many times. I felt like that when I was just a kid and a roadshow came to town. I used to hang around the stage door every night, and once they let me do a walk-on. I tripped on my first entrance.
And yet you've succeeded and done great things. Beautiful things.
So can you, Eva.
Yes, I know. It's such a long, hard road, isn't it? But I'm willing to work hard. You can have anything if you work for it. That must be true.
Perhaps I could make the road easier for you, if you'd let me.
Then you really think I can act?
I think you're the most beautiful, the most charming creature I've ever met. Eva.
Oh. Why did you do that? Why did you kiss me?
Why?
Did you think I wanted you to?
No, of course not.
But I did. That's funny, isn't it? I didn't know I wanted you to kiss me until you did. You know, I've always said an actress had to know everything, and I never knew anything. Oh, I feel so strange. Is this what they call love, Louis? Because if it is, I think I like it.
Eva?
Yes?
Eva, I think I'd better take you home. Come in.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Harvey.
Mr. Sheridan is here, sir.
Oh. Come in, Joseph.
Hello, Louis.
How are you? Sit down. I'm sorry I had to get you over here so early, but I need your help.
Well?
I got myself a little involved last night.
What, again?
Yes, I don't know just how to handle the situation.
You can get yourself into more jams, Louis. What happened?
Nothing, really. Absolutely nothing. Just the same, I wondered if you'd see her for me and, tell her I've gone out of town or something. I'm very much embarrassed, Joseph. She's an awful little fool.
Oh, she's undoubtedly that.
She's got very romantic ideas. Not only about me, about the theater, too. I wish I'd never given her that part in the first place. I wouldn't be in this jam now.
What part? What girl are you talking about?
That girl, Eva.
Eva Lovelace?
Certainly. Who did you think I was talking about?
Well, I didn't know.
Well, the little fool thinks she's in love with me. Well, how about it, Joseph? I'd like you to see her for me.
Sorry, I can't do it, Louis.
Oh, come on. I don't feel that way about it. All you've got to do is to tell her that I'm out of town.
Oh, that's very easy, isn't it? Why don't you give her another part?
No. My plays aren't cast like that. You know it. Besides, I don't want to see her again.
Why bother about her at all?
Because she's young. She's half-starved, and she's on my mind. I've made out a check for her. Here, give it to her.
You can do your own dirty work. Give it to her yourself.
All right. I understand how you feel.
No, I don't think you do.
Wait a minute. You're not going to tell me that you... Oh, no.
Oh, it's very funny, isn't it? I'm glad I can hand you a laugh once in a while.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was that way. You're sort of romantic, too.
Yeah, I suppose so. That's why I understand her. You know what she's going through. Do you know what she'll have to go through yet before she begins to do the things she has her heart set on doing? Do you suppose this is going to help her?
No, I don't. If you can think of any way out, I'll be glad to hear about it.
All right. I'll speak to her. I suppose the sooner she begins to look at things sensibly, the better it'll be for her. Give me the check.
Here you are. I'll see you later.
I'll be in the office.
Thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, sure.
Joseph.
Oh, hello. I wanted to see you.
Oh, but I can't stay. I only came down for a minute. I'm going out. I just wanted to leave these flowers for him, for Mr. Easton. They aren't much, are they? But they're nice. Tell him I brought them.
Oh, wait. You can wait a moment, can't you?
Well, I want to go before I see him. Of course, it's only for a little while. It's just that there's so much in my heart, and I want to be by myself. You understand?
Yes.
I think I'll walk through the park alone, where I can plan a little. We'll do wonderful things together, Louis and I, and you'll help us, won't you? You know what it's like? It's like two rivers flowing through the same valley to the same sea, his life and mine. And now they're to flow together. Oh, I'll make him proud of me, Joseph, so proud.
Eva, I want to tell you...
It's strange how it's all happened. Yesterday I was alone and frightened, really a little frightened. And now... Of course, it isn't because his work is in the theater, or because he's important and can help me. Even if he'd never seen a theater and never wanted to see one, I think I'd feel very much the same. At least just now. I liked him the moment I saw him. You remember that day in the office? Years and years ago. And you've always been terribly kind to me, Joseph. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Joseph. Was that Eva? Joseph.
What?
Was that Eva out here?
Oh, yes.
What did you tell her? Where is she? Is she gone? Joseph.
Oh, yes, she's gone. What do you care where she is?
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mr. DeMille and our stars Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Menjou will be back for Act 3 of Morning Glory in just a moment. Meantime, here's some more news about the Lux Rainbow Garden offer.
It's the most exciting flower bargain we've ever had.
10 first-quality tulip bulbs for only 25 cents. And they come to you now at just the right time to plant them. Yes, right now, in the fall, is tulip planting time.
Our Lux tulip bulbs come from one of America's biggest and best-known bulb growers. They're the very same giant Mayflowering tulips that are listed in his catalog at a much higher price.
And they're yours for just 25 cents and 1 Lux opening tab or 1 Lux toilet soap wrapper.
They're easy to grow. Plant them now, and along about next May, you'll have a rainbow garden of stunning tulips with gorgeous long stems and big blossoms in lovely rainbow shades.
Even in a city apartment, you can enjoy these Lux tulips. Plant them in flower pots. Just follow the simple directions that come with the bulbs, and they'll bloom indoors in time for Easter.
You'll be wise if you order several rainbow tulip gardens.
Yes, they're a real bargain, one you won't want to miss. So mail your order this very night. Here's what you do. Take the opening tab from any size box of Lux Flakes, or a wrapper from 1 cake of Lux toilet soap. Mail it with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. With your 10 tulip bulbs, we'll send an illustrated leaflet of planting directions. But please allow at least 2 weeks for them to reach you. And please be sure to include your own name and address. Order as many Lux Rainbow Gardens as you like, but be careful to send 25 cents in coin and either a Lux Flakes opening tab or a Lux toilet soap wrapper for each set of 10 bulbs you want. Your dealer has convenient order blanks. Remember, the address is Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the third act of Morning Glory, starring Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Menjou. Realizing that Louis Easton's interest in her was only casual, Eva drifts aimlessly along, waiting for the break which never seems to come. Disillusioned and broken in spirit, she's forced to take any job she can find. In a cheap nightclub just off Broadway, the manager is auditioning singers.
All right, what do you say? Who's next? You, kid?
I think so.
Yeah, what's your name?
Eva Lovelace.
Well, let's hear it, sweetheart. You ready, Sam?
Yeah, sure.
Shake it up, kid. Okay, sweetheart, I'll let you know.
Was it all right, Mr. Fine?
Not bad at all. Is that the kind of stuff you do best?
I think so.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I was looking for something a little hotter.
Oh.
Who's next, Sam?
Well, maybe if I tried another song.
I gotta hear the rest of these kids right now. I'll let you know, sweetheart.
Mr. Fine, I need a job. I need one badly.
Yeah, so?
Well, if there's anything at all.
Can you dance?
Well, not specialty dancing.
I mean regular, partners, taxi stuff.
Oh.
Go on over and see Max Seelig. Tell him I sent you. All right, who's next?
Hey, Eva, if that old Wilson shows up tonight, dancing with him, will you?
Well, I thought I had to dance with anyone who asked me.
Sure, but kind of make a play for him. I got a guy coming I'm kind of keen on.
All right.
Hiya, Dipples.
Well, if it ain't the Fleet.
Say, how about a light fantastic?
This way, Fleet.
I beg your pardon. May I have this dance?
Well, that's what I'm here for. Oh.
How are you, Eva?
Hello, Joseph. What are you doing here? Slumming?
I came to see you. Can't we go someplace and talk?
Oh, I guess so.
Sit down.
Thank you. You'd better order something. That's part of my job, too.
Waiter.
Yeah?
Scotch and soda, please.
Right.
How did you know I was here?
Well, I didn't until tonight. I've been looking for you. I finally got as far as your boarding house, and the landlady told me about this job you had.
Oh. Well, of course, it's only temporary, you know. I've always felt that experience is vital for an actress. You've got to draw from the adventures in life.
And you're learning about life in this place?
Oh, yes, every moment. I'm rubbing shoulders with reality. It's really quite amazing. I can't tell you. It's very interesting.
You've changed, Eva.
Oh, I'm a little thinner, but I think I can afford it, don't you?
No, I'm talking about your eyes. There's something...
Oh, let's not talk about me. What about you? Are you writing another play?
Just the translation of Golden Bough. I finished it finally. Goes in rehearsal next week with Rita Vernon.
Well, I hope it'll be a success, Joseph.
Eva, when do you think you'll have learned enough about life to take another fling at the theater?
Why, I don't know. I really don't. I suppose when the time comes, I'll feel it deep inside me. Then nothing on earth will stop me.
Look, we're using a few people for atmosphere. If you'd like to have something to do, I'll be glad to fix it for you.
No, thanks.
Oh, I know it isn't much, but it might be better than this.
No.
What do you say, Eva?
Oh,
well?
It's no use, Joseph. It's no use. I just don't care anymore.
But you will. You will, Eva.
Okay, hey, come on, set that stage. Come on, put that table
15 minutes, everybody. On your toes now.
Rita. Oh, Rita.
Come in.
Hello, Rita.
Oh, Louis. Joseph, come in. Thank you for the flowers, Joseph. You never forget me in an opening.
Not at all.
You don't mind if I go on with my makeup?
Did you want to see us, Rita?
Oh, yes, I did.
Well?
Louis, we've been together 4 years.
That's right. That's a long time, Rita.
Very long. Hasn't it surprised you that I've never asked for a contract?
No. I've always given you what you asked for.
Yes. But this year I didn't ask for what I really wanted.
I see. You mean you're asking for it now?
Yes, Louis.
Go on.
I want a contract to play this part in New York and on the road. I want a year's guarantee, $1,500 a week, and 50% of the profits.
What? Rita, you've gone insane.
Think it over, Louis.
Think it over when it's nearly curtain time?
If you don't meet my terms, there won't be any curtain.
No, you listen to me. You can't throw over a show like this.
Can't I? Who's going to stop me?
I'll find plenty of ways to stop you. I'll fix it so you'll never get a walk-on in a road company.
Try it. Do you think I need you? Do you think I need Broadway? Why, I could sign a picture contract tomorrow morning that'll make your paycheck look like a cigar coupon.
Why, you cheap little thieving ham.
Louis,
don't you call me a ham.
You're worse than a ham.
Come on, I want to speak to you.
Get out of here.
Louis, come on.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Get out, you shoestring spark.
I'll show that dame.
Listen, will you? She's a rat.
Did you bring me out here to tell me that?
Don't give in to I wouldn't. I'd keep the theater dark before I do that.
Oh, you would? Well, you're certainly generous with my bankroll.
Listen, there's a girl right here in this theater I have a lot of faith in. Hedges and I have been coaching her as general understudy. She could play the Vernon part.
You mean you trust her to open tonight?
Anytime.
Without a rehearsal?
She doesn't need a rehearsal. She knows every line, every move, every gesture. She's letter perfect.
Who is she?
Eva Lovelace.
Oh, for the love of... Go away. Go away.
Now, look.
I'm going back and talk to Vernon.
But, Louis...
She's got to be reasonable. She's got to. Rita, now listen.
Get out! Get out!
Very reasonable, very.
I'd like to break her neck.
Louis, if you'll only listen to me.
Are you sure about Lovelace?
I've told you.
Seymour.
Yeah?
Get hold of that Lovelace girl. Get Ella to fit her in the Vernon costumes. Give her a dressing room herself and get me a script. Now, look, Eva. We're risking an awful lot. You realize that.
Yes.
Joseph says you can do it. Can you?
Louis.
Let her tell me. Can you do this part, Eva?
Yes.
All right. Is that costume finished, Ella?
Yes, sir. I'll have her second change ready when she comes off.
Good.
Mr. Easton.
Coming. Hold the curtain a few more minutes.
Yes, sir.
Are you all set, Eva?
Yes.
We'll be waiting for you. Hurry.
Oh, Joseph.
Here. Let me see you.
Joseph.
You look beautiful.
Wait, listen. I don't know whether I can go through with it.
Eva?
I told him I could, but I don't know. He'll be watching me every move.
You've got to forget about him.
I can't. I've never even spoken to him since that night until he came in here. And it was just the same, but he's changed. Did you notice? He looks so pale and so tired. And I'm tired. I'm tired, too. It's just come over me how tired I am.
Eva, listen. You've got to pull yourself
together. There were times
together.
when I wanted to kill myself when I didn't see him or hear from him. Then I thought, I'll forget. I'll make up for everything by making myself a wonderful actress.
You will be tonight.
But suppose I'm not. Suppose I'm not wonderful. then everything's gone. If I can't act, there's nothing else. I don't think I can act, Joseph. I don't think I can.
Eva, look at me. This is the thing you've wanted and struggled for and suffered for. This is your dream coming true. Do you understand that? Everything you've done, everything that's happened to you has just been leading to this moment. The time you came into the office, the way you met Louis, the way you feel about him now. It's all part of it. Don't fail him. Don't fail yourself. Or me.
You, Joseph?
Curtin, are you ready, Miss Lovelace?
Well, Eva?
Yes. I'm ready. And that was why I loved you, Michael.
Ready with that curtain.
And that's why I have to leave you now. For a while, at least. Goodbye, my darling.
Curtain. All right, take it up, take it up. She did it, Joseph. It's a smash. We've never had anything like it.
They're yelling for her. Better take this call alone. Stay out there, Eva. Stay out.
Oh, the girl's marvelous.
Such a performance.
She's better than Vernon ever hoped to be.
Eva Lovelace, where's she been all this time?
One side, please, one side. Miss Lovelace can't speak to you now.
Oh,
Get her in the dressing room,
thank
Joseph.
you very much.
Everybody, please, just a moment.
Now, that crowd would tear you to pieces.
Eva, my dear, you are magnificent.
Oh, Mr. Hedges, you taught me.
The pupil is far, far better than the teacher.
Miss Lovelace.
Yes, Ella.
May I congratulate you, Miss Lovelace? You were so beautiful, my dear, so lovely.
Thank you, Ella.
Shall I help you with your costume now?
Oh, no, I want to wear it just a little while longer.
Very well, my dear.
Hedges, where's Joseph?
Taking care of the press, I imagine. Shall I call him?
Will you?
Of course.
Eva, I'm at a loss for words. You were a revelation to me.
Oh, I'm so happy, Louis.
I can't tell you how it made me feel to think I'd never given you a chance before.
Oh, but you did, remember?
Yes, and I'm particularly ashamed to think I let you get lost the way you did. I should have taken better care of you.
Oh, let's not talk about that, please.
Well, I'm never going to let you get lost again. Never.
Oh, Louis, I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
We're going to do great things, you and I. A great play every year. Your name in lights. Why, it'll be the greatest partnership the theater has ever known.
Partnership?
Yes. Why, Eva, you're not going to pull a Rita Vernon on me so soon, are you?
Oh, no, I just thought that... Oh, I'm such a fool, Louis. Such a silly, silly fool.
I found him, Mr. Easton. He'll be in directly.
Thank you.
I think the press is waiting to see you too, Eva.
Are they?
They think you were quite wonderful, my dear.
But I'm just beginning. I'm going to make you so much more proud of me, Mr. Hedges. I'm going to be so much more wonderful.
My dear, so many people can be wonderful. Every year we see them. These young people who come to New York with the idea of conquering the world. It's amazing how many of them succeed, too. And then fail. Youth comes to the front. Youth has its hour of glory. But so often it's just a morning glory. A flower that's gone before the sun is high.
Oh, I wish you could have waited until tomorrow to say all this to me.
Hedges is right, Eva. That woman, Ella, the costume mistress. Do you know who she was? 25 years ago, she was the toast of Broadway. Her name was Esther Forrest.
Esther Forrest, I've heard of her.
Well, you don't hear of her now. She was a morning glory. But nothing must interfere with your career, Eva. Do you understand me? You've got to keep your head. That's why you're coming to my office tomorrow and sign a contract to play this part as long as the public wants to see you in it. That's why you mustn't take people too seriously. The people who are going to be running after you from now on, telling you what to play next, living your life for you. You must keep your health and your money and your head if you don't want to be a morning glory, Eva Lovelace.
You'd better get out there, Louis.
Right.
Good night, Eva.
Good night.
Tomorrow morning, Eva, at the office.
Yes.
Eva, what's the matter?
What?
Well, You look sort of crushed.
Joseph, I was a great success tonight, wasn't I?
Yes, a very great success.
Yes. And now it doesn't seem to make any difference. It's all so empty.
Why, you mustn't feel like that. I understand, though.
Do you?
I think so.
You've understood everything. You've been so good to me, Joseph.
Should I tell you why?
Oh, no, don't.
Please let me. Even though you know already, I've loved you for such a long time, Eva. I know what you've been through. I know how it's hurt you. But it's not a hurt that can't be soothed by understanding and care and love. You'd be happy with me. You would, Eva.
Yes, I think I would.
Eva? Well, that's all I'm going to say to you now. This is your hour. Your hour of glory.
Yes. Yes, it is. Oh, Joseph, I'm not afraid anymore. They were trying to frighten me before. Trying to frighten me into being sensible, but they can't do it. I'm too happy. I won't be sensible. Not now, not yet. You've got to let me be as foolish as I want. I'll have a white ermine coat, and I'll have rooms full of orchids and little apple trees and white violets. And you've got to let me think I'm much more wonderful than anyone else in the world just now. And you've got to promise not to try and make me sensible. For I'm not afraid of being just a morning glory. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid.
In just a moment, our stars will return to the microphone for a curtain call. Now, here's an interesting thing I read the other day. A soldier needs 5 to 20 times as much clothing as one of his fellow Americans in civilian life. Well, with so much of our fabric supply going into military service and other wartime uses, too, you can see why it's so important for all of us to make every bit of clothing we have last and wear longer than ever before. And that's why so many women today are giving their washables Lux Care. Here's what the Office of War Information says about conserving clothes. Mild soap and a minimum of rubbing will prolong life. That's expert advice. And if you stick to Lux, it's easy to follow. Lux Flakes are preferred by women everywhere for mildness. And with gentle Lux Care, there's no harmful cake soap rubbing. Nothing to fade or shrink or injure fabrics or colors. Yes, pretty rayon dresses, blouses, sweaters, gay cottons, and nice household linens will last longer if you Lux them. Actually, more makers of nice washables advise Lux Flakes than advise all other soaps put together. So start tomorrow to save your pretty washables, to keep them lovely longer, the Lux way. Now, Mr. DeMille returns with our stars.
Back to the footlights now come the 3 stars who put the glory in Morning Glory tonight. Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Monjou.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It was really a thrill for me to be in Morning Glory. It's a kind of a part I've always wanted to play.
And I congratulate you, Judy, on a talent that can take musical comedy and drama like this right in your stride.
Same here, Judy. You know, CB, I personally don't see how Hollywood could ever get along without Adolphe Monjou to play the theatrical producer parts. It's practically a tradition now.
Well, it's all right with me as long as I don't have to produce anything. That's a job I leave to CB.
At last, a man who appreciates us. I'll give you an epitaph, Adolphe. Here lies the only actor who liked producers.
That's pretty ungrateful, Adolphe. You sympathize with him, and the first thing he wants to do is to write your epitaph.
Get me out of this, Judy.
Sure. How about next week's play? What's it going to be?
Judy, it's something to make everybody forget their troubles. Because next week, our play is My Favorite Blonde. And the stars are Bob Hope and Ann Sothern. Just picture Bob Hope trying to escape from a gang of spies with a vital military secret, plus a beautiful blonde. And I don't think you'll want to miss Paramount's favorite comedian, starring with Ann Sothern in My Favorite Blonde.
It certainly sounds like a winner, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night. Good night. Keep your eye on Judy, gentlemen. She's got a future. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Hope and Ann Southern in My Favorite Blonde. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement. There are 2 superb new radio shows on Wednesday night. First, Bob Burns, one of America's favorite comedians, in the role of the Arkansas Traveler. And immediately following, there's Lionel Barrymore. Long one of the great figures of our stage and screen, he is now one of the great figures of radio in his new series, The Mayor of the Town. You can hear both of these fine shows every Wednesday night over these same stations. Your local paper will tell you the time. John Payne was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios. His current picture is Iceland. Adolphe Menjou will soon be seen in the Columbia picture, You Were Never Lovelier. Heard in tonight's play were B. Benedictine as Rita, Norman Field as Hedges, and Lillian Bond, Gloria Blondell, Anne Duran, Fred Mackay, Dick Ryan, Paul Langton, Frank Penny, Tyler McVeigh, Leo Cleary, and Lee Arnold. Join us again next week. Be part of the coast-to-coast audience that gathers each week to enjoy this hour of dramatic entertainment. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Bob Hope and Ann Southern in My Favorite Blonde.
VIMMS, VIMS, FREE, free. There's now a special trial offer of VIMS at your druggist. The makers of VIMS want you to find out what VIMS can do for you. Buy the large $1.69 package, get the regular 50-cent size absolutely free. The supply is limited, so hurry. Get your free VIMS right away. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. All copyrights are the property of their respective owners.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There are noises in the night. Noises that are only heard in the stillness of the night. Sighs and groans and creaks and moans. And they are made by no human voice. And they issue from no human throat. What are they? Why does the floor squeak when no one is stepping on it? Is it the house itself? Are there times when a house can become tired and restless and frightened, just like a human being? Our mystery drama, How Quiet the Night, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars William Redfield. It is sponsored in part by Listerine Lozenges and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Society, said someone or other not too long ago, is becoming terribly democratic. Why, some of the most vulgar people are in it. Yes, society has gone down in recent years. But if such things bother you, take heart. One place where society is still society, where breeding and position still matter, is in the home of Aeneas Malone, whose blood is of the most cerulean blue. And yet, Aeneas understands the implications of noblesse oblige. His daughter will marry Mr. Russell Porter, a young man of most humble origins. As a matter of fact, the party at the Malone mansion this evening is for the purpose of announcing the engagement.
My friends, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. I have a most happy announcement. My daughter Sybil has informed me that she is in love with Mr. Russell Porter. And I see no reason why they should not be married in the spring.
Oh, how wonderful.
Congratulations, my boy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, Daddy, I'm so happy. Oh, come on, Russ. I want you to hold me in your arms. And the only way you can do it right now is to dance.
Well, now, Sybil, my dear, so many people are waiting to wish you well. Don't neglect your guests. And besides, I want to talk with Russell.
Oh, now, Daddy, you're not going to be the stern parent.
Oh, no. It's too late for that. May I borrow Russell for just a moment?
Only for a moment.
Russell?
Yes, sir.
A glass of champagne, Russell?
Oh, yes, thank you, sir.
And I'm very happy for Sybil. At first, I was, apprehensive, Russell. After all, your family...
Well, what about my family, sir?
Well, it was one we'd never heard of.
What you're trying to say is you were afraid Sybil would be marrying beneath her station?
Precisely. Don't be insulted.
Why not?
Because these prejudices of mine really do no one any harm. What really counts is the man himself. I had you investigated.
You... Now, see here...
Now, don't get into a temper about it. One day you'll have a daughter, too. Well, you come from very poor but very honest, hard-working stock, which is what my stock was 5 or 6 generations ago. You're hard-working, ambitious, and sincere.
Well, thank you.
I want you to quit your job and come in with me.
Oh, no. I'm doing very well at Kennedy and Company.
Well, you do better than Neas Malone Incorporated.
I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, you call all the shots. I'd be nothing but a glorified office boy.
That's true.
You admit it?
Oh, yes. But meanwhile, you'd learn every facet of the business.
My answer is no.
You're a fool. The business has to go to you eventually. Why not learn how to run it now?
Well,
I'll get on your nerves a great deal of the time. But one thought should be enough to sustain you no matter how rough the going.
And what's that?
Well, just keep reminding yourself, after all, I can't live forever.
Well, they've all gone home.
How alone at last.
May I have this dance?
What did Daddy have to say to you?
He wants to take me into business.
How wonderful.
I guess I'll just have to outlast him.
Oh, he's not really so bad, my darling.
How bad would you say he is?
Not bad at all. You see, he's obsolete.
Why?
Because he's a man of principle. Such people are rare these days.
Yes, I suppose so.
You're a man of principle, too. A man of deep convictions, and that's why I fell in love with you.
Ah, now the truth is coming out.
You're a man of ideals, and that's what I dreamed of. A man who can be trusted, a man of his word.
Oh, now I know why I get these headaches. My halo is on too tight.
No, you know what I mean.
Oh, Sybil, I'm just an ordinary guy, and I hit it lucky. It's like winning a sweepstakes ticket.
Oh, I love you so much.
And I love you, Sybil, darling. Ah, look, I have one request to make.
Anything.
I'll work for your father, but we won't live here.
Oh, of course not. We have to be on our own.
I have an apartment.
I love your apartment.
All right. Then it's settled.
Oh, you see, that's a forecast of our life together. That's how quickly and completely and happily we'll solve every question that comes up. Oh, they stopped playing.
What do you mean?
The music has stopped.
What are you saying? I hear it. Oh, and it's so beautiful.
How can you hear the music? You see, they're putting away their instruments.
Oh.
You heard them playing?
Well...
Darling, do you hear things?
Sybil, this is our music, played at our engagement party. I think I'll hear it for the rest of my life.
Hello, Russell.
Cora Jean.
Yes, Cora Jean.
Well, What are you doing here?
Didn't think I'd find you.
Well, I...
And that's why you went to New York.
No. It's just that
You were supposed to go to Chicago, remember?
Well, I couldn't find a decent job in Chicago.
Oh, then that's why you went to New York?
Yes, sure.
Why didn't you let me know?
I intended to, but...
It's been 4 months.
Cora Jean...
And now I see. You're engaged to marry someone.
Well,
Do you think I'm a fool?
No.
You took the money so you could go on ahead and find a job and get an apartment and send for me. And we'd be married. You never went to Chicago. You went straight to New York. You had a job all lined up, a fantastic job, and you never told me.
Look,
You were
I'm
here
sorry.
3 weeks, and you ran into this society girl, and now you're set for life, aren't you?
Cora Jean, I'm sorry.
You've already said that. You better find something else.
Well, it happens. You fall in love, you fall out of love. You don't control it.
No?
No. Why, you could have met someone, suddenly.
Oh, tell me more.
Well, what can I tell you?
The truth.
Well, you see the truth. I'm here. I'm here in New York. And why am I here? Because I hate Benton's Corners. I hate everything it stands for. I hate small towns and small town people and small town horizons and small town attitudes.
Oh, right. I get the point.
I had to get out of there. Out of there to a place where I could become somebody, realize my potential, and so I used you. I pretended to fall in love with you.
Well, I didn't pretend to fall in love with you.
I'm sorry.
I played for keeps.
I'm sorry.
You say you're sorry. One more time, and I'll scream.
All right, you asked for it. I needed money. Money so I could get out of there. Money so I could establish myself here.
So you took mine.
I'll pay it back, Cora Jean. I'll pay it back with interest.
Oh, I see. And will that make us even?
What do you want? Call me a cheat, a scoundrel? Whatever you call me is true, as far as you're concerned. Cora Jean, it's hard for me to say this, but it's over.
It wasn't hard for you to say it. I thought it came out rather easily.
I'll give you your money back.
I don't want the money.
What do you want?
You.
I just told you. I don't love you.
It doesn't matter. I want you whether you love me or not.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm also going to have a baby.
What?
You want me to repeat it?
No, no, but that's impossible.
No, it isn't. Well, Russell.
Look, you can't have a baby. You should.
No.
I'll pay for it.
No.
You can't hold that baby as a sword over my head.
Your baby.
I'll deny it.
Oh, yes, I suppose you would, but everyone in Benton's Corners knew about you and me.
You couldn't prove a thing in a court of law.
Oh, God. Funny. I could only think of this kind of talk as something that would take place in a nightmare. I pray that's what I'm having now. A nightmare. And maybe I can wake up, and we'll be back home, and that nothing has happened.
Cora Jean, look. It's over. Now, I'm not happy about it. I'll pay whatever I'll have to.
It's your baby. He'll need his father.
How many times have I told you could never prove that in a court of law? Hello?
Darling? Is something the matter?
Oh, no. I just, nothing.
Oh, I called to see if you got home safely.
Yes, I did. Just fine.
Oh, I love you so
Give her my
much.
regards.
What was that?
What was what?
Oh, I could have sworn I heard somebody say something.
Oh, darling, now you're the one who's hearing things.
Tell me you love me.
Oh, I do.
Say it, Russell, darling. Say it.
I do.
Go ahead and say it. It comes so easily to you.
Did I hear a voice?
A voice? No, it must be the radio.
Will I see you tomorrow?
Well, why, sure.
Are you sure that you're all right with
Oh,
her?
I'm first rate. I'm first rate, Sybil. Just, I don't know, maybe a little tired.
So am I.
Well, you get your rest.
Good night, my darling.
Good night.
Well, Russell, what are you going to do about me?
I'll see that you have all the money you need.
I told you I want you, Russell.
But it's impossible.
No, it isn't. You still haven't answered my question.
Cora Jean.
What are you going to do about me? What?
What is he going to do? He's engaged to one of the richest girls in the country, who is madly in love with him. He has an opportunity to take over one of the wealthiest corporate enterprises in the world. And suddenly, a face from the past arrives to crumble this glorious opportunity to dust. It's quite a problem. A typical problem for a second act, which I shall bring to you in just a few moments. They say that only the truly ruthless can achieve real success. To win requires an intense single-mindedness, a complete dedication to one's own interest, and a willingness to move forward regardless of what the price might be to others. All his life, Russell Porter has yearned for success. And now that it is within his grasp, we're about to find out how badly he really wants it.
What are you going to do about me, Russell?
I'm offering you a practical way out. I'm being reasonable.
Reasonable?
Look, what happened between us happened.
It never would have happened if I didn't believe you were in love with me. You lied to me.
It wasn't a lie. I meant it. At the time, but time passes.
4 months?
People can change in 4 seconds.
You are going to marry me, Russ.
I keep telling you, you can't prove it.
And I keep telling you I don't have to prove it. If I take you to court, there'll be enough publicity, enough scandal. Oh, do you think Mr. Blue-Blooded Aeneas Malone is going to hold still for us?
No, it doesn't matter. She'll stand by me. Sybil will.
Oh, I don't know the old gent, but I've seen his picture. He cut her and you off without a cent. Well, you know that's true. And there goes the whole thing. You're only after her for her money.
That's a lie.
That's all you want from a woman. That's all you wanted from me. It's just that she has more.
Okay, let's cut through it. Look, just settle for what you can get, and I'm going to be generous. After all, I do like you, Cora Jean.
Oh, really? How do you behave towards people you hate?
You can be a rich woman. You can raise the kid.
Oh, don't use the word kid.
All right. You could raise the child easily, without problems. You'd have servants. You could send him to the best schools. I'd see to it that he had the best opportunities. And as for you, you'd have money. You could move around, attract a terrific guy. You could get married to someone who would really love you. Oh, Cora Jean, the more I think about it, it's strange. I think it's all happened for the best.
You are incredible.
You mean you'd throw all this away?
I want you.
Okay. Take me back with you to Benton's Corners. Take me back to where I'll suffocate to death.
The air is like wine.
And I'll go back to my job, teaching school to ignorant, vacuous little...
When are we going home, Russ?
Are you out of your mind?
No, but you are out of yours.
Do you want to live with a man who hates you?
It's a temporary madness. It will pass.
It was. The way she said it. The way she looked at me. In that calm, quiet manner of hers. That schoolteacher pose. As if I were one of her unruly students. And I saw my whole life before me. We would be together day and night. Days we would teach school at Benton Corners High. Where at least part of the time I could avoid her. But at night, we'd be home. Home in one of those suffocating tract houses on a suffocating half-acre plot with a suffocating mortgage. I couldn't breathe in Benton's Corners. And then, without even thinking, I knew what I was going to do. Why had I suddenly decided without even going through the thought process? Why was the answer right in my mouth before my brain even had time to formulate the question? Let's go home, Cora Jean.
What?
Well, that's what you came here for, to convince me. All right? You convinced me. It's a temporary madness. Let's go. Get your coat.
Now? This minute?
Yes. We'll get in the car, drive all night, and be back in Benton's Corners by noon tomorrow.
But don't you want to say goodbye to her?
No.
I know what it is to be left. Oh, Russell, I feel sorry for her.
It can't be helped.
But you can't just disappear.
I'll write her a letter. Come on. Let's go. If we're going.
I heard the news on the radio about the engagement. And you know what I did? I didn't say a word. No, not to anyone. I just packed an overnight bag and I walked to the bus stop and I got on and left. I don't think anyone even saw me go. Russ.
Yes?
You're not listening to a single word.
I am.
You'll be happy.
I'm happy now.
No, I mean really happy. Oh, Russ, you're really a small-town boy. It's what you want.
That's right. It's what I want.
And I love you.
I love you, too.
No, you don't, Russ. Not now. Right now you hate me. Right now you're like a little boy who's being punished. But in a while, you'll see I'm right.
She kept on babbling, and I kept driving. I had no intention of going back to Benton's Corners. I had no desire to marry her. All I needed was a lonely, deserted stretch of road. I didn't even have to think it out. It was all in my head. It was in the books I'd read, the great classic books. An American Tragedy by Dreiser. The Red and the Black by Stendhal. I was one of their heroes. The young man whose path to success is being blocked by a woman he no longer loves and no longer wants. There's only one thing he can do about it. Only one thing.
Why are we stopping here, Russ?
Oh, I'm worried about that knocking sound in the engine. I hope it's just a loose fan belt.
This is really the middle of nowhere.
Well, you might as well get out and stretch your legs.
All right.
It'll be hours before we come to a place where we can stop. Now, just let me get at that hood.
Oh, the air is so pleasant.
Yes, just when I thought. The belt's loose. I think I've got a wrench in the back.
So quiet the night. So still the stars. So silent the world below. So... You say the rest of it, Russell. Go ahead. Russell!
So quiet the night. Yes, it was a quiet night. And she was dead. I was rather surprised at how easy it is to kill someone. How fragile. Just a few sharp blows and it's over. It was wild country. I dragged her body into the woods, dug the hole, and I buried her. And then, well, what else can I tell you? I went home. And when I got home, I began to worry. The whole thing had been done without thinking. Suppose someone had seen us. But no one had seen us. I knew everything was going to be all right. I just knew it.
Darling. Russell, darling.
Oh, yes, dear. What is it?
Well, first of all, shall I pour you another cup of tea?
Oh, no. No, thank you, dear.
Secondly, you must give me your list.
What list?
The list of people you want to invite to the wedding.
Oh, that list.
Yes, dear.
Oh, well, Sybil, I was thinking about... I don't want to invite anyone.
But this is your wedding, too.
Well, darling, my folks are all dead. I have no real friends. I haven't been here long enough to make any.
Oh, but surely back home...
Oh, I had no real friends there either. It's one of the reasons I left.
Be someone you like, someone who was kind.
Well, yes, perhaps one or two. But you see, I'm sure they'd feel awkward, out of place.
Russell, may I ask you something?
Anything.
Why did you stop teaching school?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose I wanted the adventure and the excitement of business.
Oh, I'm not so sure you do, Russell. At heart, you're a romantic, a teacher.
You're wrong.
Well, if you ever change your mind...
Change my mind about what?
Well, about being a stockbroker in Daddy's office. If you should ever want to go back to the classroom.
Never.
Well, even if you should want to go back to Benton's Corners.
What are you saying?
Whatever you want is all right with me.
Darling, don't ever say another word about going back to the sticks.
Oh, but life is so peaceful, so enriching there. So quiet the night, so still the stars, so silent the world below.
No, wait. What are you saying?
Oh, it's a poem.
Where? Where did you...
Oh, it's so sad. I was reading in the paper. A girl was murdered.
Oh. Murdered? Who?
Oh, I don't even remember. Oh, it's such a terrible thing. Someone had killed her and buried her body in the woods, and some hunters... Oh, I don't even want to talk about it.
What about the poem?
Oh, well, I guess the reporter was looking for human interest. It turns out that the girl was a poet.
Yes?
Well, I mean, she taught school, but she was a poet. And they printed the poem. So quiet the night, so still the stars, so silent the world below.
Dearest, I have to be going.
Well, so soon? I thought we'd play golf.
I know, but I have things to clear up at the office.
Well, see you tonight.
Tonight and every night. All right. They found her body. Maybe I should have dug it deeper, but what's the difference? There was nothing that could tie her to me. No evidence, no proof. Right now is the crucial moment. Right now is the time to remember that I must not panic. I must be calm, relaxed, and in complete control. I have nothing to fear. Nothing. Nothing at all. Just a moment.
Evening, Russ.
Maybury. Sheriff Maybury.
Mind if I come in, Russ?
Oh, well, sure. I mean, of course. Yes, of course, come in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Well, how are you, Sheriff?
Oh, about the same. Russell, Cora Buxton's been killed.
Yeah, I know. I read about it in the paper.
Oh, shame. She was a lovely girl.
Oh, yes.
Weren't you two, sort of engaged?
Well, not really. It was just one of those things.
Which things?
Well, you know how it is. I was the only single male teacher in the high school. She was the only woman teacher who was single, and we both liked each other. We certainly got along, so people thought...
Yeah, people sure did.
Well, it's like, a situation seems logical, so you kind of take it for granted. I mean, so many people thought it would make sense for Cora Jean and me to get married that they honestly believed it was going to happen.
And wasn't it?
Oh, no.
Wasn't there talk Cora Jean had given you her life savings to go to New York and get established and then send for her?
I can't imagine the basis for any such talk.
Well, the fact is she did withdraw all her money from the bank the day before you left town.
Well, that doesn't mean she gave it to me.
No, I guess it don't.
Sheriff, what is it you want to see me about?
I want to talk to you about Cora Jean's murder.
Well, what would I know about it?
Why, you know more about it than anybody else in the whole world, Russell.
Why do you say that?
Because you killed her.
They're a plain-spoken group, these folks from Benton's Corners. When they've got something on their minds, they say it. But how does Sheriff Maybury know what exists to link our man Russell with the crime? He was careful not to leave any clues. Well, I'll give you a hint. Perhaps it's not something he left with her. It could be something she left with him. And we'll examine that when I return in just a moment with Act 3. Life was so simple, and yet so rewarding for young Russell Porter. One of the wealthiest heiresses in the city of New York fell deeply in love with him. She not only has money, she is breathtakingly beautiful. So, suppose he did have to commit murder to protect his investment. Wasn't this worth it? And what could have gone wrong? He was so careful.
Sheriff Mabry, how can you say I killed Cora Jean?
It's the truth, Russ.
You don't have one single shred of proof.
Oh, there's plenty of proof.
Such as?
Well, for one thing, she was going to have a baby.
It wasn't mine, and no one can prove it.
She gave you that money.
No, wait. She may have taken it from the bank, but no one can prove that she gave it to me. As a matter of fact, that's why she might have been killed. Don't you see? For the money. $5,000 is a lot.
How would you know it was $5,000?
Oh, well, she told me. She told me once. Yes, that's what she had.
She came here to New York to see you.
But she wasn't killed in New York. She was killed way out in the country, halfway between...
Yeah, halfway between here and Benton's Corners.
Okay, all right. Well, so she was coming to New York for whatever reason. And someone killed her for the money.
No.
How can you say no?
Because she was coming from New York when she was killed.
How can you hope to prove it?
She was riding in a car with somebody.
Okay. Then that's the somebody who killed her.
She had already been to New York. She'd come here to see you. You said you'd take her home. You told her some kind of lie. You were bound back for Benton's Corners. And the reason I say that is her body was found on the north side of the road. That's the way you were headed. You wouldn't have killed her and then carried her across the highway to bury her.
Where is your proof for all this, Sheriff?
What kind of proof do I need?
Facts, evidence, witnesses.
Russell, you know you did it. Now it's up to you to do the manly thing and confess.
Oh, you're crazy.
Russell, I'm giving you a chance.
A chance?
A chance to know peace. You'll never have any as long as you live. You'll see her face. You'll hear her voice.
Sheriff, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You are not going to railroad me for a murder I never committed.
Tell that to Cora Jean, Russ.
Cora Jean is dead.
You'll see her, Russ. Like I said, you'll see her and hear her. She was quite a girl, Russ. Why did you kill her?
But I didn't, Sheriff. I did...
It's
what's the
like you
use?
say, Russ. I don't have the evidence and the witnesses, but any time you want to come back and take your medicine, just give me a call, eh? Well, I gotta be going. Think about it, Russ.
What was there to think about? Mayberry. What did he know? What could he know? Nothing. He was only making some shrewd guesses. He had no evidence. He's trying to frighten me and get me to lose control. I won't. I'm in the clear. I must not panic.
Russ?
What is it, Cora Jean?
After you went home last night, I wrote a poem. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
So quiet the night, so still the stars, so silent the world below.
Cora Jean. Cora Jean! Oh, it was a dream. Just a dream. Oh, for a moment I thought...
What did you think?
Cora Jean?
Yes, Russell?
Cora Jean, it can't be. I hear your voice.
Yes?
But you're dead. You're dead.
I always wanted you, Russell. Because you and I are so right for each other.
No, this is mad. This is mad. I'm dreaming.
No,
I'm dreaming.
Russell, you're awake. Let me read you the poem.
I don't want to hear it.
So quiet the night, so still the stars, so silent the world.
I said shut up. I've got to get hold of myself. Got to keep tight control. Can't let my mind go. I know. I'm going to have a little trouble with my conscience. Now, that's to be expected. After all, murder, and that's what it was. Of course, I had no choice. I had to. All right, I'll have some bad nights, but it'll go away. The thing to remember is not to panic. Take a deep breath. collect your thoughts and,
Russell.
Yes. Yes, Cora Jean. I'm ready for you. I can handle my conscience. I can handle you.
You children, excuse me, I have to mingle.
Yes, Daddy. Oh, how he'll ever top this, I don't know. There have been benefit performances, but never one like this. Are you enjoying the show, darling?
Oh, sure. Sure, of course.
It's just that you seem so distracted.
Do you think so?
Maybe I'm distracted.
By what?
Oh, that poem just keeps running through my head. So quiet the night, so still the stars.
Now, why should that poem...
Well, I think of that poor murdered girl.
Darling, you can't let your mind dwell on morbid things.
Oh, you're right. But why can't I forget?
Look, the intermission's almost over. Let's go inside. Let's enjoy the play. It's really funny. Really funny.
Quiet the night, so still the stars.
Russell?
Yes?
I wrote a new poem. Do you want to hear it?
Of course, Cora Jean. I always want to hear you. No. This is the same dream.
Why do you say it's a dream?
Because...
Because I'm dead?
You're dead. Yes. You are dead.
That doesn't matter. I don't have to be alive for you to hear me.
I won't crack. I won't. Cora Jean, what do you want?
I want you.
Hello.
Hello, Russ.
Sheriff Mayberry, do you know what time it is?
Just about midnight. I wanted to tell you I'm heading back home and wondered if you wanted to come with me.
Now, Sheriff, Look, whatever you're doing, it isn't going to work.
What is it you think I'm doing?
You're trying to destroy my mind.
No, Russ. I'm trying to appeal to your better nature. That's all.
All right. Whoever you are, whatever you are, regardless of what this is all about, I'm wise to it. I won't crack. I won't break down. And soon, all of this, whatever it is, will be gone.
So quiet the night, so still the stars, so silent.
Go ahead. It's all in my imagination. Go ahead.
Russell, why didn't you tell me?
Tell you what, Sybil?
About the poem.
The poem?
Why didn't you tell me that, well, the girl who wrote it comes from your hometown?
Oh.
Benton's Corners.
Well, it's just a coincidence.
And that you knew her. You knew her very well.
No, I wouldn't say I knew her very well.
But you must have. I'm so fascinated by that poem. I wanted to get a copy of the whole thing, and so, well, I called the newspaper editor in Benton's Corners.
Oh.
Such a nice lady. She talked to me for hours, and she said that the poem was printed originally in her paper, and that the title was To Russell. You must have known her.
Well, yes, I knew her.
Were you in love with her?
In love?
You can tell me. It doesn't matter. It all belongs to the time before you met me. Were you in love with her?
No, but she was very romantic.
Well, tell me about her. What was she like?
Well, I don't know. She was just some girl. Look, I'm sick of talking about her, Sybil, and that silly poem. Now, you remember you wanted a list from me.
A list?
Yes, of guests I wanted to have for the wedding, and I said I didn't want to. Well, you reminded me. The editor of the Benton's Corners Chronicle, the one you spoke to, she's a lovely lady. Margaret Hennings Witherspoon. I'd like to invite her. Sybil?
We'll talk about it, Russell.
Darling, are you all right?
Oh, I'm just a little bit tired. I'd better get to bed early.
Oh, Sybil, you're angry.
No, I'm not angry.
But I don't want to leave like this.
Like what?
Well, as if something's wrong. I mean, you're annoyed because I didn't want to talk about that silly poem.
I'm not.
I say you are.
Well, suppose I am.
Tell me why.
Well, that's just it. I don't know why. Oh, Russell, please, everything will be all right in the morning.
I could have kicked myself. It was that poem, that stupid bit of doggerel.
How quiet the night. How still the stars. How silent the world below. How mute the breeze. How calm the trees.
Cora Jean.
Why are you always so alarmed, so surprised to see me, Russell?
I don't believe it. I don't believe you're here.
You must believe it. I'm all you've got now.
Say what you like. I won't lose my grip.
Grip? On what?
Reality.
What's reality? Reality is a girl named Sybil Marone. Forget she has $100 million. She's a girl of many moods. And she doesn't love you anymore.
That's a lie.
You mean it doesn't happen? Your own words, Russell. You fall in love, you fall out of love. You don't control it. She is all gossip. And when you shouted, I'm sick of that silly poem, you broke the spell.
That's not true.
Oh, Russell, it's over. In your heart, you know it's over. You killed me for nothing.
No, I didn't kill you. You see, you're still alive.
You killed me, Russell.
I killed you, but you're not dead enough. I buried you, but not deep enough.
I'm dead, Russell. Dead.
No, you're alive. Still alive.
Hi, Russ.
Sheriff. Yes. You're just the man I want to see.
You mean you want to come back with me?
I don't have to. You see, I didn't kill her.
Russ.
No, listen. You see, I'll admit it. I wanted to kill her. I drove her out to the spot, but I didn't hit her hard enough. She's still alive. Come on. I'll show you.
Sure, Russell, sure. I'll get that for you.
Yes, thank you.
Hello.
Oh, I wanted to speak to Russell. Who are you?
An old friend, ma'am. Just a minute. Russ? Hello, ma'am. I guess he can't talk right now. Can I take a message?
Well, just tell him that I was acting silly and that we should never part with a quarrel and that I love him very much and... I'll tell him myself tomorrow. Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am. Russ, that was...
So quiet the night.
It's Cora Jean. She's talking to us, reciting her poem.
So still the stars.
The poem she wrote for me. Don't you hear?
Sure. I hear.
How silent the world below.
Well, the world didn't remain silent when Russell confessed. There was a clamor for a trial, and there was a verdict. And Russell was declared hopelessly insane. However, Sybil stood by him. She visits him every day and recites poetry, most of it from an anthology of the poems of Cora Jean Buxton, who, as it turns out, has become quite famous in death. I'll be back shortly. The sounds in the night, the voices in the night, the songs of the night. How can we hear, how can we see what isn't there? Well, it's a question that deserves to be raised, but it certainly should not be dismissed as the imaginings of the neurotic or the demented. After all, if you see what eludes me, who is to say which of us has the firmer grip on reality? Our cast included William Redfield, Patricia Elliott, Marion Seldes, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Listerine Lozenges. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. When the 4th of July weekend arrived at Madison High Summer School, it was welcomed most enthusiastically by Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there.
I don't know why I looked forward to such a brief holiday with such keen anticipation. I like my work, and I'm very fond of my pupils. Then there's the school principal, Mr. Osgood Conklin. Well, what do you know? I just found out why I look forward to such a brief holiday with such keen anticipation. Mr. Conklin and I never have been what the scientists call chemical affinities. But last week we really reached the ultimate in mutual harassment. I would hesitate to describe Mr. Conklin's temper as volcanic, but by last Thursday I would swear I saw a thin trickle of lava flowing out of his ears. I was telling my landlady, Mrs. Davis, about it Friday morning at breakfast. He hasn't been this irritable since last month when I broke his new glasses.
My goodness, Connie, how did you do that?
It was an accident, Mrs. Davis. They broke when we both bent down at the same time.
You both bent down?
Yes, to pick up a hammer I had dropped on his foot.
Osgood is certainly hard to get along with. Oh, Connie, did you say you wanted tea or coffee this morning?
I said I wanted milk, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, of course you did. I'm getting so absent-minded lately. Almost as bad as my sister Angela.
How is Angela, Mrs. Davis?
Angela?
Your sister.
Oh. She's terribly absent-minded, poor dear. Why, the other morning, do you know what she did?
No, what?
She found herself with 1 foot in the bathtub and 1 foot out of the bathtub.
Well, there's nothing absent-minded about that. It happens to most of us, sooner or later.
But Angela couldn't remember whether she was just getting into the tub or whether she was just getting out.
Well, that is a dilemma. What did she do?
She let the water out and took a shower. Now, I'd better get you that hot chocolate you wanted.
It's milk, Mrs. Davis, and it's right here on the table. Can I pour some for you?
Oh, no, thanks, Connie. I never drink milk in the morning. It keeps me up all day.
Maybe we should have gone on talking about Mr. Conklin.
Say, that reminds me, Connie. How's Mr. Conklin been treating you lately?
You should have seen him yesterday when I stopped in at his office to get my check.
Was he very disagreeable, Connie?
Not at first. That's what's so confusing. When I sat down to sign for the check, he was extremely civil to me, almost courteous. And then in a few seconds, boom, his whole attitude changed.
But why?
That's what I'd like to know. You think I spilled that bottle of ink on his coat purposely?
Oh, Connie, not a bottle of ink.
I couldn't help it, Mrs. Davis, and I tried my best to get out the spots.
With what?
With spot remover, of course. Or at least I thought it was spot remover. It isn't my fault that Mr. Conklin keeps ammonia in his desk, is it?
Ammonia? But, Connie, ammonia will just burn right through the cloth.
Please, Mrs. Davis, you sound just like Mr. Conklin. But I won't be running into him for the next few days, thank goodness. I'm going away for the July 4th weekend.
But, Connie, can you afford to go away?
On my salary, I can't afford to stay home. But I've made up my mind to do it if I have to go without lunch for a week. And guess where I'm going, Mrs. Davis?
Where?
To Eagle Springs. And guess what bashful scientist is going to get the surprise of his life because he's going there, too, and doesn't know I'm coming?
It's not Mr. Boynton.
It ain't Al Einstein. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Davis, I'll get ready for school. Walter Denton should be picking me up pretty soon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie, but there's something I forgot to tell you. Walter called while you were in the shower and said he can't pick you up this morning.
Oh, great. And my car won't budge.
What's the matter with it, Connie?
I don't know exactly. Last time I went out to the garage to look at it, it was lying on its side, panting.
Walter said he hoped you'd understand, but he had to drive Mr. Conklin to the doctor's this morning.
The doctor's? Why, that's a shame. I wonder what's wrong with poor Mr. Conklin.
Well, Osgood,
I can't seem to find anything radically wrong with your physical condition, outside of a slightly elevated blood pressure, that is.
What is my blood pressure, Dr. Haney?
Oh, nothing to worry about, Osgood. Around 180, I'd say. Of course, if it gets to 200, I'd advise you to sell.
If there's one thing I've always wanted, it's a comical physician. Now tell me, Doctor, what's wrong with me?
Well, I can't discover any physical symptoms, Osgood, but there's no doubt about it. Something seems to be troubling you mentally. Now, what is it?
It isn't a what, it's a who. And what a who. Even when we're not together, I can still see her face before me.
But, Osgood, who is this woman?
It's Miss Brooks, Doctor. She teaches English at Madison.
It seems to me, Osgood, if Miss Brooks grates on your nerves so much, you shouldn't let her cross your path. Avoid contact with her whenever possible. As a matter of fact, I recommend that you leave town for a few days.
That's it. I'll do it. I'll go away for the 4th of July weekend. But where?
Oh, it doesn't matter where. Do your world of good to get away for a few days. Say, now, maybe I can help you.
You?
Why, sure. I know the squaw in charge of reservations on the Chief. Oh,
it will be good to get away.
Hello, Miss Brooks. You're just the person I wanted to see.
Good morning, Harriet. What can I do for you?
It's Daddy, Miss Brooks. I'm real worried about him. Last night he cried out in his sleep several times. Mother had to keep waking him up, and once in his sleep he screamed out your name.
My name?
Yes. That's when Mother had to tie him to the bed.
I think I can explain your father's nocturnal penchant for screaming my name, Harriet. We've spent the better part of this week exchanging unpleasantries.
Then Daddy did have words with you?
Harriet, your daddy had words that I wouldn't repeat in front of a sailor.
He was extremely nervous this morning when Walter Denton drove him to the doctor's.
Well, I hope his doctor has a good doctor. Now, if you'll excuse me, Harriet, I'll run along to class.
Just a minute, Miss Brooks. Here's Daddy now.
Oh, good morning, Harriet. Well, the doctor says there's nothing wrong with me physically at all.
I knew it. You look better already.
Thank you, my dear.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. He just took a turn for the worse.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. So far. I'd better get into my office now. I'll see you later, Harriet.
All right, Daddy. But what's the umbrella for?
It looked like rain when I left for the doctor's. Oh, by the way, it's a rather sturdy umbrella, Miss Brooks. Care to whack me over the head with it to start off the day?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Conklin.
You're sure now?
I'll take a rain check. I'm positive. Oh, hold still a minute, Mr. Conklin. There's a thread hanging from the lapel of your coat. I'll pull it out for you.
You needn't bother.
It's no bother. I'll pull it out in just a second. There, that does it. No, there seems to be more. Hold still, please.
I'm waiting, Miss Brooks.
I'm pulling, Mr. Conklin.
His lapel looks all right, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'm getting it now. This a new suit, Mr. Conklin?
Yes. Yes, it is. No doubt you remember my old suit, Miss Brooks. The one with the ink spots.
Ink spots? How in the world did you get... Oh, that one.
Yes, that one. I thought you'd like to know that I cleaned Walter Denton's windshield with it this morning.
Well, it certainly needed it. I'm sorry about your suit, Mr. Conklin, but say, this is funny. There doesn't seem to be any end to this thread.
So I see. Miss Brooks, would you be good enough to give me the ball of thread you're holding in your hand? I'll have another lapel sewn on.
Oh, forgive me, Mr. Conklin. I didn't realize
My brand new suit. 2 pairs of pants and 1 lapel. Let me in that office immediately. I'll step aside, Harry.
But, Daddy... Daddy seems quite annoyed at you this morning, doesn't he, Miss Brooks?
I think so. In fact, there's an old Eskimo saying that describes his feelings toward me perfectly. It goes, Pulikamu konakrio exo.
What does that mean?
Baby, it's cold outside.
Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous Beauty Lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance. For new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive Soap the way doctors advised for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive Soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful Beauty Lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's Beauty Lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
Well, I had no further encounters with Mr. Conklin during my first class, and while waiting for another session to begin, I was bolstered by the thought that I'd soon be on my way to Eagle Springs for the 4th of July weekend. While I was marking some composition papers, Walter Denton returned from the errand I'd sent him on.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but I'm back.
Did you get me a ticket to Eagle Springs, Walter?
Sure, Miss Brooks, but first I told Mr. Boynton I was going to the railroad station on an errand, and then I volunteered to pick up his ticket to Eagle Springs for him. And when he gave me the money, I just added what you'd given me and bought 2 tickets. Seats 208 and 209 in the parlor car. Right smack up against each other.
Why, Walter Denton, where did you ever get such a diabolical scheme?
From you. Now, don't you remember, Miss Brooks? You laid the whole thing out for me.
Never mind, Walter. Are you sure the seats are together?
Positive. And it was a lucky break I got any seats at all. The trains are sure crowded for this 4th of July weekend. Gosh, the station was alive with travelers.
Those are the best kind. Now, look, Walter. You have got to promise me you won't mention my trip to a soul. I don't want Mr. Boynton to know I'm going to Eagle Springs until he sits down next to me on that train.
You have my word as a gentleman and a scholar.
I've just read your composition. Your word as a gentleman will do.
No, all kidding aside, Miss Brooks, how did you like my composition? Great baseball yarn, isn't it?
Frankly, Walter, it's a little hard for me to judge. I know how crazy you are about baseball. I'd like to be fair in marking your composition, but, well, this time you've really got me stumped.
But why?
Maybe it's because the first 6 pages contain nothing but the American League box scores.
I just put that in to make it more dramatic.
Well, some of it is pretty exciting at that. I remember one very eloquent phrase that keeps recurring in the story. Had me right on the edge of my seat. Let me find it. Oh, here it is. Coleman to Sternweiss to Phillips.
That's a famous double play combination. You know, on the Yankees.
Oh, Yankees, of course. The northern team. Now, you'd better be getting on to your next class.
Now, okay, Miss Brooks. Oh, before I go, is there anything I can do for you while you're out of town?
Yes, Walter. Come to think of it, there is something you can do. You'll probably be seeing a lot of Harriet Conklin over the weekend, won't you?
That's for sure.
Well, you can do me this one big favor. Whenever Mr. Conklin's in the vicinity, please don't mention my name.
When Mr. Conklin's in the vicinity, I'm usually not. He hates me, you know.
You're not the only one. But just don't talk about me when he's around. I'm hoping he'll cool down a bit while I'm away. Oh, there's that pesky fly again. He's been in here all morning.
I'll be darned if I'd hang around summer school all day if I was a fly.
Maybe he needs the credit. Hand me that fly swatter, Walter. Thanks.
Oh, he lit over here on the door, Miss Brooks. I'll open it and let him fly out.
No, don't, Walter. He looks like a germ carrier. I think I've got a good bead on the little pest. Here goes.
Fortunately, I get my glasses wholesale.
Mr. Conklin.
Now that you've warmed up, Miss Brooks, how about trying the umbrella?
It was an accident, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks didn't mean to hit you. She was after that other pest. I mean, the fly.
Well, if it isn't Walter Denton. I've hit the jackpot this time.
Oh, please, Mr. Conklin, if you'll just sit down a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Conklin, just have a seat. I'll gather your glasses for you.
Yes. Oh, Denton.
Yes, sir?
Get out!
Yes, sir! That is, yes, sir.
Miss Brooks, the reason I came in here was to inform you, as I have the other members of the faculty, that I'm going away for a while.
Away? For how long, Mr. Conklin?
Well, this morning I planned on staying away for just 3 days. But then, when you siphoned off one of my lapels, I decided to make it 4 or 5. And just now, when you flogged me with that fly swatter, I realized I'll need at least a week.
Mr. Conklin, I won't deny that a series of extremely unfortunate incidents have occurred.
How very broad-minded of you. Well, there won't be any more of them for me, at least not for the next week. I always thought I was a man of more than average courage, Miss Brooks, but I've discovered recently that I'm not.
Please, Mr. Conklin.
It's true. I am a coward, Miss Brooks. But be that as it may, I am determined to live long enough to be an old coward. Hence, I am about to flee the city.
But where are you going, Mr. Conklin?
I don't know yet. I've called the railroad station, but their trains are all jammed with 4th of July weekenders. However...
Yes, I know. It's very crowded on almost all the trains.
I haven't finished talking, Miss Brooks. I was about to say, however, I'm going to try the airport this afternoon. Maybe I can get a plane for somewhere. Oh, that's a very annoying fly.
Oh, I've got the swatter, Mr. Conklin. I'll get it this time. You just sit still.
No, I'll get out of this seat if you don't mind.
You got up, Mr. Conklin.
As I was saying, Miss Brooks, I'll go to the airport. If I can't get a plane from somewhere, I may fly somewhere without a plane!
Class, it only requires a little concentration to avoid embarrassing mistakes in conversation. We'll take up next the works of Lord Byron. That's all for now. Class dismissed, and have a nice weekend.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Brooks. Could I see you for a minute?
Why, Mr. Boynton, you may see me for longer than that. Come in, won't you?
I just wanted to say goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Oh? Going somewhere?
Yes. Walter Denton just got me a ticket on the 4:15 to Eagle Springs. I'm going to spend the 4th of July weekend up there.
How nice for you, Mr. Boynton. It should do you a world of good.
Yes, I really need the rest. I've been working pretty hard lately. Still, I want you to know I'll miss our regular Friday afternoon date, Miss Brooks.
I don't see why. That was a pretty tiresome crowd we were running around with.
Miss Brooks, we went to the zoo on Fridays.
That's what I mean. Every week, the same old hairy faces.
It does a man good to get away from town every so often. Gives him a chance to think things out. Commune with nature, as it were. You know, I like to get next to Mother Nature once in a while.
Now, isn't that funny? I feel the same way about Father Nature. That is, I'm sure you'll have a lovely time, Mr. Boynton.
I knew you'd understand, Miss Brooks. Walter got me a seat in the parlor car. They usually come in twos, you know.
Do they?
Yes, I hope someone nice sits next to me. It's quite a long trip, and a friendly traveling companion can make the time pass much more pleasantly.
I'm sure you'll draw the doll of the world.
No, not me. Just my luck. I'll probably wind up alongside some big fat dunce.
I mean, it's silly to even speculate about your train partner, Mr. Boynton. Forget it for now.
Well, if only he has a good sense of humor. I remember the last trip I took to New York. On my way back, I sat right next to George S. Kaufman, the famous playwright.
Really? How was his sense of humor?
You'd be surprised. It wasn't so good. I told him one of my best gags, too. You know the one where I make my shoes squeak on purpose? Well, when Kaufman asked me if they were new shoes, I said, shoes nothing. Those are my Blue Jay cornplasters chirping. Now, you know that's funny.
It's a scream. How did Mr. Kaufman react?
He took 2 Alka-Seltzers and went to sleep.
Probably jealous because he didn't make it up.
Well, I guess I better be leaving now, Miss Brooks. I've still got to say goodbye to Mr. Conklin.
Well, whatever you do, don't mention my name to him. This is one of my bad days.
Miss Brooks, you shouldn't fight with Mr. Conklin.
I'm not fighting with him, Mr. Boynton. Why, Mr. Conklin would be the first to admit that we'd get along splendidly together if it weren't for just one thing.
What's that?
Me.
Come in.
Oh, I just dropped in to say goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, sit down a minute, Boynton. I'm just getting some information from the Travel Bureau. What did you say the name of that train was again? The Snake Eyes Limited? No, I'm afraid I don't care to go as far as Las Vegas. Goodbye. Now then, you were saying?
Just goodbye, Mr. Conklin. I'm going up to Eagle Springs for the weekend.
Eagle Springs? But you won't be able to get a train ticket. I've tried every which way to get out of this town. It's just impossible.
Oh, not for me, it isn't. I've got my ticket right here. Seat 209 in the parlor car on the 415.
Let's see that ticket, Boynton. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be running along now, if you don't mind.
Just a moment, Boynton. Boynton, I've always looked upon you as one of the outstanding members of Madison's faculty. Not just as a teacher, mind, although you're one of the best.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Conklin.
But also as a human being. You, Boynton, are the type of chap who would never let anyone down.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Conklin.
That's why I know you'll sell me that ticket and postpone your own vacation.
Postpone it? But, Mr. Conklin, I can't.
Can't? In the vocabulary of a Madison High School teacher, there is no such word as can't.
Well, then I won't. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I've worked very hard for this vacation,
Of course you have, my boy. It was selfish of me to even suggest that you give me your ticket on the train. The fact that I'm on the verge of complete mental breakdown should not sway you in the slightest.
Mental breakdown? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, chin up, boy. Wipe that frown from your face. You should be smiling. You're going on a trip. A happy, carefree trip. Forget about me trembling in my stuffy little office. You're on the train, boy. I can see you now, sitting there in that plush parlor car, the sun streaming through the windows. What's this? Conductor is approaching. Tickets? Tickets, please. Where's your ticket?
Here it is.
Thanks, Boynton. I knew you'd come through.
Here you are, miss. Seat 208.
Thank you.
Now, this bag belongs to the gentleman in the next seat. He went back to the smoking car just before we pulled out.
Oh, that's perfect. Now I can really surprise him.
Oh, you know him?
Not as well as I'm going to. That is, we've never been on a vacation together before.
Oh, that's the fellow coming down the aisle there. Oh, yes. He's got adhesive tape on his glasses.
What? Are you sure that's the man who has seat 209?
I'm positive. I parked him here myself.
Oh, well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to face the window before he sits down.
What for?
If he sees me before he sits down, he'll fall down.
Oh, I get it. It's a rib. Tickets, please.
205, 207. Ah, here we are, 209. Hi-ho, to Eagle Springs we go. Well, I have a traveling companion. I don't blame you for gazing out the window. Lovely scenery, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like taking a little trip, eh?
Mm-mm.
I don't mind telling you I was a candidate for the Mayo Clinic before I got on this train. But it's going to be different now. Hi-ho, to Eagle Springs we go, and as we go I sing, ho, hi-ho. Hey, look at the sun coming from behind that cloud.
Hmm?
Shining on the window that way, it's beginning to reflect your features. Yes? There are your eyes. Nice eyes. There's your nose. Pretty nose. There's your mouth, your chin. Put them all together, and they add up. Oh, no!
Hi-ho, hi-ho, to the Mayo Clinic we go.
Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after I found out the identity of Mr. Boynton's summer replacement on the train, I altered my plans for the weekend. Computing the wind velocity and the rate of speed at which we were traveling, I decided not to get off until the first stop. Then I took the next train back to town. And when I arrived at the depot, I ran right into Walter Denton.
Miss Brooks, what are you doing here? You should be halfway to Eagle Springs by now.
I was, Walter, but I found out that Mr. Boynton isn't going, and I couldn't bear the thought of letting him spend the weekend alone.
Alone? But, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton got a last-minute cancellation and left for Eagle Springs 5 minutes ago.
What?
Sure, I drove him down.
Oh, great. Well, there's only one way I can celebrate the holiday now. I'll make an anonymous call to Mr. Conklin on Monday.
An anonymous call?
Yes, Walter. That's the 4th of July, and I'm really going to shoot off my mouth.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Here's a money-saving offer, men. A giant tube and a large tube of Palmolive brushless shaving cream for 49 cents. Yes, a 70-cent value for only 49 cents. This offer is made solely to prove you, too, can get smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless way. Just follow directions on the tube and treat your face to wonderful shaves. Yes, for extra shaving comfort at extra low cost, don't miss this Palmolive brushless bargain. At drug and toilet goods counters, get both giant and large size Palmolive brushless. A 70-cent value for only 49 cents.
Last year, forest fires laid waste 30 million acres of America's timberland. This year, only you can keep it from happening again. So when you or your family are camping, motoring in, or even near a forest area, remember these 4 rules. 1, crush out, completely out, all cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. 2, break matches in 2 after using. 3, drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. 4, before going near timber, ask fire authorities where campfires or even smoking are permitted. Remember, another 30 million acres will burn this year unless you are careful.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again at this same time next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company. avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fails.
This is James Boyd speaking for the Free Company. Today, Paul Lucas finds himself unable to take part. But you will hear the Dean of American Actors and one of the best-loved Americans, George M. Cohan, with Paul Herrenried in Above Suspicion. Today's drama concerns freedom from police persecution. It was to have been written by Sherwood Anderson. In his death last month at Colon Canal Zone, the Free Company suffered its first loss, and the country lost a great American. For 30 years, Sherwood Anderson represented a vital part of the United States, the America of the small town. He was kind and gentle. He was the easygoing, friendly American with everybody he met. But there was nothing soft about this friendliness. When it came to justice for the oppressed, to freedom for all in equal measure, nothing could move him. He was poor. He was not always well. But he was always ready to give himself for a juster, a fairer, a more honest world. The last thing he ever did was to start his contribution to this Free Company program. The script for his play was not completed. But the Free Company has taken his original idea and developed it. We therefore present it under the title he'd chosen. Not, of course, as his own work, but as a tribute to his memory. In this play, the scene is the combination dining and living room of a small, clean apartment in New York City. The time is 3 years ago, when the storm clouds just began to gather across the sea. And now a play about freedom from police persecution. Above Suspicion.
So, Trudy, now we put clean napkins in the napkin rings.
Okay, Mama, here's a napkin.
Thank you. And now by every napkin we put a little flower. So.
Gee, that's pretty, Mama. It looks like a birthday party.
Yeah, we are making a little party for Fritz. Now, please bring the spoons.
Okay, Mama. When will they get here?
As soon as Fritz gets off the boat, Papa will bring him. Soon they come now. Go on, Trudy, set the table.
What's Fritz like?
I don't know.
Do I call him cousin?
Yeah, cousin or Fritz.
How was he my cousin, Mama?
You know that I came to this country when I was a little girl like you?
Yes, I know, only you had pigtails.
Yeah, not brown, fluffy hair like you. Long, yellow pigtails. Well, when I came here, in the old country was my sister Trudy. We gave you her name.
Why didn't she come with you?
Because she was married already. And so like you are my child, Fritz is my sister's child, only older. That is a cousin to you. No, the box must be on the left side. Oh, now I must go look at the steak. You can set out the glasses, the big beer glasses. Mary!
Yeah?
Come here, watch Trudy while she sets the table. She wants to do it all by herself.
Oh, okay.
Mary, I have a cousin.
Yeah, I know, this Fritz.
Have you a cousin?
Sure, 10 of them.
What are they like?
All kinds. One's a bank cashier and one's in jail.
In jail? What did he do?
He was a bank cashier, too. The best-looking member of the family, Bill was, so it had to be Bill. Oh, well. What does Fritz do?
Nothing, I guess. He's pretty young.
Huh, when I was 16, I'd had 5 jobs already. Lost them all.
Hurry up there, hurry up.
Mama, Mary has 10 cousins.
Is that so? Oh, Papa and Fritz should be here now. Mary, you want to chop the vegetables for the salad?
Sure, anything you want.
Thank
Mama, Mary has a cousin in jail. Did you know that?
Oh, I really don't know anything about her. I just saw her at the market and asked would she like to help out for dinner today.
But ain't that awful, in jail?
Well, if she admits it, I guess she's honest. Listen, it's them. It's Papa and Fritz now. Now, Trudy, listen, please don't ask questions.
Yes, Mama.
Well, Mama, here we are. Here he is, right here.
Grüß Gott, Tante. Oh, also, das ist der Fritz. Willkommen, Fritz. Ich freue mich ja so. Willkommen in unserem Haus.
But we shall speak in English. I do speak it.
I should say he does. He speaks it pretty near as good as I do.
And this is Cousin Trudy. How do you do?
Hello, Fritz.
Well, come on, folks. Now, let's all sit down. Here, Fritz, here, you sit over here.
Thank you.
And, Mama, I'm hungry, I am.
Well, I hope so. We are having a real old-fashioned dinner, just like the old country. All right, Mary.
Mama, can I have beer?
When it comes, yes, a little, just to drink Fritz's health.
Do you have for me?
Yes, we can start, Mary.
Okay.
Can I have coffee kuchen? Can I have apple strudel? And then can I have...
A little. Now, be quiet. Fritz, how are you all? How is my sister?
Oh, she's well, Aunt Anna. She sends her love.
And your good father?
He's well, Aunt Anna. He sends his respects.
Fritz, how is the boat?
Oh, it was a fine ship. All our new ships are fine ships.
Yes, sir, and this one was a whopper, too. You know, for a while I thought I'd never find this boy, not knowing what he looked like or anything, you know.
How did you find him, Papa?
Oh, I found him right under his right letter on the pier. And Mama, Mama, who do you think was the customs inspector going through Fritz's bags, huh?
I couldn't guess. You know everybody.
Yes, well, it was all out of Rhinelander. You remember? They used to live next to us down 14th Street?
Yeah.
Yes, I hadn't seen him in years. Say, Fritz, what got into you with Otto there, anyway, huh?
Pardon?
You know, Mama, I found Otto was talking the old country language to Fritz, and Fritz here, he didn't say nothing. He just looked kind of scared.
To talk to officials, please. That is not wise.
Well, you sure didn't give him anything to get hold of, I'll say that. Say, boy, you ain't trying to run nothing through the customs now, are you, huh? None of them Dutch cigars, no diamonds, no narcotics or something?
Oh, no, I could not violate the law. I've nothing to declare.
Papa, stop teasing Fritz. Fritz, pay no attention to Papa. He's always like that.
Papa's a tease. Papa's a tease.
And you too, Trudy. Don't tease Papa. Now, Fritz, now we shall be serious. Tell me some more about my sister and your father, yeah?
They are well, Aunt Anna. She sends her love and he sends his respects.
For so long now they have not written.
Sometimes that is best, for the good of the state.
State? What's the state got to do with it, huh?
The state has to do with everything, naturally.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. Listen, the state's got nothing to do with folks' private affairs, nothing.
Please, Uncle Joe, with all respect, if the state doesn't control private affairs, how can the state become strong?
Oh, it'll become strong, all right. You know, it might become too darn strong, I'll say. And I also say let the government mind its own dot-blasted business, and I'll mind mine. That's the way I feel.
Excuse me, Uncle Joe, again. I speak with respect. But with us, no one would speak so of the state. And so our leaders say, we shall become strong, the strongest of all.
Well, now, son, you know, there's been lots of nations claim that, and they've all had to climb down in the end somehow or other.
The end? Excuse me, but who knows the end?
Well, of course, nobody knows the end. Nobody knows the end of anything, I guess. But that's why I figured that what we do today stacks up so big.
What we do today in my country is big. You shall see, please. We grow strong.
All right, you grow strong. Now, what for, huh?
So that we shall win. Already the Ruhr we take, Austria we take. What we need we shall take. That is what our leaders say.
Yes, well, son, I don't say it can't be done or that you won't do it, but after all now, what is there in it all?
Papa, don't begin to talk politics. You always get indigestion when you talk politics.
No, now, Mama, now, please, now, let me finish. Now, what's the idea of giving up freedom, food, and happiness for an end that we don't know anything about? Well, now, I say this. I say if we hang on to the things that a lot of folks have died to get for us, then we know we got something good. Now, don't that make sense, huh?
Excuse me, please, Uncle. I cannot agree.
Well, all I mean is that any government at all that takes away freedom and happiness on any excuse at all, in the end it costs them more than it's worth.
Papa, stop arguing and eat.
Me? I'm not arguing. I'm just telling Fritz here.
Here, Papa, have more steak, yeah? What is it, Trudy?
Mama, how did Fritz learn English? Fritz, how did you?
In school. In our school, we learn all things that will be useful. We learn English and marching and running in gas masks and the history of our country.
Is that any fun?
With us, school is not for fun. It is for the state.
Why did you come over here, then?
Well, because I cannot run in the gas mask. I have sometimes a little cough.
Oh, are you not well?
Oh, it's nothing. Merely a bronchitis. The state says that here I shall have more milk and butter. Well, that is all. Then I shall return.
Well, speaking of the government now...
Papa, nobody is speaking of the government.
Well, I am right now. I'm speaking of the government. Now, wait a minute. Now, you take this administration, for instance. Now, they've got no experience, and they've got no horse sense.
Uncle Joe, with all respect, please.
Well, look at the relief racket. Well, they're just a bunch of chiselers. And look at this...
Uncle Joe, please.
Now, son, please, don't interrupt me now. Just a minute. What do you know about it, anyway? You don't know a darn thing. Now, you listen to me. You know, they don't buy votes the way the crowd used to down at the City Hall. They just hire them now and put them on the government payroll. That's what they do.
I protest.
Oh, shucks, boy, what do you know? Let me tell you something. Before we know it, the entire country will be living off the government, and there'll be about only one taxpayer left to support them. And by gravy, I shouldn't be surprised if I happen to be that taxpayer, too.
But talk is dangerous.
Dangerous, Lord. I wish it was. The trouble is, nobody pays any attention. Again, all I hope is that the people wake up before the country's stolen right out from under them. That's what I hope.
It's dangerous.
It's stolen. Always the country is stolen. Did you ever think the government was any good, Papa?
Oh, yeah, sure I did. From what I hear, the Second Grover Cleveland administration was all right.
Papa, eat.
I'm eating. But all I say is, Fritz, that I may not know much about politics, but I do know a bunch of goggle-eyed, long-haired professors when I see them. And I know a lot of things.
Look at Fritz.
Here, boy, here. What's the matter with you,
Fritz,
boy?
What are you looking for?
In the corner, sometimes they put dictaphones.
Dictaphones? Again, I wish they would put some dictaphones here. I'd pay all the expenses to have the record sent right straight to the White House. That's what I do. Then they'd know what was going on then. We'd get some results then, eh, Mama? Huh?
There's no dictaphone. But you know this woman?
What woman? Who?
Oh, she in the kitchen.
Oh, I don't. Do you, Anna?
No, I just got talking to her at the market. I told her I wanted a little help for dinner. We'll fix it up.
Aunt Anna, you bring a stranger into your home? Someone you do not know?
I know all about her. She's always changing jobs, and she has a cousin in jail.
In jail? Well, I'll be darned. What's she in jail for?
For being a bank cashier. And she's in love with him, I bet.
You see? They have someone she loves. And so they have her. She must do what they say.
Oh, boy, I don't know what's getting into you, Fritz. Well, she looks to me just like a pleasant, lanky, no-account old girl, that's all.
Oh, you hush. You'll hurt her feelings. Now, look, here's the beer.
Mama, can I have some?
Yes, just a little. And Papa will make the toast, just like in the old country. Yeah, Papa?
Yes, well, I can't pronounce it very well, you know, Fritz, but Mama's taught it to me pretty good at that.
Yes.
And, boy, I want to tell you that I sure do mean this when I sing it. Now, here goes, now. Ein, zwei, drei.
Ein Prosit, ein Prosit, sehr gemütlich.
Go on, Mama, now keep on. Let's listen to her. Let's
ein Prosit, ein Prosit,
finish
sehr gemütlich. Now, ein, zwei, drei. Super.
You know, I want to tell you something. This has been some meal. Now, it's some meal.
Everybody's eating but Fritz.
Excuse me, please, but today I have not an appetite. It is perhaps a change from the boat.
Oh, never mind, Fritz. Now, you excuse me for a minute. Papa and I are going across the street. It's the Bernolfo's wedding anniversary. We'll take them some of these cakes. Trudy, you stay here with Fritz. Oh, Papa, will you give Mary $1 and tell her to wash the dishes before she goes, yeah?
I heard you. They're all washed and put away except them down the table.
Well, here you are. Here, Mary. Here's your $1.
Well, thanks, Mr. Smith. Much obliged.
Well, much obliged to you, Mary. So long, Mary. Pleased to meet you.
Well, same here.
Goodbye, Mary. Much obliged.
So
long, folks. Mary, can I clean up? Sure, you can carry these dishes into the kitchen. Here, you take them now.
Okay, thanks.
Well, Fritzy, how you doing? You didn't eat very much.
I wish you to understand. These people, they are nothing to me.
They're your cousins?
An accident. I've never seen them before.
Well, what's wrong with them? They look all right to me.
I wish to point out that I took no part in the conversation, in the political discussion.
You betcha. You sure didn't have much to say for yourself.
You acknowledge that?
Well, you kind of joined in some.
But not to agree.
Well, for heaven's sake, I don't know. You're all talking all together there.
So that is all you have to say. That would be your report.
Hey, I don't get you. Looks to me like one of us don't understand English so good. Well, okay, I gotta be moving.
But please. To me, naturally, this is important.
Hey, look, some other time, kid. When I have $1, I burn to spend it. Oh, what do you know? The kids put away the dishes. So long, Trudy.
So long, Mary.
So long, Fritzy.
Fräulein, please, I beg.
Hey, let go of my hand. Who do you think you are? One of them fresh guys or something?
I beg your pardon.
Granted. So long.
Fräulein, do not include me with the others. Fräulein!
I put away all the dishes all by myself.
Can these rooms be seen from elsewhere?
Well, the Raffertys across the area can see. He's a cop.
Pardon?
A policeman.
A policeman? Can we see the entrance to this building?
Sure, right from here.
Oh, keep back here. I will look. Wait. Pull down the shades. You that one, I this one.
What is this, Fritz, a game?
Shh, be silent. Sit in that chair.
What's the matter? You look awful. You scare me.
This is a good room.
It's a beautiful room, but it's all dark now.
From here I can see the entrance just by pushing the shade aside.
I'm getting tired here.
How do your policemen dress?
They have blue clothes, but then so do firemen.
Come here, quietly. Look out there. Are those policemen?
Sure.
One is coming in the front entrance.
That's probably Mr. Rafferty.
The other four go down the corner.
They're from the station house.
Is there a back way here?
Sure, for the cans and trash and things.
Go back and sit down.
I don't wanna.
Go.
Gee, I thought you were gonna be so nice.
Nice? This is no time for niceness.
What is all this craziness?
Listen. Someone comes.
Well, what of it? What's the difference?
You speak, I...
Let go of my arm. You hurt me.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I was nervous. But they've gone. But it will come again. I must think. Is there here a gun?
A gun? No, it's not allowed.
There must be a gun. All dangerous radicals have guns. We must find it and dispose of it. If it is found, it will be worse for us.
Papa's never had a gun. And who's a radical? Papa's a legionnaire and an elk.
Elk? An elk? What's that? Oh, why must I come here at such a moment? Are there papers? Oh, we should look. We should burn them. Nothing must be found, no proof. Why do you ask me to such a place? Who are you? Is it a trap? No, you're foolish. You're crazy. You don't know what can happen, but I know. I've seen such people at home. They think they will be safe, but sometimes it happens to them. But I will save you. If I can, you are my people. Whatever they do, I shall say nothing. Now we must wait. Perhaps they will go away. No, they never go away. Listen. They come again. Sit still.
Oh, Papa!
You fool! Rudy!
Here. What is this here?
Papa, he was choking me.
What? Why, you ornery whelp. Say, listen, I got a mind to pin your ears back. What's the meaning of this, huh?
Joe, I beg, please. I wished only to save you, to save us all.
To save us?
Police. There've been one here once. I thought they were coming back. Trudy would not keep quiet. We must move. They came while you were gone.
Trudy, who came here? Who came?
I don't know. Fritz wouldn't let me open the door.
Hey, boy, you must be sick.
I'm not sick, but I've seen.
What's the matter?
Nana, make them understand.
Understand what, Fritz? What's wrong here? The room is all dark.
Fritz pulled down the shade.
This boy here was choking Trudy.
Oh, you don't know, you don't understand.
Fritz, please tell me.
Listen, Nana.
Yes.
Once I was like you. Once I lived with Father and Mother, and we were happy. But in the home, they would talk, they would say things against the state, like you, Uncle Joe. Only not so bad. Not much, only a little. Then one night, I hear steps and voices. It is the police. You understand? The police. And now they come here to this place. Again, the police. While you were away, they come to the door.
Fritz, do you know who that was that you think was the police? It was Jimmy Rafferty, a neighbor's boy.
A neighbor's boy?
Yes, his father's a policeman.
Policeman?
Yes, they are good friends of ours. And do you know what Jimmy wanted? He studies German in his school, and he wants to try if he can speak with you in German. Now, do you see how all this is foolish, Fritz?
Foolish to you, not foolish to me. You were not there that night to hear the big feet on the stairs, to hear the voices. I was frightened, but in the end, I got up. I went to my father's and mother's room. They are gone. Gone! Never did I see them again.
But, boy, you told us a while ago that they were well and that they sent their love.
That is what it told me to say. For the state. But never did I see them again. Never did I hear. I asked and I was beaten. Look on my face, you see. I said if I ask any more, it would be bad for them. That they would be beaten. My beautiful mother will be beaten.
No, Fritz, don't.
She will be beaten, my beautiful mother. They will make her cry.
Fritz.
My mother.
But Fritz, please, it is not
my
so.
Mother
Here,
will be beaten.
Fritz, it's all so different. You must believe me. Ja, I know
Mother.
you will believe me. Hier wird alles gut werden. Alles wird gut, Fritz.
Aunt Anna.
Please.
Aunt Anna.
So now you are a good boy, Fritz, yeah? Now you are better.
Oh, hello, Jimmy. Hello there. Come on, here's Jimmy back again here.
Oh.
Maybe Fritz wouldn't want to see him right now, huh?
Oh, Papa, could he wait?
No, I will see him. I will be all right. I'm not a coward. But I don't know anymore. But not a coward. Tell him I shall be pleased.
Good. Come then, Jimmy.
Gee, Mrs. Smith, it looks like I come at a bad time.
Oh, the bad time is over, Jimmy. Papa, raise the blinds, will you?
You betcha. Hey, Jimmy, you want a piece of cake, do you? There's some in the kitchen there if you do.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Smith.
Uncle Joe, Aunt Anna, Trudy, forgive me, please.
That's all right, son. Now, don't say nothing more about it. Now, let her go.
See, that's better. The sunlight comes in. Trudy, tell Jimmy Fritz wants to see him.
Come on, Jimmy. Fritz, this is Jimmy Rafferty.
Oh, hiya, Fritz.
How'd you do? Aunt Anna says you can speak my language.
No, I can't really, but I learned a song, and I thought I might spring it at our class show. You know, kind of surprise them. Only I don't know if I pronounce it right, you know. It's called Ich weiß nicht, was soll es bedeuten. You ever hear of it?
At home all know that song.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, sing it, please.
Oh, no, you sing it. I wouldn't sound so good.
But please, you must try.
Well, let Fritz give me a lead.
No, you first.
Oh, come on, boys. Come on now. Sing it together, both of you now. Come on.
Ich weiß nicht, was soll es bedeuten.
Yeah, Mama. Hey, what's the matter with you, Mama, huh?
My sister.
Oh, now, come on, dear. Now, be brave. Look at Fritz here. Look at him.
Yeah, he is brave. I won't let him see me cry. I will think how lucky we are.
Sure we're lucky. Sure we are. Oh, Mama. Now, please. Now, listen. Maybe we can find your sister. Maybe we can find her husband, too. Now, maybe they may be all right now. You don't know.
I do not know. The end we do not know. Just like you said.
Yeah, that's right. But we know what's going on today, don't we? I said that, too, didn't I, huh? Yeah.
Today we know. And today we make Fritz just like our son. Could we do that, Papa?
Why, certainly, old lady. You bet we can. Yes. Oh, boys, now I'll tell you something. That was pretty good. That was very good indeed.
We ain't so bad. Look here, Fritz, you want to go on with me in the show? Hey, we'd knock 'em dead.
I shall be very happy. You bet.
Okay, we're set. Hey, you must have done a lot of singing, fella.
With his father, I guess. Just like you, Jimmy.
Yes, with him.
For 20 years, his father sings bass in the Lutheran choir. Oh, one time they made a record for the phonograph. So you like the old country music, Jimmy?
Gee, yes, Mrs. Smith. It's great stuff.
You'd like to hear some real great stuff, Jimmy? Trudy, get out the record. It's in my bureau drawer. Papa, wind up the box, will you?
All right, Mama. You know, Mama, it's a long time since you played this record, you know.
Yeah, Papa, a long time. Because I'm so sad about the old country.
Yeah, I know. Well, now, listen. Now, maybe we better not play it at all.
No, I want to play it. Because I'm a little happy, too. Happy about Jimmy, that he loves our music. Happy about Fritz, that he is here in this country where people from all countries are free together. This good country, eh?
Yes,
Papa?
yes, it's a pretty good country, Mama. It's been good to you ever since you came here, hasn't it, eh? It's been good to me, too, and to my folks for over 300 years. Of course, I like to cuss it out once in a while, but... Why, Gravy, don't you ever let me hear anybody else say nothing against it. I'll tell you that.
You see, Fritz? Papa thinks like me. Here all should be happy. All should be proud. Because, like Papa says, the end we do not know. Only today we know. So what we have good, what we have great. That let us keep. Please, Papa, play.
Here we go.
This is James Boyd speaking again. Before our revolution, Pitt, the Prime Minister of England, speaking of the right to be free from oppression by officials, was saying, freedom shown in our play today, but for all the freedoms preserved in our Bill of Rights. It is our way of life. And as we bring to a close this Free Company series about that American way, the Free Company remembers its plays on freedom of speech, of the press, of assembly, of religion. It remembers the whole body of our American beliefs. And it says, here we stand on our great principles, on our deep, strong beliefs. And the Voice of America answers, here we stand.
Columbia has concluded the first series of broadcasts by the Free Company. Copies of today's program may be obtained by sending 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York. The entire series of these radio plays has been published in book form and may be obtained beginning tomorrow at your local bookstore. Today, Mr. Smith was played by George M. Cohan, Fritz by Paul Hernreid. Also included in the cast were Lily Valenti, Betty Jane Tyler, Francis Cheney, and Eddie Ryan, Jr. The music was conducted by Howard Barlow, and the entire production was directed by Earl McGill.
Tune in again next Sunday for The Free Company, a presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System brought to you by means of electrical transcription through WBNS in Columbus. If your son or daughter has artistic or mechanical talent, give it the encouragement it deserves.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? This is James Boyd, chairman of the Free Company, speaking from New York. Today, the Free Company presents Orson Welles in his own play, His Honor the Mayor. The Free Company is a group of writers, actors, and radio workers who come together voluntarily to present a series of plays about our basic liberties. We're unpaid, unsponsored, and uncontrolled. Just a group of Americans saying what we believe about this country and about freedom, trying to say it by means of plays, just as the Bible parables or the anecdotes that Lincoln used to tell illustrate other truths by means of stories. Some of our plays deal with the whole subject of freedom. Others with the different basic civil rights on which that freedom rests. Today, the theme is an ancient and fundamental democratic right, which will become clear to you as you listen to the play. This week's author is Orson Welles, and the cast is recruited from his own Mercury Theater. Most appear prominently in Mr. Welles' forthcoming motion picture, Citizen Kane, and are now to be seen on Broadway in the Mercury's new success, Native Son. We present His Honor the Mayor.
This story happened in a small town near the Mexican border. We'll call it Benton, because I never heard of any town by that name. Our hero, who's the mayor of the town, we'll call Nags. Bill Nags, because I don't know anybody called Bill Nags. Right here, I want to say that this broadcast isn't intended to be uplifting or inspirational. It hasn't any moral at the end of it or any message. You can draw your own conclusions, and I hope you do. I'd like to know what you think of Mayor Nags' problem, and if you think he solved it the right way. Maybe you'll say he didn't solve it at all. That's possible. Believe me, I'm not campaigning for Nags' re-election. He's a friend of mine, but I don't want to get mixed up in municipal politics, particularly in a town that's almost 2,000 miles away from my own. I'm just going to tell you what happened.
Bill, time to get up. I'm not going to tell you again.
Let me sleep another half hour.
No, sir.
Just one little half hour more.
I know why you don't want to get up today. Hear me, Bill? It's always the same. When you're in trouble and don't want to face it, you try to stay in bed.
If I had troubles, I'd stay awake. When I finally do drop off, I'd like to take advantage of it. I don't know why you always assume that my motives are mean and petty and niggling.
What does niggling mean?
Picayune.
What does that mean?
Niggling. Niggling, picayune. Picayune, niggling. Don't sound like English.
Are you awake now?
The Nags are a good couple, and although neither of them believes it, each has a better opinion of the other than is usual in marriages as old as theirs. They have better reasons than most, maybe. Anyway, they think they have, which is the best reason of all. Mrs. Nags looks a little older than she ought to because her life hasn't been easy. But she wears the smartest clothes she can afford, which isn't true of most of the other ladies in town, and doesn't especially enhance her popularity. Her husband, the mayor, looks younger than his years and his job, not because he doesn't work as hard as anybody in the state. His features just never grew up with the rest of him, and he stands very straight.
Morning, I want flapjacks. Hey, Mary?
Yes, Bill?
I don't care how fat I get. Today I want flapjacks and maple syrup.
Today you shall have them.
Thanks.
Take my word for it, when responsibilities get to be almost unendurable, a man on a diet takes to his sugars and starches as an addict retreats to his opium pipe or a drunkard to his bottle. On this particular day, Mayor Nags ate 3 helpings of Mrs. Nags' flapjacks, 2 nut bars before a lunch, which included potatoes, among other forbidden fruits like bread and butter and custard pie. I won't reveal the full catalog of what His Honor consumed during the course of that day, but by the time he got to bed, claiming to Mrs. Nags that he'd lost 10 years of his life, she says he'd gained at least 5 pounds.
Morning, Bill.
Hello, Jerry.
What'll it be?
Fill her up.
Okay, Bill. What are you aiming to do about the meeting tonight, Bill? The White Crusaders rally.
Don't know yet.
Hadn't you ought to make up your mind, Bill?
Reckon so. What you think about it, Jerry?
Well, there's conditions in this town's got to be changed. You know that, Bill.
Reckon so. Which condition?
These here Reds.
You mean communists?
Yeah.
We only got one communist in town, Jerry. Joe Enochen. He can't hurt anybody. He's 87 years old. Besides, there's nothing illegal about being a communist.
That's what you say, Bill.
That's what I say. There's no law in this country against having opinions.
What about them labor organizers that come into town? They're Reds, ain't they?
I don't think so.
They're just trying to get the hands over at the factory to form a union.
Yeah. Unions.
Well, the hands get paid more for their work, they're going to spend more. Maybe buy some new tires for their cars from you. Maybe buy some new cars. Would you object to that?
Unions is what's wrecking this country.
Check my oil.
Holding up the fence.
Heap of money in them big defense orders. Don't you guess part of it belongs to labor?
Your oil's all right.
What you mad at, Jerry? Bet you don't know. Hey, Jerry.
Yeah?
You going to that meeting tonight?
Sure am.
I'll see you there.
On his way to work, Mayor Naggs always looks in at the Carters after he's been to Jerry's garage. It's right next to the city hall. Carter's Drugs and Stationery.
Morning, Mrs. Carter.
Morning, Mr. Naggs. Here's your papers. Can't see how you ever get around to reading all them papers, Mr. Naggs.
I get them from my conscience.
Your conscience?
Just take them all up and put them on my desk so as I can look at the words on the mastheads during the course of the day. All them big words like Dallas and Houston and Denver and Chicago, Seattle and New York. Makes me think I keep up with the world. Of course I don't.
Mr. Naggs. What you going to do about that Crusaders rally?
Mrs. Carter, what should I do?
You oughtn't to let them hold it. It's going to make trouble. Them white Crusaders hanged a Mexican in Effigy last week.
Yeah, with a sign on it that said I tried to vote.
No telling what they'll do after this meeting. They may get after some real live Mexicans. You can't tell, Mr. Naggs. You know what the boys is like when they get excited.
Yes, I know.
Of course, everybody agrees we mustn't let them Mexicans get the vote, but still...
Why not?
Why not what?
Why shouldn't the Mexicans vote, same as we do?
Oh, Mr. Naggs, you know just as well as I do.
I'd like to hear your reasons.
Well, there's so many of them. Why, if we let the Mexicans vote, they'd run the whole town.
Mrs. Carter, didn't folks ever tell you about all that federal money that I throw away on the Mexicans for their schools and whatnot? Naturally, I want the poll tax abolished so they'll vote for me.
Mr. Naggs, you're joking.
Haven't you heard that if the Mexicans could afford to vote, they'd make me a dictator?
You'd be a wonderful president. I'd like to see you in the White House, Mr. Naggs. I really would. But not if we got to get rid of the poll tax to do it.
Of course, I'm biased, Mrs. Carter. But haven't you ever heard this is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people?
Sure thing, Mr. Naggs. American people. Well, them Mexicans don't even speak English.
But we don't give them much reason to learn it. Got to go to work.
What's that for, Mr. Naggs?
Give me a candy bar. Nuts in it.
Pearl Hylas is passionately in love with Mayor Naggs. She is his secretary.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Colonel Egenhorn.
Mr. Mayor.
Well?
Just for a moment, may I have your private ear?
Come on into the office.
Your Honor.
Yeah?
Lou Rudnick over at the Sentinel's been trying to get you. He says it can't wait.
Put him on.
Yes, Your Honor. It's about the White Crusaders. He wants to know if you're going to let that meeting go on tonight. He wants a statement for the paper.
Get him on the phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
And don't call me Your Honor.
I'll get right to the point.
Well, thanks.
The White Crusaders, Mr. Mayor. You may not realize it, but I have considerable interest in that organization.
I know all about you, Colonel Egenhorn.
Do you, indeed?
Yes, I do indeed.
What do you know about me, Naggs?
Well, I don't know how old you are or where you were born. You made $1 million on patent medicines before you moved into the county and built that big ranch. I know that. And from there on, I really know about you. You're supposed to be retired, and you keep pretty busy, Colonel. You bought up the old Dayton print shop, for instance. You turned out a lot of stuff from there. I bet you write most of it.
I write it all, Mr. Mayor. Do you mind?
Yes, I mind. I don't like that literature of yours going out all over the country with my town's postmark on it.
Your town?
I'm a citizen. Benton's my town. I work hard for it. I don't like it to be a return address for all that anti-Semitic garbage.
That's a loose term, Mr. Mayor.
What's a loose term? Garbage? Yeah, I agree with you.
No, anti-Semitic. The International Jew.
Mr. Rudnick on the phone, Your Honor.
Lou? Yeah? Yes, Lou. I know what it means. Fascism is just one word for it, a loose term. No, nothing. Been printed in your paper that I can't stop it. I said I can't stop it. I know about refusing, revoking licenses. Just say I can't stop the meeting. Lou!
Hung up on you. Didn't he? Hung right up.
Yeah.
Glad to see you're taking that stand, Mr. Mayor. I don't forget any favor.
Don't thank me.
I'll do more than thank you. By the way, here's a copy of the White Crusader, a little monthly publication of ours. Read it, Mr. Mayor. Keep an open mind. I think you're big enough to admit your mistakes. As for the crusade itself, our ranks are always open to men of your mettle.
And color?
Naturally.
How about my religion?
You're a Christian?
Maybe you forgot, Colonel. I'm a Catholic.
I had forgotten. Well, Mr. Naggs, we always manage to make exceptions.
Well, that's very nice of you, Colonel. But as far as I'm concerned, you...
For broadcasting purposes, I have to censor the rest of Mr. Naggs' remarks. Enough to say that these remarks were unanswerable and that Colonel Eggenhorn left the mayor's office very red in the face and in quite a hurry. The mayor spent the rest of the morning receiving committees and talking on the telephone. The subject was always the White Crusaders' rally. The first committee came from Benton College and was headed by Naggs' old friend Noble Cornflower, the president. Second was semi-officially from the Chamber of Commerce, and the third was sent by the American Legion. Everybody telephoned. Nobody wanted the Crusaders to hold their meeting.
Yes, Dr. Evers, I know what they stand for. I know. Well, we'll see. I said we'll see. Thanks for calling.
Mrs. Dewey on the other line, Your Honor.
I talked to her before.
She's calling again.
I talked to everybody in town. Do I have to talk to them all twice?
What's funny, Your Honor?
I was thinking that can't be a very big meeting tonight. Everybody's objecting to it. There ain't nobody left to attend.
Your Honor.
I know, Mrs. Dewey, and don't call me Your Honor. Tell her I'm out to lunch, and that's where I am, darn it. Out to lunch.
Father Hatton and Mayor Naggs went to school together when they were kids. Now Father Hatton hears Mayor Naggs at confession every so often. They meet for lunch all the time. There was some coolness between them during the mayor's gambling reform a couple of months back when a fanatic, or at least tactless, member of the police under orders to clean up every game in town embarrassed one of the church's bingo socials. Nothing serious, though. Never any real difference of opinion.
Bill, I don't agree with you.
No coffee, Father.
Thanks. I wish you did.
It isn't just that these White Crusaders oppose the church. They're lined up against everything anybody could possibly mean by Christianity.
I know.
Worse than that, they've recruited every convenient branch of intolerance. They're anti-labor, anti-Semitic.
Anti-everything but themselves. Yeah, there's a dozen more little clubs here and there like the White Crusaders. All those nuts are the same.
Those nuts. Bill, that's what they said in Germany about the Nazis a while ago when Adolf Hitler was still on a soapbox. Those nuts. Nobody thought those nuts could do any harm.
Germany was a young democracy. Don't forget it. Her republic was only a few years old and lacked experience. We're the oldest democracy on the planet. We know our way around. Gosh, I got too much faith in America to think Colonel Eggenhorn or any reasonable facsimile could march in and start giving us orders. Look at the way our folks are rising up against this White Crusade business right here in town.
Listen, Bill.
Folks just won't stand for it.
They won't if they can help it. People are decent and good at heart. They won't listen to lies unless you make them.
I'm not making them. Excuse me for shouting. Lose respect for thought, Father.
Forget my clothes.
Well, darn it all, I'm not making anybody listen to lies. I'm just upholding the Bill of Rights.
Why do you think they're having this meeting?
What?
You heard me.
Yes, I heard you.
Let me tell you what you know. Benton has a factory that makes auto parts and ships them up north. Who owns the factory? Nobody in Benton. Who works in it?
Everybody in Benton that'll take the wages.
That's the whole point. Now, I don't care about unions, Bill. They're not my concern. But last week, a couple of organizers were beaten up in my parish. One of them takes communion in my church. I don't want that to happen again. And it's going to happen just as long as the White Crusaders get their way. I warned you I was going to tell you what you know. Well, here's something maybe you don't know. I've heard that some of my parishioners and a whole lot of our citizens are planning to visit that little meeting tonight. What? That is, if you allow it to be held.
What?
Don't keep saying what. You hear me perfectly well.
How do you know?
Sometimes a priest knows more about the world than you might think.
Yeah, sometimes he knows more about a town than the mayor himself.
Well?
Well?
I don't want you to have to call out deputies, Bill, or ask the governor for help. What I'd really hate would be for you to have to stop the right people from doing the wrong thing. Do you understand me?
I understand you. Waiter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Get me another piece of pie.
Mayor Naggs is just about as stubborn as they come. You may have guessed that Father Hatton didn't convince him, but he worried him sorely because Mayor Naggs could see that everything the priest told him was true.
Sure it's true. So's the Bill of Rights.
What's that, Your Honor?
The Bill of Rights.
I didn't understand you.
You know what the Bill of Rights is, Pearl. Answer the telephone.
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Well, go to the public library and look it up.
All righty. Shall I make a transcript and bring it back to you?
Memorize it. Learn it by heart. Then go to the corner of Main Street and Central and recite it.
That's a scream.
Go on. Go out and find me 10 citizens like you that never heard of the Bill of Rights. Bring them back here, and I'll recite it.
You mean I get the afternoon off?
If you get out of here quick enough.
Gee, thanks. You better answer the telephone.
Hello, and don't call me your aunt. No, not you, Mrs. Dewey. Just a second, please. Hello? Just a minute. Just a minute.
3 more calls came in from Mrs. Dewey before the afternoon was over. But now most of the calls weren't complaints. Most of them were threats. Some political, some social, a lot of them the kind of threats Father Hatton was afraid of. These were all anonymous. By supper time, Bill Naggs had listened to enough of them to know that things were serious. For the sake of the record, I must tell you that Pearl went to the public library after treating herself to a malted at Carter's and looked up the Bill of Rights. She didn't learn it, of course, but she read it all through, including the place where it says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievance.
Hey! Joe Enoch! What do you want? Want your advice. You won't take it. Maybe I will. You never agree with anybody, Joe, and this time I don't either. What about the White Crusaders? Don't let them congregate. Goodbye. Hey! Joe Enochen! What is it now? You know, I thought you were the one man in town might agree with me. Well, I don't agree with you. Joe, I can't start interfering with the people's right to assemble. They ain't people, they're fascists. Everybody else wants you to interfere, don't they? Yes, they do. Well, there's the people for you. Everybody else. Ever hear of the will of the people? Ever hear of the Bill of Rights? Now, where'd the Bill of Rights come from? The will of the people. Where'd the Constitution come from? It didn't come down from Mount Sinai, Bub. God didn't write it. Listen, this country with its institutions belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it. Naturally, you would advocate overthrowing the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, Joe. You're the town communist. No, I didn't say that. Abe Lincoln said it. And I don't advocate overthrowing it any more than he did. I just believe in the will of the people. So did he. So should you. Don't set yourself up against the will of the people, Nags. You're their servant. They pay you to serve. Besides, I ain't a communist. I'm an anarchist.
Sit right down, Bill. Don't wash up unless you want to. There's creamed chicken and baked potatoes and hot bread.
Mary, have you seen today's Sentinel?
And chocolate cake for dessert.
Says I'm going to lose my job.
And I sent out for some ice cream.
If I don't stop that meeting, I guess I will.
What do you want me to say, Bill?
If I don't keep my job, I'll never grow up to be Abraham Lincoln like you want me to be.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me what to do.
You never asked me that before.
Well?
You'll never grow up to be Abraham Lincoln like I want you to be if you do something just to keep your job.
I'm never going to be Abraham Lincoln, honey. But I promise you it won't be because of that.
The White Crusaders rally was scheduled for 9 o'clock at Nicky's dance hall. Mary and Bill Naggs arrived at 8:30.
Mr. Naggs, the sheriff's been trying to get you. You didn't answer your phone.
I know I didn't. What's he want, Sam?
He wants to swear in some deputies.
Tell him to sit tight.
Where are you going?
To the meeting.
In there?
My own meeting. Right now, I'm going to greet my friends.
Oh, the Crusaders?
No, the ones that ain't. Ones that aren't, I should say. Sam, you stay with the car here and watch out for Mrs. Naggs.
As As I told you, this story hasn't any moral or any message of mine tied to it. It's about morals and messages, though, and I was serious when I said I hoped you draw your own conclusions. I don't insist that Mayor Naggs did the right thing. I do believe the subject is worth conversation, and I'd like to hear your opinion of how he solved his problem. Also, I admitted earlier that he mightn't have solved it at all. By 9 o'clock, the White Crusaders had gathered. A lot of the members may have been too scared to come because there wasn't much of a crowd inside the hall. The crowd was outside.
Get away from that door, Naggs! If you don't break up that meeting, Naggs, we will! Let us let them turn it.
Half the town was there at least. Central Street, which runs past the dance hall, was jammed so you couldn't move.
Go on, Naggs, get away!
Why?
Where you going in?
You belong to the White Crusaders, Charlie? There's nothing to see in there. Just a couple of dozen anonymous citizens in fancy dress. There's nothing to hear. You know what they're talking about?
We know!
So do I. They're talking about scaring the Mexicans to keep them from voting for me. Talking about keeping unions out of the factories so the town don't get any more of that money from up north. Well, maybe that's all right. But here's something that ain't. They're talking about hating the Jews. We only got one Jewish family in the county. The Mankowitzes. Anybody hate the Mankowitzes? Anybody want to join the White Crusaders? No. We got a better club out here. Not so exclusive, but more fun. We're the Loyal Order of Fellow Men. We're supposed to love each other, you remember? The rules out here are easier to follow, and we didn't make them.
Oh, shut up, Bill!
What's that? You back there? Can't see you. What's your name? You got the floor. No further remarks? All right. The chair will resume.
Why don't you break up that meeting?
Because I'm holding one of my own. Friends, you all know perfectly well I'm demagoguing you. Sure. I'm demagoguing you, same as Colonel Agenhorn in there's demagoguing the Crusaders. Only I ain't fomenting and inciting a riot. Just the reverse. I ain't kidding you. You know I'm just filibustering until that gang breaks up. I don't like what's going on in there any more than you do. Believe me, I like it less than most of you. You say this is a free country and you got a right to stop a meeting if you want to. I say it's a free country and anybody can hold a meeting. You say, who's the mayor to stand up against the whole town? Or I say, who's the town to stand up against the mayor it elected? As long as I'm in office, the laws are going to be obeyed. That's what I'm paid for. If you don't like me, elect somebody else. If you don't like the laws, change them. But don't start forbidding anybody the right to assemble. Democracy is a rare, precious thing. And once you start that, you finish democracy. Democracy guarantees freedom of assembly unconditionally to the worst lice that want it. If they don't get it, they'll go underground so as we can't see them. Let them thumb their noses at the stars and stripes. Just as long as they don't touch it. Let them jeer at everything we're willing to die for. That's anybody's right, the right to jeer. The right to be what's called nowadays un-American. Like this White Crusaders rally, that's un-American, all right? But listen, if we break up that meeting, we're un-American. For keeps. A lot of you work in the factory and you want a union. How would you like it if I didn't let you hold a strike meeting? All of you have read the history books. You know what the right to assemble and worship God meant to most of those folks that first came here, the ones that couldn't pray the way they wanted to in the old country. Are you convinced? Maybe so, maybe no. Anyway, you're not going to break the law, are you? All right. Neither's the White Crusaders. Let them raise a hand against a living soul, and by glory, I promise you, the law's got them. Hello, Colonel Agenhorn. Well, folks, the rally's over. You and your dirty shirts going home, Colonel?
I demand a police escort.
I don't guess you'll need it, Colonel.
Well, I think I do.
Well, I'm going to take a chance on it. Good night, Colonel. Folks, the Colonel and his boys are asking for trouble. Let's not give it to them.
The crowd gave way and let the Crusaders go home. They went meekly. There wasn't an illegal move.
Thanks, everybody. And if you don't like what I've done, please wait till Election Day. Meeting's adjourned.
Then the crowd broke up. Mayor Naggs went back to where his wife was waiting for him in the car. They drove home together.
Like his honor the mayor, then, let us stand fast by the right of lawful assembly. Let us say with that...
The Star-Spangled Banner by Francis Scott Key. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Oh, say can you see, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? On the shore dimly seen through the mists of the deep, where the foe's haughty host in dread silence reposes, what is that which the breeze o'er the towering steep, as it fitfully blows, now conceals, now discloses? Now it catches the gleam of the morning's first beam, in full glory reflected, now shines on the stream. 'Tis the star-spangled banner, oh long may it wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. And where is that band who so vauntingly swore that the havoc of war and the battle's confusion, a home and a country, should leave us no more? The blood has washed out their foul footsteps' pollution. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight and the gloom of the grave. And the star-spangled banner in triumph doth wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, thus be it ever, when freemen shall stand between their loved homes and the war's desolation. Blessed with victory and peace, may the heaven-rescued land praise the power that hath made and preserved us a nation. Then conquer we must, for our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust. And the star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Our listeners aren't tired of hearing Happy New Year, because all of the people connected with this program wish to extend their hearty and sincere greetings, with every wish that 1936 will be full of gladness for you. Few companies have been so long identified with the history and growth of America as DuPont, and so it's fitting that DuPont should present the Cavalcade of America, a series of programs which tell you stories of traditional American spirit. It is the belief of the sponsor that a very real expression of the nature and tempo of American life is found in the ideal of DuPont's research chemists. Better things for better living through chemistry. Your comments on this series of programs will be appreciated very much by the sponsor. Just mail them to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. This evening's story concerns the Declaration of Independence. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with Victor Herbert's American Fantasy, which makes use of historic American airs.
put the question. All in favor of Mr. Dickinson's resolution? Aye.
Both sides were eager to postpone the actual vote on the resolution. But many members felt that it had a good chance of passing, and so a committee was named to draft a declaration stating the reasons for such a resolution. The committee consisted of Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, considered by many to be the best writer in the colonies, was chosen to make the original draft. Let us visit the Gratz house on Market Street, Philadelphia, late in June. Gratz is talking with his wife.
But Mr. Jefferson hasn't come down to his supper. I think I should call him.
No, don't disturb him. Mr. Adams and Dr. Franklin are with him. There are serious matters being discussed upstairs.
Well, maybe Dr. Franklin and Mr. Adams would like some supper, too.
Must you always be thinking of food? Important plans are being made for the welfare of our country. Tom Jefferson says that some delegates have been instructed to introduce another resolution for independence this session.
Oh, you're always talking politics and worrying about the country instead of attending to your business. More members of the Continental Congress to track up my floors, I suppose.
You don't appreciate the honor they do us boarding here in our home. Someday this house will be known as a place where history
well, you
was
wouldn't
made.
call it an honor if you had to sweep up after them. Oh, good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, Mrs. Gratz.
It's young Mr. Temple, Father.
How are you, Mr. Gratz? Oh, come in, Mr. Phillips. Well, how can I serve you?
I was wondering if you could tell me where I could find more books or pamphlets like this Common Sense. Has Mr. Payne written any more?
I don't know, Mr. Phillips, but I'll ask Mr. Jefferson. He will know.
I'd be very grateful if you would.
Mr. Jefferson's busy now. He mustn't be disturbed. How does your father feel about your sudden interest in this kind of literature?
Father doesn't know. But I'm convinced his ideas are wrong, Mr. Gratz.
Yeah.
Our country must come first, before England or any other place. Don't you think so?
Yes, Mr. Phillips, I do think so. My parents came from Germany and settled here. They are like your father. They are always talking about the old country, but I am an American.
So am I. And our duty lies, I think, with the new country rather than the old. A place where we intend to live and bring up families. We owe it to future generations so that they may have as happy and a better place to live in.
Makes a few slight suggestions.
Certainly not, Dr. Franklin.
For instance, you say, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for a people. Now, wouldn't one people be more significant?
Yes, one people, that's right.
And you say, we hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable. Now, I would prefer we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Self-evident is stronger.
Above all, we must be careful not to alienate any of our colonies at this time. Unless this declaration of our reasons for freedom is passed unanimously by the Continental Congress, it will utterly fail in its purpose.
You're right about that, Dr. Franklin. It must be the unanimous will of the United Colonies.
Now, I've called the colonies the United States of America. Do you like that term, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, Mr. Jefferson, I do. The United States of America. May they ever stand so.
Discussion after discussion caused further postponement of any definite action. On July 1st, 1776, the Committee of the Whole met and advised the passage of the Lee resolution. The vote was 9 colonies for and 4 against. We find Franklin, Jefferson, and Adams the night of July 1st discussing the situation.
9 votes out of 13. No, it's not enough. If the resolution isn't passed unanimously tomorrow, the rest of the world will never believe our colonies are united. Never believe we are the United States of America.
4 colonies against. Delaware, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and New York.
The Delaware delegation is evenly divided. The New York delegation has no instructions, and none could possibly arrive by tomorrow. The South Carolina delegates feel that their instructions aren't broad enough to allow them to vote affirmatively.
Rutledge has called them together tonight. Perhaps his eloquence may persuade them.
I'm worried about Delaware. The vote will always remain 1-1. McKean for and Reed against. We can't count on Delaware.
McKean told me that he'd sent a postwriter for Caesar Rodney. As the third member of the delegation, he's sure to favor the resolution.
Rodney's 80 miles away, and they say he's a sick man. We can't expect him to arrive in time to vote.
It's your own Pennsylvania delegation that worries me most, Dr. Franklin. That's a negative majority that no amount of eloquence or persuasion can change.
I know. Dickinson and Morris are sincere. So are Willing and Humphreys. 4-3 against. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Dickinson.
I trust I'm not interrupting.
Why, not at all. Come in, Dickinson. We were just discussing you.
Not too harshly, I trust. Gentlemen, I was much impressed with the vote today.
So much so that you wish to change yours, I hope.
No, Doctor. I still believe in reconciliation. But I love my country too well to hold out against wishes of majority. I know that independence must pass, and I realize the necessity for an undivided front. My conscience won't permit my voting for the resolution, but I can stay away from the Congress.
That would make a tie in the Pennsylvania delegation, Mr. Dickinson.
I'm on my way to talk to Morris. If he also remained away tomorrow, you would have a majority in the Pennsylvania delegation.
Mr. Dickinson, you and I have long been opponents. Now I want to express my appreciation and gratitude, sir.
Of course, I can't promise for Morris.
Tomorrow will tell the tale. We must wait for tomorrow.
On the morning of July 2nd, the delegates of the Continental Congress assembled to vote on the Lee resolution. Franklin and Adams are seated together not far from the chairman, John Hancock, as the voting proceeds.
There's 8. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina.
4 more to come, with New York not voting.
The chair calls on Mr. Gwinnett of the Georgia delegation. Georgia votes in favor of the revolution. The South Carolina delegation, Mr. Rutledge.
Mr. Chairman, last night we held a meeting of the South Carolina delegates. It lasted well into the morning. We have come to the conclusion that our instructions are broad enough to allow us to vote on the question. South Carolina votes in the affirmative.
Rutledge must have been very eloquent. Well, I'm beginning to breathe easier.
There are still 2 more, and...
At the request of Colonel McKean of Delaware, I have postponed calling on that colony until an attempt has been made to secure a full representation. Yesterday, the vote was even.
Mr. Chairman.
Here's Colonel McKean now. I was just calling on you.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to report. Our third delegate, Mr. Caesar Rodney, has just arrived. He has ridden all night and wishes to apologize for rushing in so unceremoniously. But thanks to his arrival, the Delaware delegation supports the resolution 2-1.
Only your own colony left, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, only Pennsylvania.
Dr. Franklin, have the other members of your delegation arrived as yet?
No, Mr. Chairman, and I am certain now that Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Morris are not coming. I therefore announce that the Pennsylvania delegation stands 3-2 in favor of independence.
Well, boys, with the New York delegation in sympathy but not voting, I think we may call it unanimous.
It is unanimous.
Mark my words, Dr. Franklin. July 2nd will be a day of rejoicing and celebration in these United States until the end of time.
But July 2nd, the day the resolution was passed, is not the day we celebrate. On July 4th, after much discussion as to its wording, a formal Declaration of Independence, little changed from Jefferson's original draft, was adopted unanimously by the assembled representatives of the United Colonies. On July 8th, the people of Philadelphia are gathered outside the State House to hear the declaration read by John Nixon. On the outskirts of the crowd stands young Philip Temple with his father.
I can't see why you dragged me here, Philip. You've read that document yourself at Mr. Jefferson. You almost know it by heart. We can't hear anything here anyway.
I want to see how the people take it, Father.
People, eh? I notice not many of our friends are here.
Many of our friends have fled the town, Father.
Yeah, that is true, sir.
I'm glad you're staying.
I'm waiting to see the outcome of all this. Anyone can put words on paper. But will they live up to their word? Will they sign this declaration?
Indeed they will, Mr. Temple. I'm sure of that.
We'll see, Gratz.
This is a great occasion, isn't it, Mr. Gratz?
A day to remember, lad. I'm glad to see you taking an interest, Mr. Temple. I feared perhaps you'd left town with your friends.
Father's staying in Philadelphia, but I'm leaving town, Mr. Gratz.
You, Philip?
Tomorrow I start for Boston to join General Washington.
Oh, good lad. Does your father approve?
Boys of age. If I tried to stop him, your Liberty boys would try to run me out of town, I suppose.
Don't mind what Father says. I really think he's rather proud of me.
Mr. Nixon has finished reading the declaration.
Those men in Congress have pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their honor. Could I do less? Every church bell in Philadelphia seems to be ringing.
Yeah, ringing in a new era.
They've given us the ideal. It's our duty to make it real.
On August 2nd, the delegates assembled. 56 signatures were affixed to the document, each man pledging his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor to uphold the principles of freedom and equality so that we and future generations should have life, liberty, and the chance for happiness. There are no braver names than these in the cavalcade of America.
The American spirit of independence is well exercised by the American housewife as she does her daily shopping. A good example of Mrs. Housewife's firm intention to get the things she buys in first-class condition, fresh, clean, and sanitary, and to see exactly what she's buying, is shown by the revolutionary improvements in packaging during recent years, particularly transparent wrapping. The story of transparent wrapping, or cellulose film, which is another name for it, is a mighty interesting story of chemistry. First manufactured in 1898 in England to wrap the famous Pears soap, and improved in 1908 by a French chemist, this material is now made in the United States. DuPont makes and sells it under the trademark cellophane. Maybe you have seen, or you will see, the recent spectacular moving picture, A Midsummer Night's Dream, in which 700,000 yards of cellophane were used to create the beautiful illusion of fairyland. Or you may have seen pianos and automobiles wrapped in cellophane. But these are the novel and unusual uses. The importance of cellophane to you is the way it protects your health by guarding things from dirt and germs, and also the way it keeps foods fresh and delicious. How can man produce a substance as shimmery as a moonbeam and as elusive as thin air out of the towering spruce tree? Because that's exactly where cellophane cellulose film comes from. Chips of spruce wood go through various chemical processes to end up as a thick liquid. Then an amazing transformation takes place in one step. As the liquid cellulose is forced through a long, narrow slot, it flows evenly into an acid bath. And the instant it touches the acid, it coagulates and becomes solid. Then it's purified and bleached until it's as clear as crystal and made flexible for easy and secure wrapping. DuPont chemists made many improvements in the original discovery. They found how to make this transparent wrapping moisture-proof to protect the freshness of foods and tobacco. In short, the thing to remember is that cellophane cellulose film is something chemistry has created to protect you by protecting the things you buy. It well illustrates the creed of DuPont research chemists: better things for better living through chemistry.
This program has come to you through the courtesy of DuPont, one of America's oldest enterprises, makers of chemical products since 1802. It's one of a series of programs in the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont each Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time over the Columbia Broadcasting System. When presented on the air, Each program also contains a short, interesting story of chemical achievement, illustrating the DuPont chemist's creed, better things for better living through chemistry.
Transcribed. The National Broadcasting Company presents Biography in Sound. Tonight, George Washington, the man nobody knows. He has been buried for 200 years under tons of plaster, stone, ink, patriotic bombast. We remember him by his little hatchet and the face on a dollar bill. When we think of him, it is as a grim, inhuman hero staring down at us from the walls of classrooms and museums, the Copley's and the Stuarts. Washington, the man, is lost. And yet there is no need for him to be lost. We have countless documents, letters, accounts. We have the research of historians, the guesses of psychologists. What was he like? What was he like when he took off his wig and unbuttoned his waistcoat? What of the human being whose greatness is only magnified by his struggle with himself, with his human longings and fears?
He never cared about me. He treated me like I was an old almanac, out of date.
His mother, Mary Ball Washington.
I have never honored or respected him. He mistreated his men and campaigned unwisely.
General Charles Lee.
Malice could never blast his honor.
John Adams.
His features were indicative of the strongest and most ungovernable passions. Had he been born in the forests, he would have been the fiercest among the savages.
No casual judgment, but the words of Gilbert Stuart, who spent many days painting the man from life.
With respect to myself, I think the arrangement is not quite as it ought to have been, that I, who'd much rather be at home, should occupy a place with which a great many younger and gayer women would be prodigiously pleased. I'm still determined to be cheerful and to be happy.
His wife, Martha Custis Washington.
The world has no business to know the object of my love declared in this manner to you when I want to conceal it.
George Washington to Sally Fairfax, 4 months after his public engagement to Martha Custis. Where did his greatness lie? Well, certainly he was by any standards a great man. Historians are inclined very often to conceive of him as some sort of savior, born perfect and filled with virtue. The truth is that he developed as a man and as a personality over a period of many years, and this is the key to understanding him. Moncure Conway wrote in 1892,
"The Washington family has passed into a conventionalization curiously resembling that of the Holy Family. The savior of his country has for his mother a saintly Mary. His father is kept in the background like Joseph. He is born in a mean abode."
The first I ever knew Augustine had a son by his second wife was when he wrote that he was coming to Westmoreland to visit me. He just said, "Bringing my baby son, George, with me." I learned that George had been born at Wakefield, Virginia, on February 22nd, 1732, a new-style calendar. His father, Augustine, was a friend of mine, had iron mines and few plantations. Augustine died when George was 11, a throat infection. Just like his son, come to think of it. Well, anyway, I never did get to know his wife very well. I lost track of George after his father died. I think his mother sent him away right after that to live with his half-brother Lawrence. I guess they didn't get on too well, him and his mother.
The whole record of Mary Ball Washington's life shows that she was a selfish woman, preoccupied with her own needs. She was generous enough, but she wasn't content with giving. She wished passionately to possess in return, according to historian Francis Bellamy. Unlike the other children, Mr. Bellamy writes, George could not respond to this devouring need for devotion on his mother's part. The resulting conflict was so bitter that he was engaged in it for almost the rest of his life. As a matter of fact, he was the only one of Mary Ball's sons to surmount her powerful maternity. Charles died in drink, Samuel of women, and Jack remained tied to her all his life.
No, sir. In all the years I was with him as his man, she never come once to see him. For 30 years after he married Miss Custis, his mother never showed her face at Mount Vernon.
In the 83rd year of her life, Mary Ball Washington lay on her deathbed in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
I only want to hear from him with his own hand that he is well.
She did not hear. Alone, without a word from his mother, he had been sworn in as first president of the United States in New York City. On August 25th, 1789, Mary Ball Washington died of cancer. In the words of Mr. Bellamy, she was a tragic figure in any age, but one who had made her son a rebel in his own self-defense. A fact whose vast importance to the world still cannot be overestimated. At the age of 11, following his father's death, his mother sent him to stay with his half-brother, Lawrence Washington, at Mount Vernon.
It has ever been my opinion...
Lawrence Washington writing to Governor Dinwiddie in London when the question came up of allowing non-members of the Church of England to settle in the lands beyond the Blue Ridge.
It has ever been my opinion that restrictions on the conscience are cruel in regard to those on whom they are imposed.
This from the man who was to exert a tremendous influence on George Washington during the formative years between 11 and 16.
England, Holland, and Prussia are examples I may quote, and much more, Pennsylvania, which has flourished under that delightful liberty so as to become the admiration of every man who considers the short time it has been settled.
6 years of exposure to a doctrine which was shockingly liberal for those times.
Except for a few Quakers, we in Virginia have no dissenters. But what has been the consequence? We have increased by slow degrees, while our neighboring communities, whose natural advantages are inferior to ours, have become increasingly populous.
His companion during these years was young George William Fairfax, son of the colonel who lived as neighbor to Lawrence Washington. This is young Fairfax speaking.
We used to go surveying together. One summer, Father sent us across the Shenandoah Valley. George was the finest horseman I have ever seen. He could stay in the saddle for hours without tiring. Even at that age, he was a giant. 6'2" and 200 pounds without an ounce of fat on him. He used to be quiet for long periods of time when we were together. He had a great sense of privacy. I used to feel it would be almost sacrilegious to intrude on his thoughts during those times.
What was he thinking on those long rides with Fairfax? Well, we can only guess. The colonel's son was going south to marry a tall young brunette, the beautiful Sally Carey. George Fairfax was well off. He could afford to marry. Washington, at 16, didn't have a penny to his name. 2 months before, Washington had met her. Then Sally Fairfax married his closest friend, George William Fairfax. The following year, he went to the Barbados with his brother Lawrence.
To the Barbados, where I hoped the climate would help this cough which has been clinging to me for several months now. While we were there, George contracted the smallpox and was desperately ill for some weeks.
The disease immunized Washington to the plague which was to sweep through the colonial army many years later. The climate of the Barbados was exactly the wrong cure for Lawrence Washington's tubercular lungs, and he died at Mount Vernon shortly after their return.
And to my beloved young half-brother George, in deepest affection, I do bequeath all of my lands and estates at Mount Vernon.
Now, at 20, he was alone, the master of an estate. With his mother, he had little contact. The brother who had cared for him since their father died had also left this world. He was physically powerful, a tremendous horseman, an athlete, and already, as one of the older ladies put it...
Impudent? Well, he danced with me 6 times at Colonel Fairfax's reception for Sally. He is charming, though, when he wants to be. I never saw such a moody young man.
My place of residence is at present at his lordship's...
Washington writing of his stay at Colonel Fairfax's plantation, where he was to spend much of the following 9 years.
My place of residence is at his lordship's, where I might, was my heart disengaged, spend my time very pleasantly, as there's a very agreeable young lady in the same house. But that's only adding fuel to fire. It makes me the more uneasy, for by often and unavoidably being in company with her revives my former passion for your lowland beauty.
Thus began the relationship which was to remain an important part of Washington's inner life until his death. Some say that Sally Fairfax was a flirt. She had her portrait painted with a pretty flower in her hand and a come-hither smile on her lips. The details are not known. We know that he was Virginia's most eligible bachelor for the next 9 years and never once considered marriage. We know that he wrote to Sally often of his unfulfilled love for her, and that he destroyed all of his diaries and letters during this period. We know that at the age of 66, after 25 years of separation from her, years during which he had won the Revolution and been twice President of the United States, he wrote to her,
None of which events, however, nor all of them together, have been able to eradicate from my mind the recollection of those happy moments, the happiest in my life, which I have enjoyed in your company.
I do, sir. I remember the times when Colonel Washington came courting Miss Martha. Yes, I do. Great times, sir. Great times.
Old Cully, Martha Custis' family servant, speaking to the historian George Washington Parke Custis.
He looked like a proper man, I tell you, sir. Never see the likes of him, though I've seen many in my day. So tall, so straight when he sat on a horse and rode with such an air. Ah, sir, he was like no one else. Many of the grandest gentlemen in the gold lace were at the wedding, but none looked like the man himself.
He married Martha Custis, the richest woman in Virginia, on January 6th, 1759.
And didn't he underestimate this marriage to Martha Custis?
Dr. James Craik, the personal physician who attended him from childhood to his death, who knew him perhaps better than any other man.
Nay, didn't he underestimate it? Perhaps it didn't have the romance you read about in the storybooks, but it was strong and deep. Think on it. It lasted for 40 years. It survived childlessness, revolution, and years of separation. Aye, and it survived Sally Fairfax, too. I know the man. I know him like my own son. And he had a streak of honor in him that once he decided on a course of action, you couldn't swerve him. Oh, I'm not trying to persuade you that he ever forgot Sally. Far from it. But what he had with Martha, you can't break asunder. It was a relationship that grew day by day. And there's a deep satisfaction in that. They liked each other, and they respected each other. And there was more to that round little woman than you'd ever dream.
7 weeks after his marriage to Martha, he wrote Sally Fairfax.
I dare to believe that you are happy, and I wish fervently that I will be happy too. Misconstrue not my meaning. Doubt it not, nor expose it.
And to a close friend in England,
I am now, I believe, fixed at this seat with an agreeable consort for life. And I hope to find more happiness in retirement than I ever experienced amid a wide and bustling world.
He was 27, and he had come to terms with his own turbulent and tormented soul.
I tell you, sir, he was a hard man to know. But after a while, some say he was stony and frozen, but when you come to know him, you get to see that he runs deep with feelings. So deep that I do believe it frightens him sometimes.
There are depths in a man's soul which no one, not even himself, may plumb.
He gets into rages.
Thomas Jefferson.
He gets into rages and passions when he cannot command himself. His temper was naturally high-toned, but reflection and resolution had obtained a firm and habitual ascendancy over it. If, however, it broke its bonds, he was most tremendous in his wrath.
Sir, your impertinent letter of the 24th, was delivered to me yesterday by Mr. Smith. As I am not accustomed...
George Washington to Colonel Muse.
As I am not accustomed to receive such from any man, nor would have taken the same from you personally without letting you feel some marks of my resentment, I would advise you to be cautious.
I was his man until he died.
Billy Lee, Washington's mulatto servant.
And he was hard. Just as he was on himself. But he was fair. And a man could count on it.
Sir, with this letter comes a Negro which I beg favor of you to sell.
Washington to the captain of a slaver, written in 1766.
To sell in any of the islands to which you may go for whatever he will fetch. And bring me in return for him 1 hogshead of the best molasses, 1 hogshead of the best rum, 1 barrel of limes, good and cheap, 1 port of tamarinds. That this fellow is a rogue and a runaway, I shall not pretend to deny. But that he is exceedingly healthy and strong, and good at the whole neighborhood can testify, which gives me reason to hope that he may, with your good management, sell well, if kept clean and trimmed up a little when offered for sale.
We had many long talks on the subject of slavery.
The Marquis de Lafayette, whom Washington regarded as his dearest friend.
And he came to see, I think, that the whole institution of slavery was abhorrent and could not be reconciled with democracy. It was characteristic of the man that his sense of justice would enable him always to select the fine principle and make it a part of his life.
I hope it will not be conceived...
Washington, 1786.
...from these observations, that it is my wish to hold the unhappy people who are the subject of this letter in slavery. I can only say that there is not a man living who wishes more sincerely than I do to see a plan adopted for the abolition of it. But there is only one proper and effectual mode by which it can be accomplished, and that is by legislative authority.
When he died, he left it in his will that I should be free if I choose it. And he forbid any slave of his to be transported down or sold up. And he say free all slaves which belong to him in his name. And he say he like to free all slaves now, but some belong to Miss Washington. So when she die, they all be free. And he say if they cannot work or find food, his heirs shall feed and clothe them.
And I do, moreover, most pointedly and most solemnly enjoin it upon my executors to see that this clause of my will be religiously fulfilled, without evasion, neglect, or delay.
In 1774, the wealthy young fox hunter, lean and sunburned, dressed in his uniform of commander of the Virginia militia, was sent to the First Continental Congress as delegate from his own colony. He was 42 years old at the time. He had been an aide to General Braddock in the campaign against the French in 1755. He had published a rather famous account of his military expedition against Jumonville. And there was a murmur when he entered the assembly.
I thought it a little ridiculous at the time.
The speaker is Benjamin Franklin.
He was the only man there in full uniform. Buff and blue, as I recall it. Same color he adopted for the Continentals. Well, naturally, I turned to Jefferson and asked who the fop was. That's Washington, he told me. Fox hunter from Virginia. Well, he made a speech at the Virginia Burgess only last month in which he offered to raise 1,000 men at his own expense and march at their head to Boston. I put my handkerchief in front of my face to smile at that. It occurred to me how the devil a farmer from Virginia concerned himself with the fact that they were going to close Boston and starve us out. Well, somehow I couldn't take my eyes off the man. Nobody could. He didn't seem at all foppish or ill at ease. There was an air about him. He moved easily, by far the most graceful big man I've ever seen. And when he finally spoke haltingly, ill at ease, you got the feeling that here was a man with such a fine sense of his own inner life that he bore no shame or embarrassment. even at speaking so poorly. He accepted himself with his imperfections, and he knew his limitations. He is the only man I ever met who was utterly and completely devoid of personal fear. Before the Congress had ended, we all knew it. He was our man.
NBC is bringing you Biography in Sound. George Washington, the man nobody knows. We'll continue with Part 2 after a brief pause for station identification. We continue now transcribed with Part 2 of George Washington, the man nobody knows.
They came shuffling in from the farms of Massachusetts and Vermont, sullen, stubborn, heads hanging, big hands gripping long squirrel guns or scythes or wooden clubs. They stood around in silent groups looking at the tall man in the buff and blue uniform of the Virginia militia, appraising him silently, taking the measure of the man. When their officers tried to dress them up in some kind of order, they moved with a slow resentment, eyeing them suspiciously. Most of them wore tattered work clothes. Some were barefoot. Occasionally, you would see a father and a son, no more than 11 or 12. To look at them, you'd wonder what spark had ever prompted them to come. Could these men know the meaning of Jefferson's high-flown rhetoric, the talk of liberty and equality and freedom? Could ignorant folk such as these ever be shaped into an army that would stand against the immaculate ranks of British grenadiers?
When you live hard the way we did, and the Rocks have got a mortgage on the land, you get in the habit of helping out. Like somebody come down one day and says, Japheth, old man Woodard's building a new barn where the old one burned. And you tell your wife, I think I'll go down and lend a hand to old man Woodard with his barn, you see? Well, one day Samish, he has the place near the plank road, he come by and says, Japheth, they got a hard row in Boston. And Israel Putnam's going over there with some of the boys to lend a hand. So I just said to Samantha, I think I'll go down and look around the camp with old Put. And I went. A Yankee is a peculiar bird.
Israel Putnam.
He doesn't care about his head, but he dreads like the devil having his shin shot up. Give him something to stand behind, and he'll fight as long as he can see anything to shoot at. I told General Washington when he first come down to Cambridge to take command that we ought to fight guerrilla style, but he wanted discipline. Discipline. Why, before he come, when Artemus Ward was in command, there wasn't a day passed when an officer wouldn't get knocked down by one of his own men. Like as not, he'd just get up and whip the tar out of his man, or else we'd get a new officer. But the general, he tried to put a stop to it. Torture he used. When he'd find a man guilty of rioting, he'd had him straddle a board 6 foot off the ground. Then they'd tie weights to his feet and leave him. A lot of the men wouldn't stomach it. They went home. Well, the general learned pretty quick that you can't bully a man into fighting for you. He learned. You got to say that no matter how you feel about him.
Dear Jack, I am now to bid brother adieu to you.
George Washington to his brother, 1776.
I am now to bid adieu to you and to every kind of domestic ease. I am embarked on a wide ocean boundless in its prospect, and in which perhaps no safe harbor will be found. My dearest.
George Washington to his wife, 1776.
I would not think of leaving this city without dropping you a line, especially as I do not know whether it will be in my power to write again till we get to camp. I go fully trusting in that providence which has been more bountiful to me than I deserve, and in full confidence of a happy meeting with you sometime in the fall. I return an unalterable affection for you, which neither time nor distance can change. My best love to Jack and Nellie, and regard for the rest of the family. The time is now near at hand.
General Orders, July 2nd, 1776.
The time is now near at hand which must probably determine whether Americans are to be free men or slaves. Let us therefore animate and encourage each other and show to the whole world
that a free man contending for liberty on his own ground is superior to any slavish mercenary on earth.
Now there was no retreat. The formative years were over. The meld that had worked in him as a child and a youth and a young man was brought to a boil. Washington the man had taken his cross on his shoulders and started on the long pilgrimage of his mature life.
I know the integrity of my own heart.
George Washington, 1776.
I know the unhappy predicament I stand in. I know that without men, without arms, without ammunition, without anything fit for the accommodation of a soldier, that little is to be done. And what is more mortifying, I know that I cannot stand justified to the world without exposing my own weakness and injuring the cause.
Those first months, he was like some kind of animal in a cage. When I'd fix his breakfast in the morning, he'd look at it like a child whose mama's trying to make him eat. And he'd push it away. That saved his life one morning in Cambridge when one of his bodyguards tried to poison him. I give the plate to the hound, and he died. And I tell Master George, he don't say a word. He just walk out. And by they come and get Master Hickey, and they hang him up to die. He was in a fierce temper those days, was Master George. No troops, he said. No money, no nothing. How'd they expect me to fight a war? One day he writing one of those letters to the gentleman in Congress. Seemed like he's always writing. And he look up at me, sudden-like, and he say, Will, the Spanish pears will be in bloom at Mount Vernon. And he stopped. And I seen he was 1,000 miles away by the look in his eye. 1,000 miles away.
He wrote to us. I remember it must have been August, because the Spanish pear was in blossom.
Sally Fairfax.
The letter was addressed to my husband. I wondered why he had sent it. Didn't say much. Something about needing supplies and money. It ended, remember me affectionately to your wife. And that was all. Neither of us ever really understood why he wrote that letter. Well, I'm an old woman. Doesn't really matter now.
While Washington tried to make an army out of the chaotic, poverty-stricken mob at Cambridge, the British were encamped in Boston, only a few miles away.
It has always been a source of utter amazement to me.
Sir William Howe, commander of the British garrison at Boston.
That Washington didn't simply march into Boston and put us all to the sword. Half our troops had pneumonia, the other half had smallpox, and we had no supplies at all. If he'd sent 5,000 men at us, he would have destroyed the entire King's force in America. Instead, he let himself send his most brilliant general, Benedict Arnold, racing off to Canada to try and take Quebec. Oh, Lord. By the time he was ready to attack, we'd made plans to evacuate the city anyway. To take a town without killing a single man was an empty victory. I never saw much value in fighting for towns anyway, but it looked good on the communiques, and the king rather expected it.
There were rumors to the effect. Rumors which reached mine own ears.
The speaker is George III, King of England.
To the effect that General Howe's sentiments were with the colonists. Some went so far as to whisper that he deliberately abandoned each opportunity to crush the insurrection. I was also aware that he was a violent Whig and had stated publicly that America deserved her independence and he would like to see her have it. But I know Sir William. He is, as you may recall, a cousin of mine, with good German blood. I believe he did his best. Personally, I was never convinced of the value of those ridiculous outposts to my country anyway. This fellow Washington, I can't understand what makes a loyal British subject who has everything in life, a good income, position, friends, what makes such a man become subversive and try to overthrow his government by plotting and force of arms? So, if it wasn't Howe's treachery, what was it? I spoke to my minister, Lord North, and he makes jokes. I don't know if our generals frighten the enemy, he tells me, but they certainly frighten me. This is funny. I was always convinced, as I am now, that the majority of Americans were loyal British subjects. The number of loyalists who joined our forces was enough to show this. Burgoyne's army was doubled in a single campaign by loyal Americans. And now, secondly, I will not tolerate opposition. The opposition in my own country is fantastic. They plot against me. It's a fact, don't doubt it. I've heard them whisper I am mad, that I impose my will on every minister. But I am the king. How can I be mad? Why didn't they surrender? They are the ones who must be mad. I simply don't understand how we lost the colonies unless it was because of this fellow Washington, who was certainly out of his mind to keep fighting and losing and losing and fighting. And I sent them German soldiers, mind you, and the finest in the world. And those idiots of the generals, they betrayed me. Yes, how to? He never wanted to win. Oh, I should have known from the start.
The indications of the psychosis into which George III lapsed are found in this statement. But there are also in it some interesting observations. Let's listen now to General Charles Lee, whom Washington had sent ahead to fortify New York City.
If it hadn't been for the stupidity and dilatoriness of the British, if the British generals hadn't been blind to their opportunities, George Washington's reputation today would probably be that of a misfit, a failure, and one of the worst blunderers in the history of military strategy who ever lived. Only an utter fool would have attempted the defense of New York. First of all, he shouldn't have tried to defend it. Second, he violated the most simple principle of warfare by dividing his troops, putting half the army over in Brooklyn and the other half in Manhattan. Good Lord, if it hadn't been for the rain, they'd have cut us to ribbons marching in from Long Island like that. They praised him for the retreat. That's what galls me. Retreat. There they were, the best of our army, crowded along the shore in Brooklyn, waiting for a bunch of leaky old rowboats to take them across. If Howe had swept down on them, he'd have ended the bloody war right there. But he waited. He always waited when it seemed he could finish us. And by morning, Glover's regiments of Marblehead fishermen had managed to row them across to Manhattan. So there we were in Manhattan with the British just waiting for a few boats so they could cross the East River and finish us. And still that fool Washington hung on. He was incapable of making a decision. He was the worst military man I ever met in my life.
I remember the morning they crossed the East River to come and get us. It was the 15th of September. The first we knew, the cannons over at the river were booming. The general, he was at headquarters in Harlem. He says, "Horace, saddle my horse." I did. And then we followed him down the island. Well, we got halfway down and we saw the first of our troops. They was running like the devil was chasing them. And it was a red-coated devil. Well, first thing, the general rears up his horse and he yells in that big voice, "Stand up and fight." But you couldn't stop them soldiers. They was full of panic. Then he grabs a whip out of my hands and he rides right into him, cutting and hacking at him like he was crazy. It was no use. They run right past him. He hacked at him till there was none left. And then he just sat there. And I could see them big shoulders moving like he was crying. I looked up, and there was the British coming up the island like a fury. They started shooting. But you know the British, they used to shoot from the hip, and you can't hit nothing that way. Finally, I give his horse a tug, and I said, "Come on, General, you'll get killed." He didn't say a word. I had to lead that horse at a gallop all the way back to Harlem. You know, for a minute there, I thought he didn't care if he lived or died.
We are encamped now on the heights. From my tent, I can see the lower part of Manhattan in flames. They rumor that I sent incendiaries to do it, but I did not. I remain firm in my pledge to Congress to prevent the destruction of New York City. The Congress, a bunch of well-fed, squabbling idiots. They're comfortable down there in Philadelphia. What do they care that 1,000 men desert me every week, that I have no food, no cavalry, no boots, no uniforms? Arnold is in the north, and no word for days. I've got to get to New Jersey.
It's our only hope. Thank God for Knox and Greene and Hamilton. As for Lee, I have grave reservations, although I still believe he's a good man. Dear Lund.
George Washington to his brother, September 30th, 1776.
The enemy is within a stone's throw of us. I discharged a regiment the other day that had in it 14 men fit for duty. In short, my situation is such that if I were to wish the bitterest curse to an enemy this side of the grave, I should put him in my stead with my feelings. Yet I do not know what plan of conduct to pursue. I see the impossibility of serving with reputation or doing any essential service to the cause by continuing in command. And yet I am told that if I quit the command, inevitable ruin will follow. In confidence, I tell you that I was never in such an unhappy, divided state since I was born.
Retreat, and retreat, and retreat. To White Plains, across New Jersey, to Trenton. This was the pattern of his life. Indecision, disaffection, disappointment, and loneliness. There is no question about it. In those early days of the war, George Washington was a poor general. He was trying to satisfy Congress on the one hand, his generals on the other, and leaving himself out almost completely. Congress ranted, disagreed, and did nothing. His generals chafed under the lack of decision. His men staggered barefoot through the snow. And then one wintry night, the fox hunter tired of playing the fox.
Gentlemen, desperate diseases require desperate remedies. I've been sitting on my temper for many months now, and I serve notice to you and to Congress and to the world that from this moment I must do as I see fit.
On Christmas night of 1776, the ragged army which had been falling back for weeks suddenly turned about and dealt a staggering blow to its pursuers. Once again, Glover's fishermen from Marblehead were pressed into service. This time they ferried 2,400 men, plus all of the artillery left in the Continental Arsenal, across the Delaware. At dawn, they attacked the well-stocked Hessian camp like a pack of ravening wolves. As a result of this, and the victory at Princeton which followed, Congress vested new authority in Washington, and he began to shape the army according to his own views.
His true greatness did not show itself in the victories he won.
Lafayette, Valley Forge, 1777.
Rather, it showed itself in defeat. It is the ability to inspire men with a feeling of hope in defeat that makes a leader. Any brilliant strategist can win a battle, and we had a dozen of them. Greene, Gates, Arnold, Wayne. These were the wily foxes of the Revolution. I confess that they could outthink and outmaneuver him on a field of battle. And yet, he would have beaten any one of them simply because, in his largeness, as a human being, he would have eventually embraced them and won them over. Even his enemies, I think.
It was after Gates and Arnold had won up north, when Washington was preparing to winter at Valley Forge, that the infamous Conway cabal began to arm itself against him. The plot was simple enough: to create a large faction that would unseat Washington and replace him with Gates, or possibly Lee. Letters were sent back and forth. Meetings were held. Certain members of Congress were involved. And the whole kettle percolated merrily until a drunken officer babbled of a letter he had seen written to Gates by Conway. Washington sat down and wrote the shortest letter of his life.
Sir, a letter which I received last night contained the following paragraph, quote, "In a letter from General Conway to General Gates, he says, 'Heaven has been determined to save your country, or a weak general and bad counselors would have ruined it.
End quote. I am, sir, your humble servant, George Washington.
The effect of this letter was like lightning striking a chicken coop. Conway quickly denied he had written such a line and blamed it on Gates. Gates hastened to reassure Washington that Conway was the intriguer and not he. And pretty soon the whole plot exploded into public with denials and accusations. Washington sat calmly by and watched it unfold. His letter had been a shot in the dark. He had no idea there was any cabal forming against him. Finally, like a patient father who has listened to his children's confessions, he brushed aside the whole affair as casually as if it had never existed and stuck to his main purpose of restoring harmony to his command. On July 4th, 1778, unknown to Washington, his good friend, General Cadwallader, faced General Conway in a duel, sent a pistol bullet crashing into his mouth, disfiguring him for life.
Blood-stained footprints in the snow.
Valley Forge, winter of 1777-78. Out of the despair, out of the hunger, out of the blundering and the bickering and the intrigue, an army emerged. When they left Valley Forge that spring, they were like slavering wolves, ready to fall on anything that stood in their path. At their head rode the fox hunter, his eyes tired and his heart heavy. The enemy, the sleek fox, moved up out of Philadelphia and up through New Jersey, and they tracked him. At Monmouth, the hunter overtook the fox.
He was everywhere.
Lafayette.
All over the battlefield. I never beheld so superb a man. At one moment, he went down in a heap with his white horse, and we thought he had been killed. But he stood up, and Billy Lee, his servant, brought up another mount, a chestnut mare. He spurred right into the thick of the fighting again.
After the battle, General Lee, who had deserted his troops in the midst of the action, was court-martialed. He said he had tried to save the main body of his men in a hopeless situation. But the rumor was that he had tried to lose the battle deliberately, sold out to the British. The war dragged on to its weary conclusion now. Battles were won and lost. The British enthusiasm waned, and it was a 3-year process of wearing down which came to a smashing climax at Yorktown. On Friday, October 19th, 1781, the British Army surrendered after 6 years of war.
It was a warm October day.
John Hyde Preston, in his book A Short History of the American Revolution, describes the surrender at Yorktown.
Washington rode out on the right, very superb on his big white battle charger, his boots polished, his hair finely powdered. Lafayette, at the head of his famous light infantry, was having a hard time making his horse behave, jabbering in French and laughing very much at everything that was said to him. Over on the left, near the banks of the York River, stout old Papa Rochambeau bobbed along proudly at the head of his dapper French legions. The country people stood gaping. But in the bay, the riggings of the tall ships were full of singing sailors. Then there was a blast of music on the autumn air, growing louder. The surrendering army appeared. The long red and blue columns marched by, laying their flags on the ground, stacking their guns. It was all over.
I can truly say,
Washington,
that the first wish of my soul is to return speedily into the bosom of that country which gave me birth, and in the sweet enjoyment of domestic happiness and the company of a few friends, to end my days in quiet when I shall be called from this stage. This is the last letter I shall ever write,
Washington,
while in the service of my country. The hour of my resignation is fixed at 12 this day.
He was intent on having Christmas dinner at home.
Tobias Lear, who kept Washington's private accounts.
On the 23rd, he was in the saddle again, headed back from whence he came. He took with him the following items, which I entered in the cash book. A locket, 5 shillings and 5 pence. 3 small pocketbooks, 1 and 10. 3 sashes, 1 and 5. dress cap, 2 and 8pence, hat, 3 and 10, handkerchief, £1, children's books, 4 and 6, 1 whirligig, 1 and 6, 1 fiddle, 2 and 6, 4 quadrille boxes, £1, 17 shillings and 6pence. The gifts were for the children and Mrs. Washington.
Such times as there was then, gentlemen.
Old Cully, Mrs. Washington's family servant.
Such times, I tell you. It was almost like the days when he came courting Miss Martha. Laughing and singing, and him bouncing the little ones on his knee, and dancing with the ladies, and folks coming in carriages from miles around to wish him well and shake his hand. And in the morning he was up at 4 o'clock, and he took his man Billy Lee, and they rode out on the farms, and they was smiling like there was some big joke all the time. But I tell you, sir, I seed Miss Martha look at him sometimes quick like, and I could tell she was worried about him. Seems like he was always going, like a big clock that can't unwind. Up at 4, in the saddle. I remember when Dr. Craik and Master Bushrod come in saying they couldn't keep up with him. He'd started his horse and drove her till she like to drop from it.
On April 30th, 1789, he took the oath of office as first president of the United States.
My movements to the chair of government will be accompanied by feelings not unlike those of a culprit who is going to the place of his execution.
A year before, he had refused an offer of the crown by Colonel Nicolas, one of his officers.
He called me into his headquarters at Newburgh.
Washington Secretary Jonathan Trumbull.
I remember it well because he was almost trembling to hold back his rage. I have the original notes right here in my folio. Sir, it is with a mixture of great surprise and astonishment I have read the sentiments you submitted for my perusal. Be assured, sir, no occurrence in the course of the war has given me more painful sensations. If I am not deceived in the knowledge of myself, you could not have found a person to whom your schemes are more disagreeable. Let me conjure you, if you have any regard for your country, banish these thoughts from your mind.
The part I acted in the American Revolution is well known.
This is Tom Paine speaking.
I shall not here repeat it. It is time, though, sir, to speak the undisguised language of historical truth.
The person addressed is President Washington.
You slept away your time in the field till the finances of the country were exhausted, and you have but little share in the glory of the final event. You commenced your presidential career by swallowing the grossest adulation. If you are not great enough to have ambition, you are little enough to have vanity. John Adams is said, and John, it is known, was always a speller after places and offices. John has said that the presidency should be made hereditary in the family of Washington. He did not go so far as to say the vice presidency should be made hereditary in the family of John Adams. The character which Mr. Washington has attempted to act in this world is a sort of a non-describable chameleon thing called prudence. It is in many cases a substitute for principle, and is so nearly allied to hypocrisy. As to you, sir, treacherous to private friendship, for so you have been to me, and that in the day of danger, and a hypocrite in public life, the world will be puzzled to decide whether you are an apostate or an impostor.
And so they turned on him one by one. Hamilton, Jefferson, Adams, isolating him in the presidency, enraged at his treaties, at his unwillingness to have America drawn into the French conflict, at his dogged conservatism and determination to proceed slowly and cautiously.
The attack on me is like a cry against a mad dog, couched in such indecent and exaggerated terms as could scarcely be applied to a Nero or a pickpocket.
A few stood by him. Franklin, who was aging rapidly, and Lafayette and Dr. Craik, and some of his old generals, like Knox.
I care what they think. It pains me deeply that they desert me. But I am determined to listen to my heart. And I know my own integrity. We need 20 years of peace. We need a strong national government. We need neutrality and a commercial treaty with England. Jefferson opposes me. Well, let him. They say I betray my old comrades, the French. Let them talk. My heart answers to me.
On September 17, 1796, he published his farewell address to the people after serving 2 terms as president. When John Adams was elected second president, Washington walked through the streets to his home to congratulate him.
When he approached the house...
John Adams.
When he approached the house, an immense crowd followed him, moving in total silence. When he reached my door, I greeted him, and then he turned around and looked out on the crowd of people who had followed him. I honestly don't think he expected it. It is my belief that he felt he had been deserted by all his fellow Americans instead of a few in high office. Did they tell you he was a cold person? I tell you, no one ever saw him so moved. The tears rolled unchecked down his cheeks. He was 64 years old, and I do believe it had taken him all those years to learn to cry.
On Sunday, December 8, 1799, he contracted a sore throat. He chose to ignore it and spent the day marking trees for cutting and inspecting the farm. That night, he wrote some letters, read the newspapers, and went to bed. Next morning, his friend, Dr. Craik, was called, along with 2 other physicians. He was bled and given molasses and vinegar. The bleeding weakened him, but he was bled again, as was the medical procedure.
About 5 o'clock, Dr. Craik came into the room.
Tobias Lear, his bookkeeper.
The general said, "Doctor, I die hard, but I am not afraid to go." The doctor pressed his hand, but could not utter a word. About 10 o'clock, he made several attempts to speak. At length he said, "I am just going. Have me decently buried." I bowed assent, for I could not speak. He looked at me again and said, "Do you understand me?" I said yes, and he said, "'Tis well." About 10 minutes before he expired, his breathing came easier. Dr. Craik came to the bedside, and the general's hand fell from his wrist. I took it in mine and pressed it to my bosom. Dr. Craik put his hands over his eyes, and then he expired without a struggle or a sigh. Mrs. Washington, who was sitting at the foot of the bed, asked in a firm voice, "Is he gone?" I could not speak. "'Tis well," she said, in the same voice. "All is now over, and I shall soon follow him. I have no more trials to pass through."
I think I knew General Washington intimately and thoroughly.
Thomas Jefferson.
His mind was great and powerful, without being of the very first order. It was slow in operation, but sure in conclusion. Hearing all suggestions, he selected what was best, and certainly no general ever planned his battles more judiciously. He was incapable of fear, meeting personal dangers with the calmest unconcern. His integrity was most pure. His justice, the most inflexible I have ever known. No motives of interest or consanguinity of friendship or hatred were able to bias his decision. He was indeed, in every sense of the word, a wise, a good, and a great man.
In Bath, England, Sally Fairfax, widowed and childless, clinging to a letter she had received from George Washington only 2 months before his death.
Un malheur ne vient jamais seul. On n'estime jamais une chose assez qu'avant que nous l'avons perdue.
These are the words she wrote in her Bible. Sorrow never comes singly. We never value a thing rightly till it is lost.
The preceding program was transcribed. Monitor takes you everywhere each weekend on NBC Radio.
This is Bill Henry with the news. The hot and muggy weather which prostrated dozens of persons in the eastern half of the United States apparently did not interfere with the heavy thinking of the people whose business it is to interpret the sayings of others. The net impression seems to be that those two dictators, Nick Khrushchev of Russia and Juan Perón of Argentina, within the past 24 hours have protested just a little too strongly about the strength of their positions. The Russian dictator boasted about the economic strength of his country, while Perón, a somewhat shaky survivor of a popular uprising, took to the radio to say that his enemies were impotent in their attacks against the people. As usually happens, the experts now believe that there probably is something wrong with the Soviet economy and that Perón is probably more unsure of his position than at first believed. Everybody in Washington seemed disposed to a special showing of This Is Cinerama. Tomorrow he meets all the congressional leaders and will hold his usual weekly news conference. Up on Capitol Hill, the House of Representatives made news by voting a reward of up to $500,000 to anyone providing information regarding the smuggling of any atomic device into this country. It also voted that henceforth all presidential papers shall become the property of the United States government. For many years, these papers have been deemed to be the private property of the presidents, and their disposition has ranged from complete destruction, as in the case of President Harding, or long secrecy, as in Lincoln's case, to the triumphant carrying off of carloads, as in the case of Presidents Roosevelt and Truman, who undertook to set up private libraries. In addition, today, the House voted to limit to 3 years the period during which Korean War veterans can draw GI unemployment compensation. The Senate distinguished itself by letting the Dixon-Yates question, which has been one of the loudest debates in recent history, fizzle out like a wet firecracker today, when it voted $1 1/3 billion to the Atomic Energy Commission and the Tennessee Valley Authority, leaving untouched an appropriation of $6.5 million for Dixon-Yates. There's good reason, of course, to believe that the Dixon-Yates private power plant project will be dropped as a result of the decision of the city of Memphis to build its own power plant. So the whole affair now looks like a Mexican standoff with both sides loudly claiming victory. Nobody seems to know if anything will come of the protests against flagrant violations of the Korean armistice by the North Koreans. Probably not. But there is a good deal of interest on the other side of the world in the fact that the first West German officers will join the headquarters staff of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization before the end of this month. The French Assembly, apparently anxious not to rock the boat on the eve of the forthcoming Geneva Big Four conferences, postponed debate on the latest troubles in North Africa, and apparently Italy is to have a new government headed by left-of-center Antonio Segni, whose cabinet, however, apparently will continue to be strongly pro-Western. There are rumors today of a red crackdown and a reign of terror in Hungary, but these rumors are unverified. There's been a good deal of economic news today, all of it rather encouraging. The government has set the support price of wheat 2 cents per bushel higher than a year ago. The Commerce Department predicts continuing expansion of booming business, and the stock market, which continued rising, today heard after the New York Stock Exchange closed that General Motors plans a 3-for-1 stock split and set up a saving and stock purchase plan for salaried employees. And Navy Secretary Charles Thomas has raised some eyebrows in the Navy Department by calling for younger admirals. And that's the news to this moment.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. the Gulf Oil Companies, and your good Gulf dealer are proud to present a dramatic picture of this, our America. Here is your host, Roger Pryor, to tell you about it.
Good evening, everyone. We welcome you tonight to one of the most timely programs ever heard on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Our production of Norman Corwin's script, Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. Broadcast at any time, we believe this program would make every American's heart beat a little faster. Make him hold his head just a little higher. But since the tragic and foreboding news that came today, this program, Between Americans, now becomes an American odyssey. In just a moment, our story will begin. But first, here's Bud Heaston.
Right. And here's an easy way to change from a pessimist into an optimist. If you're wondering now how long you may have to keep your present car, and wondering, too, if it will last, if it will stay in good condition, just look on the bright side of the picture. Remember, when you give the wearing parts of your car good protection, that helps it stay young and act young a long, long time. So give your automobile the modern method of lubrication, Gulflex registered lubrication. Here's why. First,
the expert Gulflex operator works from a master chart of your model car, thus protects each wearing point in the chassis and body.
Second,
the Gulflex man uses not just 1 or 2 greases, but 6 special lubricants, especially developed by lubrication authorities.
And third, here's proof of how good these lubricants are.
In recent tests by Gulf engineers, Gulflex chassis lubricant, for instance, stayed in the shackles 30% better and lubricated nearly 100% longer than the average of competitive products tested.
So get Gulflex registered lubrication, a much better than usual grease job at no extra cost. Remember, too, that your good Gulf dealer is also ready with splendid motor oils and gasolines, such as Gulf No-Nox gasoline, the extra value gasoline that has been especially designed to stop harmful pounding and hammering inside your engine. Make it a habit to stop regularly at your neighborhood good Gulf dealers, your headquarters for making your car last longer.
And now, Oscar Bradley's music introduces Orson Welles, who will talk Between Americans.
This program is Between Americans. That's where the title comes in. We hope you like it, but you don't have to. At any rate, nobody's going to make you stick around and listen to it. That's one of the advantages of being an American. Now, tonight we're doing something quite foreign to the type of thing usually presented by the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Instead of telling a story about 5 or 6 people, we're telling a story about 100 million. This happens to include you, listener, whatever your name may be. As a matter of fact, names don't bother real Americans very much. Not when we've got states named after French kings and English queens are lifted right out of the Latin language like Montana, or out of the Spanish like Nevada, and towns. You know, if you were to hold a convention of all the people who live in foreign-sounding American towns, we could fill quite a sizable stadium. Among the delegates registering on the first day would be...
Me, I'm the delegate from London, Minnesota. I'm in from Dublin, New Hampshire.
Flew in this morning from Cairo, Illinois.
Huh? Whose turn, me? I'm from Canton, Connecticut.
I'm from Paris, Texas.
I came all the way from Shanghai, West Virginia.
Warsaw, Georgia. I'm the delegate representing Moscow, Kentucky.
My town is Toronto, Kansas.
As for me, Lisbon, Maine.
Delegate from Madrid, Alabama reporting.
I'm from Stockholm, South Dakota.
Drove down this afternoon from Bombay, New York.
Hitchhiked here from Baghdad, Florida.
All right, delegates, now that you've registered, you may all be seated. Now, that's all the preliminaries there's going to be tonight. We're through with the introductions, the overture, and the official registration. So now we can get down to the text, which is, roughly speaking, this. Today, particularly, people are thinking about their country pretty hard. Some of them for the first time in their lives. People are wondering where we're headed. Men are being called on to get ready to defend America. A lot of them are thinking in terms of what is there to defend.
Well, now, America means a lot of things to a lot of people. Most of them are solid patriots, only they don't know it. They don't have to wear a red and white and blue button in their lapels to prove it. They don't have to agree with or even listen to people like this.
My fellow citizens, in this great state of flail and plethora, we can fix it out, squirtle your taxes. Our great country is cribbly bolted on and can wackle tabblewick, and your long and I roll Harrington forever.
We got a good hunch most people prefer the quiet kind of speaker. Like the fellow who got up on a platform in a Pennsylvania town one day and said,
"The world will little note nor long remember what we say here."
That was the Gettysburg Address he was referring to. As a matter of fact, he didn't get such good reviews the next morning. Take, for example, the write-up he got in the Harrisburg Patriot.
We pass over the silly remarks of the president. For the credit of the nation, we are willing that they shall no more be repeated and thought of.
If you think that's bad, listen to what the Chicago Times had to say.
The cheek of every American must tingle with shame as he reads the silly, flat, and dishwatery utterances of the man who has to be pointed out to intelligent foreigners as the President of the United States.
Of course, the rival paper in Chicago took the opposite point of view. Rival papers often do.
The remarks of President Lincoln will live among the annals of man.
That paper gave it 4 stars, and they were right. The Gettysburg Address did survive. But that business of calling a president a ham is really something to be proud of. I mean, the right to print a piece saying a president makes us sound like dishwater. Nobody dragged the editors off to jail, even if they were wrong. That's important. Comes under the heading of free press. As soon as anybody starts gagging the press, any press, watch out. Americans don't like that. And by the way, we got a nerve to be calling ourselves Americans all the time when we're really only United Staters. We're a little selfish about that. It's America down there in Chile, too. All the way down the spine of the Andes. If any of you folks are hearing this down around Mexico or Honduras or Salvador or Argentina, or even if you're an Eskimo in the Arctic, we hope you'll overlook our calling ourselves Americans as though we were the only ones in the hemisphere. We do that just because it's so much easier to say than anything else, and also because it sounds so good. By the way, before we leave the subject, what about the original Americans? The Indians? There's a forgotten race for you. How about the Indian on the nickel and the buffalo who roamed the back of the great American jit? Seems a shame. No 2 ways about it. We have forgotten those 100% Americans who went down to quarantine to meet the Mayflower. We don't see them around in person very much these days, but their ghosts are still with us. Maybe the red men are forgotten. Maybe not. But between you and us, it's said that near Boonesboro, Kentucky, on certain nights in November, by the light of the waning moon, some very peculiar ghost meetings go on in the woods south of the river. Also in certain parts of the Alleghenies, between the hours of sundown and the coming of the morning mist. Yes. If you happen to be listening to this in a car, driving along Highway 99 in Wyoming, that man you passed walking down the road a few miles back wasn't a man at all. Seriously, they were brave people. The Indians fought a losing fight against great odds. Wanted nothing more than to keep their land and their way of life. Fighting the fight so many people of all races have had to fight since. The fight to keep free and independent. The fight to stop men from the outside who want to civilize somebody their way. You ever asked yourself what America means to you? Does it mean 1776? Columbia, the gem of the ocean? Big business? The Bill of Rights? Uncle Sam? Chances are it means none of these things. Chances are it means something very personal to each of you. Something close to your heart which you'd miss like the very blazes if you were stranded abroad. Might have nothing at all to do with quotes from Madison or acts of Congress. It might be just the feeling about the crisp autumns in New England and the smell of burning leaves. It might be the memory of the way they smooth off the infield between the games of a doubleheader. It might be a thing as small as your little finger. You ever been abroad and run out of American cigarettes? Hey, speak English, mister?
No, senor. Solo hablo español.
Well, anyway, do you carry cigarettes?
Ah, cigarrillos. Sí, tenemos bastante aquí.
No, I just want cigarettes. Here, I'll take these. How much?
20 centavos.
Yeah, keep the change. Hey, got a light there, senor?
Sí, como no, senor. Un momento.
Hey, what is this? Soft, cold soup? Tastes like an old shoe. Here, you can smoke the rest of them. Food. There you are. America might mean a tight-packed cigarette, which tastes good. Might mean the way a hot dog man slaps mustard on a Frank. Might mean going with your wife to the movie on bank night. Or taking your girl to the annual barn dance and social at Tuckerman's Barn. Plenty of you listeners know what I'm talking about. You hear people speak of home defense? This is the home to be defended. The square dance down the Glen a piece, in old man Tuckerman's barn. This is the America of all the couples dancing there tonight. That's what the nation means to Butch and Fred and Jenny and Elvira. And this is America to all the boys and girls from Malvern County and their folks at home waiting for them. What do you suppose America means to that auto repair man in the grease-caked dungarees who works in the garage in the corner of Willow and Elm Street? It means, quite likely, crawling under the 1936 Buick and dragging an electric light bulb on a long extension after him.
Hey, Joe, hand me that wrench.
What wrench?
The wrench at your feet. I got to finish this apprentice job.
Why don't he sell that jalopy and get a new boat?
Hey, you want to talk us out of business? As long as he keeps his car, we get a repair job once in a while.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Sure. That's America to Pete and Joe. Piston job, transmission job, valve job, jack it up, change the tire. New fan belt, check the pump. On Saturday night, take the girl down to Joyland Dance Park. Means repairs to those boys and cans of oil and carburetor mixtures. And to Jack Prentice, who owns the Buick that Pete is fixing and who lives down on the beach near the Coast Guard station, America means the sound and the sight and the smell of high tide under the full moon, with occasionally the melancholy note of the bellboy drifting up when the wind's blowing in from the ship channel. Means the age-old sound of the sea. The same sound folks are hearing this very minute up around Penobscot Bay and Winthrop Beach and Chincoteague Inlet down by Calabogue Sound and on Boca Chica and then clean over to the other coast by Guadalupe and Carmel. Yes. Wind and wave and sand and rock and riptide and undertow. That's America to Jack Prentice and the hundreds of thousands of folks settled on the coastlines between Eastport and Key West, Point Isabel and Birch Bay. America is all things to all the people. Prairie to Nebraskans, coal to Scranton miners, cameras and raw celluloid to the picture boys in Hollywood, the stink of crude oil to the men who work the wells, relief checks to the unemployed, a mic and a stopwatch to a radio production man, a BMT Express to Brooklyn office workers. Sure, that's the way it goes. Or isn't it? What does this country mean to you? It might mean anything. Anything at all. It might mean a course in highfalutin poetry at Harvard.
Today, gentlemen, we will consider the influence of Whitman on the development of poetry in America. And by 1870, after 12 years of incessant attack against squeamish over-refinements, Whitman really began to create an active distaste for literary affectation.
Or else it might be an argument between two baseball fans as to which is the better team, the Yankees or the Red Sox.
Yeah, but look! The Yanks are a bunch of old men and cripples.
Yeah.
They won't last. I tell you, they won't last. Wait till it gets good and hot around the middle of July.
Yeah.
Wait till doubleheaders begin piling up.
What are you talking? Listen, DeMaggio's having the best season he ever had. He's an old man, huh? Keller hitting a dozen homers. I'd like to be a cripple like that. New home run record for the club. Won't last, huh? Who's the Red Sox got as good as DeMaggio? Name one guy. Name one.
Two. Ted Williams.
Oh, a good hitter. No getting away from that. What you say? Better than DeMaggio? Wait a minute. Do you say?
Or it could be a poker game in Charlie Ferreter's law office upstairs over the 5 and 10 cent store on a rainy afternoon. Or a meeting of the Kiwanis Club in the Mansion House on Thursday. Or the news store. Or a great symphony concert sent out over everybody's air, playing the music of all the world's great composers, regardless of their race or nationality. For instance, something by a great German Jew named Mendelssohn. Something you couldn't play in certain countries on the other side. Now let's stop a minute and figure this out. Is it an accident that makes just being a citizen in this comparatively young country so attractive to so many people? To the world's greatest skater from Norway? To the world's greatest mathematician from Germany? To the world's greatest orchestra conductor from Italy? Is it an accident that 1,000 million people all around the world would give everything they own to be in your shoes? A free citizen of this country, right this very minute? Is it the weather here? Let's ask some of the natives. You from New York, how's the weather out your way?
Oh, I like it all right, only the summers give me a pain, sticky and hot. And then we usually get a stretch of terrible overcast weather around April and November. Sometimes 10 days go by without the sun coming out once.
And you, miss, from Miami, Florida.
Oh, our climate's fine. Except you have to watch out for sunburn.
A gentleman from Kansas?
Well, summers get pretty hot. Winter's pretty cold. Tornadoes raise a ruckus every once in a while.
Los Angeles. You?
Ah, wonderful climate. Magnificent.
Don't you ever get tired of all that sunshine?
No, sir. Not a bit.
Never rains?
Well, a little precipitation maybe, but no rain.
No earthquake?
No, just little ones. Are you interested in some real estate?
No, thanks. And you from San Francisco, how about it there?
Best climate in the world, top.
Lots of sunshine?
Lots.
Lots of fog?
Lots.
All right. Then it's not the weather which makes it so attractive. Is it maybe our wine, women, and song? Let's ask the experts. You there, expert on women.
American women are beautiful, certainly. But we've never produced any classic or historic beauty. We've no legendary figure to compare with Helen of Troy, or with any of the Greek or Roman Venuses, or with Egypt's Cleopatra. As far as fiction is concerned, we can offer nobody to stand up against Italy's Juliet, or Germany's Isolde, or France's Roxane. Certainly not Scarlett O'Hara.
Certainly not.
No, indeed.
All right, that's fine. Thanks very much. Now, what about our wines? Is that what makes America so attractive from the outside looking in? How about it, wine expert?
American wines are excellent, but then, of course, meaning no offense, have you ever heard of French champagne, Burgundy, Liebfraumilch?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Can it be our song? Maestro.
America can well be proud of its composers and of its wealth of folk music. But the fact of the matter is that we have yet to produce a single world-great symphony, whereas Finland has produced 7, Germany and Austria, 100, the Russians about 12, the French 2 or 3, England 2 or 3, Bohemia...
Not song, then. Neither wine, women, nor song. So what is it then? Well, it's this. Come right down to it. It's the spectacle of nearly 150 million people trying to live up to the expectations of a handful of great men who lived and died 150 years ago. Men who were so fed up with the kind of government they'd been getting, they sat down and wrote a new constitution for themselves and their children. A democratic constitution that's been added to, but never been topped before or since.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press.
Or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances.
No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The right of trial by jury shall be preserved.
Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Or on account of sex.
Those are pretty good sentiments to be kept alive and flourishing in the world today. Of course, there are other things that makes our union a good one to belong to. It's a beautiful country, even though it has a lot of incorrigible badlands and corrigible slums. Aren't many countries have as much in them to look at and wonder about as this one. This can be a rather fierce country, too. Ever see the way its mountains frown down sometimes? Know what they're frowning at? Some rumors they heard about petty intrigue, about political bosses and shysters and fakers and grafters and men who make a business of gypping the people. Ever see the way the sky suddenly gets black and the thunder roars and the lightning starts throwing itself around? Ever see a storm whipping it up across the Great Lakes? That's how the American winds feel about anybody who denies anybody else a fair trial, or free speech, or the right to assemble, or the right to worship as one sees fit. Well then, in the final analysis, there can be no analysis. Many great thinkers and poets have attempted it, but the country's too big for any one man. There's Walt Whitman and Carl Sandburg and Tom Wolfe, and they all felt the magnitude and magnificence of the nation that got put together piece by piece like a jigsaw puzzle. They felt it and wrote about it in unforgettable ways. But still, it's bigger than any of them, or any of us. Whitman hit it on the nose when he said it was bigger than the president and the cabinet and the District of Columbia. It's not Park Avenue, or Broadway, or 42nd Street, or the Loop, or the Golden Triangle. It's other things. Many, many, many other things.
Mill towns.
Steel towns.
Tobacco towns. Mining towns.
Oil towns.
Cotton towns.
Farmhouses.
Railroad sidings.
Statues on the common.
Tourist houses on the edge of town along the state highway.
Swimming holes. Gas stations.
Strollers on Main Street.
Kettles of sorghum molasses.
Sunday papers.
Season tickets to concerts.
Auctioneers.
Night courts. Radios. Parades. Toothpaste. Shaving cream. Dogs. Cats. Skyscrapers. Subways. Cornfields, offices, hotel rooms, airports, hospitals, factories.
Oh, we could go on for weeks with this, never come any closer to a working definition of America, or to any real understanding of its total meaning. Look, how can you add up all the red and yellow neon signs, the smell of all the eggs and bacon frying in the morning, the bargain specials, the lessons learned, the cows let in from pasture, the mileage clocked up on automobile speedometers, The rainfall and the snowfall and the wind drift. It's much too big for you, or me, or any of us who happen to stand alone or in small groups. It's much too great for any person or any party. Too much loved by all its people. Loved in spite of and because of its faults and virtues and its past mistakes and future promises. America is not a map, a poem, an almanac, a mural, a building in the heart of Washington. It's a territory possessed by people, possessed by an ideal. Well, that's all, listeners. Just wanted to talk between Americans for a half hour of a Sunday evening. No big finish here. No brass section bringing down the curtain. Just a little music to follow a friendly little chat. Good night, Americans.
You've just heard Orson Welles talking between Americans. Ladies and gentlemen, Orson Welles has just spoken to you as one American to another. And incidentally, do you remember when Orson mentioned the hundreds of thousands of Americans working in those oil towns and gas stations? Well, those Americans make up a great industry that's a vital part of America, the oil industry. There are about 400,000 gasoline dealers helping traffic flow along the highways, making possible business trips, visits to your friends, the stores and movies, pleasant rides in the country. That's only part of the oil industry's contribution to making the American way of life the grand thing it is. And to keep it that way, to safeguard our way of life, well, the industry's helping there, too. It's supplying fuels and lubricants for factories busy turning out materials for our defense. In addition, the oil industry is supplying all the gas and oil needs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And for the vastly augmented Air Force planned in the future, Gulf and other oil companies are building enough 100-octane aviation fuel plants to take care of the increased demand. That's only a glimpse of what the oil industry, of which Gulf is a part, means today to the American people and the American way of life. Well, next week, we really have a show that'll put you into a great humor. The RKO hit My Life with Caroline, starring those top favorites, William Powell and Ann Sothern, with George Barbier. Music by Oscar Bradley, assisted by Frank Tours. Until then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Orson Welles appeared tonight through the courtesy of Lady Esther and is currently making the magnificent Ambersons at RKO. Don't forget our date next week when the Gulf Screen Guild Theater brings you William Powell, Ann Sothern, and George Barbier in My Life with Caroline. Bud Heaston speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
cars, attention all cars. Broadcast 35. Shooting fireworks inside the city limits is a violation of city ordinance. All cars be on the lookout for such violation and stop it wherever found. That's all. Rolls and clips.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we present the 4th of July, 1934, as seen from a police radio car. And we're taking each one of you with us. Your only credentials need be a stout heart and a friendly appreciation of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. So if you have listened to Calling All Cars these many months, and for some unavoidable reason have never come to know the dependability and police car performance cracked gasoline can give you, your trip tonight in a police radio car will show you what police car performance in a gasoline really means. Police cars, such as these we're going to ride in tonight, are subjected to terrific demands for speed, power, and pickup. To get the best out of police cars, the majority of them in the Southwest use one gasoline exclusively, Rio Grande cracked. So tonight, while we race down a boulevard or quietly creep up an alley, remember tomorrow to buy the same gasoline that powered us on our trip tonight, Rio Grande cracked. It is now our pleasure to introduce Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department, with whose sanction and cooperation these broadcasts are brought to you. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. When you citizens chance to hear the police broadcast, you no doubt feel, after you've been tuned in for a few minutes, that they are rather dull. All you hear is, see a man, ambulance follow-up, or a disturbance. But behind each of these calls is a story, a slice of factual life, much more dramatic than the wildest dreams of fiction. Every time a radio car receives a call while cruising its district, the officers cannot be sure that death does not await them at their destination. As they streak down the street, sirens screaming. There is rich drama in the daily prowling of the radio cars, and there is highly amusing comedy out through the ether to the loudspeakers in the public radio of the police radio cars. In our police dramas of the past, you have seen principally how the detective force functions. Now we will travel with the uniformed men, the men who are the first on the scene of crime, the men who make the preliminary investigation, whose duty requires them to be the arbiter of family disputes, advisors on the care of children, rescuers of dogs and cats, and often judge and jury of many of the amusing and often amazing incidents that occur constantly in this city of ours. The incidents you will hear dramatized on tonight's broadcast are all true, and all occurred on the 4th of July. Incidents of the same nature have occurred today, are occurring at this very minute, just at this very minute. A regiment of officers in a fleet of police cars are cruising the streets of the city, keeping the peace, keeping a vigil which never ends, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, year in and year out.
Los Angeles Police calling car 65, 65 and 290 West San Pablo Street. See a woman regarding someone abusing her. Calling car 75. Go to 290 West San Pablo Street. See a woman regarding...
Guess this is the place, all right. Well, they seem to quieten down. Did you call the police, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
Oh, what's the trouble?
He was striking me.
Who was striking
My
you?
husband.
Oh, where is he? I don't see anyone.
There he is over on the Davenport.
Passed out. Drunk, eh?
Yes, drunk. That's all he ever is, drunk. He came home again tonight drunk, and I objected to it, and he struck me. I was afraid, so I called the police.
Well, everything's quiet now. What do you want us to do about it?
I want you to take him to jail. That'll teach him a lesson.
We haven't any evidence.
Any evidence? Well, the desire of mine, isn't that evidence enough?
Yeah, it is swelling a bit. Will you sign a complaint against him, ma'am?
Of course I will.
Well, we'll take him in then. Come on, partner. Let's get him out of here.
Calling car 15, car 15. See a man at the corner of Vermont and Hollywood regarding a shooting. Calling car 15, car 15. Go to the corner of Vermont and Hollywood.
You the guy that sent in that call about a shooting?
Yeah.
Well, where is it?
Over there in the park, sounds like. There's been 3 revolver shots. There it goes again.
You know what day this is?
Why, sure, it's Wednesday.
That ain't all. It's the 4th of July, and that shooting you hear over there is firecrackers.
Bob, have another bottle of beer.
Thanks, Tom. Nothing like a cool glass of beer on a hot 4th of July.
Yeah, that's right. Say, Mildred.
Yes, Tom.
Get something on the radio, will you?
Can you get the police calls, Tom?
Sure. Get the police calls, will you, honey?
Oh, they're so dull. Nothing interesting ever happens.
Yeah, but you never can tell when
Calling
you're
all cars. Attention all cars. Description of a fugitive wanted for murder by the sheriff of Salinas County. Jose Lerith, Mexican, 24 years of age. Height 5 feet 6 inches. Weight 160 pounds. Brown eyes, black hair. Subject shot the man twice in the back and escaped in an auto, which was found a short distance from the scene of the crime. Watch for this man.
See, what did I tell you? Just some escaped Mexican, that's all there is. That and ambulance follow-ups, whatever they are.
Okay, get cage data.
Calling car 132. Car 132 at Normandy and Slaughter.
Why, that's just some...
Wait a minute, listen.
An ambulance follow-up. Unidentified child hit by automobile.
Unidentified... Tom, where's Junior?
Why, he was out in the yard a minute ago.
Tom, hurry. Go see if he's all right. Oh, there it is out the corner. Oh, my God, don't be
Pretty quiet 4th of July, partner.
Yeah, it's getting more safe and sane every year.
Well, another 2 hours of cruising around, and we can call it a day.
And not only too soon for me. I want to be at home and take the wife and kids down to the beach tonight. There's going to be fireworks at the Venice Pier.
Uh-oh. Looks like trouble down the street.
Yep. There's a guy lying on the sidewalk, all right. I'll just pull in there and see what it's all about.
Hey, here come the cops.
Yeah, I was just going to call you, boys.
What's the trouble here?
Well, this fellow lying on the street here was hit over the head with a bottle.
Anybody call an ambulance?
Yeah, a guy just did.
Well, how did it happen? Anybody see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
What happened?
Well, this guy was getting out of his car, and there was a couple of Mexicans arguing on the sidewalk and flashing knives, and this guy here was looking at him, and one of them asked him what the devil he wanted.
Yeah, then what happened?
Well, he said he didn't want nothing, so this Mexican said, well, we'll find out what you want and what you got. So they hit him on the head, and then they went through his pockets and got in their car and drove away.
Did you get the license number?
Yeah, it was a green Hudson coach, and the license was 64446.
Got that, partner?
Yep, I'm phoning it in right now.
Calling all cars. Attention all cars. A holdup at 2nd and Figueroa. Victim knocked out by ketchup bottle. Suspects escaped in green Hudson coach. License 64446. Suspects described number 1. Mexican, 25 years. 5 feet 8 inches. 135 pounds. dark hair and eyes, wearing light suits. Number 2, Mexican, 21 years, 5 feet 7 inches, slender build. Hair was Marcel, no hat, dark suit. Calling car 11, car 11.
Well, that's us.
Cancel call regarding boy shooting fireworks at Templeton Union. Fireworks all shot. That is all.
Well, that's early. Yeah. Did you get the description of that holdup car? Yeah, right here. License number 64446. Green Hudson. Well, it might come our way, you know. We're next to 12th District. That's right, Father.
Say, look. Isn't that it? Turning to Fremont Street?
By gosh, that's right.
Let's go.
Calling car 85. Car 85 at 290 West San Pablo Street. See the man.
290 West San Pablo, see. That's the address where we picked up that son that was speaking his wife this morning. Yeah, that's right. Wonder what's the matter now. Well, let's get going and find out.
Certainly made good time, boys.
That's what we're supposed to do. What's the trouble?
Well, there's a woman in here tried to commit suicide.
Yeah, what apartment?
110.
Well, I'll be darned. The same place.
My wife's with her now. You want to come in?
Yeah, lead the way.
Here we are.
Well, ma'am, we're back again.
Huh? Oh, I'm so sorry to cause all this trouble, officer. I just don't want to live anymore.
Why, that's no way to talk, ma'am.
Oh, I don't. I can't seem to get along with my husband.
Now, your husband's all right. He's sleeping off down at the jail. He'll be as good as new in the morning. How do you feel, ma'am?
Oh, all right. A little dizzy.
Smells like gas.
It was. I found her on the floor by the gas heater with a blanket over her head, and the gas was on full.
Oh, please, Mr. Zimmerman, don't.
Well, you got to know, Mrs. Queen.
Yes, I suppose they do, but I feel so silly. Honestly, officer, I won't try to do it again.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say so, ma'am. It isn't worth it.
No, I suppose not. Certainly that good-for-nothing husband of mine isn't worth it.
Well, if you're sure you're all right, ma'am, we'll be shoving off.
Oh, yeah, I'll be all right.
My wife and I will look after her until Mr. Queen gets back.
Yes, and when he does get back, I'll give him a piece of my mind. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be embarrassed like this, that good-for-nothing.
Looks like we'll get another call here sooner or later. Yeah. Some of them just never get things straightened out somehow.
Calling car 91, car 91 at the Venice Pier. An ambulance follow up.
Doctor? Well, the patient is badly burned. Burned? How'd he get burned? Just made a parachute jump, hasn't he? Yes, he jumped from a ship and landed all right on the beach. But on the way down, some firecrackers he had in his pockets went off and caught fire to his clothes. Shooting firecrackers 1,000 feet in the air. I wonder what city ordnance covers that.
Holly Drive, a prowler. Calling car 66 at Franklin and Holly Drive.
Right this way, officer. I have got him in the house.
Going, sir. Now, what's the trouble?
Well, I was just coming home, and I heard a noise at the back door. And I run to the house, and when I got to the kitchen, I saw the key was pushed in from the outside, and this fella was leaving to the backyard.
Oh, yeah? Well, what do you got to say about this?
Well, sir, I was looking for a guy by the name of Jefferson.
Looking for a guy by the name of Jefferson. Is that your name, mister?
I should say not. My name is Schultz.
You know anyone by the name of Jefferson around here?
Well, I have owned this house, and I have paid taxes on it for 15 years, and I have never known anyone named Jackson in the whole street.
Yeah, well, doggone, you know, maybe I got the wrong street.
Say, who is this Jefferson?
He's a friend of mine.
Friend of yours? You know him well enough to try to break in his back door?
Your
story sounds fishy to me. What's your name?
My name?
Yes, your name.
Smith.
I'm not surprised. Got any identification?
Well,
Identification to prove that your name is Smith.
Well, no, not exactly. You know.
Well, you're coming for a ride in a radio car, and you know your friend Mr. Jefferson from the Hollywood station.
Calling car 11, car 11 on Aliso Street near San Pedro. Gate 390 on the sidewalk.
Where did you ever play away with him? Another dehorn. Ha! That's the sixth one today.
You can ride in the back for this one, Tim. That last baby was so gassy I can still smell it.
Sure, and I don't understand it. How these bums can stand to put their denatured alcohol into their stomachs.
Well, it's a pleasant way to kill yourself. That's about all you can say for it.
Sure, if that's your idea, replace it.
There he is, down the block there with the kids around him.
Let's go. All right. Okay, kids, get out of here. Now, come on, Pop. The taxi's here.
Oh, what?
Come on now. You can make it now. Just a minute now. 1, 2, 3, and you're on your feet. Up. Steady now, steady. Now, there you go. A nice soft seat for you. Okay, partner.
Look at that poor old mug. Hasn't shaved for a week, I'll bet. How's he smell, Tim?
Elegant. Can't you tell the way you're sitting up in front?
More or less.
Well, I'll tell you, you're not missing anything. I can tell you that right away. Now, where do you live, Pop?
What'd you say?
Very nice sense. Where do you live now? Come on, think hard. Sure, wherever you're from, huh?
I live at Alvarado.
Alvarado Street. Well, who do you live with?
I live with my wife. 4 boo-boo children.
Sure enough. I'd bet your wife be glad to see you like this.
Sure she will. She'll take me home. You'll take.
Sure we'll take you home. Tomorrow. Well, here we are, Pop. Come on. The City Hotel. Nicest place in town. Clean beds and everything.
My goodness, you home already?
Sure. And the sergeant's got a swell cot with your name on it. Now, come on. This is the end of the line.
Calling car 66, car 66 at the corner of Highland and Santa Monica Boulevard. A man sick in a car. This is the third call, boys. Get over there.
What's the matter with that guy? Third call. How's he expected to be taking that prowler into the station and be out on the street at the same time?
When you put us back in service?
After I made out that dispo on the last call?
Oh, he's all bound up then.
Well, if he's in such a hurry, you ought to have given him a call to 15 or 65.
Where do you think that guy was?
Corner of Santa Monica in Highland.
Coming up. Here's a guy in that Ford coupe. What's the matter, buddy? Not feel so good?
What?
Been drinking, huh?
No, I haven't been drinking.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Go away and let me alone. Here's what's the matter, Ted. This empty bottle.
What was in it?
Bichloride of mercury.
Trying to commit suicide, eh? We gotta get him to the hospital fast.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Kramer?
Well, yes. What is it?
Are you married to Harold Kramer?
Well, yes. Only we've been separated for several months. Why? What's the matter?
Your husband swallowed a half bottle of bichloride of mercury tablets an hour ago.
He's dead.
Is he?
The doctor said he had a chance when we left the hospital, ma'am. Mr. Kramer is asking for you. Wants to see you.
Oh, Harold's such a fool. Such a weak-willed fool. He can't understand when he's lost. I don't know what good it'll do to go to the hospital. I'm through with him forever.
Doctor thinks it'll be best if you come to the hospital to see him, ma'am.
Oh, very well. I'll get my hat. Oh, he's disgusting. He just did this to get my sympathy, that's all. Oh, pardon me while I answer the phone.
Sure.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Kramer. Yes. Oh, my God.
Well, what's the matter, ma'am? You're pale.
Oh, my God. He's dead.
Calling car 82, car 82 at 1825 West 28th Street. Investigate a woman crawling into the back window. Calling car 82, 82.
Hey, come out of there. What are you doing back there?
What's that you say?
What are you doing climbing into this window?
And why shouldn't I climb into this window?
Who are you and what's your name?
What's my name? Why, you impudent young blatherskite.
Listen, lady, I got a report someone was trying to break into this house, and I find you climbing in the window. I got to find out about
Well,
this.
there's nothing to find out. I live here and I lost my keys somewhere, so that's all.
Oh, you live here.
Sure, I live here. Fancy place. Who did you think lived here?
Well, that's different. Here, lady, don't you try climbing through there. You're liable to rip your dress. Wait a minute. My partner and I'll fix you up. Hey, Eddie, come on back here and give me a boost through this window.
Calling car 130, car 130 at 529 Pennhurst Avenue. Investigate a shooting. Hurry, boys.
Oh, officer, thank heaven you've come.
What's the trouble?
Oh, it's terrible. It's simply awful. Come right this way. Poor Mrs. Clark. Poor Mr. Clark. Oh, it's awful. Here they are.
Shot, huh? Both dead.
I'm afraid so.
Murdered, huh? Who are these people?
Mr. and Mrs. Clark, they lived here.
And who are you?
My name is Irwin Liner. I board with the Clarks.
When did this happen?
Just a few moments ago.
Who did it?
Well, I don't know. I was out front watering the lawn, and Ed, that's Mr. Clark, was reading the paper on the front porch. All of a sudden, I heard Mrs. Clark call her husband, and he went inside, and then I heard shots. And I ran in, and Mrs. Clark was there on the floor, and Mr. Clark was standing over here. He fell over the table just like this.
Hey, don't touch anything in this room.
Why,
You wouldn't like your fingerprints to be found here, would you?
well, no, of course not.
Okay, don't touch a thing until the homicide squad gets here. Did you see anybody in here when you got here?
Why, yes, I did. One man was running out the door, and the other one was over here. I tried to stop him, but he pushed me away and ran out, too.
Say, how did your hand get cut?
What?
Your hand there, how did it get cut?
I don't know. I didn't know it was cut. Must have happened when I tried to stop the man.
What do these men look like?
Well, one seemed to be a foreigner. He had about a day's growth of beard.
And what about the other one?
The other one? Oh, yes. Well, I couldn't see him very well, but he seemed to be an American. He wore a light suit.
Got a phone here?
Yes, in the next room.
Got a report of the homicide squad, Bill? Yeah. And have them send out the morgue ambulance. Okay. Just a minute. Where are you going, Mr. Liner?
Why, I just want to go in the living room and sit down. It's all too terrible.
Well, don't go too far away, Mr. Liner. You're under arrest for the time being.
Me? Under arrest? What for?
Suspicion of murder.
that picnic certainly did me in. I'm ready for bed. How about you, Henry?
Not yet. I thought I'd stay up a while and read the paper and listen to the police calls.
Listen to them police calls. What do you want to do that for?
Well, you never can tell when you hear something interesting. You know, like the night they were directing the radio cars to search for the ghetto kidnappers.
Well, it's all a waste of time, if you ask me.
Wait a minute. Here comes a call now. Let's see what
Los Angeles Police calling car 9595. At the corner of Pico and La Brea, some boys shooting firecrackers. That is all.
There. What did I tell you? Boys shooting firecrackers. That is all. Yes, and that's about all the police have been doing all day. Chasing little hoodlums with firecrackers. Oh, Henry, come on to bed.
Oh, wait a minute, Mother. Here's another call. Maybe this one's a holdup.
KGTL testing 10:45 p.m.
Such is a typical cross-section of a day's log from the Communications Division of the Police Department. Every day in the year, your police officers are answering similar calls, and by their quickness and alertness, furnishing the often need oil to make the machinery of metropolitan life run smoothly. I have at times in the past told you citizens how you can assist your police officers in the speedy performance of their duties. Tonight, I would like to ask your assistance in behalf of the radio police. Many of your own radios, which are capable of tuning in on the police broadcast, and many of you are often tempted, when a call is broadcast in your neighborhood, to get in your cars and rush to the scene of the disturbance. This is a natural thing to do, but it often hampers the work of the policeman. You can be of the greatest assistance if you refrain from doing this. The radio police can much more successfully complete their duties if they are not hampered by crowds of curious citizens. And I feel sure that now that you, my friends, understand the many demands placed upon these men during the completion of a day's duty, you will want to cooperate with them to the fullest. And you can do this by staying away from the scene of any call you may hear over the police radio.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Chief Davis has given you an intimate picture of a day in the life of a police combat car. You have looked behind the scenes and found out just what happens in a great city, just what the dangers are that confront its citizens, and how these dangers are met and coped with by brave men, skillful direction, and modern equipment powered with good gasoline. The city of Los Angeles uses Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively for police and fire equipment. Maricopa County, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Orange, and many other cities and counties in the Southwest use Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the same powerful, dependable motor fuel that you can use in your own car. Rio Grande has prepared for your information a complete list of forthcoming cases to be broadcast on Calling All Cars. Drive into your neighborhood Rio Grande service station tomorrow and ask for the Rio Grande radio log. It's free. In response to many requests, we are pleased tonight to give you the cast of characters. It may be interesting to know that there were 34 characters in this drama, played by 12 people as follows: Mary Tuthill, Jeanette Nolan, Martha Wentworth, Ralph Scott, Joe Franz, Hannah Stafford, Sam Pierce, Charlie Lung, Richard LeGrand, Robert Frazier, Fred Harrington, and Lindsay McHarry.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 35. That's all. Rose and Cliff.
Calling all cars.
Cause is written and produced by William N. Robeson. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
This is John Daly at the State House in Philadelphia. A powerful opponent of the Declaration of Independence has emerged here on this fourth evening of July 1776. An opponent strong enough to rally the latent opposition to separation from the mother country. Mr. John Dickinson, Pennsylvania's leading delegate to the Continental Congress, has just told reporters that he intends to speak on the floor before the final vote is taken. This in a supreme effort to block this declaration, which would commit our 13 colonies to revolutionary war with England. Mr. Dickinson agreed that he is staking his political future on the outcome of the vote. He anticipates that if he fails to block passage of the Declaration of Independence, he will be ejected from the Congress and be...
July 4th, 1776, the State House in Philadelphia. You are there.
John Dickinson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. CBS takes you back to the evening when the colonial leaders fought their showdown battle on the issue of independence from England, with the fate of the continent hanging in the balance. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
July 4th, 1776, the Philadelphia State House and John Daly.
Dining during the recess, which is now officially over. We hurried from the inn to this microphone here on the floor of the Congress to bring you this news. Mr. Dickinson has not arrived yet. He should be along at any minute, but meanwhile, the news has preceded him, and it's having an explosive effect on the delegates who are present. As a matter of fact, the weather isn't helping things either. It's very hot here in Philadelphia tonight, and in their heavy waistcoats, ruffles, and wigs, the delegates in the hall are perspiring profusely. Even more irritating are the horse flies from a nearby stable which come in through the open windows. These flies are nasty, so much so that Mr. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, the author of the Declaration, has said that it is not at all unlikely that this debate will be ended not by sharp logic of the delegates, but by the even sharper bite of the horseflies. Major George Fielding Eliot has been talking to the delegates and is now ready with his analysis of the possibilities inherent in Mr. Dickinson's announcement. So I switch you now to our CBS headquarters booth here in the Congress. Come in, Major Eliot.
Mr. Dickinson's views carry great weight here. His announcement, therefore, comes as a shock to those delegates who want the Declaration of Independence passed. Mr. John Adams, from the Massachusetts Bay Colony, leader of the Independence Party, had hoped the Declaration would go through unanimously, but that's no longer possible. Indeed, the Declaration may not even pass. Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson personify the present political conflict. Mr. Adams is the son of a Massachusetts lawyer. He was educated for the law in New England. He agrees with the men who dumped the East India Company's tea into Boston Harbor. Although Mr. Adams prides himself on being a plain man, the delegates regard him as arrogant and intolerant of all who differ with his views. Mr. Dickinson, on the other hand, was born to wealth. He received his education at London's Middle Temple. He has a mild, amiable, sincere manner. He opposes independence because of his conviction that all political injustices can be righted by legal methods without recourse to violence or revolution. Just a moment. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson have entered the hall. So, back to John Daly.
Mr. Jefferson! Mr. Jefferson! Yes? Mr. Jefferson, you've heard the news that Mr. Dickinson will speak against independence. May we have your comment?
I have the greatest respect for Mr. Dickinson's courage and integrity. Mr. Adams and I wish we could say as much for his political judgment.
This Congress, sir, is in no mood for any more of Mr. Dickinson's temporizing. In the course of this debate, the delegates have learned to know Mr. Dickinson for what he is. A spineless aristocrat at best, at worst an agent of the enemy.
Well, Mr. Adams, we're very glad to have your comment also. Are you accusing Mr. Dickinson of being in the pay of the British?
I hardly think Mr. Adams
If you
intended
please, Mr. Jefferson. Sir, Mr. Dickinson has consistently sabotaged the work of this body by fallacious appeals to reason and by parliamentary devices. But no more of that. The Declaration of Independence will be put to a vote as soon as President Hancock arrives and calls this meeting to order. And I am confident that the gentleman will be unable to sway the Congress from the course on which it is now well launched.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson. The delegates are taking their seats. And as you must have gathered from Mr. Adams' remarks, the long smoldering enmity between him and Mr. Dickinson has finally flared out into the open. The debate, when he and Dickinson clash on the floor, promises to be more violent than any this Congress has heard in the 2 years since it's been in existence. Mr. Dickinson has just entered the hall, and he has to pass our microphone. He's coming this way now. Mr. Dickinson, sir.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Dickinson. Mr. John Adams has just called you an agent of the enemy, Mr. Dickinson. Would you care to
Mr.
make...
Adams considers anyone who differs with him to be an agent of the enemy. But I cannot allow myself to be silenced by insults. The question is, shall our colonies declare themselves independent of the mother country? And on this question, my opponents have been utterly dishonest.
Will you explain that, Mr. Dickinson?
Certainly will. 11 times in the past 2 years, Congress pledged itself not to seek independence. In January of this year, only 6 months ago, the Congress passed a most solemn declaration to the effect that we Americans have no thought of setting up an independent nation. And now, tonight, Mr. Adams asks us to break our pledged word. Nay, he demands it.
But if the people favor independence, Mr. Dickinson,
Mr. Adams has confused the people. He has engineered coups d'etats in the provincial legislatures in order to pack this Congress with delegates favoring independence. He has organized gangs of hoodlums to roam the streets of the cities and towns, attacking those who oppose revolution.
But isn't it true, Mr. Dickinson, that at least 50% of the population favors independence?
Is it right for one half of the population to impose its views on the other half by terror? Can these colonies hope to achieve victory in a revolutionary war when half of the people oppose it? I predict that if the Congress passes the Declaration of Independence, the result will be civil war, useless bloodshed, and ruinous defeat. True. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dickinson. The delegate from Pennsylvania is walking to his seat now. Mr. John Hancock, the president of the Congress, has entered the chamber, but it will very probably be a few moments yet before he calls the Congress to order. Mr. Dickinson said that a considerable portion of the people are opposed to independence. Well, Ken Roberts is outside the State House, where a representative crowd of Philadelphians are awaiting the result of the vote. So let's find out what they think about independence. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
With me at our CBS microphone is Mrs. Agnes Hatcher, who lives on Water Street. Mrs. Hatcher, do you favor separation from England?
I hate separation. My husband was killed fighting for separation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's John Adams that should be sorry, and Mr. Jefferson. Why don't they make peace and end this killing?
But, Mrs. Hatcher, would you want peace at any price?
Will you tell me why my husband should die at Boston fighting the Bay Colonies battles? If the men of New England have a quarrel with the British, let them do the fighting and dying themselves.
But Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson say they want freedom for all the colonies.
I don't care about freedom. My husband is dead.
Thank you, Mrs. Hatcher. Now, here beside me is Mr. Richard Caswell, an importer in Philadelphia. I forgot to ask you, Mr. Caswell, what do you import?
The finest of English woolens, sir. The very finest.
I see. And do you favor independence? Excuse me, Mr. Caswell. A dispatch rider has just ridden up to the State House. His horse is lathered and covered with dust and sweat. It looks as if he's been ridden long and hard. Where are you from, soldier?
New York. General Washington's headquarters.
What's the news there? What's happening?
Plenty of excitement.
Wait a minute. What's going on? The rider has gone into the State House. Whatever the news is, our reporters inside will bring it to you as soon as it's released. I'm sorry about that interruption, Mr. Caswell.
Quite all right.
You were about to tell me whether you favored independence.
It's an illusion, sir. Independent from what? How can we be independent? We're Englishmen. My family's English. They're all in England. Or my trade, my business is with England. Look at my books, you see.
This talk about separation is ridiculous. Worse than ridiculous. It's vicious. It's ruining me. Ever since this war started, no shipments. Percentages, 76% less business than my firm did in 75.
But, Mr. Caswell, isn't it argued that if the colonies were independent, American businessmen could then trade with the entire world?
Who wants to trade with the entire world? What do we need the world for? Everything we can produce, we can sell in England. And everything that we need, we can buy from England. It's just common sense, that's all. How do you suppose the colonies have grown prosperous and strong and important? Protected trade with England. Protected trade.
Yes, but what about the heavy taxes that the mother country has imposed? What about taxation without representation?
Bad, very bad. But independence, worse, much worse, terrible. What about Pitt and Burke in Parliament? We have friends in England. They're trying to settle this thing intelligently, without violence, without bloodshed. But Mr. Adams and Jefferson, those wild men in there, hotheads, radicals, that's what they are. They want to get power, that's all, power. That's all they're interested in, power.
Well, Mr. Caswell, independence is
Independence, the word second. Listen to him. We've already become independent of principle and gratitude to the mother country.
What's he saying?
And if this war is permitted to continue, we shall become independent of cash, clothing, laws, liberty, and... Yes, life itself.
What are you talking about?
You're a liar, that's what you are, mister. You're a Tory. I'm telling the truth. It may not be popular, but it's the truth.
Shut up, you Tory, or we'll teach you a lesson.
I'm not afraid of you. Listen, close your mouth.
Mr. Caswell is struck by the man who's been heckling him. The crowd here is manhandling Mr. Caswell. The men are flailing at him with their fists. They must be members of the Sons of Liberty. The women are tearing at Mr. Caswell's clothes, spitting at him. This crowd has gone wild, and it's frightening. Mr. Caswell has been knocked to the ground. I can't see him, but I can hear his cries. The men are bending over him, swinging their fists, pounding.
This is John Daly inside the Continental Congress. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because President Hancock has just called the Congress to order. He's about to read the dispatch which has just arrived from General Washington's headquarters in New York. President Hancock.
This is the information contained in General Washington's dispatch. The news is grim indeed. A great British fleet is at this moment in New York Harbor. British Marines have seized Staten Island in the harbor, and redcoats are landing there by the thousands. General Washington advises that a British attack on New York City must be expected momentarily. The enemy appears to have overwhelming superiority in numbers and equipment. General Washington concludes with a statement that it may be impossible to defend New York City with the slender forces at his command. Gentlemen, the Congress will recess for 5 minutes.
The Congress has again recessed. The sound of President Hancock's gavel has released a torrent of excitement and confusion bordering virtually on panic. The delegates have risen from their seats. They are moving about the floor, talking to each other in loud voices, often shouting in their arguments. Mr. John Adams and Mr. Thomas Jefferson have rushed up to the chair. Mr. Adams is pale, agitated. Only Mr. Dickinson, of all the delegates here in the chamber, has remained seated. Mr. Rutledge. Just a moment, sir. Here's Mr. Edward Rutledge, a delegate from South Carolina. Sir, what effect do you think the news of the British arrival will have on the independence vote?
It cannot fail to have a profound effect. It will add force and logic to Mr. Dickinson's position.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Rutledge is one of Mr. Dickinson's supporters. Here is Mr. Elbridge Gerry, a delegate from the Massachusetts Bay Colony and an independence man. Mr. Gerry, what do you think of the announcement, sir?
Frankly, I don't know what to think. Mr. Dickinson may well argue now that the Declaration of Independence may not be worth the paper it's written on. But we must keep our head. We must stand.
Thank you, Mr. Gerry. Major Elliott has more news from New York, so let's switch to him in our CBS headquarters booth. Come in, Major Elliott.
We now know that the British fleet numbers 130 vessels. The troops on board are commanded by General Sir William Howe, one of England's ablest generals. The appearance of the fleet has thrown New York into disorderly confusion, and the legislature has withdrawn for safety to White Plains, 35 miles away. Our New York newsroom informs us that a short while ago, CBS correspondent Ned Kelmer passed through the British lines on Staten Island under safe conduct to interview the British commander-in-chief. He made a tape recording of this interview that our New York newsroom will play for you now.
This is the kitchen of a Staten Island farmhouse which now serves as General Howe's headquarters. A regiment of redcoats is on parade outside, marching to the music of a British military band. I can see them through an open window from where I'm standing. In their tight-fitting scarlet coats and long gaiters, these trim soldiers in perfect step to the music look like the veteran fighting men that they are. General House, sir, will you tell us how many such troops you have at your disposal?
14,000 on this island, and an additional 13,000 under General Carleton on their way across Lake Champlain in upper New York.
You don't mind giving General Washington this information?
Not at all, not at all. Frankly, I doubt very much that it will make any difference if Washington knows it.
I take it then, General Howe, that you're completely confident of victory.
Naturally. Those men you see out there, they are the conquerors of France and Spain. They're the finest troops in the world. They'll crush Washington's colonial militiamen at the very first encounter, utterly. But Washington, poor fellow, he's leading nothing but a rabble. They lack powder, guns. His officers are without experience. Washington himself is hardly what you might call, shall we say, a professional military man.
General Washington, sir, made quite a good showing in the war against the French.
Under English commanders, Mr. Calmer.
Chalmer.
Under English commanders. Mr. Calmer?
Chalmer. General Howe, you know, of course, that the Continental Congress is about to vote on independence from England. Would you care to comment on that, sir?
Yes, I would like to say something to that. I would like to say it as a friend and not as a soldier. I repeat, as a friend, because I think I have amply demonstrated my friendship for British America in the past, by word and deed.
Yes, if I recall correctly, General Howe, you once stated publicly that you would never lead British troops against British America.
Of course, but the situation has changed. The colonies are now being led by a pack of extremists. This rebellion by the mob must be crushed, and I have the forces with which to crush it. The greatest fleet and the most powerful force of soldiers ever assembled on American soil. I hope with all my heart that it will not be necessary to throw this array of military power into action. I pray that the counsel of the extremists will be rejected by the Continental Congress and that the advice of saner, more moderate men will prevail.
Thank you, General Howe.
This is George Fielding Eliot in Philadelphia. The interview you have just heard was a tape recording made by Ned Chalmer at British headquarters on Staten Island. The recess here in the Continental Congress continues. The delegates are confused, shaken. Mr. Adams, Mr. Jefferson, and Mr. Benjamin Franklin, the leaders of the Independent Party, are doing all they can to counteract the doubt and hesitation inspired by the news from New York. They're trying desperately to maintain their strength, to keep their pledged votes in line, and they are insisting that the final vote be taken tonight without regard for the situation in New York. On the other hand, a group of less militant delegates is urging postponement until we have more definite information from General Washington's headquarters. The commander-in-chief said in his dispatch that he fears that he may not be able to hold New York. The cautious delegates want to know for sure whether he will fight or surrender the city without a struggle. Our CBS correspondent, Bud Collier, is now at General Washington's headquarters. He may have some last-minute information. Therefore, we take you now to General Washington's headquarters in New York. Bud Collier reporting.
I'm waiting here on the parade ground before General Washington's headquarters. The commander-in-chief has promised to answer my question as soon as he comes out to address his troops, presumably to make some formal statement about the news of the British arrival. The bugles are blowing assembly. The men of the regiments are running to join their formations. I can see the flag of the 1st Massachusetts, I believe it is, the Virginia Rifles, the 5th Connecticut, and many others. But in all this mass of thousands of men, I see very few men in uniform. Most of the troops are dressed in civilian homespun, and quite a few of them wear the fringed leather shirts which mark them as frontiersmen. General Washington has still not come out on the parade ground. Oh, here's a militiaman coming by. Soldier!
Let me go. I got pulled.
Oh, just a few questions. You've got plenty of time. What's your name, son?
Look, Tom Summers. Look, let me go, will you, mister? The sergeant will give me
That's all right. I'll fix it with General Washington for you. How old are you, Tom?
17.
Ever seen any action against the British?
No, not yet.
Well, you'll probably see action soon right here in New York.
Well, I ain't afraid if that's what you mean.
How long have you been in the Army, Tom?
2 months. Look, please, mister, ask me all your questions at once.
All right, Tom, sure. How long are you in for?
Well, I'm going back home next month. That's when my 3 months are up.
Oh?
My pa enlisted me. He wanted to make himself $10.
I see.
Well, he got his $10, and I'm going home next month.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there ain't nothing wrong with that, you know.
No.
Some fellas enlisted for the money and then deserted without even serving their 3 months.
Well, yes, but what about independence, Tom? How do you feel about independence?
Well, I don't know nothing about that, honest, mister. Oh, there's the general. I gotta go.
General Washington is approaching the microphone. Wears his full dress uniform. His sword flaps against the side of his leg as he walks. General Washington, are you going to fight for New York?
It is a difficult question. Frankly, I haven't made up my mind.
If you elect to fight, General Washington, do you think you will be able to defend New York successfully?
I will do my best, and God willing, we shall be successful. In any event, I would like to say to all the people, do not yield to panic.
But, General, in view of the current situation, do you think the Declaration of Independence should be passed at this time?
That must be decided by the Congress in Philadelphia.
Thank you, General Washington. Commander-in-Chief is walking away across the field now. His shoulders slightly bent, his jaw thrust forward in the manner of a man who bears an enormous responsibility for which he is ill-prepared. This is Bud Collier in New York. I return you now to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia.
This is John Daly at the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. This is the long-awaited climax of the debate on the Declaration of Independence. The Congress has reconvened, and because Mr. Dickinson asked to speak against the Declaration, Mr. Adams has also requested the floor. By agreement, the vote will take place when the two speakers have finished. Also, by agreement, before the session began, Mr. Adams is speaking first. He's exerting his utmost efforts to keep the votes pledged to independence from bolting to Mr. Dickinson. Will he succeed? Well, we'll only know when the vote is taken. And now let's listen to Mr. Adams.
By proclaiming a Declaration of Independence, gentlemen, this Congress will be giving official recognition to a fact which already exists, namely, that these colonies are actually, in fact, independent of England. Yet, some great brains counsel us to wait, to exercise caution. Do these cautious gentlemen plead for a postponement of a Declaration of Independence so that their Tory friends may have time to hatch plots and conspiracies against us? Gentlemen, to delay is to play into the hands of the enemy, defeating the cause for which so much blood has already been shed. There must be no further delay. The people are ready. The people wait for the Congress to lead them. The hour has struck. The Congress must proceed now to a vote, an affirmative vote, on the Declaration of Independence.
Mr. Adams has left the rostrum. Mr. Dickinson is coming up to speak. Dickinson's face is pale. His fists are clenched. He's clearly marshaling all of his strength for a supreme effort of oratory. He's waiting now for the Congress to come to order. Mr. Dickinson.
Mr. President, I accuse my opponents of cynicism. They cannot believe that these colonies will be able to endure as independent states. Their true goal is not independence. They exploit indignation against the mother country to further their own personal fortunes. Mr. President, my opponents make their appeal to the emotions. I make my appeal to intelligence and logic. Mr. President, British troops are on Staten Island in overwhelming force. They are about to attack New York. General Washington's task will be difficult at best, but a Declaration of Independence now will serve only to divide the people of New York and make the defense of that city hopeless. pass the declaration, and you will set brother against brother, father against son. The colonies will become not only the scene of warfare with the mother country, but civil war as well. And in the bloody, senseless, fratricidal struggle, there is no possibility of success. Proclaim independence this evening, gentlemen, and you gain nothing. You merely invite the whirlwind of destruction. I urge you to vote against it. I beg, I plead, I beseech you, vote against independence.
Mr. Dickinson's plea has been received without applause. The delegates are calling the question, and there seems to be no objection. Oh, but wait a minute. Several of the delegates have risen. However, they're not going to ask for the floor. These delegates are leaving the hall. 4, 5, there go 3 more. Others are leaving also, and I can recognize some of them as men who have been openly undecided. Apparently, they're unwilling to vote, caught on the horns of a dilemma, swayed, no doubt, both by Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson. This is a great, a fearful moment of decision. Some of these men are apparently not capable of facing up to it. President Hancock.
Embodying the Declaration of Independence. The vote will be by colonies, each colony voting as a unit. A majority will decide. The clerk will call the roll.
12 votes will be cast. New York has decided to abstain. Thus, 7 votes will carry the issue.
New Hampshire, Mr. Josiah Bartlett.
New Hampshire votes unanimously for independence.
Massachusetts, Mr. John Adams.
The Patriots of Massachusetts vote unanimously for independence.
Rhode Island, Mr. William Ellery.
Independence.
Connecticut, Mr. Roger Sherman.
Independence, unanimous.
New Jersey, the Reverend Dr. Witherspoon.
Mr. President, in my judgment, the country is not only ripe for independence, but is in danger of becoming rotten for want of it. New Jersey votes unanimously for independence.
Pennsylvania, Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
The majority of the delegation from Pennsylvania votes for separation from England, so help us God.
Delaware, Mr. Caesar Rodney.
Delaware votes unanimously for independence.
The Declaration of Independence is passed. Delaware has cast the deciding vote. There's no reaction from the delegates, and the voting continues. It will very probably be unanimous by colonies. Many of the individual delegates are shaking their heads. However, no matter what may be said against the Declaration, this document is impressive. It reads well. It begins, when in the course of human events, change is necessary, and then continues, and I quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness."
July 4th,
these rights,
1776. John Dickinson loses his fight to block the Declaration of Independence, and the 13 colonies go forward to establish the United States of America.
They must not go alone into that burning building which today is all of Europe. Say that you go with them, spirit and heart and mind. Although the body, grown too old to fight a young man's war, or wounded too deeply under the healed and whitened scars of earlier battles, must remain behind. You, too, may not be with them, save in spirit. You, so greatly needed here in the very van in front.
You are listening to Ronald Coleman reading Edna St. Vincent Millay's poem for an invading army. A page from this afternoon. We should have said this is Hamilton at the opening of today's program.
After all, I am standing in for Fleetwood, or rather Captain Fleetwood, who for the next 2 weeks is fulfilling his annual summer stand with the United States Army in Boston. As our part of WNBC's special 4th of July programs, we've chosen to pay tribute to the men and women of our armed forces, who down through the pages of history have made possible this Independence Day. We begin with a salute to the Leathernecks, the Fighting Marines. The Corps was officially formed on July 17th, 1786. Since then, it has played a vital role in America's task of preserving our principles of democracy whenever, wherever they are challenged. On July 8, 1941, the United States Marines, backed by the might of the Navy, occupied the country of Iceland in order to ensure its adequate protection. Herman Wouk's dramatic narrative, The Ballad of the Leatherneck Corps, not only tells of the Marines' heroism during those critical months preceding World War II, but graphically describes the history of this fine fighting force. The Ballad of the Leatherneck Corps is read for you on this RCA Victor recording by Tyrone Power.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we fight our country's battles on the land as on the sea. Aspiration of the nation, we're the finest ever seen, and we glory in the title of United States
Oh, the wind blows cold in Iceland, but the wind's blown cold before. And it's not so hard in your own backyard to be set for peace or war. But to strike a blow at a distant foe is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to Tripoli, son. It's someplace in Africa, don't know where, but an ornery pirate gang is there, and we're under orders to sweep it bare of each pirate's son of a gun. So off they went. It was 1805, and they piled in there with a mighty drive till hardly a pirate was left alive. And Jefferson said, "Well done." Oh, the shore is strange in Iceland, but the shore's been strange before. And the folks at home don't have to roam to be set for peace or war. But to challenge fear when it's far from here is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to Sumatra, son. The natives there are a savage lot. Our ships have been sunk and our sailors shot. And that place which they tell me is burning hot will be hotter before we're done. So off they went, back in 32. And vengeance was had for each murdered crew, and over the isle, Old Glory flew. And Jackson said, "Well done." Oh, the sea is rough off Iceland, but the sea's been rough before. There are no rough seas where you sit at ease, all set for peace or war. But to face a fray half a world away is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to China, son. A bunch called Boxers are raising hob. They're killing Christians, this crazy mob. So the U.S. Marines have got a job, and this one looks like fun. So in 1900, they sailed away and fought the Boxers in Old Cathay. Pagodas crashed, and they won the day. And McKinley wired, "Well done." Oh, the gale roars high in Iceland, but the gales roared high before. And it's cozy here by the hearthside cheer to be set for peace or war. But to make a stand in a far-off land is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to Iceland, son. There's trouble brewing across the map, and it may or may not be our scrap, but we ain't gonna wait till it's in our lap. We'll head it off on the run. So off they march at a soldier's pace, and we pray that they have no fight to face.
But they've gone there anyway, just in case. And America says, well done. Oh, the night may be long in Iceland, but the night's been long before. And it's not so hard in your own backyard to be set for peace or war. But to beat the worst by arriving first is a job for the Leatherneck Corps.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we fight our country's battles on the land as on the sea. Admiration of the nation, we're the finest ever seen, and we glory in the title of United States.
Too many poets, like authors and musicians, find fame only after death. In the case of John Gillespie McGee, Jr., death came with a sudden violence. He was killed in action on December 11th, 1941, at the age of 19. But he left for us a sonnet, 14 lines of poetry which will stand always as a fitting tribute to the airmen of the world. Pilot Officer McGee was born in Shanghai, the son of Reverend and Mrs. John McGee of Washington, American missionaries stationed for many years in China. After preparatory work at Rugby, he came to the United States in 1939, entered Yale University. A year later, he gave up his scholarship in order to enlist in the Royal Canadian Air Force. In September of 1940, he left for overseas to join an RCAF Spitfire squadron. The details of his death I've already told you. The details of the sonnet he wrote are equally simple. Returning one afternoon from a flight in the stratosphere, he tried to express the feelings he had had in a poem. These are the lines he wrote. A heritage now for the men of our United States Air Force, for men with wings across the world. This is High Flight. Oh, I have slipped the surly bonds of earth and danced the skies on laughter-silvered wings. Sunward I've climbed and joined the tumbling mirth of sun-split clouds and done 100 things you have not dreamed of. Wheeled and soared and swung high in the sunlit silence. Hovering there, I've chased the shouting wind along and flung my eager craft through footless halls of air. Up, up, the long, delirious, burning blue, I've topped the wind-swept heights with easy grace, where never lark nor even eagle flew. And while with silent, lifting mind I've trod the high, untrespassed sanctity of space, put out my hand and touched the face of God. High Flight by John Gillespie McGee, Jr. Our thanks to the New York Herald Tribune for allowing us to include this poem on our 4th of July edition of Anthology. In just a moment, you will hear Edna St. Vincent Millay's poem and prayer for an invading army. First, information regarding next week's program when we return to our from Richard III. For instance, listen as the king plots murder.
Cousin of Buckingham, my gracious sovereign, give me thy hand. Thus high and by thy advice and thy assistance is Richard seated. But, shall we wear these honors for a day, or shall they last, and we rejoice in them? Young Edward lives. Think now what I would say? Say no, my loving lord. By Buckingham, I say I would be king. Why, so you are, my thrice-renowned liege. Am I king? 'Tis so, but Edward lives. True, noble prince. Oh, bitter consequence, that Edward should live, true noble prince. Cousin, thou wert not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain? I wish the prince is dead. I would have it suddenly performed. What sayest thou? Speak suddenly. Be brief. Your grace may do your pleasure. Tut, thou art all ice. Thy kindness freezeth. Say, have I thy consent that they shall die? Give me some breath, some little pause, my lord, before I positively speak herein. I will resolve, your grace, immediately. High-reaching Buckingham, grow circumspect. Boy. My lord? Knowest thou not any corrupting gold would tempt into a close exploit of death?
My lord, I know a discontented gentleman whose humble means match not his haughty mind.
And still hold an important message for the world. They certainly stand as a glowing memorial to the men of the United States Army, to the men of all branches of our armed forces, who lived and died there on the beaches of France on June 6, 1944. Here then, for July 4th, 1954, Edna St. Vincent Millay's poem and prayer for an invading army, read by Ronald Coleman.
Grown too old to fight a young man's war, or wounded too deeply under the healed and whitened scars of earlier battles, must remain behind. You, too, may not be with them, save in spirit. You, so greatly needed here in the very van and front of duty, to fashion tools and engines, and to engineer their transports, build the ships and mine the coal, without which all their efforts would be worse than vain. You, men and women working in the workshops, working on the farms, makers of tools and of engines, fitters of wings to metal birds which have not left the nest, which yet must try their flight, sowers of seed in season, and planters of little plants at intervals, on acres newly plowed and disked and harrowed to feed a starving world. You workers in the shipyards, building ships which crowd each other down the way, you miners of coal in dark and dangerous corridors, who see the sun total eclipse each morning, disappearing, as you do, under the earth's rim, not to emerge into the daylight until the day is over and the lights dim. All you, without whose constant effort and whose skill, without whose loyal and unfailing aid, our men would stand stranded upon a foreign and a hostile shore, without so much as a stout stick to beat away death or pain. Bullets like angry hornets, buzzing round the ears and the bewildered brain. And from the sky again and yet again the downpour of heavy, evil, accurate, murderous rain. You who have stood behind them through this hour, move strong from behind them now. Let's still the weary bones encase the indefatigable will. But how can men draw near so fierce a conflagration? Even here, Across a grey and cold and foggy sea, its heat is felt. Why, touch your cheek. Is it not hot and tight and dry? And look what light climbs up the eastern sky and sinks and climbs again. Like to the bright aurora of the north, it floods and flashes, pulses, pales, then glows, lighting the entire east majestically, as if it were the sun that rose. I wish it were. Surely our fibre and sinew, the backbone and brain of us, are made of some less common stuff than clay. Surely the blood which warms the veins of heroes at the front, our brothers and our sons, runs also in our own. And are we not then capable, perhaps, of something more courageous than we yet have shown? Surely some talisman, some token of our lofty pride in them, our heavy gratitude, and so much love will find its way to them? Some messenger, the vicar and the angels of what we feel, will fly before them where they fly, before them and above, like patron goddesses in wars of old, cleaving with level, lovely brows the hard air before the eager prows, lighting their way with incandescent wings and winged heel. This is the hour. This is the appointed time. The sound of the clock falls awful on our ears, as the sound of the bells, their metal clang and chime, tolling for those about to die. For we know well they will not all come home to lie in summer on the beaches. And yet, weep not, you mothers of young men, their wives, their sweethearts, all who love them well. Fear not the tolling of the solemn bell. It does not prophesy, and it cannot foretell. It only can record. And it records today the passing of a most uncivil age, which had its elegance, but lived too well and far too long, and which on history's page will be found guilty of injustice and grave wrong. O thou Prince of Peace, this is a prayer for war. Yet not a war of man against his fellow man. Say rather, Lord, we do beseech thy guidance and thy help in exorcising from the mind of man, where she has made her nest, a hideous and most fertile beast. And this to bring about with all dispatch, for look, where even now she would lie down again to whelp. Lord God of hosts, thou Lord of hosts not only, not alone of battling armies, Lord and King, but of the childlike heart as well, which longs to put away, oh, not the childish, but the adult, circuitous and adroit, antique and violent thing called war, and sing the beauties of this late to come, but oh, so lovely spring. For see, where our young men go forth in mighty numbers to set free from torture and from every jeopardy things that are dear to thee. Keep in thy loving care, we pray, those of our fighting men whose happy fortune it may be to come back home again after the war is over, and all those who must perforce remain, the mourned, the valiant slain. This we beseech thee, Lord. And now, before we rise from kneeling, one thing more. Soften our hard and angry hearts. Make us ashamed of doing what we do, beneath thy very eyes, knowing it does displease thee. Make us more humble, Lord, for we are proud without sufficient reason. Let our necks be bowed more often to thy will. For well we know what deeds find favor in thy sight, and still we do not do them. O Lord, all through the night, all through the day, keep watch over our brave and dear, so far away. Make us more worthy of their valor. and thy love. Let them come home. Oh, let the battle, Lord, be brief, and let our boys come home. So cries the heart, sick for relief from its anxiety, and seeking to forestall a certain and a greater grief. So cries the heart aloud, but the thoughtful mind has something of its own to say. On that day, when they come home from very far away, and further than you think, for each of them has stood upon the very brink, or sat and waited in the anteroom of death, expecting every moment to be called by name. Now, look you to this matter well, that they upon returning shall not find, seated at their own tables, at the head perhaps of the long festive board, trinked out in prodigal array, the very monster which they sallied forth to conquer and to quell, and left behind for dead. Let us forget such words and all they mean as hatred, bitterness, rancor, greed, intolerance, bigotry. Let us renew our faith and pledge to man his right to be himself and free. Say that the victory is ours.
Vincent Millet's Poem and Prayer for an Invading Army, read by Ronald Coleman.
The President of the United States.
My fellow Americans, in 1776, on the 4th day of July, the representatives of the several states in Congress assembled, declaring our independence, asserted that a decent respect for the opinion of mankind required that they should declare the reasons for their actions. In this new crisis, we have a like duty. In 1776, we waged war in behalf of the great principle that government should derive its just powers from the consent of the governed. In other words, representation chosen in free election. In the century and a half that followed, this cause of human freedom swept across the world. But now, in our generation, in the past few years, a new resistance in the form of several new practices of tyranny has been making such headway that the fundamentals of 1776 are being struck down abroad, and definitely they are threatened here. It is indeed a fallacy based on no logic at all for any American to suggest that the rule of force can defeat human freedom in all the other parts of the world and permit it to survive in the United States alone. But it has been that childlike fantasy itself, that misdirected faith, which has led nation after nation to go about their peaceful task, relying on the thought and even the promise that they and their lives and their governments would be allowed to live when the juggernaut of force came their way. It is simple, I could almost say simple-minded, for us Americans to wave the flag, to reassert our belief in the cause of freedom, and to let it go at that. Yet, all of us who lie awake at night, all of us who study and study again, know full well that in these days we cannot save freedom with pitchforks and muskets alone after a dictator combination has gained control of the rest of the world. We know that we cannot save freedom in our own midst, in our own land, if all around us our neighbor nations have lost their freedom. That is why we are engaged in a serious, in a mighty, in a unified action in the cause of the defense of the hemisphere and the freedom of the seas. We need not the loyalty and unity alone. We need speed and efficiency and toil, and an end to backbiting, an end to the sabotage that runs far deeper than the blowing up of munition plants. I tell the American people solemnly that the United States will never survive as a happy and fertile oasis of liberty surrounded by a cruel desert of dictatorship. And so it is that when we repeat the great pledge to our country and to our flag, it must be our deep conviction that we pledge as well our work, our will, and if it be necessary, our very lives.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. For the past couple of weeks, we have been recalling to you some of the great Gildersleeve's early experiences. Tonight, the great man wants to talk about one of the biggest days in his whole life. We give you now Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Well, sir, as long as I live, I'll never forget last 4th of July. What a day. That was the day of the first annual outing of the Jolly Boys Social Club. Come one, come all, and bring your friends. I'd been up late the night before with the committee on arrangements, and I was planning to celebrate the anniversary of the independence of our country by sleeping a little late that morning. About 7 o'clock, outside my window... Leroy...
Happy 4th of July, Unc!
Yes. There was a war on then. That was only a year ago. Can you believe it? You couldn't buy fireworks anywhere in those days. But breathes there a boy with soul so dead he can't find some way to blow himself up on the 4th? I figured I'd better get down there and see what... Leroy, whatever you're doing, stop it.
I'm not doing anything, Unc.
Don't tell me that. I've got ears. Or I did have.
I'm just blowing up a tin can is all. Gosh, it's the 4th of July.
Well, hold your fire till I can get down there. You can't deny a small boy the 4th of July. That's his day. But I still remembered the time I made the mistake of carrying a 3-inch salute in my hip pocket. And my best friend sneaked up on me with a piece of punk. It was burned in my memory. I didn't want anything like that to happen to Leroy, so I got up and shaved and got dressed, put on my white Palm Beach suit and my white canvas shoes that I hadn't worn in years, and hurried downstairs. Breakfast was a rather disordered meal that day. I guess we were all a little excited. Marjorie kept jumping up and down and rushing off places. I finally told her to sit down. Marjorie, I said, for heaven's sake, light somewhere.
But I'm all through, Uncle Mort.
I don't care. Sit down. You make me nervous.
But I'm supposed to be helping Bertie make the lunch.
That can wait till after breakfast. One thing at a time here. Where's my cereal? Leroy, wipe your chin. Bertie, I'm ready for my cereal.
I'm coming.
We ought to get a bell.
Here you are, Mr. Gilsleeve. Leroy, how about you?
What's this you've given me, Bertie?
That's your... Oh, my goodness. That's the chopped olives for the sandwiches.
Olives are my favorite fruit, Bertie, but not for breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gilsleeve. That's what comes from making lunch and breakfast at the same time. I only hope I didn't go and spread the oatmeal on the sandwiches.
Bertie's a scream this morning. How do you like her with that cap over her eye?
I really ought to go out there and help her.
Sit still, my dear. You'll only add to the confusion. She'll fight her way out of this.
What time are we leaving for the picnic grounds, Unky?
Well, Floyd should be coming by here for us about 11.
Floyd Munson? Are we going with him?
Yeah, he's going to get his cousin's hay wagon. We'll all ride out together. Everybody. Big excursion.
Oh, how wonderful. A hayride. I've got to run right over and tell Marshall.
Yeah, Marshall will find out. You stay right where you are.
A hayride. Oh, this is going to be more fun. Unky, I think you were a darling to arrange it.
Yeah.
And don't you look pretty in your nice white suit? Doesn't he look pretty, Leroy?
He looks like the good humor man.
I feel like the good humor man, Leroy. Yes, sir, nobody's going to make me mad today. But don't keep trying, Leroy. Well, we had work to do that morning, but all of a sudden nothing would do. We should drop everything and hang out the flag.
Well, what's the use of having a flag if you don't hang it out on the 4th of July?
All right. So you tramp upstairs to the attic. 2 flights. Extra step. Well, you rummage around and you find the flag. Then you open the front attic window. It hasn't any sash cord, so you have to prop it up with a stick. Only you can't find a stick, so you use a coat hanger.
I'll go out in the yard, Uncle Mort, and see how it looks.
Now, Leroy, when I get out the window, you hold on to my legs.
What for?
What for? What do you think? Just hold on to them, that's all. Now, don't let go.
Okay.
No, not yet, Leroy. We'd like it out there.
I thought you said to hold on to them.
Well, use your head, my boy. Now, you lower the flag out the window, and you squirm part way out yourself. And then you look down. Hold on, Leroy. Oh, sure. That's the time the telephone always rings.
Leroy, telephone. For me. Yes, for you. I'll be back, Uncle.
Okay. Oh, Leroy. You come back here. The little devil. There you are. Half in and half out. Straddling the windowsill on your stomach. In a Palm Beach suit that's just been cleaned and too tight. There's only one thing to do. You try to inch your way back in. There you are, teetering in space while your life hangs in the balance. And then it happens. Your elbow hits the hanger, the window drops like a guillotine. Oh, right in the back. You're pinned there like a rat in a trap, clutching at Old Glory. 4 or 5 hours pass. Maybe it's 4 or 5 minutes. You've been hollering as loud as you can, with the wind knocked out of you in your heart and your throat. And then some fool happens along and calls to you.
What you doing, Throckmorton?
Leela!
Shoot if you must this old gray head, but spare your country's flag, he said.
Leela, help! This is no joke, Leela. I'm stuck.
Oh, gracious.
Get help!
You stay right there, Throckmorton, you hear? I'll be up. Marjorie, Leroy, Bertie, everybody
Safe at last. Safe again in the bosom of my little family. What might have been an ugly incident was turned into a happy triumph. For Old Glory waved proudly from our attic window. We all went out front to look at it. And we all agreed that it looked just fine there.
It looks just fine there, Throckmorton. Just fine.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
How do you like it, Bertie?
Mr. Gilsleeve, if I had my way, I'd leave it there all the time.
Yes, sir, it looked fine. But there were other things to do, and time was wasting, so I gave a few orders. Let's get going here, Bertie. No time to lose.
Yes, sir.
Now, Marjorie, you help Bertie with the lunch.
Okay.
Leela, I wonder if you could give him a hand.
Well, I have to dress yet, Throckmorton, but I'd be glad to do what I can.
Good. Leroy, you carry out the basket and things as they get them packed.
Me?
Yes, you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to sit down on the porch here for a while. and think about the Declaration of Independence. Well, I sat down on the swing there and lit a cigar. And I thought how different this was from other 4th of Julys I'd known. How quiet and how nice. And I thought how a man's tastes change as he grows older. Why, when I was a youngster, I lived in a world of high explosives. Dynamite caps, 5-inch salutes, red devils, Roman candles, erupting strombolis, 50-cent skyrockets. I loved them. Not anymore. Suddenly I looked down the walk, and here came a little boy that might have been me at the age of 6. Only it wasn't. It was little Craig Bullard from across the street, and he was pulling a toy cannon. I knew what he was going to say before he said it.
Can Leroy play?
Well, hello, Craig. What's that you got there?
I want Leroy to play with me.
Well, Leroy's inside right now.
Trying to come out.
Well, he has some work to do, Craig.
I want him to come out.
Later, perhaps, later. Who gave you the cannon?
My father.
Oh, that's fine. Doesn't go off, does it? Now, Craig, surely your father's told you not to aim that thing at people. Craig, what are you going to do?
I'm going to shoot you.
Now, Craig, what's that string for?
I'm going to pull it.
Don't you shoot that thing.
I'm going to pull it. 1.
Craig, do you hear me? Don't you shoot that.
2.
Look, Craig, I thought of a game.
3.
I knew it wouldn't shoot.
Hi, Leroy.
Little guest to see you, Leroy.
Oh, for corn's sake. I'll see you later, Craig. I'm busy.
I have a cannon.
What's that?
I have a cannon.
Hey, pretty neat. Let's have a look at it, Craigie, old boy. Maybe I can show you how to shoot it.
You do, and I'll shine.
Why, this is one of those carbide cannons.
I pull the string and nothing happens.
Well, no wonder. What you need is carbide. I've got some around in the garage. Come on. Hey, did you ever think of loading it with gravel?
Leroy?
Yeah?
No carbide, Leroy.
But it's meant for carbide.
And no gravel.
Okay, no gravel, just carbide.
And no carbide.
Okay. Come on, Craig. I know what we'll do.
What were they going to do? I sat there uneasily, wondering how little boys ever live to reach the age of 12. But pretty soon they were back again.
You're not over my cannon.
Wait a minute.
You're not over my cannon.
Stop it. Stop it, Craig.
Yeah, stop it, you little snitcher.
Leroy.
Well, he claims he's General Eisenhower.
Leroy, Craig's a little boy. That's no reason to get angry with him if he wants to imagine things.
I'm General Eisenhower. He's Rommel.
Yeah.
Now he wants to change sides, the dirty guy.
He must have discovered how the game comes out.
You're going to take my cannon and go home.
Yeah, well, that's all right. I think that's a very wise decision, my boy. Very wise indeed. Rommel would have been smart if he'd done the same thing. Well, so it went. A few laughs, a few fights, a little excitement, and a lot of bustle and preparation. It was noon before we knew it, and the Jolly Boys were overdue. Leela had gone home to dress, and we were standing on the front porch waiting. Leroy and Marjorie and her boyfriend and I. And the wagon hove in sight.
Here it comes, Auntie.
Oh, boy, look at it.
Yes, sir, it was Floyd's cousin's hay wagon with a nice bed of fresh hay. And there were red, white, and blue bows on the tails of the horses. And somebody had twined red, white, and blue crepe paper through the spokes of the wheels. Floyd's cousin was handling the horses, and Floyd sat on the seat beside him. And believe it or not, he had an accordion.
Oh, brother, is that corny?
Oh, it's wonderful. Don't you love it, Marshall? Oh, Uncle, I'm so happy.
Yeah, don't jump up and down with the thermos bottles, my dear.
Oh, ahoy there, Commissioner.
Ahoy, Jolly Boys.
Climb aboard.
Oh, yes. Okay, let's get started, huh? There they all were. Good old Hooker, good old Peavy, good old Floyd, and good old Gates. I tell you to look at that good old wagon, all red, white, and blue, and all those fine fellows in it. Well, made you proud of your country, that's all. I'm glad there was a 4th of July.
Come on, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, come on, Commissioner.
Scramble up there, Leroy.
Okay.
Up you go, Marjorie.
You're next, Gildy. Give him a hand there, somebody. Oh.
Don't strain yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hey!
Hold those horses there. Whoa, now. All together, fellas.
Now, up to daisy.
Well, let's go. Giddy up there.
Yeah, hey, wait! Don't forget to stop for the girls.
Are you kidding?
Oh, take me out to the loading. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me something and some Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back to the room.
Yes, sir, it looks like it's going to be a great picnic. You know, when a person's hungry, there's nothing quite so satisfying as a slice of bread with your favorite spread.
Well, parquet margarine's my favorite spread, Mr. Lang, but it's often so hard to get. And right now we're all being asked to go easy on bread, so there'll be more for hungry people who really need it. So surely you're not trying to sell me on the idea of using more.
That's right, I'm not. The point I'm trying to make is that bread and spreads are basic, hunger-satisfying foods. Two of the foods most vitally needed in the world today. Here at home, we're fortunate that there's some of both for everyone. Not all we'd like, perhaps, but enough. And by conserving bread and spreads when they're in short supply, it helps everyone to get a fair share.
That, Mr. Lang, is going to make me use parquet sparingly and to appreciate its fine flavor and food value all the more.
And I'd like to just add that Kraft will continue to make all the parquet margarine possible under present conditions and distribute it as fairly as we can. Thanks again for being so patient when supplies of parquet are temporarily limited.
Yes, sir, quite a day, the 4th of July. Everybody had a good time riding out to the picnic grounds. Leroy was up front with the driver. Marjorie and Marshal Bullard sat together, talking very seriously. Floyd was playing his accordion. Mostly requests from Eve Goodwin and Leela Ransom. Sounded pretty good. Floyd was all dressed up for a day in the country with white sports shoes. Judge Hooker had on a pair of golf knickers he dug up someplace.
I never knew the judge was bow-legged before.
That'll do, Leroy. Eve Goodwin was looking very pretty with a big straw hat on. Leela was wearing something she called a play suit.
Didn't you ever have a play suit, Throckmorton?
No, but I like it. What'll we play?
Oh, you.
Well, we got out to the grounds in about an hour. Nice woodsy spot besides a little stream. Quite a good deep pool at one point. We unloaded the baskets with the food. Everything was so peaceful for a few minutes.
Just pile all that stuff over here, boys, under the tree.
What about putting it out here in the open?
I prefer to have it under the tree, Floyd, and since I'm to be the chef...
Who said you were going to be the chef, Judge?
Naturally, I assumed that...
Well, just turn off your assumer. You're assuming too fast.
Yeah, I'm pretty fair-handed at barbecue myself.
I will attend to the barbecuing, Floyd.
Who said so? It just so happens, Gildy, that my recipe for barbecued frankfurters is acknowledged the best in town.
Not by me, it ain't. I got a sauce makes a hot dog taste like filet mignon.
Well, my sauce makes it taste like a hot dog.
I still say if you have any regard for our guests, you let me be the chef.
Oh, is that so?
Yes,
Now, wait a minute.
Fellas, is this any way to behave? Why, what'll our guests think of the Jolly Boys?
Gee, I'd never thought of that.
We've got an organization with a reputation to maintain. Summerfield has its eye on the Jolly Boys Club.
Chief Gates is right, fellas. I'll withdraw my claim to the chef's job.
So will I. You take it, Floyd.
No, Judge, you take it.
Oh, no.
Well, then let Gildersleeve have it.
Oh, no, not me.
Well, for heaven's sake...
You asked for it in the first place, Judge.
That has nothing to do with it.
The idea.
I've
never seen
Well, let's be jolly boys, shall we?
So harmony finally prevailed. We made Hooker chef, and then somehow I got stuck with the job of collecting wood for a fire. So naturally, I went looking for Leroy. I finally found him down by the creek. Leroy, put your shoes on. I want you to gather some wood for a fire.
Oh, no.
Now, Leroy.
I'm working on an important project. I
can't stop in the middle of it.
What is the project?
I'm improving the swimming hole. Everybody will be grateful when it's done.
There's nothing the matter with the swimming hole, my boy. It doesn't need any projects.
Are you kidding? It isn't deep enough. I can't even get over my head.
It isn't necessary to drown to have a good time, my boy. Now put on your shoes.
Oh, please, Unc, I'll get the firewood later. Can't I just build a small dam?
Well, all right. But building a dam is harder than you think.
Well, if a dumb animal can do it, I can do it. Gosh, a beaver. They chew down trees with their teeth and then slap the mud on with their tails.
How are you going to manage that?
Sit on it. Or maybe you could sit on it. That'd be better.
Leroy! If you're going to play in the water, put on your bathing suit. Well, I finally got Marjorie and Marshal Bullard to go out and collect firewood. They'd been mooning around with nothing to do, and they seemed glad of an excuse to go off for a walk by themselves. Of course, when they came back an hour later, they'd forgotten to bring any firewood. But they didn't seem to mind going back for some more. Although by that time, the rest of us were getting ready to go swimming.
Say, Commish, that school teacher don't look bad in a bathing suit, does she?
Miss Goodwin is a lady, Floyd.
Did I say she wasn't? Ransom ain't bad either.
Are you referring to Mrs. Ransom?
Well, sure. What's the matter?
You better watch your step there, Floyd. Remember, Mr. Gildersleeve's been engaged to practically every woman on this picnic.
Now, see here, you fellas.
Only kidding, Commissioner, weren't we, Floyd?
Well, I thought so. Come on, let's go swimming.
Well, gentlemen, off for a plunge in the brook?
Phoebe. Come on, get into your bathing suit.
No, thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve. Not today.
Oh, come on, Peeve. It'll cool you off.
No, really. The fact is, I'm not much of a swimmer.
Oh, just float then. Anybody can float.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I've always had trouble floating.
Oh, there's nothing to it, Peeve. Just lie on your back and don't move.
And that's what they always told me.
Well?
Every time I try it, water goes up my nose.
Well, your head must be heavier than your feet.
That's what I say.
You two, aren't y'all going in the water?
We'll be right there, Leela. We're trying to get Peavy to come along.
What, Peavy? Not going swimming?
No, Judge, not today.
Well, good way to work up an appetite, Peavy.
Well, I dare say, but the fact is, gentlemen, I promised Mrs. Peavy I wouldn't go. She has a theory it's bad to go in the water on a hot day.
That's a lot of baloney.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Not to Mrs. Peavy, anyway. Of course, right now, she's out of town.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, Peavy. Come on, fellas. Last one into the water is a rotten egg.
Get your feet wet.
Well, that's no way. I want to dive in.
Well, I don't think the water's deep enough, Throckmorton.
Plenty deep enough for a good diver.
You could dive off that rock, Commissioner, if you're really good.
Let's see you dive off the rock, Unc.
Well, that's pretty high.
What's the matter? You afraid?
Well, no, I'm not afraid. I'll show you, by George.
You want to see me swim underwater, Mrs. Ransom?
Can you really?
Just watch.
Oh, my goodness, look at Mr. Munson, Eve. He's actually swimming underwater.
Hey, girls, aren't you going to watch me dive?
Oh, my ankle.
You think it was a lobster, Mrs. Ransom? It's only me.
Mess.
You cut that out, Floyd.
Hey, girls, you want to see me imitate a whale?
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Well, watch. First, I float on my back, then...
Oh, he's spouting.
Oh, that's marvelous.
Hey, girls, watch me. I'm going to dive.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
You better get out of the way.
Stand back, ladies. Give the man room.
Come on, Unc. 1, 2.
Don't rush me, Leroy.
Hey, girls, you want to see me stand on my head in the water? Look.
Oh, that's marvelous. Look at him.
Oh, who can't do that?
Oh, both of them. Don't they look fantastic?
Hey, girls, watch me. I'm going to dive.
Well, for corn's sake, go ahead and dive.
Oh, look, Eve. Here comes Mr. Peavy.
Oh, my goodness.
That long-sleeve bathing suit is hookers. Come on in, Peeve. The water's fine.
I think I'll just sit on the bank here and dabble my toes.
Come on up here with me, Peavy, and dive in.
You'll get wet faster your way, Peavy.
What'd you say, Floyd?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, do come in, Mr. Peavy. The water's lovely.
Is it cold?
It's just right. Stick your toe in.
Well, seems nice and moderate. Guess I can risk it. I'll just rub a little water on my chest and on my forehead. in my stomach.
What's that for, Peeve?
It prevents a chill.
Look at me, darn it!
I wonder if I can remember how to do a duck dive. Would you ladies care to see me do my duck dive?
Oh, we certainly would, wouldn't we?
I can't think of anything more enjoyable.
Hey, here I come!
And now you watch. When I wiggle my feet just before they go under, that's the duck's tail feathers.
Goodness.
Oops, there go the tail feathers.
Look out, everybody! Here I come, and this time I mean it. Oh, 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 oh.
Holy cow, he knocks half the water out of the pool.
Well, we were all having a good time in the water, but the judge made us come and eat his barbecued frankfurters. His sauce wasn't so much. I only ate 6.
You ate 7.
But I will say everybody was nice and helped clean up afterward. Even Leroy did a little work.
A little?
Leroy didn't have time to do much work because Mr. Bullard drove out and took him and Marshall and Marjorie home in his car. That just left the grown-ups to ride back in the hay wagon, and perhaps it was just as well.
Moonlight's nice tonight, isn't it, Throckmorton?
You bet.
The moon's awfully pretty tonight, isn't it, Judge?
Yes, it is, Leela. It is indeed.
Moon's awful pretty tonight. Ain't it, Peavy?
Get away from me, Floyd.
Are you comfortable, Eve?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Comfortable, Leela?
Yes, thank you. Although the hay gets a little itchy after a while.
Are you cold, Eve?
Oh, mercy, no.
Well, couldn't you pretend you're a little chilly?
Now, Throckmorton.
I can hear every word you say, Commissioner.
Well, play your accordion, Floyd, and give us a chance.
Okay.
Floyd played some nice old songs, and Eve snuggled up to me a little. But I couldn't seem to get my mind on her. Maybe it was because I couldn't help noticing the judge kept trying to slide his arm around Leela. Leela's nothing to me, of course. But just the same, when she called over to me...
Why don't you sing, Throckmorton?
Sing? Why, George, that's a good idea, Leela. Why don't we all sing? Come on, Floyd, something we all know.
Well, let me see. How's that?
Oh, that's just the one, Floyd.
Okay.
All together now, folks.
In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime, strolling through the shady lanes with your baby mine, hold her hand and she holds yours, and that's a very good sign that she's your Tootsie Woosie.
Yes, sir. We hope that all of you can have at least a day this summer as fine as our last 4th of July. This is our last broadcast of the season, but we'll be back again for the Kraft Foods Company on September 11th. If you look at your calendar, you'll find out that September the 11th isn't Sunday at all. It's Wednesday. So you remember that and tell your friends. Next season, you'll hear the great Gildersleeve. That's me. On Wednesday instead of Sunday. It'll be the same network, and your local paper will give you the time and the station. I guess all the members of our cast are looking forward to their vacations. I'd like to thank every one of them for the nice times we've had together all this year. There's Louise Erickson, who plays Marjorie, Walter Tetley, our little Leroy, and Lillian Randolph, whom you know as Bertie. Getting outside the immediate family, there's Shirley Mitchell, who plays Leela Ransom, and Bea Benedictine, who's Eve Goodwin. Thanks, too, to the Jolly Boys, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Ken Christie, who are Floyd and Chief Gates. And to that not-so-jolly little boy, Tommy Bernard, who plays Little Craig. And to jolly Johnny Lang, our announcer. Yes. And, of course, with every season that goes by, we appreciate more and more our two fine old standbys, Earl Ross, who plays Judge Hooker, and Richard LeGrand, who is Mr. Peavy.
As we come to the close of another season of fun on the Great Gildersleeve, we'd like to leave with you this very serious thought.
How would your appetite hold up at dinner tonight if a starving child stood at your elbow? A child with hunger biting into his wide eyes and hollow cheeks. Please, just for a moment, pretend that you can see him beside you. This child who has known the worst of war and now faces famine. How when spring is back and our children frolic in the sun, these frail children of Europe and Asia long for bread. Help to feed them, and you can by buying and eating as little wheat and rice as possible, by turning in used fats and oils, eating more of the plentiful foods, as much as possible from your own garden, preserving all you do not eat, wasting not a scrap. A child in Europe, when he gets some strength back in his body, will thank you for it.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. When the 4th of July weekend arrived at Madison High Summer School, it was welcomed most enthusiastically by Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there.
I don't know why I looked forward to such a brief holiday with such keen anticipation. I like my work, and I'm very fond of my pupils. Then there's the school principal, Mr. Osgood Conklin. Well, what do you know? I just found out why I look forward to such a brief holiday with such keen anticipation. Mr. Conklin and I never have been what the scientists call chemical affinities. But last week we really reached the ultimate in mutual harassment. I would hesitate to describe Mr. Conklin's temper as volcanic, but by last Thursday I would swear I saw a thin trickle of lava flowing out of his ears. I was telling my landlady, Mrs. Davis, about it Friday morning at breakfast. He hasn't been this irritable since last month when I broke his new glasses.
My goodness, Connie, how did you do that?
It was an accident, Mrs. Davis. They broke when we both bent down at the same time.
You both bent down?
Yes, to pick up a hammer I had dropped on his foot.
Osgood is certainly hard to get along with. Oh, Connie, did you say you wanted tea or coffee this morning?
I said I wanted milk, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, of course you did. I'm getting so absent-minded lately. Almost as bad as my sister Angela.
How is Angela, Mrs. Davis?
Angela?
Your sister.
Oh. She's terribly absent-minded, poor dear. Why, the other morning, do you know what she did?
No, what?
She found herself with 1 foot in the bathtub and 1 foot out of the bathtub.
Well, there's nothing absent-minded about that. It happens to most of us, sooner or later.
But Angela couldn't remember whether she was just getting into the tub or whether she was just getting out.
Well, that is a dilemma. What did she do?
She let the water out and took a shower. Now, I'd better get you that hot chocolate you wanted.
It's milk, Mrs. Davis, and it's right here on the table. Can I pour some for you?
Oh, no, thanks, Connie. I never drink milk in the morning. It keeps me up all day.
Maybe we should have gone on talking about Mr. Conklin.
Say, that reminds me, Connie. How's Mr. Conklin been treating you lately?
You should have seen him yesterday when I stopped in at his office to get my check.
Was he very disagreeable, Connie?
Not at first. That's what's so confusing. When I sat down to sign for the check, he was extremely civil to me, almost courteous. And then in a few seconds, boom, his whole attitude changed.
But why?
That's what I'd like to know. You think I spilled that bottle of ink on his coat purposely?
Oh, Connie, not a bottle of ink.
I couldn't help it, Mrs. Davis, and I tried my best to get out the spots.
With what?
With spot remover, of course. Or at least I thought it was spot remover. It isn't my fault that Mr. Conklin keeps ammonia in his desk, is it?
Ammonia? But, Connie, ammonia will just burn right through the cloth.
Please, Mrs. Davis, you sound just like Mr. Conklin. But I won't be running into him for the next few days, thank goodness. I'm going away for the July 4th weekend.
But, Connie, can you afford to go away?
On my salary, I can't afford to stay home. But I've made up my mind to do it if I have to go without lunch for a week. And guess where I'm going, Mrs. Davis?
Where?
To Eagle Springs. And guess what bashful scientist is going to get the surprise of his life because he's going there, too, and doesn't know I'm coming?
It's not Mr. Boynton.
It ain't Al Einstein. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Davis, I'll get ready for school. Walter Denton should be picking me up pretty soon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie, but there's something I forgot to tell you. Walter called while you were in the shower and said he can't pick you up this morning.
Oh, great. And my car won't budge.
What's the matter with it, Connie?
I don't know exactly. Last time I went out to the garage to look at it, it was lying on its side, panting.
Walter said he hoped you'd understand, but he had to drive Mr. Conklin to the doctor's this morning.
The doctor's? Why, that's a shame. I wonder what's wrong with poor Mr. Conklin.
Well, Osgood, I can't seem to find anything radically wrong with your physical condition, outside of a slightly elevated blood pressure, that is.
What is my blood pressure, Dr. Haney?
Oh, nothing to worry about, Osgood. Around 180, I'd say. Of course, if it gets to 200, I'd advise you to sell.
If there's one thing I've always wanted, it's a comical physician. Now tell me, Doctor, what's wrong with me?
Well, I can't discover any physical symptoms, Osgood, but there's no doubt about it. Something seems to be troubling you mentally. Now, what is it?
It isn't a what, it's a who. And what a who. Even when we're not together, I can still see her face before me.
But, Osgood, who is this woman?
It's Miss Brooks, Doctor. She teaches English at Madison.
It seems to me, Osgood, if Miss Brooks grates on your nerves so much, you shouldn't let her cross your path. Avoid contact with her whenever possible. As a matter of fact, I recommend that you leave town for a few days.
That's it. I'll do it. I'll go away for the 4th of July weekend. But where?
Oh, it doesn't matter where. Do your world of good to get away for a few days. Say, now, maybe I can help you.
You?
Why, sure. I know the squaw in charge of reservations on the Chief. Oh,
it will be good to get away.
Hello, Miss Brooks. You're just the person I wanted to see.
Good morning, Harriet. What can I do for you?
It's Daddy, Miss Brooks. I'm real worried about him. Last night he cried out in his sleep several times. Mother had to keep waking him up, and once in his sleep he screamed out your name.
My name?
Yes. That's when Mother had to tie him to the bed.
I think I can explain your father's nocturnal penchant for screaming my name, Harriet. We've spent the better part of this week exchanging unpleasantries.
Then Daddy did have words with you?
Harriet, your daddy had words that I wouldn't repeat in front of a sailor.
He was extremely nervous this morning when Walter Denton drove him to the doctor's.
Well, I hope his doctor has a good doctor. Now, if you'll excuse me, Harriet, I'll run along to class.
Just a minute, Miss Brooks. Here's Daddy now.
Oh, good morning, Harriet. Well, the doctor says there's nothing wrong with me physically at all.
I knew it. You look better already.
Thank you, my dear.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. He just took a turn for the worse.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. So far. I'd better get into my office now. I'll see you later, Harriet.
All right, Daddy. But what's the umbrella for?
It looked like rain when I left for the doctor's. Oh, by the way, it's a rather sturdy umbrella, Miss Brooks. Care to whack me over the head with it to start off the day?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Conklin.
You're sure now?
I'll take a rain check. I'm positive. Oh, hold still a minute, Mr. Conklin. There's a thread hanging from the lapel of your coat. I'll pull it out for you.
You needn't bother.
It's no bother. I'll pull it out in just a second. There, that does it. No, there seems to be more. Hold still, please.
I'm waiting, Miss Brooks.
I'm pulling, Mr. Conklin.
This lapel looks all right, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'm getting it now. This a new suit, Mr. Conklin?
Yes. Yes, it is. No doubt you remember my old suit, Miss Brooks. The one with the ink spots.
Ink spots? How in the world did you get... Oh, that one.
Yes, that one. I thought you'd like to know that I cleaned Walter Denton's windshield with it this morning.
Well, it certainly needed it. I mean, I'm sorry about your suit, Mr. Conklin, but say, this is funny. There doesn't seem to be any end to this thread.
So I see. Miss Brooks, would you be good enough to give me the ball of thread you're holding in your hand? I'll have another lapel sewn on.
Oh, forgive me, Mr. Conklin. I didn't realize
My brand new suit. 2 pairs of pants and 1 lapel. Let me in that office immediately. Step aside, Harry.
But, Daddy... Daddy seems quite annoyed at you this morning, doesn't he, Miss Brooks?
I think so. In fact, there's an old Eskimo saying that describes his feelings toward me perfectly. It goes, Pulikamu konakrio exo.
What does that mean?
Baby, it's cold outside.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous Beauty Lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance. For new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive soap the way doctors advised for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful Beauty Lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's Beauty Lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
Well, I had no further encounters with Mr. Conklin during my first class, and while waiting for another session to begin, I was bolstered by the thought that I'd soon be on my way to Eagle Springs for the 4th of July weekend. While I was marking some composition papers, Walter Denton returned from the errand I'd sent him on.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but I'm back.
Did you get me a ticket to Eagle Springs, Walter?
Sure, Miss Brooks, but first I told Mr. Boynton I was going to the railroad station on an errand, and then I volunteered to pick up his ticket to Eagle Springs for him. And when he gave me the money, I just added what you'd given me and bought 2 tickets. Seats 208 and 209 in the parlor car. Right smack up against each other.
Why, Walter Denton, where did you ever get such a diabolical scheme?
From you. Now, don't you remember, Miss Brooks? You laid the whole thing out for me.
Never mind, Walter. Are you sure the seats are together?
Positive. And it was a lucky break I got any seats at all. The trains are sure crowded for this 4th of July weekend. Gosh, the station was alive with travelers.
Those are the best kind. Now, look, Walter. You have got to promise me you won't mention my trip to a soul. I don't want Mr. Boynton to know I'm going to Eagle Springs until he sits down next to me on that train.
You have my word as a gentleman and a scholar.
I've just read your composition. Your word as a gentleman will do.
No, all kidding aside, Miss Brooks, how did you like my composition? Great baseball yarn, isn't it?
Frankly, Walter, it's a little hard for me to judge. I know how crazy you are about baseball. I'd like to be fair in marking your composition, but, well, this time you've really got me stumped.
But why?
Maybe it's because the first 6 pages contain nothing but the American League box scores.
I just put that in to make it more dramatic.
Well, some of it is pretty exciting at that. I remember one very eloquent phrase that keeps recurring in the story. Had me right on the edge of my seat. Let me find it. Oh, here it is. Coleman to Sternweiss to Phillips.
That's a famous double play combination. You know, on the Yankees.
Oh, Yankees, of course. The northern team. Now, you'd better be getting on to your next class.
Okay, Miss Brooks. Oh, before I go, is there anything I can do for you while you're out of town?
Yes, Walter. Come to think of it, there is something you can do. You'll probably be seeing a lot of Harriet Conklin over the weekend, won't you?
That's for sure.
Well, you can do me this one big favor. Whenever Mr. Conklin's in the vicinity, please don't mention my name.
When Mr. Conklin's in the vicinity, I'm usually not. He hates me, you know.
You're not the only one. But just don't talk about me when he's around. I'm hoping he'll cool down a bit while I'm away. Oh, there's that pesky fly again. He's been in here all morning.
I'll be darned if I'd hang around summer school all day if I was a fly.
Maybe he needs the credits. Hand me that fly swatter, Walter. Thanks.
Oh, he lit over here on the door, Miss Brooks. I'll open it and let him fly out.
No, don't, Walter. He looks like a germ carrier. I think I've got a good bead on the little pest. Here goes.
Fortunately, I get my glasses wholesale.
Mr. Conklin.
And now that you've warmed up, Miss Brooks, how about trying the umbrella?
It was an accident, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks didn't mean to hit you. She was after that other pest. I mean, the fly.
Well, if it isn't Walter Denton. I've hit the jackpot this time.
Oh, please, Mr. Conklin, if you'll just sit down a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Conklin, just have a seat. I'll gather your glasses for you.
Yes. Oh, Denton.
Yes, sir?
Get out!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Miss Brooks, the reason I came in here was to inform you, as I have the other members of the faculty, that I'm going away for a while.
Away? For how long, Mr. Conklin?
Well, this morning I planned on staying away for just 3 days. But then, when you siphoned off one of my lapels, I decided to make it 4 or 5. And just now, when you flogged me with that fly swatter, I realized I'll need at least a week.
Mr. Conklin, I won't deny that a series of extremely unfortunate incidents have occurred.
How very broad-minded of you. Well, there won't be any more of them for me, at least not for the next week. I always thought I was a man of more than average courage, Miss Brooks, but I've discovered recently that I'm not.
Please, Mr.
It's true. It's true. I am a coward, Miss Brooks. But be that as it may, I am determined to live long enough to be an old coward. Hence, I am about to flee the city.
But where are you going, Mr. Conklin?
I don't know yet. I've called the railroad station, but their trains are all jammed with 4th of July weekenders. However...
Yes, I know. It's very crowded on almost all the trains.
I haven't finished talking, Miss Brooks. I was about to say, however, I'm going to try the airport this afternoon. Maybe I can get a plane for somewhere. Oh, that's a very annoying fly.
Oh, I've got the swatter, Mr. Conklin. I'll get it this time. You just sit still.
No, I'll get out of this seat if you don't mind.
You got up, Mr. Conklin.
As I was saying, Miss Brooks, I'll go to the airport. If I can't get a plane from somewhere, I may fly somewhere without a plane!
Class, it only requires a little concentration to avoid embarrassing mistakes in conversation. We'll take up next the works of Lord Byron. That's all for now. Class dismissed, and have a nice weekend.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Brooks. Could I see you for a minute?
Why, Mr. Boynton, you may see me for longer than that. Come in, won't you?
I just wanted to say goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Oh? Going somewhere?
Yes. Walter Denton just got me a ticket on the 4:15 to Eagle Springs. I'm going to spend the 4th of July weekend up there.
How nice for you, Mr. Boynton. It should do you a world of good.
Yes, I really need the rest. I've been working pretty hard lately. Still, I want you to know I'll miss our regular Friday afternoon date, Miss Brooks.
I don't see why. That was a pretty tiresome crowd we were running around with.
Miss Brooks, we went to the zoo on Fridays.
That's what I mean. Every week, the same old hairy faces.
It does a man good to get away from town every so often. Gives him a chance to think things out. Commune with nature, as it were. You know, I like to get next to Mother Nature once in a while.
Now, isn't that funny? I feel the same way about Father Nature. That is, I'm sure you'll have a lovely time, Mr. Boynton.
I knew you'd understand, Miss Brooks. Walter got me a seat in the parlor car. They usually come in twos, you know.
Do they?
Yes, I hope someone nice sits next to me. It's quite a long trip, and a friendly traveling companion can make the time pass much more pleasantly.
I'm sure you'll draw the doll of the world.
No, not me. Just my luck. I'll probably wind up alongside some big fat dunce.
Do not. I mean, it's silly to even speculate about your train partner, Mr. Boynton. Forget it for now.
Well, if only he has a good sense of humor. I remember the last trip I took to New York. On my way back, I sat right next to George S. Kaufman, the famous playwright.
Really? How was his sense of humor?
You'd be surprised. It wasn't so good. I told him one of my best gags, too. You know the one where I make my shoes squeak on purpose? Well, when Kaufman asked me if they were new shoes, I said, shoes nothing. Those are my Blue Jay corn plasters chirping. now, you know that's funny.
It's a scream. How did Mr. Kaufman react?
He took 2 Alka-Seltzers and went to sleep.
Probably jealous because he didn't make it up.
Well, I guess I better be leaving now, Miss Brooks. I've still got to say goodbye to Mr. Conklin.
Well, whatever you do, don't mention my name to him. This is one of my bad days.
Miss Brooks, you shouldn't fight with Mr. Conklin.
I'm not fighting with him, Mr. Boynton. Why, Mr. Conklin would be the first to admit that we'd get along splendidly together if it weren't for just one thing.
What's that?
Me.
Come in.
Oh, I just dropped in to say goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, sit down a minute, Boynton. I'm just getting some information from the Travel Bureau. What did you say the name of that train was again? The Snake Eyes Limited? No, I'm afraid I don't care to go as far as Las Vegas. Goodbye. Now then, you were saying?
Just goodbye, Mr. Conklin. I'm going up to Eagle Springs for the weekend.
Eagle Springs? But you won't be able to get a train ticket. I've tried every which way to get out of this town. It's just impossible.
Oh, not for me, it isn't. I've got my ticket right here. Seat 209 in the parlor car on the 415.
Let's see that ticket, Boynton. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be running along now, if you don't mind.
Just a moment, Boynton. Boynton, I've always looked upon you as one of the outstanding members of Madison's faculty. Not just as a teacher, mind, although you're one of the best.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Conklin.
But also as a human being. You, Boynton, are the type of chap who would never let anyone down.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Conklin.
That's why I know you'll sell me that ticket and postpone your own vacation.
Postpone it, but Mr. Conklin, I can't.
Can't? In the vocabulary of a Madison High School teacher, there is no such word as can't.
Well, then I won't. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I've worked very hard for this vacation,
Of course you have, my boy. It was selfish of me to even suggest that you give me your ticket on the train. The fact that I'm on the verge of complete mental breakdown should not sway you in the slightest.
Mental breakdown? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, chin up, boy. Wipe that frown from your face. You should be smiling. You're going on a trip. A happy, carefree trip. Forget about me trembling in my stuffy little office. You're on the train, boy. I can see you now, sitting there in that plush parlor car, the sun streaming through the windows. What's this? Conductor is approaching. Tickets? Tickets, please. Where's your ticket?
Here it is.
Thanks, Boynton. I knew you'd come through.
Here you are, miss. Seat 208.
Thank you.
Now, this bag belongs to the gentleman in the next seat. He went back to the smoking car just before we pulled out.
Oh, that's perfect. Now I can really surprise him.
Oh, do you know him?
Not as well as I'm going to. That is, we've never been on a vacation together before.
Oh, that's the fellow coming down the aisle there. Oh, yes. He's got adhesive tape on his glasses.
What? Are you sure that's the man who has seat 209?
Positive. I parked him here myself.
Oh. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to face the window before he sits down.
What for?
If he sees me before he sits down, he'll fall down.
Oh, I get it. It's a rib. Tickets.
205, 207. Now, here we are, 209. Hi-ho, hi-ho, to Eagle Springs we go. Well, I have a traveling companion. Yeah, I don't blame you for gazing out the window. Lovely scenery, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like taking a little trip, eh?
Mm-mm.
I don't mind telling you I was a candidate for the Mayo Clinic before I got on this train, but it's going to be different now. Hi-ho, to Eagle Springs we go, and as we go I sing ho, ho. Hey, look at the sun coming from behind that cloud.
Hmm?
Shining on the window that way, it's beginning to reflect your features. Yes, yes. There are your eyes. Nice eyes. There's your nose. Pretty nose. There's your mouth, your chin. Put them all together, and they add up.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, to the Mayo Clinic we go.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid, Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier, fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after I found out the identity of Mr. Boynton's summer replacement on the train, I altered my plans for the weekend. Computing the wind velocity and the rate of speed at which we were traveling, I decided not to get off until the first stop. Then I took the next train back to town. And when I arrived at the depot, I ran right into Walter Denton.
Miss Brooks, what are you doing here? You should be halfway to Eagle Springs by now.
I was, Walter, but I found out that Mr. Boynton isn't going, and I couldn't bear the thought of letting him spend the weekend alone.
Alone? But, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton got a last-minute cancellation and left for Eagle Springs 5 minutes ago.
What?
Sure, I drove him down.
Oh, great. Well, there's only one way I can celebrate the holiday now. I'll make an anonymous call to Mr. Conklin on Monday.
An anonymous call?
Yes, Walter. That's the 4th of July, and I'm really going to shoot off my mouth.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Here's a money-saving offer, men. A giant tube and a large tube of Palmolive brushless shaving cream for 49 cents. Yes, a 70-cent value for only 49 cents. This offer is made solely to prove you, too, can get smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless way. Just follow directions on the tube and treat your face to wonderful shaves. Yes, for extra shaving comfort at extra low cost, don't miss this Palmolive brushless bargain. At drug and toilet goods counters, get both giant and large size Palmolive brushless. A 70-cent value for only 49 cents.
Last year, forest fires laid waste 30 million acres of America's timberland. This year, only you can keep it from happening again. So when you or your family are camping, motoring in, or even near a forest area, remember these 4 rules. 1, crush out, completely out, all cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. 2, break matches in 2 after using. 3, drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. 4, before going near timber, ask fire authorities where campfires or even smoking are permitted. Remember, another 30 million acres will burn this year unless you are careful.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again at this same time next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Albany, July the 4th, 1831. The reading of the Declaration of Independence in the Methodist Church was really a fine spectacle. There was, in the reading of these promises of independence so well kept, in this return of an entire people toward the memories of its birth, something deeply felt and truly great.
The 4th of July in Albany, 1831. A study in American independence. Item 3 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American independence. The 4th of July in Albany, 1831.
What is it? What's the matter? Are they at the barricades? Quiet, Beaumont. This is not France. We are in America. It is Independence Day, 1831. And the loyal citizens of Albany seem to be saluting the dawn with a fusillade of artillery.
Not a very pleasant awakening for me. The guns made me dream of the Reign of Terror.
The Reign of Terror was over years before you were born, Beaumont.
I know, but my family has told me many stories of the Revolution.
So has mine. My own father and mother, in prison, barely escaped the guillotine. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, an uncle and an aunt, all guillotined. And since then we have had Napoleon, the restoration of the Bourbon, the July Revolution last year, Louis Philippe back again with his damned umbrella. All that in 40 years. When we were living on the estate at Verneuil, there was an evening which I shall never forget, though I do not think I was very old. Napoleon still ruled Europe, and Waterloo was still only a village near the outskirts of Brussels. There was a family celebration. I don't know what it was, but I do remember that the chateau was full of people, most of them relatives. It was evening. The servants had been sent out, and the whole family had collected around the hearth. My mother was singing the royalist song from the opera Richard Coeur de Lion. It made them think of the misfortunes and the suffering of His Majesty King Louis XVI at his death at the guillotine. As my mother sang, each person in that room was weeping, not over the private misfortunes every single one of them had suffered, not even over the many relatives every single one of them had lost in the civil wars and upon the scaffold. No, they were weeping rather over the fate of this man who had died more than 15 years before. Many of those who are weeping over him had never seen him. But Beaumont, these were the ladies and gentlemen of France. And this man had been the King of France. No wonder the Count, my father, was somewhat taken aback when I proposed a visit to America to study equality. Equality he himself had closely studied already, and its supposed associations with liberty and fraternity.
And yet, equality in America led to no reign of terror.
Evidently not. It is strange how the very same principle can lead to such widely differing results.
Now they're ringing the church bells, and it cannot be 6 o'clock yet. How these Americans are full of zeal. And how fortunate they are to have a fine day in Albany for their celebrations. Oh, come to the window, Tocqueville, and enjoy the morning. Throw away your nightcap as I have done, and throw away your gloomy memories with it. Today, we are in America. And in America, the only revolution was a glorious one.
So glorious, in fact, that it was not even a revolution. It was a war of independence.
I stand corrected. Look at all the flags. I wonder if it's going to be hot today. I hear there will be processions today and a band. Well, let us get dressed quickly and go downstairs. How I long to hear that band. Come along, Tocqueville, a little more brandy. You'll never be able to stand the strain of an American celebration unless you're first 45 with an American breakfast.
No, thank you. I'm not hungry. I mean thirsty.
Oh, come, Tocqueville. You must bring your mind back from France. This is July the 4th, not July the 14th. Independence Day, not Bastille Day. We are about to witness the national celebration of a happy democracy.
And how much of this happiness and democracy can we teach to France? Now we have a constitutional monarch with an umbrella. Now we have the beginnings of a democracy. Will that make us a happy and contented people, Beaumont?
I don't know. What little I've seen of it among the Americans makes me think it certainly suits them. Whether it suits us, well, that is something else again. It depends what we do with it.
You may be right.
Well, I shall keep an open mind. Pass the cold beef.
Morning, gentlemen. Early breakfast, that's the thing.
Mr. Flagg.
What a pleasant surprise.
Nothing like a good breakfast to start a good day. Mr. Tocqueville, Mr. Beaumont, meet the Lieutenant Governor of the state of New York, Edward P. Livingston.
Delighted to make the acquaintance of the countryman of Lafayette.
Oh, of course. Delighted, sir, to make your acquaintance.
You must forgive our early intrusion, but Mr. Flagg felt, and I agree, that you must be spoken to at once before you'd made other arrangements.
Spoken to, sir?
Well, we're very anxious that you gentlemen will march with us and with various other dignitaries at the head of the procession. Mr. Flagg felt, and I agree, that it would be most fitting.
And a friendship between the nations, a very fine thing.
I agree.
Sir, we should be most honored, but will not such a thing sadly disturb your table of precedence?
Table of precedence? Oh, not here, not over here. Plague take such a thing. The nearest we get to a table of precedence is that meeting we had last night in your house, Ned.
I agree.
And, you know, we just sat down with half a dozen of the leading citizens and thrashed it all out, where the wagons were to go, where the 4th of July orator was to march. I hope you're ready for some long speeches. And that just about settled it. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot the militia.
You're right. We'd better get along and see that they're going to turn out on time.
Militia, what is that? To maintain order?
Maintain order? What for? It's just for show. The militia's the National Guard. You're aware the Constitution gives every man the right to bear arms. Citizen army, that's the militia, citizen army.
Do you not have an army in France?
Oh, indeed, yes. We have an army and an armed police force, several police forces. But we have no such thing as a citizen army. There have been occasions when the army has ruthlessly suppressed the citizens.
Happily in the past.
In the past, yes. Come, Beaumont. You must excuse us, gentlemen. This Independence Day of yours is awakening in my breast feelings of patriotism and remorse. No doubt I shall feel better when the actual ceremonies begin.
Now then, where's the Lieutenant Governor?
Here I am, Azariah.
Oh, good for you. Now, we shall be in front, the Lieutenant Governor and you gentlemen and I, and the Chancellor and the Controller and all those people. Then we shall have the fire department.
All of them?
All 9 companies.
What if there's a fire?
No American house dare burn on the 4th of July. Fire department has a new banner and a miniature engine. Very fine. Then the Sons of St. Andrews. There they are, over there. What time do you have now?
5 and 20 of 10.
What time does the procession start?
10 o'clock sharp, Mr. Beaumont, with any luck. And if they can get all the wagons and floats ready in time.
Look, step over this way, gentlemen, and take a look at the printer float.
We should be very glad to. Come, Beaumont.
Now, here, gentlemen, look. Look at all this.
How splendid. How superb. But what does it all mean?
I know what some of it means, but the master printers can tell you what it all means. Hey, here now. Here's your chance. Distinguished visitors from France come to see America. Tell them what all this means.
Well, this, like, is the wagon of the Association of Printers and Albany Typographical Society. At the front end, we got a gilt bust of Benjamin Franklin. I guess you should know him all right.
He spent a great deal of time in France. But while recognizing that Franklin was a great man, why do you choose to carry his bust on the printer's wagon?
Because he was a printer himself, that's why. In this country, men can rise to greatness and still be proud of their old trades. Now, in the center of the wagon, you'll observe we have a flagstaff set up and the flags of various nations. The U.S. colors, of course.
And those are France.
And Belgium. And what is that other one?
Well, that will be the flag of Poland, sir. Gallant country, very brave. Keen interest here in Polish independence.
That's the truth. There's a keen interest here in countries that are, fond of liberty themselves. Or fighting for liberty. Or anything of that kind.
No call for you to fret, gentlemen. Your flag's there. France has overthrown her tyrants.
Has she? I do not think that the American Revolution and the French Revolution are truly comparable.
Now, I want you to come with me this way. See, this way.
Oh, but I want to make some notes.
Oh, this will give you something worth noting, Mr. Tocqueville. Now, look, near the head of the procession, we have a carriage with the veterans of the War of Independence. There are very few left now. After all, it's 55 years ago. But there's one old fellow that's very spry, considering he's very well preserved. He's the man you should see before the procession starts. He'll be too tired when it ends and may have drunk a great many toasts into the bargain, if you take my meaning. Old soldiers, you know, military reunions. Let's catch him now.
Mr. Flagg hurried us past the other groups that were forming for the parade. The Mechanics Benefit Society, the Painters Association, the Apprentices Society. And I could not help reflecting, as we walked along, how unlike France this country has become. The American Revolution produced a Washington, not a Napoleon. It had no reign of terror, and General Washington was followed not by counter-revolutions and plots within plots, but by an orderly succession of constitutional presidents. Then we reached the place where an old gentleman was sunning himself beside his carriage, waiting for the procession to start.
And these gentlemen are from France to study whatever we have to offer.
It is an honor, sir, to meet a survivor of the armies of the American Revolution.
No such thing.
I beg your pardon?
No such thing. It wasn't a revolution. That's what the British called it. We called it by its right name, the War of Independence.
I stand corrected. And only this morning I corrected my friend, Monsieur Beaumont, for the same error.
Yeah. Did you see General Washington?
I surely did. I was a drummer boy in the retreat across New Jersey. That was a cold campaign, that was. December. We all thought the game was about up then. Later on, we heard the general about thought so, too. I was writing dismal letters to his friend about it. You heard of Tom Paine?
Tom Paine? The infidel?
Well, I don't know whether he was an infidel. I never got to ask him. I know he was all for an independent America, and I know General Washington thought a lot of him. Of course, he was a friend of his. Right in the middle of that New Jersey campaign, when we was all cold and sick and miserable, the general paraded us by regiments. Well, we hoped we were going to get an issue of brandy or rations or powder or something we could have used. But what we got was something written by this Tom Paine read out to us.
A very famous passage. These are the times that try men's souls.
We knew that without some scribbler telling us so.
Well, no doubt he was trying to put heart into you. You have heard of our great general, Napoleon. He was always addressing his troops to put heart into them.
And he got beat in the end, though, didn't he?
He did. But he knew that the armies did not run on speeches. An army, he once said, marches on its stomach.
Well, the general knew that, too. He was the greatest man the world has ever produced.
And he served only 2 terms as president. And then he went home to Mount Vernon and lived as a private gentleman.
Now, there they go with some more of those confounded firecrackers. I hate the things. I'd rather be back in a retreat across New Jersey than to listen to those infernal contraptions. Every 4th of July, this place is like a town under siege. One damn fool after another, firing off muskets from the front door and pistols from the window. Rockets come whizzing into your bedroom and blazing grasshoppers jump at you on the sidewalk. I'm scared to death the horses are going to bolt and all us veterans will be killed at one go. When we fit the war, we never reckoned that for the rest of our lives, every living soul from the senator to the chimney sweep would let off his patriotism in gunpowder.
Yes, well, it's 5 minutes of 10. Time to be moving along, gentlemen. You'll be walking near the head of the procession with the lieutenant governor and myself. Just one thing before we go. Look at that.
An old flag, torn and scarred.
Yeah. Those holes were made by bullets.
Some of them certainly were. That's a flag that's come down from the War of Independence. You have no idea, gentlemen, what it's like to overthrow a tyranny.
I could have told him that in France we had had too much experience of overthrowing tyrannies. But why should I worry him with the dark thoughts that preyed upon my mind? In America, these old soldiers who fought with Washington are themselves looked on as precious relics, and whom all the citizens delight to honor. And at 10 o'clock sharp, a band struck up, and the procession moved away, with Beaumont and myself marching proudly near the head.
So here we are, Tocqueville, marching in the 4th of July parade in Albany.
We swing around here onto North Pearl Street. Now look behind you in a moment. Gentleman marching behind.
Oh, yes. The preoccupied-looking gentleman.
Yeah, that's the one. Mr. John B. Van Schaik, leading lawyer in town. He's the Independence Day orator. I believe he has some telling remarks prepared on the independence of the Poles and also on this little revolution of yours last July.
Last July? Oh, yes. The July Revolution. The July Revolution. Do you remember, Beaumont, our talk after last July? We are resolved, then, Beaumont.
Absolutely resolved.
I've already explained to my father that my position as a magistrate of France has been rendered intolerable by the July Revolution.
To say nothing of their testing our loyalty by making us take the oath of allegiance twice. That was nothing but a deliberate insult.
It certainly didn't make us any more loyal. My friends are sufficiently outraged at my having taken the oath once.
Brother's hand is set against brother.
Our position in France has become intolerable. This trip to America will form a sort of voluntary exile.
To study the American prisons. Well, that is a legitimate occupation for a pair of young magistrates.
I think we have more to learn from America than information about prisons.
What?
The principle of equality. It may be that in America we can get a glimpse of the destiny of France.
The exercises will begin with a prayer from one of the Protestant ministers.
I noticed that they begin everything with a prayer.
Probably things don't go any the worse for it.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the fountainhead and origin of human liberties here on earth, the foundation and the buttress of all just governments, we humbly thank Thee for having preserved our nation for yet another year. We pray further that the liberties and freedoms so dearly won by our forefathers will be maintained under Thy guidance and extended to Thy glory, not only within our own nation, but to the other nations of the earth, and especially we pray at this time for the people of Poland. In the name of our Lord, amen.
Amen. Judge Waterton will commence the exercises by reading the Declaration of Independence.
When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to
of all the events which occurred, I was most impressed, first, with the honor and respect accorded to the veterans of the war, and secondly, with the reading of the Declaration of Independence itself, which was done with warmth and dignity. It was really a fine spectacle. A profound silence reigned in the meeting. When, in its eloquent plea, Congress reviewed the injustices and the tyranny of England, we heard a murmur of indignation and anger circulate about us in the auditorium. When it appealed to the justice of its cause and expressed a generous resolution to succumb or free America, it seemed that an electric current made the hearts vibrate. This was not, I assure you, a theatrical performance. There was, in the reading of these promises of independence, so well kept, in this return of an entire people toward the memories of its birth, in this union of the present generation to that which is no longer, sharing for the moment all its gems, there was, in all that, something deeply felt and truly great.
And a right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Amen. Fellow citizens of Albany, the 4th of July oration will now be delivered by our silver-tongued 4th of July orator, Mr. John B. Van Shake of this city.
Hello, Americans! Consider, first of all, ancient Egypt. Oh, fellow Americans, how readily does ancient Egypt spring to the tongues, the hearts, and the eyes of every one of us here today. In this very
They should have stopped with the reading of that noble declaration, but no. No sooner was it concluded than a lawyer stepped up to make us a long rhetorical harangue in which he pompously passed the entire universe in review to get to the United States, which in all respects he made the center of the world. This had all the appearance of a farce, though of course we see such things in France at the funerals of our great men. I came out cursing the orator whose flow of words and stupid national pride had succeeded in destroying a part of the profound impression that the rest of the spectacle had made on me. But before we left, the proceedings ended with an ode called The Progress of Liberty, set to the tune of our Marseillaise, and accompanied by an orchestra which consisted, I assure you on my word of honor, of nothing whatever but one single flute.
Then onward be thy way, unstayed thy progress be, empires and thrones shall on thy sway, triumphant liberty.
Well, Tocqueville, what did you make of our day?
For me, a day of contrasts. I saw and heard America, but I thought of France. It was a strange irony that these two lines of thought should have intersected at last in that peculiar ode to American liberty that they sang to the tune of the Marseillaise.
And think of all those toasts, the symbolic 13 toasts, to Washington, to Lafayette.
And the 13th, the fair sex, always entitled to our protection.
So far, so good. But surely the voluntary toasts were the most peculiar, when the most directly opposed political sentiments were solemnly proposed in perfect and rapid succession.
That was simply because, on Independence Day, all shades of political opinion unite in praising the Union. Well, there is more brilliance in our ceremonies, but in those of the United States, there is more truth. I am still trying to compose my thoughts after the stimulation I have received from the sacred day of the nation, or wretchedness.
You have just heard The 4th of July in Albany, 1831, a study in American independence, item 3 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 4, The Arc of Civilization, on Democracy in America.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Yankee Doodle Dandy.
James Cagney.
Joan Leslie.
Walter Houston.
And this is Jean Cagney.
Lady Esther and all the stores who bring you Lady Esther face powder and Lady Esther face cream present the Screen Guild Players, starring James Cagney and Joan Leslie, with Walter Houston, Gene Cagney, Richard Wharf, S.C. Sochall, and Charles Irwin, in musical highlights from Warner Brothers' forthcoming brilliant motion picture, Yankee Doodle Dandy, based on the 50-year theatrical career of George M. Cohan.
Yankee Doodle Dandy, a Yankee Doodle do or die. A real
This is the story of a real Yankee Doodle Dandy, a man who told the world proudly, I am an American. It is the story of George M. Cohan, who loved and understood his country, and through singing his songs, that country learned to understand itself.
I'm glad to hear people say I understand my country. However, not long ago, I created a misunderstanding without meaning to. It really had me worried. I was impersonating the President of the United States in a play called I'd Rather Be Right, when I received a summons to appear at the White House. Well, I was really upset when I walked into the President's office.
Well, how's my double?
I'm not sure, Mr. President. You'll have to give me time to work on that one.
Are you sure you'll realize why I sent for you, Mr. Cohan?
No, Mr. President, I don't know. But if it's because you object to my impersonating you on the stage, why...
Well, you know, Mr. Cohan, I remember seeing you and your family, the four Cohans, when I was going to school near Boston.
Oh, I was a pretty cocky kid in those days. Regular Yankee Doodle Dandy, always in a parade or following one, wherever there was a flag.
I hope you haven't outgrown the habit. It's a great quality.
Well, I guess I got the idea from my father, Mr. President. He ran off to the Civil War at 13. Well, some years after the war, he married my mother, and they toured the variety theaters of the country as Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Cohan, the Irish Darlings. And on the 4th of July, 1878 in Providence, Rhode Island, my father was playing a variety theater alone.
Larry O'Leary is my name by trade. I am a dancing master. There's no one can teach the same, nor teach it any faster. It's easy, very easy. If you'll watch every twist, every turn, keep your eyes upon me, and surprised you will be at the